Forging of the American Empire. From the Revolution to Vietnam. A History of U.S. Imperialism. By Sidney Lenz. 1. The Myth of Morality 1. 2. Forgotten Alley 15. 3. Fallen Star 40. 4. On to Canada 62. 5. Picking the Spanish Bone 87. 6. Mexico for Americans 99. 7. Transcontinental Conquest 111. 8. The Brave Braves 135. 9. Commerce follows the flag 149. 10. The flag follows commerce 169. 11. Subduing the Banana Republics 195. 12. The Fine Art of Vandalism 217. 13. The Big Leap 236. 14. The War Before the War, 275. 15. The War Before the War, 292. 16. Against Friend and Foe 313. 17. Global Imperialism 333. 18. The Ecstasy and the Agony 366. 19. Closing the Circle 395. By Howard Zinn. At the time Sidney Lenz was writing this book, early 1971, it was not polite to talk of an American empire. The word imperialism was assumed to be part of the vocabulary of people on the extreme left. Even those radicals who saw the United States as a colossus of military power standing astride much of the world hesitated to use such language, not wanting to be seen as dogmatic Marxists. Now, at the start of 2003, with the Soviet Union having disintegrated over a decade ago, and the United States unchallenged as a superpower, we hear the word imperialism used without shame, even with a certain pride. It is used by certain intellectuals who believe that it is the unavoidable role of this country to spread its influence and power all over the world. The assumption is that this power is used to bring democracy and freedom to misbegotten nations of the Third World. We run a uniquely benign imperium, the journalist Charles Crothammer wrote in the summer of 2001. It is exactly the same rationale for imperial expansion that Sid Lenz describes as the myth of morality. In the years since Lenz wrote about this myth, American expansion has continued. The reasons given to the public and to the world have varied in their specifics, but common to all of the explanations has been the claim of moral purpose promoting democracy, stopping the spread of communism, preserving liberty, saving lives, eliminating weapons of mass destruction. The real reasons lie elsewhere in the urge to plant American power in more and more parts of the globe, in the need to control vital resources in the interests of corporate profit, in the political ambitions of presidents, in the usefulness of foreign adventures to divert attention from domestic problems. It is instructive to look at the working out of American foreign policy these past 30 years, after the first edition of this book appeared. But it should be noted that where American policy could not be justified in the name of democracy because it involved overthrowing democratically elected governments, the military intervention was secret, kept from the American public, through what a Senate committee in 1975 called covert action. Thus, in Chile, in 1973, the government of Salvador Allende, which had been democratically elected, was overthrown by a military coup supported by the United States. There was no need to explain this to the American public in moral terms because the public did not know. It was a secret operation of the Nixon administration, with Henry Kissinger in charge, working with officials of the International Telephone and Telegraph Corporation, which had important interests in Chile. According to the report of the Senate committee headed by Frank Church, Covert Action in Chile, 1963 to 1973, in 1970, the U.S. government and several multinational corporations were linked in opposition to the candidacy and later the presidency of Salvador Allende. The overthrow of Allende was followed by a military dictatorship in Chile, under General Augusto Pinochet, in which thousands of Chileans were murdered, thousands others tortured, more thousands disappeared. Behind the scenes, Kissinger was assuring Pinochet, in the United States, as you know, we are sympathetic with what you are trying to do here. We wish your government well. In other cases, where the military intervention was overt, the public had to be given reasons. Thus, in the presidency of Ronald Reagan, in October of 1983, United States military forces occupied the tiny island of Grenada. In the Caribbean, where a left-wing government was in power, the excuse were that American medical students in Grenada were in danger, shown later not to be true, and that Grenada was a possible future base for either Cuba or the Soviet Union, a wild exaggeration. It was an opportunity to add another piece to the American Caribbean sphere of influence. In the first year of his presidency, George Bush, the father, sent American forces to invade Panama. The reason given was to stop drug trafficking by deposing the dictatorial ruler of Panama, Manuel Noriega. In fact, Noriega had once worked for the CIA and was supported by the United States. But by 1989, his usefulness was over, he was not considered a friend anymore, and the US wanted a government in Panama more compliant with its interests. The invasion cost very few American lives, but hundreds, perhaps thousands, of Panamanian lives. Neighborhoods in Panama City were ruthlessly bombed. Noriega was captured, brought to trial, found guilty, sent to prison. A new president friendly to the United States was installed in Panama, but poverty and unemployment persisted, and in 1992 the New York Times reported that the invasion and removal of Noriega failed to stanch the flow of illicit narcotics through Panama. However, the United States did succeed in what can be considered an imperial ambition, to re-establish its strong influence in Panama. The Times reported, the President of Panama, his key aides and the American ambassador, Dean R. Hinton, have breakfast together once a week in a meeting that many Panamanians view as the place where important decisions are taken. But the Panama operation was on too small a scale to accomplish what the Reagan and Bush administrations badly wanted, to overcome the American public's abhorrence since Vietnam of foreign military interventions. 2 years later, the Gulf War against Iraq presented such an opportunity. Iraq, under the brutal dictatorship of Saddam Hussein, had taken over its small but oil-rich neighbor, Kuwait, in August of 1990. This provided an ideal excuse for military intervention. And Bush needed a foreign adventure to boost his popularity. The Washington Post, October 16, 1990, had a front-page story headline, "Poll shows plunge in public confidence, Bush's rating plummets." The same newspaper reported later the same month, "Some observers in his own party worry that the president will feel forced to initiate combat to prevent further erosion of his support at home." After the November elections in 1990 brought gains for the Democrats in Congress, Bush doubled American military forces in the Gulf, to 500,000. The journalist Elizabeth Drew reported that Bush's aide John Sununu was telling people that a short successful war would be pure political gold for the president and would guarantee his election. The American public was told that the motivation for armed intervention was to liberate Kuwait from Iraqi control, but the United States, ever since the end of World War II, had determined to make itself the major power in the control of Middle East oil. Shortly after the brief 1991 war in Iraq, representatives of 13 oil-producing nations were about to gather in Geneva, and the business correspondent of the New York Times wrote, "By virtue of its military victory, the United States is likely to have more influence in the organization of petroleum-exporting countries than any industrial nation has ever exercised." In mid-January 1991, the United States launched its war against Iraq, giving the operation the name Desert Storm. The government and the media had conjured up a picture of a formidable military power, but Iraq was hardly that. The war was over in 6 weeks. But it involved ferocious bombing, the killing of untold numbers of civilians, the bombing of an air raid shelter in Baghdad in which 400 to 500 people, mostly women and children, died, a final ground assault, and the bombing of Iraqi soldiers who were retreating from Kuwait. The American invasion did not carry to Baghdad. Saddam Hussein was deliberately left in power, and dissident Kurds and Shiites, who had been promised support, were abandoned. A New York Times dispatch published on March 27, 1991, reported, President Bush has decided to let President X. Saddam Hussein put down rebellions in his country without American intervention rather than risk the splintering of Iraq, according to official statements and private briefings today. The man who had been Jimmy Carter's national security advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, summed up the venture, with a nod to a moral crusade, and an explicit recognition of the imperial objective. The benefits are undeniably impressive. First, a blatant act of aggression was rebuffed and punished. Second, U.S. military power is henceforth likely to be taken more seriously. Third, the Middle East and Persian Gulf region is now clearly an American sphere of preponderance. American imperialism was a bipartisan matter. Democrats and Republicans united behind the various wars fought since Vietnam. And after George Bush was defeated by Bill Clinton in 1992, the expansion of American power in the world continued. Much of it was through the buttressing of oppressive regimes around the world, so long as they remained subservient to the United States. For instance, Clinton continued aid to Indonesia despite that country's record of mass murder, including perhaps 200,000 people dead in the invasion of East Timor. Moral concerns were put aside again and again for the benefit of influence, and the aim of stability, because stability was always important for the security of investments. Clinton's administration firmly supported the newly complacent government in Russia of Boris Yeltsin, even after Russia's CIA brutally invaded and bombarded the outlying region of Chechnya, which wanted independence. The Clinton administration did not hesitate to use force to assert American power in the Middle East. It maintained the economic sanctions against Iraq, which deprived it of essential products, including food and medical supplies, leading to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Iraqi children. It periodically bombed Iraq, claiming that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, though the evidence for this was weak. Two of the non-military instruments of imperial control were the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, both dominated by the United States. These organizations adopted a hard-nosed banker's approach to debt-ridden third-world countries. They insisted that these poor nations allocate a good part of their meager resources to repaying their loans to the rich countries, at the cost of cutting social services to their already desperate populations. Back in the 1950s, the historian William Appleman Williams had studied how the open-door policy of the United States in Asia benefited corporations. Now, in the 1990s, so-called free trade agreements with Canada and Mexico gave American corporations easier access to cheap labor and larger markets abroad. Imperial policy continued with the accession of the younger George XI. Bush to the presidency in the year 2000, not by popular vote, but by a 5-0 vote of the Supreme Court in a disputed election. The terrorist attack on the Twin Towers in New York and the Pentagon in Washington on September 11, 2001, led President Bush to declare a war on terrorism. A month later, the United States began the bombing of Afghanistan, presumably to capture a terrorist leader, Osama bin Laden, and to destroy a terrorist network. There was reason to doubt that the sending of American forces into Afghanistan was to end terrorism. The U.S. government itself noted that there were terrorist cells in 20 or 30 other countries in the world. Indeed, after a year of bombing, in which thousands of Afghan civilians died and hundreds of thousands were forced to flee their homes, terrorism remained as strong a threat as before. As a byproduct, the notoriously evil Taliban regime in Afghanistan was overthrown, but the new regime, with a president hastily installed by the United States, was hardly a democracy, and the plight of women, though improved, remained desperate. What seemed clear was that, as a result of the Afghan operation, the United States now had new military bases in Central Asia, not only in Afghanistan itself, but in the former Soviet republics that bordered on Afghanistan. An Associated Press dispatch of January 15, 2002, by Sally Busby reported, even before September 11, the military had a presence in 140 countries worldwide. Now it is busy expanding or considering expansion not just in Afghanistan, and neighboring Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan, but in a slew of countries beyond, Armenia and Azerbaijan in Central Asia to Somalia in East Africa to the Philippines and Indonesia in Southeast Asia. There was much evidence that the oil reserves of the Caspian Sea area were an important consideration in the establishment of American control in Afghanistan. A few days before September 11, the U.S. Energy Information Administration documented Afghanistan's strategic geographical position as a potential transit route for oil and natural gas exports from Central Asia to the Arabian Sea. After a year of bombing Afghanistan, the United States suddenly turned its attention to Iraq and its dictatorial leader, Saddam Hussein, and began to prepare for war. Its rationale was that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. When UN inspectors reported that there was no evidence of development of a single nuclear weapon, and could not find evidence of chemical and biological weapons, the United States insisted they must exist. It sent over 200,000 troops into the Middle East, and enough planes and ships to launch a full-scale invasion, and in March 2003 began a brutal campaign to bomb and subdue Iraq. The various reasons given by the Bush administration for making war on Iraq were so unpersuasive that other members of the Security Council, 12, normally supportive of American policy, did not give their agreement to the attack. Public opinion all over the world was overwhelmingly against a United States attack. On February 15, 2003, 10 to 12 million people in 60 different countries took to the streets to protest against the impending war. This in itself suggested that the Bush claim that Iraq was a threat to the world had no substance. Clearly, the American aim had nothing to do with the existence of Iraqi weapons. Many other nations had far greater arsenals. There were 8 countries in the world possessing nuclear weapons, while Iraq had none. That the U.S. government wanted to rid Iraq of its tyrant and establish democracy seemed an empty claim, considering the American record of supporting tyrannies all around the globe. Indeed, the imperial aim of controlling Iraqis' huge oil reserves, of establishing a military presence in Iraq and surrounding areas was so clear that even liberal commentators in the United States acknowledged it, even as they claimed the imperialism would be benign. In early 2003, Michael Ignatieff, a Harvard professor, wrote in the New York Times, "America's empire is not like empires of times past, built on colonies, conquest, and the white man's burden. We are no longer in the era of the United Fruit Company, when American corporations needed the Marines to secure their investments overseas. The 21st century imperium is a new invention in the annals of political science, an empire light, a global hegemony whose grace notes are free markets, human rights, and democracy. Only someone blind to the history of the United States, its obsessive drive for control of oil, its endless expansion of military bases around the world, its domination of other countries through its enormous economic power, its violations of the human rights of millions of people, whether directly or through proxy governments, could make that statement. What Sidney Lenz wrote around 1970 about the myth of morality encircling American imperialism was clearly still in evidence in 2003. His history of the American empire is essential for understanding what still goes on in our time. The myth of morality. The United States, like other nations, has formulated a myth of morality to assuage its conscience and sustain its image. The United States, we are told, has always tried to avoid war. When it has been forced to take the military road, it has seldom done so for motives of gain or glory. On the contrary, its wars were fought only for such high principles as freedom of the seas, the right of self-determination, and to halt aggression. In thought, as in deed, the United States, so the myth goes, has been anti-war, anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist. It has not sought an inch of anyone else's territory, and the few colonies it acquired were treated with kindness and liberated as quickly as circumstances permitted. Sophisticated Americans admit that in the course of 2 centuries their nation has been guilty of some cruelties and excesses as in driving the Indians westward, but these are usually dismissed as unfortunate aberrations. By and large, according to the myth, the United States has religiously respected the rights of other peoples to determine their own destiny. It has always been sympathetic to revolutionaries fighting for genuine independence. It has always refrained from interfering in the internal affairs of other nations, large or small, powerful or weak. More than any other great nation, it has been guided by a selfless concern for those less fortunate. America the Benevolent, however, does not exist and never has existed. The United States has pilfered large territories from helpless or near helpless peoples. It has forced its will on scores of nations, against their wishes and against their interests. It has violated hundreds of treaties and understandings. It has committed war crimes as shocking as most. It has wielded a military stick and a $2 carrot to forge an imperialist empire such as man has never known before. It has intervened ruthlessly in the internal life of dozens of nations to prevent them from choosing the leaders they did want or from overthrowing, by revolution, the ones they didn't. And contrary to the myth, the urge for expansion at the expense of other peoples goes back to the beginnings of the United States itself. If the appetite for imperialism did not emerge fully matured, it nevertheless grew concomitant with opportunity and a sense of burgeoning power. As early as 1778, Samuel Adams, leader of the left wing of the Revolution, proposed to his compatriots that they set their sights beyond the 13 original colonies toward the acquisition of Canada, Nova Scotia, and Florida as well. "We shall never be upon a solid footing," he said, "till Britain cedes to us what nature designs we should have, or till we wrest it from her." According to his cousin, John Adams, Britain would always be the enemy of the United States, let her disguise it as much as she will so long as she held these territories. The unanimous voice of the continent is Canada must be ours, Quebec must be taken. The weight of these declarations was not that the Canadian people necessarily wanted to be incorporated into the Union, but that the United States needed the province for its own purpose. That purpose, as expressed by Samuel Adams, was to prevent Britain from disturbing our peace and from diffusing mischief and poison through the states. Contradictory as it sounds, leaders of a new republic fighting an expansive overseas empire felt they were destined to establish an empire of their own. George Washington referred to the United States in March 1783 as a rising empire. Thomas Jefferson wrote in 1786 that our confederacy must be viewed as the nest from which all America, North and South, is to be peopled. He prayed that the Spaniards would hang on to their colonies long enough till our population can be sufficiently advanced to gain it from them piece by piece. Meanwhile we must have some of their territories around the Mississippi. This is all we are as yet ready to receive. The Americans believed that in furtherance of the great law of self-preservation nature had given them a special right to expand. They were, like the ancient Israelites, a chosen race, representing a higher societal order, carrying progress wherever they went. They were not trampling on other people, they were opening up new vistas for them. To be part of the United States was a privilege, not a yoke. Thus, after the Louisiana Purchase, when many people in New Orleans expressed dissatisfaction with being joined to the United States, Jefferson sent troops to keep order, and American of 3 officials from the nearby Mississippi Territory proclaiming that N.A. Tour designed the inhabitants of Mississippi and those of New Orleans to be one single people. It is your peculiar happiness that nature's decrees are fulfilled under the auspices of a philosopher Jefferson who prefers justice to conquest. Having struck this note of sympathy and fairness, the American officials warned that while Jefferson is careful of your happiness, he will not permit you to destroy it by obstructing our rights. Emphasis added. This same dual approach was taken toward the Indians. Many American leaders were genuinely concerned about the welfare of 1 million natives, living in the wilderness, but the nation as a whole felt it had a special mission in clearing the continent which must not be impeded by the backward red men. If the lines between self-preservation and aggression were blurred in the early days, It became evident in subsequent decades that the acquisitive instinct rather than national security dominated American policy. Acquisitiveness was never unchallenged, but it was never vanquished either, and indeed became more fervid with success. The desire for Spanish territory in Latin America underlay the naval war with France in the 1790s, and the desire for Canada and Florida, the War of 1812. The war against Mexico in 1846–48 was a brazen expression of territorial lust, for by now it was obvious that no European power threatened U.S. self-preservation. The invasion of Mexico was undertaken under the interesting doctrine of manifest destiny. It had been stated tentatively by John Quincy Adams in 1811, the whole continent of North America appears to be destined by divine providence to be peopled by one nation, speaking one language, professing one general system of religious and political principles, and accustomed to one general tenor of social usages and customs. This thesis was repeated in stronger form in 1845 by an editor named John L. O'Sullivan, who wrote about the fulfillment of our manifest destiny to overspread the continent allotted by Providence for the free development of our yearly multiplying millions. President James K. Polk put the theme into magnificent practice by overrunning Mexico. A half-century later, when the rising empires stretched from the Atlantic to the Pacific and expansion could proceed only in a different form, Theodore Roosevelt elaborated a variation of manifest destiny. "It is not true," he said in his annual message to Congress in 1904, "that the United States feels any land hunger. Any nation in this hemisphere that is stable, orderly, and prosperous can count upon our hearty friendship. But if it is guilty of chronic wrongdoing, for instance, defaulting on its loans, then the North, for American Colossus, however reluctantly, has the right to the exercise of an international police power." Under the self-proclaimed Monroe Doctrine, according to Roosevelt, it was imperative for the United States to defend small nations from seizure by European powers, as well as to defend them from themselves. "It is our duty towards the people living in barbarism to see that they are freed from their chains." Roosevelt's big stick policy was obviously crass. The national leadership soon found that there were methods other than permanent occupation of an underdeveloped country to gain control over it. William Howard Taft adopted dollar diplomacy. Woodrow Wilson, who followed Taft, announced on the one hand that the United States would never again seek one additional foot of territory by conquest, and then, through his Secretary of State, Robert Lansing, declared that the Caribbean is within the peculiar sphere of influence of the United States. To bring order to that peculiar sphere of influence, Wilson dispatched troops to Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Mexico, forcing them to bend to Washington's wishes. They did not have to be converted to outright colonies to do America's bidding. Temporary occupation, or just the threat of it, was enough. "It is a paradox," writes Albert K. Weinberg in his Manifest Destiny, "that the aggrandizement of American empire in the 20th century has not taken place principally through territorial expansion. The acquisition of sovereignty over land is no longer the only or most expedient way to the substantial control which may be called empire. In due course the United States, following this principle, became guardian and master of the 20 Latin American republics in the Western Hemisphere, tuning them to its own pitch. If it was not old-style colonialism, it was not less effective." With World War I, the United States began to assert its right to world leadership. Unfortunately, leadership is often just a mask of imperialism. When the United States impinges on the sovereignty of other nations or peoples, forcing weak states to select governments that are its virtual puppets, that is control and domination, not leadership. By such techniques the United States soon forged an unbounded empire. By being a non-belligerent for more than 2 years before entering World War I, it was able to accumulate the capital and expand its industrial machine so as to seize markets from both the defeated as well as the victorious powers. By sending troops to Russia, along with 13 other countries, in 1918–20, and by granting loans to Europe, it slowed the momentum of the communist revolution and saved the established capitalist order to which it 5. Now offered leadership from possible dissolution. 2 decades later, it repeated the process, but on a grander scale. It emerged from World War II again, having hung back for 2 years as the undisputed manager of the non-communist world, its chief protector, and policeman. To many people, America's policies after the Second Great War seemed the very antithesis of imperialism. The United States gave the Philippines its independence, actively opposed colonialism in the Dutch East Indies, and made available scores of billions of dollars in grants and loans to literally dozens of nations. On the surface at least, this did not appear to be selfish self-interest, nor was it highly visible how the sovereignty of other nations was being breached. Modern imperialism, however, differs perceptibly from that of the past. It does not center around a single act such as the 19th century occupation of India by Britain or Algeria by France. In an era of national revolution, with dozens of countries winning independence, this old-style imperialism is no longer possible. It would require millions of troops and incredible sums of money, and even then, as the experiences in Algeria and Vietnam have shown, might not be successful. Modern imperialism therefore must rely on a variety of techniques. It is a complex process that combines economic, political, and military means. Aid, grants or loans is given to foreign governments on condition that they retain the so-called free enterprise system and take down the barriers to American trade and investments. Aid is given with explicit and implicit conditions that soon make the client government a dependency of the United States. This is even more true of military aid. The Pentagon trains and supplies dozens of armies, and transforms them into satellite military establishments. These satellite establishments also defend the American system, fighting their own people when they try to make genuine revolutions, as in China, Guatemala, Iran, Cuba, and Brazil, for instance, and overthrowing governments that turn toward neutralism and break with the system. Supplementing these military efforts is the largest instrument of international subversion that has ever been forged by any great power, the Central Intelligence Agency. Covertly, it interferes in the internal affairs of dozens of countries almost daily, seeking to mold them to the American way, and paying for and organizing one counter-revolution after another. Between the Pentagon and the CIA, American imperialism intervenes in the domestic life of many nations on an almost regular basis. One unit of the Air Force, called the Special Operations Force, has made secret forays, according to Donald Robinson in an article for Parade, January 31, 1971, in 28 countries. The famed Green Berets doubtless have an even more impressive record. The new formula for imperial control did not exclude direct military intervention. When other methods have failed and when light military establishments have been incapable of defending satellite governments, the United States has sent in its own forces, as in Lebanon, Korea, the Dominican Republic, Vietnam. Generally, however, it relied on economic and military assistance and pressures to carry out its objectives. This, plus the massive navy it built to rule the seas, and the hundreds of major bases in every corner of the world, has been the complex mechanism for America's global imperialism. If it differed from the old forms, it was no less effective, on the contrary. It is no exaggeration to say that it molded all of what is called the free world into the American pattern, beneficial to the interests of the American establishment. 2. In unguarded moments, national leaders have frankly conceded that the underlying purpose of their diplomacy and wars has been economic aggrandizement. Senator Henry Cabot Lodge put it pithily in March 1895, "Commerce follows the flag." In 1914-15, Secretary of State William Jennings Bryan argued for absolute neutrality to keep America out of the European maelstrom, including the withholding of loans to Britain, France, and Russia. But his successor, Robert Lansing, in taking the opposite line, pointed out to Wilson that from December 1, 1914, to June 30, 1915, Our exports exceeded our imports by nearly $1 billion, and within the next 6 months would show a favorable balance of another $1.75 billion. If Britain and her allies are not permitted to borrow from American bankers, said Lansing, they will have to stop buying and our present export trade will shrink proportionately. Dean Acheson, Under-Secretary of State in 1944, defined American purposes in the Second War much as Lansing did in the First War. Stability at home, he told a congressional committee, was impossible without adequate markets abroad. We have got to see that what the country produces is used and is sold under financial arrangements which make its production possible. The government, he urged, must look to foreign markets. After the war, the enormous expansion of American military bases and military power was accompanied by an equally sensational expansion in trade and capital export. Long-term investments abroad, $11.3 billion in 1940. Were $13.7 billion in 1945 and $70.8 billion in 1965, commercial exports were $4 billion in 1940, $10.5 billion in 1945, and $27.5 billion. J. In 1965. By checkmating the Germans in 2 wars, and by taking advantage of the crisis of its own allies at the end of hostilities, the United States fostered a handsome economic and political expansion of its own. It may simply have been good fortune that in defeating the Kaiser or destroying Nazism, the United States was also able to gain an advantage against Britain and France. But in the process of gaining this advantage it evolved what Senator J. William Fulbright was to call an arrogance of power, an ultimatistic attitude of do it our way or else. At any rate, the United States has fashioned an empire more formidable than any of the past. It has graduated from the territorial imperialism of the 19th century to the limited imperialism of the early part of this century, and finally to the present global imperialism. In this long annal there has seldom been a year when American troops were not fighting on someone else's soil. Senator Everett Dirksen on June 23, 1969, entered into the record a list of more than 160 military ventures by the United States, from the undeclared naval war with France 1798 to 1800, to Vietnam. According to the well-known Army historian William Adelman Gano, the country was involved, during its first 148 years, in 110 military conflicts and 8,600 battles with a consequent casualty list, totaling approximately 1,280,000 men. Quincy Wright puts the figure somewhat higher, 9,000 battles from 1775 to 1900, and Francis B. Heitman somewhat lower, 3,292 engagements for the Army and 1,131 distinct episodes for the Navy plus the capture of some 4,000 merchant vessels. From 1865 to 1898 alone, records Colonel R. Ernest Dupuy, the American Army fought no less than 943 engagements against the Indians, running the gamut from skirmishes to pitched battles in 12 separate campaigns, to say nothing of a score of other disconnected bickerings, to ensure that this national expansion should become fact. Despite this record, the myth of morality has persevered in the United States more tenaciously than in most nations because of 5 fortunate circumstances. 1. The imperialism of the United States, as already indicated, has differed in form, though not in objectives or results, from that of Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan. 2. The United States has always fought against minor powers with inconsequential military might or great powers which were enervated or preoccupied elsewhere. 8. 3. Its total casualties have been exceptionally small compared to those of other nations. 4. Its tradition was anti-militarist until a quarter of a century ago. 5. It has always had vocal anti-war and pacifist minorities. American imperialism began to construct an overseas empire in the old way, occupying certain lands much as Britain occupied and made colonies out of India and Kenya. But if found that Cuba, for instance, could be dominated through the Piatt Amendment granting the right of unilateral intervention as effectively as through occupation, that Paraguay could be held as an American sphere of influence by training a satellite military establishment, that a combination of pressure for an open-door policy and economic and military assistance could make Iran an American vassal state. The United States, a latecomer to modern imperialism, had to find other ways to dominate weaker nations, and it did, with an effectiveness at least equal to that of Britain or France. No nation has been more fortunate in the choice of enemies, at least until recently, than the United States of America. They have either been so weak that they needed only a slight push to drop into oblivion the native Indians, Tripoli, Spain, Mexico, Filipino nationalists, the banana republics, or so involved with other adversaries their energies were divided. The United States fought Britain twice, each time Britain also was at war with a more serious enemy, France. The United States took up cudgels against France while France was embroiled in the Napoleonic Wars against most of Europe. The United States engaged Germany twice when she was already debilitated by 2 years of hostilities with England, France, and Russia. To put it bluntly, the colossus of the Western Hemisphere has fought either midgets with limited capacities, or giants that had one hand tied behind their back. Good luck in choosing the right enemy at the right time not only helped transform a fledgling republic into a giant empire, but had the bonus effect of sparing American lives. In its 9 major wars, from the War of the Revolution to Vietnam, approximately 1 million Americans were killed, 4/5 of them in the Civil War and World War II. The Soviet Union, by contrast, lost 6 times as many soldiers on the battlefield in World War II alone, and Germany 3 times as many. Wars that achieved enormous political objectives for the United States have taken a surprisingly small toll in lives. According to the Department of Defense, 4,435 soldiers perished while fighting in the Revolutionary War, which established an independent nation. Just 1,733 battlefield deaths and 11,509 other deaths from disease and accident were the cost of victory over Mexico, which incorporated 1/2 that nation into the United States. Fewer than 400 men were killed at the front during the Spanish-American War, though another 2,061 died from other causes. Each death, to be sure, was final for the man who perished, but for the nation as a whole these were remarkably small payments for significant territorial and political benefits. This fostered the false conviction that the United States was not a warlike nation. That expansion came about primarily through other just and pacific means. Another boon to the myth of morality has been the modest size of America's armed forces, and the tendency until World War II to demobilize most of the troops after hostilities. On June 2, 1784, after the War of the Revolution, Congress ordered all soldiers discharged from service, except 25 privates, to guard the stores at Fort Pitt and 55 to guard the stores at West Point, with a proportionate number of officers, none above the rank of captain. And though military men strove avidly thereafter to build a sizable standing army, the number of officers and men in its ranks in 1845, on the eve of the Mexican War, was a mere 9,000, and as late as 1904, a relatively small 53,000. Not long before World War II the armed forces numbered only 139,000. This opposition to militarism has strong roots in the American heritage, related in large measure to the fear of military dictatorship. As early as 1638, John Winthrop, the governor of Massachusetts, warned that it would be dangerous to erect a standing authority of military men which might easily in time overthrow the civil power. The Declaration of Independence castigated an English king who has kept among us, in times of peace, standing armies without the consent of our legislatures, and who has affected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. The colonists did not shun military activity when necessary, but instead of a standing army, and mercenaries, they relied on citizen soldiers whose martial activities were episodic to farming. The famed Minutemen of the early Revolutionary period were young citizens ready to drop the farmer's plow for a gun at a minute's notice. Older men were assigned to alarm companies, to be mobilized for action only as occasion demanded. The concept of a militia was very much different from that of professional troops. And while Washington did command a national army in addition to the militia, libertarian American tendencies asserted themselves sturdily. Once hostilities ended, less than 6 months after General Washington had resigned his commission and returned to Mount Vernon, the Continental Congress stated its philosophy in unencumbered terms. Standing armies in time of peace are inconsistent with the principle of republican governments, dangerous to the liberties of a free people, and generally converted into destructive engines for establishing despotism. Such fears had been confirmed in 1782, when Colonel Louis Nicola proposed to Washington that he lead a military coup and install himself as king, a suggestion which the general vehemently rejected. The anti-militarist mood was so strong that political leaders had to pay obeisance to it even when urging a regular army. When Washington, for instance, asked Congress for 4 regiments of infantry and 1 of artillery, a total of 2,631 men, to awe the Indians, protect our trade, prevent encroachments, he conceded in advance that a large standing army in time of peace hath ever been considered dangerous to the liberties of the country. His only justification was that a few troops would be safe. Congress, however, did not agree. The only concession it made to those of military bent was to order the Secretary of War to raise from the militia of New York, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, and New Jersey a contingent of 700 men to guard the western posts against Indians. The Constitution did, it is true, authorize a standing army, but James Madison in defending the provision subsequently made the same sort of apology as Washington. An army on a small scale, he said, had its inconveniences, whereas on an intensive scale its consequences may be fatal. Clearly, for most of the Founding Fathers, military preparedness was a dangerous drug, to be taken in small doses at best. In addition, there has always been, in the annals of America, some sentiment opposed not only to militarism but to war per se. If many who were hostile towards standing armies nonetheless endorsed specific wars, there were others who took issue with both. They ranged all the way from philosophical pacifists like Noah Worcester, Henry David Thoreau, and A.J. Must, to non-pacifists who were critical of the particular war at hand, such as Daniel Webster, Grover Cleveland, Robert M. La Follette, George W. Norris, Wayne Morse, George McGovern, Eugene McCarthy. Long before there was a United States, John Woolman denounced war as a grab for riches. The rising up of a desire to obtain wealth, he wrote, is the beginning. Anthony Benezet, another Quaker, was opposed even to the Revolutionary War because it killed off creatures originally formed under the image of God. His explanation of the causes of war sounds like a blend of Freud and Marx. War is the inseparable union between the sensual and malignant passions. War protracted to a certain period necessarily compels peace, peace revives. 11. And extends trade and commerce. Trade and commerce give new life, vigor, and scope to the sensual and malignant passions, and these naturally tend to generate war. After the Revolution, many of the Founding Fathers expressed weighty concern on the subject. At the behest of the Massachusetts legislature, Samuel Adams drafted a letter of instructions to members of the United States Congress from his state, bidding them to find means so that national differences may be settled and determined without the necessity of war, in which the world has too long been deluged, to the destruction of human happiness and the disgrace of human reason and government. Benjamin Franklin wrote in 1783 that there never was a good war or a bad peace. In another letter he commented that all wars are follies, very expensive and very mischievous ones. When will mankind agree to settle their differences by arbitration? Were they to do it even by the cast of a die, it would be better than by fighting and destroying each other. George Washington, in a letter to the Marquis de Chastellux in 1788, took issue with young military men who want to sow the seeds of war. Jefferson recoiled with horror at the ferociousness of man. Will nations, he asked, never devise a more rational umpire of differences than force? Peace, he said on another occasion, is our passion. We prefer trying every other just principle, right, and safety, before we would recur to war. Each generation and each conflict has had its own anti-war brigades. The Jeffersonians opposed the naval war with France, New Englanders, the war against Britain in 1812, Whigs generally, the war against Mexico, Democrats, the war against Spain in 1898, a handful of independents in both houses of Congress. World War I concomitantly there was the agitation of an enduring pacifist movement. Noah Worcester, secretary and founder of the Massachusetts Peace Society early in the 19th century, proposed a Congress of Nations and arbitration of international disputes by a world court as substitute for the sword. William Ladd, the Harvard-educated sea captain who turned congregational minister, ascribed the causes of war to the many men in this country, and more in Europe, who get their living and acquire splendid fortunes by war. The Massachusetts legislature in 1844, after condemning war as an institution, suggested arbitration as a practical and desirable substitute. The Free Soil Party, whose members later merged with the Republican Party, recommended in their 1852 program the introduction into all treaties hereafter, of some provision for amicable settlement of difficulties by a resort to decisive arbitration. A. 12. Year later the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs passed a similar resolution. Elihu Burritt, the self-educated blacksmith who organized an international conference for peace in 1848, had a more radical antidote: a general strike by workers of all the industrial nations. This, then, he wrote, is the alternative, either a Congress of Nations for simultaneous and proportionate disarmament, or an organized strike of the workingmen of Christendom against war, root and branch. In 1890 Congress adopted a resolution calling on the President to negotiate bilateral treaties for arbitrating disputes which cannot be adjusted by diplomatic agency, and a treaty embodying this principle was actually concluded between Lord Pauncefote of Britain and Secretary of State Richard Olney in 1897. It failed to get the necessary two-thirds in the Senate by a slim 3 votes. A year later the nation was at war with Spain, but against mixed opposition that included former President Grover Cleveland, the financier Andrew Carnegie, Mark Twain, and later the Anti-Imperialist League. World War I was bitterly denounced by leaders of certain ethnic minorities such as the German Americans, and by the socialists, wobblies, and anarchists. Clearly, the anti-war strain in American life has been so deeply implanted that many have considered it the predominant one. Taken together with the other factors, the character of the enemies, the low number of casualties, anti-militarism, it has reinforced the myth of morality, the myth that America wants no one else's territory and religiously respects other nations' sovereignty. 4. Yet, the overwhelmingly stronger strain has been expansionist and martial. Americans boast that they have never lost a war, and they have justified intervention and expansion on the grounds that it made their nation great. So enamored has the nation been with its military victories that of the 36 presidents it has elected up to Richard Nixon, 10 were military heroes: Washington in the War of the Revolution, Jackson and Harrison in Indian campaigns and the War of 1812, Taylor and Pierce in the Mexican War, Grant, Hayes, and Garfield in the Civil War, Theodore Roosevelt in the Spanish-American War, Eisenhower in World War II. By contrast, there has never been a labor leader, a clergyman, or a physician in the White House, though they have been more numerous than military leaders. There has been a certain intoxication with strength and self-righteousness in the American saga that has more than counterbalanced. 13. Anti-militarism and pacifism. To be strong, it is felt, is to be great, and America in its own eyes has always been the greatest. Thus any people or nation absorbed into the United States or aligned with it as a sphere of influence, should, it is believed, be happy with the relationship. Strength, war, greatness, expansion, these are inherent facts of life, and their spokesmen have combined the myth of morality with the definition of man as war-prone. Until the gospel shall have extensively corrected the hereditary depravity of mankind, John Jay wrote to pacifist Noah Worcester in 1817, the wickedness resulting from it will, in my opinion, continue to produce national sins and national punishments, and by causing unjust wars and other culpable practices, to render just wars occasionally indispensable. According to the outstanding theorist of imperialism, Admiral Alfred T. Mahan, the expansionist instinct is rooted in the moral obligations of a great nation. Another theoretician of this bent, General Homer Lee, ascribed it to nationhood itself. Lee, a Denver-born hunchback who gained his title general by fighting with the revolutionist Sun Yat-sen in China, insisted in The Valor of Ignorance, published early in the 20th century, that the prolongation of national existence is based exclusively on the ability to make war. A great nation cannot avoid war, since it is inherent to its existence. Its only alternatives are, war's victory. A. Nation. War's destruction, dissolution. As manhood marks the height of physical vigor among mankind, so the militant successes of a nation mark the zenith of its physical greatness. As soon as a nation stops expanding, it starts to decline. Thus the strength of a society is in its military vigor. Its ideals, laws, and constitutions are but temporary effulgence. The United States, Lee argued, has been built up from the spoils of combat and conquest of defenseless tribes, and it must now continue this irrepressible expansion against nations which have a military ability equal to or in excess of its own. Once it stops doing so, its death is inevitable, for a nation that is rich, vain, and at the same time unprotected, provokes wars and hastens its own ruin. Lee, who was toasted by the Hearst press and was paid the dubious honor of having Adolf Hitler plagiarize a few paragraphs of his book for Mein Kampf, expressed in the sharpest terms the other side of the American ambivalency, that despite the need for a moral stance, conquest and war were mandates of nature. Lee offered as proof of this thesis that in the 3,400 years before his book was published there were only 234 years of peace. Nations succeeded one another, he pointed out, with monotonous similarity in their rise, decline, and fall. One and all of them were builded by architects. 14. Who were generals, masons who were soldiers, trowels that were swords, and out of stones that were the ruins of decadent states. There have been times when the expansionist tendency has been dormant. But in general, and particularly with the spectacular growth of power, security, and self-confidence, the byword has been aggressiveness. The same Washington who wrote the Marquis de Chastellux denouncing the waste of war and the rage of conquest, a decade later ordered Generals Arthur St. Clair and Anthony Wayne to fight the Indians in Indian country. A few years after leaving office he was supporting the naval war against France and aligning himself with Alexander Hamilton in a grander scheme, to seize Spanish possessions west and south. Jefferson, who opposed the naval war with France, nonetheless was urging a naval blockade, an act of war against the Barbary states, as early as 1784. He himself ordered hostilities against Tripoli during his administration and supported the war against England in 1812 under the Madison administration. This same dichotomy between word and deed was equally pronounced in Polk, McKinley, Wilson, who ran on a slogan that he kept the nation out of war, Franklin Roosevelt, who ran on a similar slogan 2 decades later, and the 5 post-World War II presidents. Each act of aggrandizement in the American Chronicle has been valiantly camouflaged in the rhetoric of defense. The War of 1812 was a defense against British impressment of American sailors. The innumerable wars against the Indians were a defense against their rampages and violations of treaties. The war against Mexico was a defense of Texas and a necessary measure, in the words of Secretary of State James Buchanan, to hold and civilize Mexico. The Spanish-American War was fought to avenge the sinking of the Maine. The 2 world wars were waged to save the world from the Kaiser and Hitler and for democracy. In Korea and Vietnam the United States, according to Harry Truman and Lyndon Johnson, was defending helpless small powers against communist aggression. The myth of morality, however, wears thin against the aggregate of history. True, the spirit of expansion often lay dormant for extended periods, and in the earlier days, when the nation was weak, was a peripheral rather than central concern of its leaders. But with the growth of power and opportunity, imperial ambition enlarged its vistas. Even a cursory look suggests that American policy has been motivated not by lofty regard for the needs of other peoples but by America's own desire for land, commerce, markets, spheres of influence, investments, as well as strategic impregnability to protect such prerogatives. The primary focus has not been moral, but imperial. 2. Forgotten. Ally. 10 weeks after George Washington was inaugurated in 1789, the masses of Paris stormed the Bastille, inaugurating an era of revolution which leveled kings, aristocracies, and clerical orders like proverbial tenpins. 3 years later, as the French Revolution moved steadily to the left, France and the monarchs of Austria and Prussia became embroiled in war, and in February the following year, after Louis XVI was guillotined, the circle of war widened to include Britain and Spain. By 1793, a debilitated France stood alone against almost all of Europe, with no allies except potentially the young republic overseas which she had helped to gain independence a decade previously. The French Revolution and the war that followed it were to have a fateful and unanticipated effect on the United States. In no part of the globe, wrote John Marshall, was this revolution hailed with more joy than in America. Most Americans saw it as an extension of their own experiment in liberty and republicanism, a triumph for common aspirations. They danced in the streets, wore cockades like the French, addressed each other as citizen, and forced officials to dispense with such honorifics as Sir, Honorable, and Excellency. They exulted with every success for their counterparts in Europe. When news came of Dumouriez's victory against the Royalists at Valmy, there were wild demonstrations here. In Boston the marchers carried French and American flags, shot off cannon, and roasted a 1,000-pound ox in a great barbecue. New Yorkers, rallying to the newly formed Society of the Sons of St. Tammany, staged parades and toasted each other in saloons. When Louis XVI was executed there were more demonstrations, in Philadelphia. 15. L6. Delphia. The dead king was guillotined in effigy dozens of times a day for weeks. When an innkeeper in the same city hung a picture of Marie Antoinette on his door, the Jeffersonians forced him to paint a streak of red around her neck and daub her clothes with splotches of blood. King Street in New York was renamed Liberty Street and Royal Exchange Alley in Boston was changed to Equal Ity Lane. Small children in Philadelphia taunted aristocratic families by singing the Marseillaise outside their windows, and extreme Republicans called for immediate war against Britain in conformity with the Treaty of Alliance made with France in 1778. The spark from France also ignited political fires in the American hustings. Beginning in 1792, the same type of militant farmers, laborers, and intellectuals that had rallied to Samuel Adams' Sons of Liberty 2 decades before started to form democratic societies and Republican clubs in all 15 states, modeled on the Jacobin clubs of Paris. For them the French Revolution and the American Revolution had a common destiny. They knew that the cry for liberty had already been squelched in Poland by the monarchical federation. They believed that if freedom were to be snuffed out in France, there would be little hope for democracy in the United States. In America, the French Revolution precipitated a bitter class division and rekindled the dream of empire by the upper-class faction. At no time in our history, with the exception of the period during the convulsions of the Civil War, writes historian Nathan Jackner, was there as sharp a cleavage and as furious a hatred among the component parts as in these years. While Republicans rejoiced for the French Revolution, Federalist editors called them filthy Jacobins, anarchists, frog-eating, man-eating cannibals. A Puritan clergyman, according to Charles and Mary Beard, proposing to go beyond verbiage, called for a war on France so that the Federalist administration could destroy its critics at home, an idea that also occurred to Alexander Hamilton, spokesman, as he made it clear at the Constitutional Convention, for the rich and well-born. Timothy Dwight, president of Yale, cynically demanded, "Shall our sons become the disciples of Voltaire and the dragoons of Marat, or our daughters the concubines of the Illuminati?" Rich merchants, whose trade with France's enemy, Britain, constituted almost 7/8 of America's foreign commerce, and old Tories who had consorted with British officers during the Revolution, eagerly denounced France. In this state of internecine bedlam, setting conservative Hamiltonians and radical Jeffersonians against each other, evoking street demonstrations and violence, bitter polemics in and 17. Out of Congress, and a small uprising in Pennsylvania called the Fry's Rebellion. In this backlash, one wing hoped for the extension and fulfillment of the democratic impulse, the other for its suppression and the imposition of a neo-aristocratic government. One wing prayed that America would join France, or at least not impede its efforts, the other maneuvered the United States into a naval war against its former ally and hoped to widen the conflict into a war of conquest. The conservative goals were not attained, but the measures taken by the Hamiltonians to bring them about were significant. They revealed instincts for conquest that would become more pronounced as the nation grew stronger and its elites more domineering. There were three features to the crisis that make it a tale worth recounting. First, the easy manner with which the American government regarded its treaty obligations to be honored when useful, to be circumvented or renounced when they weren't. The treaty with France, for instance, which made her an ally in the Revolutionary War, was reduced to a dead letter. Second, the gap in credibility. The small war with France was waged ostensibly over French spoliations of American shipping, but from 1797 through 1799 Hamilton plotted a full-scale war, not only as a reprisal for shipping grievances, but as a vehicle for seizing Louisiana, the two Floridas, and parts of Latin America from Spain. This true purpose was not confided to the public, indeed, it was camouflaged. Third, the relationship of war to repression. The Alien and Sedition Acts, passed in the heat of preparedness, were the first legislative measures in American history designed to stifle dissent. 2. Back in the bleak days of 1777, when General Washington expected his army to starve, dissolve, or disperse unless some great and capital change takes place, American emissaries in Paris pleaded with the government of Louis XVI to join the United States against Britain. The sympathetic French, always happy to see their ancient enemy tormented, secretly sent munitions, clothing, and some money, and when the Americans had shown their mettle by capturing Burgoyne's army at Saratoga, accepted the offer of an alliance. The compact was cemented by two treaties, adopted almost exactly as Benjamin Franklin wrote them, pledging both nations to fight side by side until Britain recognized American independence. L8. France also dropped her claim to Canada, thereby paving the way for its incorporation into the new Union as a 14th state. In return, the United States guaranteed the present possessions of France in the Western Hemisphere from the present time and forever. It was an unambiguous arrangement committing both nations to do for each other what allies are supposed to do, and its duration for certain aspects such as defense of France's 11 islands in the West Indies was an unequivocal forever. When word of the agreement reached Washington's disheartened soldiers at Valley Forge on May 6, 1778, they enthusiastically sent off salvos of artillery and shouted, "Long live the King of France!" Washington had never seen, he later said, such unfeigned and perfect joy. In fact, this was a turning point in the war, for while France's military effort in the early phases was not particularly distinguished, its navy, engineers, and troops contributed decisively to the American victory at Yorktown in 1781, which caused Britain to sue for peace. Without the French alliance and the liberal loans of the king, comments naval historian Gardner W. Allen, the fortunate outcome of the war must surely have been impossible, and gratitude to France was a universal sentiment in America. The venture cost France $280 million, not an inconsequential sum at the time, for which she received in the ultimate settlement two pieces of marginal real estate, Tobago in the West Indies and Senegal in Africa. But if the material rewards were meager, there was at least the satisfaction, after losing 4 wars to England in the previous century, of having won this one. 10 years later the shoe pinched on the other foot. France was now in a war of all people against all kings, which was to last almost uninterruptedly for 22 years. Moreover, the initial years, 1792 to 93, were especially difficult ones. The nation was racked with internal dissension, its crops failed, its manufacture and commerce were paralyzed, its shipping bottled up, and most of its Caribbean islands seized by the British Navy. Guadeloupe, one of the West Indies group, was recaptured and served as a base of operations for French cruisers and privateers, but the Republic needed additional harbors in the Western Hemisphere to refit its vessels and dispose of its prizes of war, and it desperately required American foodstuffs. This was obviously the moment for repaying the promissory notes of the 1778 treaties. To secure American aid and amity, the Gironde regime in Paris dispatched to Philadelphia a vain, handsome, and eloquent minister, Edmund Charles Genet. Barely 30 years old, he proved as inept as he was audacious, but Citizen Genet did have some tempting of IGFERS to make. He had been advised by superiors that France would not be averse to rewarding the United States with the Floridas and perhaps Canada, if it would support a planned French campaign into Louisiana, Mexico, and other Spanish colonies. The possibility of reinvigorating the alliance of 1778, however, never came up seriously, for on April 22, 1793, Washington proclaimed a policy of neutrality. In the meantime Genet was bumbling about the United States as if it were his own land, alienating, finally, even the sympathetic Jefferson. Perhaps he was intoxicated with the reception at Charleston where his ship strayed and the titanic welcome he received during the 5.5-week trip to the capital. He did not wait to present his official credentials, before issuing 4 commissions to privateers to prey on English commerce, and by the time he concluded his mission, he had outfitted 14 such ships with 120 guns. The raiders succeeded in capturing 80 enemy vessels, taking many of them to American harbors, much to the discomfiture not only of Hamilton, who was predisposed against revolutionary France, but of Secretary of State Jefferson, who felt it was a glaring infringement on U.S. sovereignty. Genet also enlisted George Rogers Clark, hero of the rout of the Shawnee Indians at Chillicothe, Ohio, in 1782, for a grand scheme of recovering Louisiana. American crowds continued to shout themselves hoarse for Genet, and continued to urge an alliance with France. As many as 10,000 people gathered daily in the streets of Philadelphia to damn Washington for his policy of neutrality, and some editors went so far as to publish woodcuts of the dignified general being guillotined. Pro-French juries, called on to try French marauders, freed them despite clear violations of American law. Genet nonetheless had gone too far, and in August, when he failed to obey an order by Jefferson to hold a prize of war in port until a legal opinion could be issued, he was declared persona non grata. The Genet debacle, however, though it injured the Republican cause, was not decisive in reorienting the American government from an alliance with France to a virtual alliance with Britain. Other pressures were at play, for while there seemed to be unity between the Hamilton and Jefferson wings on sending Genet home, the ultimate objectives of the two were poles apart. When word of war between England and France reached the United States in April 1793, Washington hurried back to Philadelphia, where Treasury Secretary Hamilton had already prepared for him a list of 13 problems to discuss. The most important question, of course, was what to do about the 1778 treaties. In Hamilton's view, they were inoperative because they had been made with a king, now executed. 20. How then, he asked, could they apply to a rebel government that was not the expression of a free, regular, and deliberate act of the nation? Jefferson rejected his rival's reasoning as casuistry, insisting that treaties were made with nations, not with the specific men who rule them. But while he recognized Philadelphia's obligation to honor the treaties, Jefferson eschewed war, suggesting instead that Washington wait until France formally called on the United States to uphold its side of the 1778 bargain. For the moment he proposed, like Hamilton, a policy of neutrality, though it was a disagreeable pill to our friends. Washington was happy to oblige with a neutral ity proclamation in which the word itself was not used so as not to offend Jefferson's sensibilities. Thus, in the opening gambit of the crisis, a tenuous unity was achieved between a radical leader who was trying to prevent war and a conservative who was well aware that public opinion was overwhelmingly against him and had to be carefully manipulated. In the process, the treaties with France lay in limbo. Alexander Hamilton, a leading figure in the events of the 1790s, was a man of magnificent abilities. Only 36 at the time of the Neutrality Proclamation, he was 5 feet 7 inches tall, slim and straight in stature, handsome, elegant in dress, a ladies' man so many times bedeviled by scandal and a proponent of the rich and well-born from the top of his red head down to the toe of his white silk stockings. Whatever there was in the United States of a ruling class, an establishment, a power elite, call it what you will, Hamilton was its mentor. Born on the island of Nevis in the West Indies, the future Secretary of the Treasury was reared under difficult circumstances. His father went bankrupt and deserted his common-law wife. His mother died when he was only 11, leaving him to the care of maternal relatives. His opportunities for education were meager, for he went to work in a counting house almost immediately, but he was a bright and poised youngster who read avidly on his own. For some reason he developed a love of things military early in life. "I wish there was a war," he wrote dreamily before he was 13. An article he composed about a hurricane commended Hamilton to patrons who sent him to the colonies on the mainland for schooling. He prepared for college in Elizabethtown, New Jersey, then went on to King's College, Columbia, in New York. By the time he was 19 he was enrolled in Washington's army, where he won the 21. General's respect for his canny insight into political problems and an ability to express complex issues in perceptive prose. At 20 he was a lieutenant colonel, assigned to Washington as private secretary. He served during the war with distinction, both with pen and with sword. At Monmouth he fought recklessly and had a horse shot out from under him. At Yorktown, after being relieved at his own request of secretarial work, he led the troops that made the initial breach in the British position and paved the way for a resounding victory. The Revolution had by no means sated Hamilton's appetite for military glory. In 1794, as temporary Secretary of War, he rode with 12,000 militia to suppress the so-called whiskey insurrection in 4 western counties of Pennsylvania. It is recorded that on those rare occasions when he drank too much he sang a song not unlike "Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition." "We're going to war, and when we die, we'll want a man of God nearby. So bring your Bible and follow the drum." Though domineering, impatient, and sometimes insulting, Hamilton was so impeccably honest, profound, and clear-eyed that he made enemies and admirers in equal proportions. All of his talents were mobilized for the single goal of creating a nation in an aristocratic mold, or as aristocratic as practical politics would permit. At the Constitutional Convention, where he served as a delegate from New York, Hamilton favored the selection of a chief executive who would hold office for life, appoint all state governors, and have the irreversible right to veto all legislation. Without the title of king, such an executive could say with Louis XIV, "L'État c'est moi." Hamilton also campaigned for an upper house of property owners, similarly with life tenure. As one of the first exponents of the art of the possible in American politics, he was forced to give ground on these aristocratic notions, but he continued to guard the interests of the rich and well-born throughout his life. It was Hamilton, as Secretary of the Treasury, who funded the national debt, making it possible for nascent capitalists to accumulate capital, while refusing to redeem the Continentals, which were widely held by the poor. It was Hamilton, too, who wrote the famous report on manufactures which among other things extolled the virtues of child labor. To Washington he confided in 1794 that he had long since learned to hold public opinion of no value. He distrusted the common man, as the common man distrusted him, and he saw in the victory of the revolutionists in France a menace not only to Europe but to his own. 22. Class at home. As a private citizen practicing law in New York after he had retired from the Treasury in January 1795, he truly believed that the American Jacobins were preparing an immediate revolution, and along with many others of like mind he joined the 20-man armed bands that patrolled each ward at night. A series of suspicious fires convinced him that the Republicans were ready to burn down the city as the opening act of tearing down the government. An alliance with France was unthinkable for Hamilton, then, for two reasons: first, that it would cut off his merchant friends from the one market that sustained them, Britain, and second, that it would encourage American radicals to seize the reins. The logical consequence was to seek a modus vivendi with Britain, thus initiating as it worked out a train of events leading to the breakdown of relations with Uncle Sam's first ally, and, ultimately, to war. Hamilton had no blueprint by which these developments would ensue, for he, like Jefferson, knew how weak was the young republic and how urgently it needed peace to stabilize itself. But each step suggested itself from the previous ones until the idea grew with Hamilton and his associates that a war against France might lead to significant expansion into Latin America at the expense of France's ally, Spain. 4. The neutrality that Washington proclaimed in April 1793 alienated France but did little to impress the British. Theoretically, there existed an international principle that free ships make free goods, that neutral vessels headed for the ports of belligerents were not to be disturbed unless they carried munitions or other war supplies. London, however, had no patience for such niceties. Under a number of orders in council forbidding trade with the French West Indies, she seized hundreds of United States vessels headed in that direction, at least 478 up to the time Uncle Sam and John Bull became informal allies. Two other items inflamed public opinion against Britain. One was the impressment of many hundreds of American sailors for service aboard Admiralty ships. Hapless seamen from the States on layover in British ports, or on captured American vessels, who could not prove they were American citizens, were unceremoniously seized and put to work on British ships under harsh conditions. Another major irritant was the refusal of Britain to relinquish posts in the Northwest Territory. By the Treaty of Paris, 1783, His Majesty's government ceded to the United States all land east of the Missis. 23. Mississippi River. A decade later, however, the English still occupied Detroit, Fort Erie, Niagara, and 5 or 6 other forts, and continued to exercise authority over all the inhabitants in these areas. To add fuel to the fire, they were aiming Indians in the occupied territory and scheming to establish an independent Indian state to act as a barrier against U.S. westward expansion. Jefferson protested to London on all these matters, but the powerful British were disdainful of their former wards. In November 1793, they proclaimed a new and more severe order in council, and when their depredations continued at an accelerated pace, American sentiment reached a peak of fury. James Madison introduced a resolution to impose heavy duties on English commerce, and Congress actually voted a 1-month embargo on outgoing ships. There were obviously more reasons, in these early years of the crisis, to go to war with the British than with the French. But Hamilton was determined to come to an understanding with the former mother country. At the suggestion of Hamilton's friends, Chief Justice John J. Hamilton himself, W.A.S. ruled out as too much of a pill for the Republicans to swallow, was sent to London for just that purpose in the spring of 1794 with a memorandum of instructions written by the Secretary of the Treasury. Hamilton undercut Jay's bargaining power, it was subsequently learned, by leaking information to the British ambassador in Washington about discussions in the cabinet. With this and other handicaps bedeviling him, Jay returned, after nearly a half-year of talks with Foreign Minister Lord Grenville, with a pact so humiliating that it was debated by the Federalist-controlled Senate for 18 days in secret. It was approved only after a particularly obnoxious section, Article 12, prohibiting American vessels from carrying sugar, molasses, coffee, cocoa, and cotton anywhere in the world, was stricken. Jay had been instructed to demand unrestricted opening of the West Indies to American trade, but agreed to limit such trade to small American vessels of 70 tons or less. he was unable to end the practice of impressing American sailors, and though he secured from the British a promise to pay for ships and wares illegally captured, he failed to win acceptance for the basic principle that free ships make free goods. The British might now pay for what they seized, but they would not stop seizing. The sore point of debts owed by Americans was resolved in John Bull's favor, to be adjudicated by a joint commission of the two countries not under the jurisdiction of favorable U.S. courts. Southerners, who owed 3/4 of the debts, were outraged. On the other hand, Grenville refused categorically to indemnify the Southerners for Negro slaves. 24. Carried off during the Revolution. The only features of the treaty worth crowing about were that it did not include the plan for establishing an Indian satellite state. On this Grenville relented, and it did include a commitment to evacuate the British forts in the Northwest by June 1796. Some historians, Samuel E. Morrison, for instance, believe that this latter provision more than compensated for the setbacks because it preserved the peace, secured America's territorial integrity, and established a basis for Western expansion. But at the time a majority considered that the debits far outweighed the credits in the treaty. Jay was burned in effigy in dozens of places. Signs in Boston read "Damn John Jay. Damn everyone who won't damn John Jay." Washington himself was not immune. If history has memorialized him as the father of his country, he was often called in the hectic days of 1795-96 the stepfather. And he was assailed, as he himself put it, in such exaggerated and indecent terms as could scarcely be applied to a Nero, a notorious defaulter, or even to a common pickpocket. Hamilton, now a private, though influential, citizen, was hit in the mouth by a stone and forced off the platform as he tried to defend Jay's treaty. As was to be expected, the treaty caused a severe deterioration in relations with France, for though it specifically stated that treaties with other countries were not contravened, France regarded it as a rapprochement with Britain and a cancellation both of neutrality and of the old pacts with Louis XVI. When its details became known in Paris, stern decrees were reimposed against U.S. shipping, and in the following year there was a sharp increase in the sinking or capture of American ships by French marauders. The French also recalled their ambassador in Philadelphia and told Charles C. Pinckney, the American minister in Paris, to leave or be arrested. The Hamiltonians, however, had achieved their purpose. Through their machinations, the former enemy was now friend, the former ally, an embittered adversary. With the furor over Jay's mischief ringing in his ears, Washington decided not to run for a third term, and in 1797, after delivering a historic farewell address urging his countrymen to steer clear of permanent alliances, retired. His successor, Vice President John Adams, was a man of integrity and intelligence, but at 61 he had few close friends in politics, and was patently lacking in charisma. Though he shared with Hamilton an aversion to the rabble. 25. He had little love for his fellow Federalist, and joined with his schemes at first as much by accident as by intent. Because of his wife's fragile health and her dislike of Philadelphia society, Adams was away from the capital 385 days of his 4 years in office, and during that time the cabinet played a more formidable role than it might have otherwise. That cabinet, naively carried over in toto from the Washington administration, included in its 3 top posts men who revered Hamilton. Secretary of State Timothy Pickering, Secretary of War James McHenry, and Secretary of the Treasury Oliver Wolcott consulted the King of the Feds on all major decisions. Through them Hamilton was for a number of years the guiding force of the government, although he himself was not officially a member of it. Relations with France were the darkest cloud hanging over the Adams administration as it began its work. The fortunes of war in Europe had now turned in favor of the Gallic revolutionists, and the rate of spoliations of American shipping was ominous. Secretary Pickering reported that in the year from July 1796 to June 1797, French cruisers had seized 316 American vessels. New England merchants who had forborne making war threats against England in similar circumstances a few years back reacted vigorously this time. Tremists in the Federalist camp, such as William Smith and Uriah Tracy, called not only for immediate war but played with the notion of a secession by the North from the Francophile South. Hamilton, though not yet ready for hostilities, delivered himself of some of the most venomous rhetoric of his career. The man who, after this mass of evidence, shall be apologist of France, and the calumniator of his own government, he wrote, is not an American. The choice for him lies between being deemed a fool, a madman, or a traitor. But since there was a very general aversion to war in the minds of the people of this country, Hamilton was still content to play the diplomatic game. Before Washington retired, Hamilton had suggested a peace mission to Paris. He now urged it through his cronies in the cabinet on Adams. Thus it was that in May 1797 Adams appointed 2 Federalists, Pinckney and John Marshall, and 1 Republican, Elbridge Gerry, as a commission to negotiate a treaty of commerce and amity with the French foreign minister, Charles Maurice de Talleyrand. They arrived in Paris 5 months later, to a lukewarm reception. Talleyrand let them cool their heels. 4 months before receiving them officially. Instead they were approached by 3 mysterious figures whom they referred to as X, Y, and Z in their dispatches. XYZ solicited a $10 million loan for their country and something for the pocket, a bribe of $240,000. 26. 4 leading French officials. The offer was rejected by Pinckney with the famous rejoinder, no. No. Not a sixpence. And when word of the bribe request reached home it was greeted with the howl, millions for defense, but not 1 cent for tribute. Even the Jeffersonians were nonplussed. For Hamilton, however, it was manna from heaven. Even before the diplomatic efforts aborted, Adams had asked his cabinet for suggestions on what to do next. The 3 cabinet members under Hamilton's influence thereupon consulted him secretly, and the Sage of New York came back with a proposal for mitigated hostility. If France failed to come to terms, the United States, he said, should renounce all treaties with her, arm its merchant ships, build a sizable navy, and recruit a standing army. As the commander of that standing army he suggested George Washington, with himself as Inspector General second in command. Having moved from neutrality to rapprochement with England, the King of the Feds now urged preparing for war. After a considerable amount of manipulation and resistance from Adams, Hamilton won his coveted assignment as Inspector General, and plans were laid to add 16,000 men to the existing army of 3,500, authorize an additional 20,000, construct 20 sloops for a new department of the Navy, float a war loan, and institute wartime taxes. The standing army, even if it had no other use, would deter the American Jacobins, and if they took the road to revolution, crush them. Hamilton also initiated a propaganda campaign to prepare public opinion. Writing under a pseudonym in the Commercial Advertiser, he referred to France as the most flagitious, despotic, and vindictive government that ever disgraced the annals of mankind, a volcano of atheism, deprave, ity, and absurdity. Resigning his lucrative law practice, the former Treasury Secretary now headed for the glory road of military adventure. Unbeknownst to Adams, the man who had written as a boy, "I wish there was a war," was planning something much grander than naval defense, directed primarily against Spain, which in the meantime had changed sides in the European conflagration. "It is a pity, my dear sir, and a reproach," Hamilton wrote War Secretary McHenry, "that our administration has no general plan. Such a plan," he said, "should be formulated without delay. Besides eventual security against invasion, we ought certainly to look to the possession of the Floridas and Louisiana, and we ought to squint at South America." He visualized himself as the effective head of 40,000 troops, protected at sea by a dozen British frigates, marching toward the annexation of territories many times the size of the original 13 states. 2.J. If war were now inevitable, Hamilton wanted it to be a major one, not simply for defense but to add territory to the rising empire. To a friendly senator, he wrote in the autumn of 1798, that when war was finally declared our game will be to attack where we can. France is not to be considered as separated from her ally Spain. Tempting objects will be within our grasp. Reaffirming this thesis in January 1799 he commented that if universal empire is still to be the purpose of France, what can tend to defeat that purpose better than to detach South America from Spain? To aid in this conspiratorial undertaking Hamilton depended on two men, General James Wilkinson whom history has confirmed was a spy for the Spaniards and a Venezuelan revolutionary named Sebastian Francisco de Miranda. Miranda had a checkered career in the Spanish army, having fought with it against the Moors, as well as in Cuba, but later being imprisoned for insubordination. Thereafter he nursed ambitions to liberate his country from Spain and in 1784 came to America to discuss his plans with Hamilton and General Henry Knox. Though he received a friendly hearing, nothing came of the project then. Miranda moved on to the continent, joined in the French Revolution, was elevated to general, then tried for treason and acquitted. In 1798 he was discussing with Rufus King, the American minister to London and a friend of Hamilton's, a refurbished version of his scheme for liberation. He suggested an alliance of the English-speaking nations in which London would supply the cover ships and the United States the invading troops. King, in touch with Hamilton about these glorious dreams, was impressed by them, and though there is some evidence to show that Hamilton's ardor for Miranda eventually cooled, the original plan seems to have been to include him. After Wilkinson and Hamilton had taken New Orleans, they would join with Miranda in a campaign against Spanish possessions in the Caribbean and South America. A letter by Hamilton to King in August 1798 indicates that the Inspector General may have changed his mind about Miranda, but not about the project. With regard to the enterprise in question, I wish it very much to be undertaken, but I should be glad that the principal agency be the United States, they to furnish the whole land force if necessary. The command in this case would very naturally fall upon me, and I hope I shall disappoint no favorable expectation. 6. Hamilton had good reasons to be optimistic, for in the fateful year of 1798 the martial mood captivated Americans. It was only a case 28. Of how far the twig could be bent. France had issued a new decree ordering its men of war and privateers to confiscate all ships carrying any kind of supplies to Britain or other enemies. In this state of affairs American sentiment turned itself around. Instead of lyrical parades on behalf of the French Revolution, the streets rang with the cries of the war hawks. 1,200 young people in Philadelphia marched toward the home of President Adams, cheered by large crowds as bands blared military music. The president, savoring perhaps his most prestigious moment, met them in military dress, a cockade on his head and a sword at his side, and proceeded to castigate the French Revolution. Later in the evening some of the youths attacked the home of a Republican editor, Benjamin F. Back. On May 9, a day set aside by Adams for fast and prayer, Back's dwelling was again desecrated and the statue of Benjamin Franklin defiled with mud. It was open season on Republican editors. Back, for instance, was viciously attacked in his office. His attacker was released by the courts with a $50 fine. Vice President Jefferson was sneeringly serenaded at his home by young people in uniform to the tune of the Rogues' March. A new patriotic ditty, Hail Columbia, was sung at the theaters to the beat of tom-toms as citizens shouted war, war, war. While the nation lapsed into an intemperate mood, an undeclared war was already underway. President Adams advised Congress in March 1798 that peace could not be achieved on terms compatible with the safety, the honor, or the essential interests of the nation. He therefore authorized merchant vessels to arm themselves and fire in self-defense. Along with provision for a much enlarged army and wartime taxes, Congress, despite Republican control of the House, established a separate Navy Department and arranged for a flotilla of naval vessels. 3 frigates, the United States, Constellation, and Constitution, all launched in 1797, were fitted for war, 5 more purchased from private merchants, and many others built in booming naval yards. By the end of the year there were 14 men of war on the high seas guarding merchantmen, seizing French ships, and sometimes seeking out the enemy's men of war for battle. All told, the American flotilla was expanded to 45 vessels, manned by a navy of 700 officers and 5,000 sailors, and hundreds of armed merchantmen. As wars go, it was a small affair. By pre-arrangement, the British Navy protected ships headed to Europe, the American fleet defended both its own nationals and those of its informal ally in the Caribbean. In the 2 years of the naval war with France, it seized 85 prizes, not counting recaptured vessels and small boats. It did not often seek out enemy frigates for full-scale battle, but in the few 29 engagements of this kind it acquitted itself quite well, losing on one vessel with 14 guns, the Retaliation, to a much superior force of 2 French frigates with 80 guns. In taunting the French, the Americans also managed to give some help to the black revolutionary Toussaint L'Ouverture, who was resisting their rule in Haiti. For all this effort, the dollar costs were surprisingly small, as 6 million. 7. The true costs, however, went beyond dollars to an attempted suppression of democracy itself. The hysteria on the streets, matched by lurid outpourings in the Federalist press, laid the groundwork for a campaign of repression. The nation was led to believe that invasion of the United States was imminent. Thus William Cobbett, editor of Porcupine's Gazette, wrote an engaging scenario of how Negro slaves would be armed against their white masters, and how French guns bought in the West Indies would soon be used for Virginia and Georgia. "Take care," he warned, "take care, you sleepy Southern fools. Your Negroes will probably be your masters this day 12-month, and our matrons and vown girls will be defiled." Another Federalist sheet, the Gazette of the United States, stridently cautioned that our time, though de la BV the great projects of France in Europe, will certainly come, when we are to be invaded by a body of their troops, who are expected to be joined by their friends among us. Our Jacobins. Whether the hawks believed their own propaganda is not clear. One of them, retired Federalist Fisher Ames, called the Sage of Dedham, urged Secretary Pickering in Jolt 179 to wage war, and call it self-defense. It was necessary to do so, he said, because average citizens reluct at offense and yield much, far too much, for peace. The extreme Federalists, rewarded at last with a foreign enemy largely of their own making, now set to work cutting to size the traitors at home. Even Hamilton was taken aback bv the ferocity of their anti-democratic measures. The Naturalization Act raised from 5 to 14 years the residence requirement for those applying for citizenship. The Alien Enemies Act, on the order of the McCarran Act after World War II, empowered the President to arrest, jail, or exile any alien of an enemy state an invidious threat. To the 25,000 Frenchmen in the United States, some of whom immediately chartered a ship to take them back to France. The most oppressive of the 4 bills were the Alien and Sedition Acts. Under the Alien Act, the President was granted authority to order an alien he adjudged dangerous to the peace and safety of 30. The United States out of the country. Fortunately, the bill, directed primarily against the radical-minded United Irishmen, who were refugees from British terror, was enforced only against 2 Irish writers. But Federalists were boasting in the taverns of New York that they would soon send the Republican leader of the House, Congressman Albert Gallatin, back to the home of his forefathers, Switzerland. The Sedition Act, a virtual blueprint for authoritarianism, caused greater consternation. Under its strictures it was a high misdemeanor, subject to a $2,000 fine and jail up to 2 years, for anyone to publish false, scandalous, and malicious writing against the government, Congress, or the President. Anyone opposing enforcement of federal law or advising insurrection, or combination, was subject to stiffer terms, up to 5 years and $5,000 in fines. The Sedition Act, like the Alien Act, had a time limit of 2 years and was permitted to lapse when Jefferson became president. But while in force it sowed considerable mischief. 25 persons were put in the dock, 10 Republican journalists or printers were convicted. Thomas Cooper, editor of a backwoods newspaper in Pennsylvania, was given 6 months for this dangerous passage in one of his essays, when Adams entered into office. Even those who doubted his capacity thought well of his intentions. Nor were we yet saddled with the expense of a permanent navy, or threatened, under his auspices, with the existence of a standing army. Our credit was not yet reduced so low as to borrow money at 8%, in time of peace. For similar critiques, James Thomas Callender received 9 months in jail and a $200 fine. The longest prison term, 4 years, was assessed against David Brown, for seditiously persuading fellow New Englanders to erect a Liberty pole with a sign reading, "No Stamp Act, no sedition, no alien bills. No land tax, downfall to the tyrants of America, peace and retirement to the President, long live the Vice President and the minority." Nor was the reign of repression confined to the judicial scene. Typically, 4 men, including the editor of the Republican Aurora in Philadelphia, were set upon and beaten by a gang while circulating a petition urging repeal of the Alien Act. None of the attackers were arrested, but the victims were sent off to jail charged with precipitating a seditious riot. Jacob Schneider of the Reading Adler Re. 31. Reported that troops under a captain named Montgomery came to my printing office on Saturday last. Like a banditti of robbers and assassins, they tore the clothes off my body, and forcibly dragged me from my house. Montgomery ordered the editor given 25 lashes on the bare back, a fate he escaped when other soldiers intervened. Vigilantism was accompanied by spying on prominent Republicans. Vice President Jefferson, visiting the home of a friend, apologized for being late because he had been watched in the most extraordinary manner and was forced to take a circuitous route to elude the curiosity of his spies. How far matters would have gone if the intolerance had continued is a matter of conjecture. The Jeffersonians, taken aback at first, were able very soon, however, to regain their composure and mount a counterattack. In September 1798 Jefferson retired to his sanctuary in Monticello to draft a series of resolves for passage in anti-federalist states. In essence, they said that the federal government had preempted the powers of the states in passing the Alien and Sedition Acts and that they were therefore altogether void, and of no force. The 8th and 9th resolves were ominously reminiscent of Samuel Adams' strategy during the American Revolution, since they called for establishing a committee of conference and correspondence in each state to consult with each other for joint action. Only Kentucky and Virginia passed the resolves in watered-down form, but it is not difficult to imagine them moving toward secession if Hamilton had had his way in enlarging the war and the repression had widened. Another sign of the hardening schism was the so-called Fry's Rebellion or House Tax Rebellion in the eastern section of Pennsylvania. The war party in the government, headed for battle and desperately trying to recruit a volunteer army without much success, incidentally needed loans and taxes to shore up its financial ramparts. An attempt to borrow $5 million from Federalist bankers provoked a conflict of conscience between the bankers' allegiance to country and allegiance to profit. Though they cherished the war spirit as avidly as Hamilton, they refused to make the money available unless the interest rate was raised from 6 to 8%. Business was business. The $2 million direct tax on land, houses, and Negro slaves, however, fared better since it fell on the common citizen. It hit an embarrassing snag nonetheless among the German-speaking citizens in 5 Pennsylvania counties. The leader of the rebellion was a middle-aged Von Du Crier auctioneer who had sired 10 children, and was without education, but who spoke with rude eloquence, had steady black eyes. 32. As keen as the eyes of a rabbit, and a pleasant disposition. John Fries had fought in the Revolution and had supported Adams in the 1796 election, but he was now disillusioned. He believed that if he could mount a resistance to the new taxes there would be 10,000 rebels in Virginia ready to join the crusade. The tax itself was not large, 20 cents to $1 for most households, depending on the value of their property, and 50 cents for each slave. It was the principle of the thing, however, and the good burghers of Bucks, Northampton, and 3 other counties, abetted by sympathetic militia, held meetings, damned the Tories, shouted for liberty, and refused to pay. In due course, after local assessors had been chased from a number of homes, the federal marshal and 20 deputies moved in, and not without difficulty made 18 arrests. On hearing of the incident, Fries and 140 poorly armed men marched on the tavern where the prisoners were incarcerated and rescued them. This was the Fries Rebellion. No one was killed or wounded, but government authority had been flaunted and the president was afraid the idea might become contagious. On March 12, 1799, Adams himself issued a proclamation decrying the mass conspiracy to defeat the execution of the laws for the valuation of lands and dwelling houses. Thousands of militiamen were ordered mobilized, 2,000 from New Jersey alone, and hundreds actually sent into the rebel area to seize the subversives. 15 men, including Fries, were charged with treason, 14 with lesser crimes. Fries, tried twice, was convicted and sentenced to death, though pardoned by Adams in 1800 when tempers simmered down. 8. Fortunately, while the contending sides were berating each other, the president was having second thoughts about the undeclared war. It occurred to him at long last that he was not the master in his own house, that decisions both in the administration and in Congress were emanating from the brain of Alexander Hamilton. He learned also that the image of an intractable France, brought back by the two Federalists on his first commission, was strongly overstated. Envoy Gary, the Republican, had stayed behind after his associates left and in due course had been rewarded by an interview with Talleyrand. The French foreign minister denied that his government had in any way been associated with the lurid XYZ bribery proposals and expressed a firm interest in resuming diplomatic relations with the United States. Further, as a goodwill gesture, the 33 French government issued a decree requiring its privateers to put up a money bond that would be forfeited if they engaged in unauthorized seizures of American vessels. Jerry's report, needless to say, was a traumatic shock to the war party, and even more so was the news, as Americans living in Paris also confirmed, in notes sent home, that the French government wanted no war with its recent ally. Lafayette wrote his old hero, Washington, offering to come to Philadelphia to explain the misunderstanding, and Talleyrand sent a message to Adams, whom he had met years back, suggesting that a new start be made. Jerry's report was supplemented by an irrepressible Quaker physician, Dr. George Logan, who made a trip to France, on his own, in search of peace. Logan was no fly-by-night fanatic but a well-to-do citizen on intimate terms with the most noted men in America. At his estate in Stenton, near Philadelphia, he had entertained the Washingtons and, on innumerable occasions, his close friend Jefferson. Having conceived of the private peace project, Logan paid his debts, sold 2 parcels of real estate to finance his trip, and fortified himself with letters of introduction from Jefferson and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania. Slipping away from a Federalist committee of surveillance which dogged his footsteps, he boarded a neutral ship for Hamburg, and thence, after more harrowing adventures, betook himself to Paris. Talleyrand received the Quaker with great politeness, but little encouragement. However, the chief of the Directory, Merlin, responded with more than politeness. As a token of his desire for amicable relations with the United States, he issued an edict to lift the embargo on American ships and to free American sailors being held in France. Every important figure Logan talked with in Paris assured him that war with the United States was unthinkable. Logan was severely castigated when he returned home. William Cobbett proposed that he be put in the pillory, together with his subversive wife. Washington received him coolly. Secretary of State Pickering told him, "Sir, it is my duty to inform you that the government does not thank you for what you have done." And Congress passed a law, the Logan Law, prohibiting private citizens from engaging in diplomatic relations with a foreign state. But Logan's report, coming on the heels of Jerry's, and additionally confirmed by similar information from the American minister to Holland, William Vans Murray, convinced Adams to make another try at negotiations. The Federalist hawks cried treachery, but Adams by now was convinced he had strayed too far. He had authorized a standing army, but this damned army, he said, will be 34. The ruin of this country. Taxes were being liberally laid on. A stamp tax, a salt tax, an increased carriage tax, a tax on land and dwellings, on slaves, on imports, but they would not be enough for full-scale war. And with the tightening of the financial noose, Adams feared that the government would be plunged to bankruptcy before he finished his first term. Increasingly he was distressed by the disloyalty of the three key members of his cabinet, who owed their first allegiance to Hamilton, not to himself. Public opinion too had taken a turnabout. Despite the repressive laws, 4,000 citizens in Pennsylvania signed petitions against the Alien and Sedition Acts, and Republican editors, despite the legal restrictions, continued to clamor for peace. It was time to call a halt. Without consulting a single member of his administration, therefore, in March 1799 Adams nominated Murray as minister to France. The hawks were chagrined. They forced the president to compromise for a commission of 3 instead of Murray alone, and Pickering deftly used one pretext after another to hold up the commission's passage. In due time, however, it departed and arrived in Paris just as Napoleon Bonaparte was replacing the Directory as the ruler of France. The first consul, having thrashed the Austrians once more and at a peak of his glory, wanted peace with the Americans but not at any price. He offered to pay for French spoliations, provided that the United States recognize the recently abrogated treaties of 1778. He would pay up only if the Americans agreed to reconstitute the alliance. If they were not ready to go that far, he said he would agree to a lesser pact in which the two nations would treat each other's commerce equitably and return captured vessels, but little more. The U.S. Commission, unwilling to fashion an entangling alliance, and unwilling to come home empty-handed, accepted the second offer. This pact of 1800 had the effect of bursting Hamilton's bubble. He found himself at the head of an army with no one to fight. Louisiana, Mexico, the Floridas, had slipped from his grip like a greasepan. He had expressed a willingness, indeed a prayer, to subdue a refractory and powerful Virginia when it made a test of resistance, but the Virginians had refused to oblige. His friend Washington died in December 1799, his allies in Adams' cabinet were dismissed one by one. With the termination of the undeclared war, the president also put an end to the standing army, as well as to Hamilton's command. And very shortly the Federalist Party itself would fall into hard times from which it would never recover, as Jefferson and Aaron Burr defeated Adams and Pinckney in the election of 1835. Good sense somehow had prevailed, and not a minute too soon. Had the conflict not been terminated, the United States would not have secured the massive Louisiana Territory in 1803. The Convention of 1800, writes Gardner W. Allen, did not furnish a satisfactory solution of the questions at issue between the two countries, but it put an end to hostilities which, if they had continued, would doubtless have made impossible the acquisition of Louisiana. While negotiations and ratification concluded in July 1801 were underway, Napoleon had administered another defeat to the Holy Roman Empire, and the European powers had agreed to a respite in their hostilities. As part of the division of the spoils, even before the fighting terminated, Paris prevailed on Madrid on October 1800 to retrocede Louisiana to France, in return for a more lucrative piece of real estate in Italy, either Tuscany or Etruria. The Spaniards, who were recovering only a third of what it cost to administer Louisiana, were delighted with the prospect, provided Napoleon agreed not to relinquish the territory to a third power. On October 15, 1802, all the details were ironed out and His Catholic Majesty put his imprimatur on the arrangement. 7 months later, however, Napoleon sold the tract of 828,000 square miles to Jefferson for $15 million. The heavy cost of suppressing the Black Rebellion in Haiti, 1794 to 1804, had disposed the French dictator to give up plans for an empire in the Western Hemisphere in favor of concentrating on the Old World. Thus, as Edward Channing points out, the talks in Paris that ended a limited war and prevented a major one turned out to be one of the most fortunate bits of negotiation that ever took place. Had Hamilton had his way, the territorial results might have been very much less favorable, and the United States might have exploded into a civil war that would have ruptured it. 9. Not long after the naval war with France, the United States became enmeshed from 1801 to 1805 in another naval war, with Tripoli. American motives here were impeccable, to secure freedom of the seas and put an end to piracy. Though the war with Tripoli was an insignificant affair, with few casualties and little opposition at home, its story is worth retelling because this was the first time that an American administration practiced what was to become commonplace in the 20th century: war by subversion. Uncle Sam sponsored, organized, led, and paid for an internal revolt against a recognized regime. 36. The Barbary states Tripoli, Morocco, Algiers, and Tunis were a group of maritime provinces that had long been part of the Ottoman Empire. At one time or another, all the European nations that traded the Mediterranean paid tribute to the Barbary states in order to avoid piratical seizure of their merchantmen. The 13 colonies in America, as fiefdoms of Britain, were covered by His Majesty's arrangements and for the most part suffered only minor harassment. With independence, however, the United States was no longer shielded by the British flag and its shipping difficulties became more serious. It was not long before America was paying bribes, like the rest, to assure safety for its ships. Thus, a treaty was negotiated with Morocco in 1786 at a bargain price of $10,000 in gifts plus $20,000 9 years later when it was ratified. The other 3 Barbary states did better. The Dey of Algiers received $1 million in 1795, half of it for ransoming American captives, plus annuities every 2 years. The Pasha of Tripoli settled for $56,000 and the Bey of Tunis for $107,000. What with other emoluments, it was costing the United States $100,000 annually, according to historian Marshall Smelser, to secure immunity for 100 ships working the Mediterranean. The trouble with Tripoli began in 1801 when its 31-year-old Pasha, Yusuf Karamanli, decided he had been overly generous and demanded an additional $250,000 indemnity, plus $20,000 a year. This was too much for recently installed President Jefferson. Through his consul at Tunis, William Eaton, he declared a blockade and dispatched 3 frigates and a schooner to Tripoli with orders to burn or sink pirate vessels that challenged American merchantmen. Simultaneously, unbeknown to the president, Karamanli had declared war on the United States. What ensued was a sputtering series of engagements with no decisive results. U.S. sailors captured a few enemy ships, destroyed others in port, bombarded the city, but could not deliver the coup de grace. Hostilities were brought to an end only through a daring adventure in subversion. William Eaton, the man who conceived this plan and won Jefferson's Secretary of State Madison's assent to it, was one of those incredibly determined people who find it difficult to retreat either in personal relationships or in war. Born in Woodstock, Connecticut, in 1764, he ran away from a large middle-income family to join Washington's army at the age of 16. Poor health forced him home, but in a short time he was back in the armed forces and served as sergeant until April 1783. In the following years Eaton pursued an education in classical languages, turned deeply religious. 37. Enrolled at Dartmouth, opened a private school, was appointed clerk of the House of Delegates in Vermont, and in 1792 came full circle by re-entering the army, this time as a captain. Serving under other people, however, was not Eaton's forte. The friendliest of biographers describes him as offensive and impetuous. He quarreled with his adjutant general, was court-martialed for a misunderstanding with another commanding officer, and was arrested in 1796 on charges of disobeying orders, keeping bounty money, maltreating horses, and defrauding soldiers of their rations. Though freed by the court, his commandant put him in prison anyway. Finally, the State Department rescued Eaton from the army and in 1797 appointed him consul to Tunis. The change in jobs, however, altered neither Eaton's militancy nor his taste for conspiracy. It was through him that the blockade of Tripoli was proclaimed, and it was through him that the plan was hatched for using one brother to topple another. What Eaton proposed to Secretary of State Madison was to foment a revolution in Tripoli in order to replace the fractious Yusuf with his older kin, Hamid. Yusuf was certainly an unmitigated rogue. At the age of 20 he had murdered his eldest brother, Hassan, and in 1796, when his father died, had seized control of the army while Hamid was away and installed himself as Pasha. To make sure that there was no trouble from Hamid, he kept his family hostage in Tripoli. The only question for the United States was whether it had the right to overthrow foreign rogues when this suited its purpose. Jefferson and Madison clearly had misgivings on the subject. The Secretary of State conceded that it does not accord with the general sentiments or views of the United States to intermeddle in the domestic contests of other countries. But he justified it in the end on the grounds that since this was a just war, it would not be unfair for the United States to turn to its advantage the enmity and pretensions of others against a common foe. The principle of non-intervention became a victim to the principle of just war, and Eaton was ordered to proceed with the project in 1803. Like so many such ventures, the pacification of Tripoli had features of high comedy to it. The would-be monarch, Hamid, was in hiding near Alexandria, Egypt, and Eaton first had to find him and overcome his timidity with promises and bribes. He also exacted from Hamid a promise to repay the costs of the expedition out of $20,000 in tribute to be levied afterward on the Swedes, Danes, and Dutch. Having hurdled this obstacle, the American consul assembled a nondescript army of 7 U.S. Marines, a few midshipmen, 40 Greeks, a handful of Germans, Englishmen, Italians, Spaniards, and Levantines, as well as a contingent of Arabs, 400 men in all. As the motley army marched across hundreds of miles of Libyan desert toward a strategic city named Derna, everything that could go wrong, did. Turkish soldiers arrested some of Hamid's followers, who had to be ransomed by Eaton. The caravan of 190 camels, rented at $11 apiece from Sheikh al-Talib, had a disturbing facility of dwindling away in the dark of night. At Marsa Matra the Arabs went on strike and had to be pacified with a payment of $673. Hamid himself proved so cowardly that Eaton had to withhold food from him before he would proceed. Time and again there were small mutinies, and both rain and hunger delayed the revolutionary army. Finally, however, Eaton's band made contact with 2 American warships in the Gulf of Bamba, replenished its supplies, and launched an assault on Derna. Once again Hamid had to be spurred with promise of $2,000, but the city fell under Eaton's heroic attack, during which he was wounded, and Hamid was installed in the governor's palace, awaiting the next drive, to the capital, Tripoli, itself. With victory now in sight, however, the conspirators suddenly were left in the lurch. The wily Yusuf, seeing the handwriting on the wall, sued for peace and was greeted by a favorable response from the authorities in Washington. While Eaton and Hamid were planning strategy, Colonel Tobias Lear, U.S. Consul General in Algiers, hastened to the scene and negotiated a pact whereby Yusuf was permitted to retain his throne on the pledge that American ships would no longer be molested by his pirates. The Pasha's feelings were assuaged by a ransom payment of $60,000 to win the release of 300 Americans in his custody. Simultaneously 100 Tripolitans were set free by the United States, without ransom. For his toils and tribulations the unfortunate Hamid received only the assurance that his family would rejoin him within 4 years. The attempted subversion ended in a miasma of recrimination. Eaton denounced the settlement as dishonorable. Senator Timothy Pickering condemned Lear's agreement as the basest treachery on the basest principles. Others, however, argued that Yusuf undoubtedly would have murdered the 300 Americans had hostilities continued. I have seen many of the officers that were prisoners, Secretary of the Navy Robert Smith wrote in September 1805. All say positively that if Lear had persisted in refusing paying ransom for them, peace would not have been made and they would all have been certainly massacred. To confound matters, many of the pre-39 ones themselves scoffed at the idea that their Louis had been in jeopardy. Implicit in this debate, as in so many others that were to occupy the nation, was where legitimate grievance ended and illegitimate lust began. The United States engaged in the war with Tripoli for what was, by current international standards, a just cause to keep the sea lanes open. Yet before it was over there were men like Eaton who saw in it the prospect of empire. Had Hamid been installed in Yusuf's throne by American arms, it is conceivable that the Republic might have established the first protectorate in North Africa, a task which actually fell to France a quarter of a century later when it seized Algeria. Because America resisted such blandishments in Africa and Asia for a long time, it gained the reputation of being anti-colonialist and anti-imperialist. But it is possible to explain America's restraint on the simpler and more realistic thesis that it was still far too weak and too poor for expansion very far from home. Adventure in the Old Hemisphere could come on after consolidation a base in the New World. An instinct for acquiring new domain was well developed in the United States from the outset. If it was curbed during the naval wars with France and Tripoli, it was only because the cost seemed intolerable. A sixth sense evidently warned Adams in 1798-99 that while he might win territorial booty in a full-scale engagement with France and Spain, the price might be national disintegration. The same sixth sense must have warned Jefferson to call off hostilities with Tripoli, before they became an albatross around the American neck. In both instances, therefore, the federal government confined itself finally to limited, and essentially defensive objectives. No such restraints, however, inhibited relations with the Indians. Here the aggressive intent was both obvious and flagrant. There is no escaping the conclusion that the United States repeatedly attacked the natives and divested them of their lands simply because they had the misfortune to stand across the path of empire. From 1790 to 1915, according to a War Department compilation, the United States engaged various tribes in 52 wars. That they were not all minor skirmishes is indicated by the losses of General Arthur St. Clair in a single day during the first such war. On November 4, 1791, 630 American soldiers were killed and 280 seriously wounded, a toll much larger than suffered by the United States in any 24-hour period during the Vietnam War, and 1/7 as many as died in the 8 years of the War of the Revolution. The war against the Seminoles in Florida, from 1835 to 1842, cost the United States $20 million and 1,500 lives, a considerably larger number than died on the battlefield during the Spanish-American War. Within a few hours in June 1876, Crazy Horse's braves 41 surrounded and killed 265 American officers and men under Colonel George A. Custer, 1/6 as many battle deaths as in 2 years of the Mexican War. But while the Indians were able to inflict severe punishment on occasion, winning many individual battles, they were in the long run too weak and disorganized to ward off the white man's advance. Through war, bribery, and military pressure, the United States forced 200 tribes to sign 363 treaties, ceding enormous stretches of territory. Invariably the treaties began with sentiments for permanent peace and friendship, as if two equal parties were entering into amicable and voluntary agreements. But as historian Dan E. Clark has observed, it would be difficult, indeed, to find a land cession made by the Indians entirely of their own volition. A compendium made by Charles C. Royce shows that from 1784 to 1894 the tribes surrendered no fewer than 720 small empires. But the Treaty of Greenville in 1795, a dozen tribes yielded almost 2/3 of what is now the state of Ohio, plus land in Indiana and Michigan. By the Treaty of Vincennes in 1803, the Kaskaskia Indians ceded half the territory of Illinois. By the Treaty of Fort Clark in 1808, the Osage relinquished an area between the Arkansas and Missouri rivers which now comprises half the state of Arkansas and 2/3 of Missouri. And so on. 2. It is estimated that when the first Englishmen colonized Jamestown, 800,000 natives lived in the area north of the Rio Grande, 200,000 of them in the territory of the original 13 states. The European nations which descended on Indian domain, in their usual casuistic fashion, elaborated a subtle rationale for their seizure of a hemisphere. Because they were Christian and civilized, said the Europeans, they enjoyed the right of sovereignty over the lands they claimed. They were people of a higher order endowed by the Creator with special rights. They conceded, however, that the Indians were entitled to an untampered right of occupancy. In the proclamation of 1763, after the French and Indian War, for instance, the British pledged that the red men would not be molested or disturbed in the possession of such parts of our dominions and territories that had not been ceded or purchased by us. Some colonists, Roger Williams, William Penn, and Benjamin Franklin, to name a few, religiously respected Indian prerogatives. Of Penn's treaty with the Delaware tribe negotiated under an elm tree near Philadelphia, the philosopher Voltaire later wrote that it 42 was the only treaty which was never sworn to and never broken. For 6 decades the whites and natives of Pennsylvania lived together without bloodshed. On the other hand, William Bradford considered the red men little otherwise than the wild beasts, and Cotton Mather called them miserable savages who had been decoyed hither by the devil. Hardly a year passed without a skirmish with the natives, and at least 4 such conflicts in colonial times could be classed as wars: that with the Pequot Indians in 1637, with the Wampanoag in 1675–76, with the Cherokees of South Carolina from 1760 to 1762, with the Ottawas and their allies in the Ohio Valley from 1763 to 1766. The same polar differences in attitude toward the Indians was evident after independence. The frontiersmen who pushed into Kentucky immediately after the Revolution contended that the only good Indian is a dead Indian. Washington's Secretary of War, Henry Knox, however, unequivocally agreed that the Indians, being the prior occupants, possess the right of the soil. It cannot be taken from them unless by their free consent, or by the rights of conquest in case of a just war. Though he did not define just war, he recommended that the President enter into treaties of peace with them, in which their rights and limits should be explicitly defined, and the treaties observed. With the most rigid justice, by punishing the whites, who should violate the same. Washington himself also warned against permitting whites to settle in native territory. In a letter to Congressman James Duane, Sep. September 7, 1783, he wrote, "To suffer a wide extended country to be overrun with land jobbers, speculators, and monopolizers, or even with scattered settlers, is in my opinion inconsistent with that wisdom and policy which our true interest dictates." It was, he said, pregnant of disputes both with the savages and among ourselves, the evils of which are easier to be conceived than described. The land grabbers, he cautioned, would inevitably involve the government by their unrestrained conduct, in inextricable perplexities, and more than probably in a great deal of bloodshed. According to historian Darcy McNichol, these were the views of most men, in or out of Congress, who were not intent on profiting out of Indian lands. Many of them, including Washington, recognized the debt owed to tribes, such as the Oneida and Tuscarora, who had fed starving American troops at Valley Forge when whites refused to provide them corn and grain because Washington did not have the money to pay. If these Indians, said the Revolutionary General, had been our enemies instead of our friends, the war would not have ended in American independence. 43. Similar sentiments were expressed repeatedly. The Ordinance for the Government of the Northwest Territory, July 13, 1787, reaffirmed that the utmost good faith shall always be observed towards the Indians, their lands and property shall never be taken from them without their consent. Jefferson expressed the hope that if the Indian were encouraged to abandon hunting and fishing in favor of agriculture and domestic manufacture, he would soon find the wisdom to peaceably exchange what he can spare and we want land, for what we can spare and he wants, the arts of civilization. Chief Justice John Marshall, in 3 decisions from 1823 to 1832, acknowledged the unquestionable right of Indians to the lands they occupy and to untrammeled self-government in their areas. The red man was obviously not without friends among the whites. Some suggested a separate Indian state co-equal with the other 13. The 6th article of the Treaty of Fort Pitt, negotiated with the Delawares in 1778, provided that friendly tribes might, with the approval of Congress, enter the Confederacy, and form a state, of which the Delawares should be the head. An agreement with the Cherokees 7 years later contained a similar section, and periodically men like the Reverend Jedediah Morse and the half-breed Creek chief, Alexander McGillivray, revived such proposals. It was an idea, records Professor Annie H. Abel, that was advocated at intervals for more than 100 years. The wars against Indians won approval that was far from university or sal. For instance, in the midst of the First War, in January 1792, more than a third of the members of Congress who voted on the subject declared that the war had been as unjustly undertaken as it has since been unwisely and unsuccessfully conducted, that depredations had been committed by the whites as by the Indians, and the whites were more probably the aggressors, as they had frequently made encroachments on the Indian lands, whereas the Indians showed no inclination to obtain possession of our territory, or even to make temporary invasions until urged to it by a sense of their wrongs. The congressman noted that while the warriors had defeated American troops and could have marched unchecked on Pittsburgh, they desisted. Despite such expressions of sympathy, however, the basic pattern of relations with the Indian were set not by moral rectitude, but by economic determinism. The American people, doubling their population every generation, had no patience to wait for the natives to sell them acreage. Instead they flooded Indian territory in a great tidal wave and then, through war and treaty, forced the Aborigines 44 fallen star to cede their lands. As of 1775 only 5,000 whites, mostly of French origin, lived in the Mississippi Valley outside New Orleans. 15 years later the number had swelled to 110,000 and by 1800, 377,000. By 1830, according to the U.S. Census, there were 937,000 whites in Ohio, 348,000 in Indiana, 157,000 in Illinois, 687,000 in Kentucky, and 681,000 in Tennessee. In short, comment Charles and Mary Beard, within 40 years after the heavy migration began, the Western Territory acquired more inhabitants than the original 13 colonies in a century of development. The introduction of the cotton gin and spinning machinery, which increased cotton exports from 200,000 pounds in 1791 to 40 million pounds in 1803, whetted the appetite of Southerners for more land westward, and if the Creeks, Cherokees, or Choctaws were in the way, so much the worse for them. The discovery of gold on Cherokee land in northwestern Georgia, July 1829, drove frenzied Georgians into the treaty-protected areas, and though President John Quincy Adams sent troops to defend the natives, President Andrew Jackson, who followed Adams, removed the soldiers and left the Cherokees and other tribes to the tender mercies of the whites. When in a subsequent court test Chief Justice Marshall ruled with the red men, Jackson commented derisively, "John Marshall has made his decision. Now let him enforce it." The right of Indian occupancy was a casualty of the white man's quest for land. Concurrent with the grandiose expressions in favor of peace and friendship, there evolved a policy of divide and acquire, divide the Indians from each other, and take over their holdings piece by piece. In October 1787 Governor Arthur St. Clair of the Northwest Territory was instructed by Congress to defeat all confederations and combinations among the tribes. He reported with obvious relish some months later that "I am persuaded that their general confederacy is entirely broken." The federal government was even prepared to buy lands, but by exacerbating tribal differences, through either war or bribery, it hoped to get them for the proverbial song. Commissioner H. Dearborn, for instance, was ordered by the War Department in 1807 to pay no more than 2 cents per acre for land purchased from the red man. "I presume," wrote the Secretary of War, "it will not be necessary to exceed 1 cent an acre, this at a time when the government was selling land to its own citizens for $1.25 and $2 an acre." Chiefs of the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Chippewa tribes, ordered to Chicago in 1821 and heavily lavished with whiskey, found themselves 5 million acres poorer, for which they received a total of $45,000, less than a penny apiece. 45. The justification for much of this brigandage was that the Indians were nomadic hunters who had no use for all that land. But as Governor Patrick Henry of Virginia once observed, the first holdings taken over by the whites were invariably the cleared fields which Indians had sown for decades. Moreover, the most advanced red men fared no better than their brethren. The Cherokees, for instance, had attained by the 1820s a fair degree of what is euphemistically called civilization. They invented an alphabet of 86 characters, and began publishing a newspaper, the Cherokee Phoenix. A white theological graduate, Elias Boudinot, who traveled through their territory, was surprised that they have advanced so far and so rapidly in civilization. In addition to tens of thousands of domesticated cattle, horses, and swine, they boasted 762 looms, 1,488 spinning wheels, 172 wagons, 2,948 plows, 10 sawmills, 31 grist mills, 8 cotton machines, 18 ferries, some public roads, and 18 schools. In one district there were, last winter, another report read, upward of 1,000 volumes of good books. The Cherokees promulgated a written constitution, very much like the American, with a bicameral legislature, a chief executive, a Supreme Court, and a set of statutes. Their elections were described by a missionary as possessing nothing of that intrigue and unfairness which is to be seen at elections in some of the civilized states. Whites in the area enjoyed equal rights with their hosts, except that they were not allowed to run for office. And to round out the picture, Christianity was the official religion. But Christian or not, civilized or not, and despite 16 treaties holding their existing territory sacrosanct, the Cherokees were unceremoniously uprooted and, according to historian Irvin M. Pythman, herded like cattle into concentration camps and stockades by the military in preparation for their long journey to their new homes in the Indian Territory, Oklahoma. Along the trail which the Indians called Trail Where they cried -4,000 of the 17,000 died of cold and hunger. All of this was in accord with the principle enunciated by Andrew Jackson in 1817 that treaties with the Indians are an absurdity not to be reconciled with the principles of self-government. The United States, he said, could not be bound by written pacts with a savage race. If it needed the land for its own people, self-government dictated that the land be taken and the savages removed. It was in Jackson's administration that the Indian Removal Act of 1830 was passed. Between him and his successor, Martin Van Buren, more than 125,000 natives were evicted from their homes and sent across the Mississippi. Even there they failed to find the security 46 promised them. Typically, the Creeks, Cherokees, Seminoles, and Choctaws, driven out of Georgia, Florida, Alabama, and Mississippi into what was considered semi-useless land in the Arkansas Territory, were told that as long as the grass grows and water flows, it is to be yours. In 1866, however, these tribes were forced to cede half their holdings as a bailiwick for other tribes, and in 1899 part of this area too was preempted, this time for white settlement. 800,000 acres of Cherokee land in the southern section of Kansas was seized by a single railroad through means that the governor of Kansas himself described as a cheat and a fraud in every particular. But nothing was ever done to reverse the cheat and fraud. During Jackson's 2 terms alone the natives were forced to sign 94 treaties ceding territory. Those tribes which resisted were put down in 8 little wars. From 1853 to 1856 the Indians put their hand to 52 treaties, yielding another 174 million acres. During the decade of the 1850s the United States was engaged in 18 additional little wars with the natives. Each time they were assured that this was the last land grab. Yet from 1887 to 1934, when the Indian problem was seemingly solved, the red men were divested of another 90 million acres. Most of what remained was unfit for the agriculture that American leaders had told them was their salvation. To recount the story of all these wars and treaties would be an exercise in redundancy. The pattern is monotonously similar: whites settle on Indian lands, Indians challenge the settlers, incidents and massacres occur on both sides, the U.S. Army is called in for direct military action or to force a new treaty on the Indians. The red men fight heroically, win many battles, but in the end lose every war. Tragedy compounds tragedy, for it would be wrong to say that all the whites were land robbers or gross speculators. Most were running away from their own poverty on the eastern seaboard: the bankrupt revolutionary soldier, the harassed immigrant, the exploited tenant, the unemployed laborer. If there were speculators growing rich, there were also poor pale faces driven by one despair into another. It is well, therefore, to view the drama of the Indian Wars, which stretched through the 19th century, not as a chain of individual events but through the human eyes of victims and victimizers. Symbolic of this enduring conflict were 2 men with great popular followings, one of whom was to become the 7th President of the 47 United States, Andrew Jackson, and the other a Shawnee chief named Tecumseh, who was to die on a lonely battlefield in 1813. The paths of these men never crossed, for Jackson's fighting was done in the South against Creeks and Seminoles, while Tecumseh's campaigns against the Americans took place in the North. But they represented the militant extremes in the United States for a century or more, the one seeking to expand his nation toward the South and West, the other seeking to unify disparate tribes into a red man's confederacy that would check this expansion. Andrew Jackson, 3rd offspring of parents who had migrated from Northern Ireland, was born in a backwoods settlement of South Carolina in 1767. Tecumseh, whose name means falling star, or meteor, in the Shawnee tongue, came into the world a year later, 4th of 7 children sired by a secondary war chief named Puckashinway. Premature death dogged both families. Jackson's father strained himself picking up a log and died a few days before Andrew was born. His brother Hugh died of heat prostration and fatigue in the course of a battle against the British in Georgia. A second brother, Robert, contracted smallpox and died after being confined in a small jail by the British. His mother perished the same year, 1781, victim of a plague, while nursing American prisoners. At 14 the agile, slender Andrew, who had already served a brief hitch in the Revolutionary Army and manifested the tempestuous courage for which he would become famous, found himself without immediate family, though not without resources. His mother had been left a 200-acre farm, his uncle, James Crawford, was well-to-do, and he himself inherited £300 or £400 from a merchant uncle in the old country, his opening stake in a long and adventurous career that led to the White House. He was an American success story. Peering behind the saga of a self-made man, however, Jackson's exploits were not all that exemplary. His schooling was episodic and casual, primarily because he preferred gambling and women. On one occasion, when his fortunes had run down and he needed money to pay his landlord, he bet his horse against $200 on one throw of the dice and won. In Salisbury, North Carolina, he read law with Spruce Mackay, who described him as the most roaring, rollicking, game-cocking, horse-racing, card-playing, mischievous fellow that ever lived in the area. He was the head of the rowdies hereabouts. But after being admitted to the bar he attached himself to John McNary, a young man of an influential family, and when McNary was designated judge of the Western District of North Carolina, he appointed his friend Jackson Proscoe. 48. Tour. In September 1788, accompanied by a Negro girl he had bought for $200, Andrew Jackson joined the first group of migrants along the Cumberland Road moving into what is now Tennessee, but was then the outer reaches of North Carolina. In Nashville, after having saved his party from attack by Cherokee warriors, who resented the trek over 180 miles of their land, and after killing a panther, Andy Jackson was at the seat of his destiny. At age 21, with the 26-year-old McNary on the bench, the future president earned his legal spurs by representing creditors against debtors, the rich against the poor. Within a month he won 70 writs of execution against the latter and enough goodwill with the upper classes to establish a lucrative private law practice on the side. In the next few years he became a large landowner, much of his acreage acquired in lieu of legal fees. His holdings were so large, according to biographer Marquis James, that he had only a rough idea of how much he owned or laid claim to. Much of it he had never seen. And, it might be added, much of it really belonged to the Cherokees. When Jackson went to Philadelphia in 1795 to dispose of 98,000 acres of land, he was advised by John Overton, with whom he owned 50,000 acres in partnership, to be candid and unreserved about the fact that this land was without the Treaty of Halston, the 1791 agreement with the Cherokees, which took some land from them but set firm boundaries to the territory they were allowed to keep. What Jackson was selling was, at least in part, Indian domain, and he could do it only because the local authorities, without authorization from the federal government, had conducted still another foray against the Cherokees and forced them into submission. Thus land with clouded title that had been bought for a dime an acre would eventually go up to $5 an acre, and men like Jackson still in his 20s would become rich selling it. To his dying day Jackson would not concede any rights to the Indians. He was indignant when Washington threatened to use the regular army against whites who settled on native holdings. He was impatient about negotiations or compromises with the Indians. "Why do we attempt to hold treaty with them?" he once asked. And his sense of gratitude to individual warriors was something less than exemplary. In the war against the Creeks, a Cherokee chief named Junaluska saved Jackson's life by driving a tomahawk into the skull of an attacker. Many years later, when the general had become president, Junaluska went to plead with him against removal of his people. Jackson dismissed him with a curt "Sir, your audience is ended." 49. There is nothing I can do for you. For a man who loved fighting, and military glory, the way to treat with Indians was by toughness. And this was the principle which guided him throughout his life. In due course old Hyakorv, a nickname given him by his men after the toughest thing they knew, became a congressman, a senator at age 31, and a general. When he was called on to lead 2,500 troops in the war against the Creek Indians 1813-14, he had just been severely wounded in a shootout with 2 American officers, and doctors were thinking of amputating his left arm. But the prospect of fighting the natives inspired him to cry out from his sickbed, "The health of our general is restored. He will command in person." After he had conquered the Creeks, he forced them to surrender half their domain. 23 million acres, or approximately a fifth of what is now Georgia and 3/5 of Alabama. When the warriors pleaded for mercy, Jackson told them that their lands lay across the path that Tecumseh trod. That path must be stopped. Until that is done, our nation cannot expect happiness, mine secu. Righty. This was the man who enforced the Poliev of Indian removal, a man who in other respects was regarded as the tribune of the lower classes, who challenged banks and bankers but was absolutely remorseless in dealing with the red men. 4. The most formidable fighter against the American system of conquest, typified by Jackson, was an oval-faced warrior with sprightly step and brilliant white teeth, who, according to William Henry Harrison, might have founded an empire that would rival in glory Mexico or Peru. If he had not lived in the vicinity of the United States. There was little about Tecumseh that fits the stereotype made famous by Wild West movies. He was a non-drinker and he invariably advised his followers not to buy the whiskey sold them by white traders at 6 cents a gallon. He held no innate prejudices against whites, he was in fact brought up with a white boy 6 months his junior. Stephen Ruddell, who had been captured and adopted by his family. Later he fell in love with a 16-year-old white girl, Rebecca Gallowav, and would have married her if she hadn't demanded that he leave his tribe. Though he killed many white men in battle, he never permitted his warriors to burn or torture prisoners. He had witnessed such an incident when he was 17, and was appalled by the practice. Tecumseh was a fine 50 hunter and a courageous fighter, but even more again contrary to Hollywood stereotype, an excellent orator, negotiator, and statesman. Tecumseh's Shawnee parents migrated to the Northwest Territory, then called Indian Country, in the middle of the 18th century. The Shawnees were a nomadic tribe, small in number, never more than 2,000, but related to tribes of greater consequence, such as the Delawares, Wyandots, Potawatomis, Miamis, Illinois. They had drifted south after a dispute with the Iroquois, returned north, and dispersed to various parts of Ohio, Indiana, Illinois. The group that included Tecumseh's father, Puckashinway, alighted in Old Chillicothe on the Scioto River in Ohio, and during the French and Indian War fought with the French against the English on the theory that the former wanted only to trade with them while the latter, and their colonists, wanted their land. It was for his role in this engagement that Puckashinway became a minor war chief. A few years later his famous son was born near the Mad River in a cabin made of saplings and surrounded by cornfields. As a young man, Tecumseh imbibed a body of folklore and glorified history that gave him pride in his people. According to the Shawnee legend of creation, the Master of Life, an Indian, had fashioned the Shawnee out of his brain, the inferior British and French out of his breast, and the even more inferior Long Knives of Virginia and Kentucky out of his hands. The favored people, brought from the darkness to the great island of North America, were colored red by the Master of Life, whereas the imperfect ones from across the stinking lake the Atlantic were colored white. The hero of Tecumseh's generation of Indians was Chief Pontiac, who had formed a confederation of Ohio tribes to resist the English and their colonists after the defeat of France. Though Pontiac failed to drive the whites back across the Alleghenies and had to take sanctuary in Spanish-held St. Louis, he did well to gather the Algonquin family, plus the Senecas, for a concerted effort. He gave youngsters like Tecumseh, whose whole life was affected by white penetration, a dream to follow. If American youth like Jackson saw its destiny in the mysterious West, Indian children saw it in checking the white incursion. Theoretically the interior was sealed off to colonial penetration by an edict of the British Crown. But in fact the Earl of Dunmore, Governor of Virginia, was making grants to speculators and veterans of the French and Indian War in violation of instructions from London. And hunters like Daniel Boone were pushing into Kentucky, killing off the Indians' food supply of deer and buffalo at an alarm. 51. ing rate. Though it was only a trickle by later standards, sturdy pioneers in some number were already loading their families and belongings on flatboats, and floating them down the Ohio in search of the beautiful tomorrow. With equal determination, the Shawnee and other Algonquins tried to halt the invasion of their region. Waiting in canoes at a bend in the river, the Indians would fall on the migrants, seize their property, kill their menfolk often after torture and burning, and either adopt the women and children into their tribes or hold them for exchange. South of the Ohio they attacked with small raiding parties, giving no ground and expecting none. After a considerable period of these disturbances Lord Dunmore, at the head of 2,000 militia, marched against the Indian villages in Kentucky and Ohio, and at Point Pleasant, West Virginia, inflicted enough casualties, suffering heavily himself, to cause Shawnee Chief Cornstalk to sue for peace. It was in this Lord Dunmore's war, in which the Shawnee yielded their claim to holdings south of the Ohio, that Tecumseh's father, Puckashinway, was killed. The time was 1774, 2 years before the Declaration of Independence. The future leader of the Indian Confederation was then 6 years old. When the revolution broke out on the eastern seaboard in 1775–76, most of the Indians joined the British. On purely political grounds their interest meshed closely with that of the Americans, for they too were nationalists fighting for independence. But the Americans were expansionists who coveted Indian lands, while the British no longer had settlers to occupy Indian regions and were committed to the establishment of an independent Indian state in the Northwest. Once again, then, the braves stood watch on the Ohio and sent forays into Kentucky, destroying towns on the Licking River, killing settlers in the Ohio Valley. When he was 10, Tecumseh was elated by the sight of Daniel Boone and 30 other Kentuckians, brought into Indian country as prisoners of war. The wily Boone, however, escaped a few months later. When he was 12 he was forced to hide in the woods with his younger brothers as George Rogers Clark, a Virginian, destroyed their town, Piqua, scalped 17 of its people, and laid waste to every house. Before he was 14, Tecumseh was already attached to the war party of his adored elder brother, Cheeseco, hoping to inflict a coup de grace on the Americans. The Indians formed a confederation of many tribes, including the Cherokees, and attacked Boonesborough. In November 1782, however, as the last land battle of the Revolutionary War, Clark led 1,100 riflemen against the Shawnee and laid waste to 5 of their villages in the Chillicothe area. For young Jackson in North Carolina, American victory meant 52. Grandiose opportunity. For young Tecumseh, it was a disaster. Of the nearly 900,000 square miles of the United States in 1783, more than half was Indian country, but the Indian was being squeezed out of it remorselessly. Though Congress assured the red men that the Ohio was theirs, the flatboats and settlers floated down the river in ever-increasing numbers toward places like Marietta and Cincinnati. The federal government warned whites repeatedly not to transgress on Indian lands, even threatening in 1786 to destroy their homes. Still later, Washington instructed Generals Arthur St. Clair and Josiah Harmar to forcibly remove white squatters. But the whites remained and spread out, paying little heed to the red man's rights. Once again, therefore, as when the British ruled the country, the desperate Indians retaliated with ambushes, pillages, and raids. From 1783 to 1790, according to John Frost, 1,500 men, women, and children were killed or taken prisoner by the braves, 20,000 horses were stolen, and an immense number of farms and plantations were desolate. Tecumseh, as a Shawnee teenager, was one of those assigned to intercept the flatboats. He acquitted himself skillfully, like the other youth. Then, after a long trip with his brother Cheeseco to Indiana, Missouri, and southern Illinois, he returned in the late 1780s to the rebuilt town of Piqua just as war was breaking out with the Americans. More mature now, and a veteran of buffalo hunts, he broke his thigh in one, but it mended well. He led warrior bands that helped inflict disastrous defeats on General Harmar in 1790 and General St. Clair the following year. As part of a punitive expedition, the federal government alternated between trying to buy Indian land cheaply and sending out troops to inflict punishment on recalcitrant tribes. Harmar had set out from Fort Washington, Cincinnati, with 320 regulars and 1,100 militia to bring the Miami to their knees. Much too confident, the general and his forces were badly mauled, nearly 200 were killed. St. Clair, an inept and overbearing officer despised by his 1,500 militiamen, suffered even greater humiliation, losing, as already noted, 630 dead and 280 seriously wounded. Following these events, Tecumseh began conducting raids against white frontiersmen in Ohio and Kentucky, and when called on by the Cherokees and Creeks, took a group of 30 Shawnee warriors to the outskirts of Nashville to harry settlements in that region. It was during one of these engagements that his brother Chizuko was mortally wounded, the first of 4 brothers who were destined to die for Indian nationalism. Tecumseh buried the body, took his beloved kin's place as the leader of the Shawnee warriors in the South. 53. And for a number of months guided them in assaults on whites in what is now Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. He returned to Ohio in time to defend the Northwest from Mad Anthony Wayne, and again as 1,400 warriors fought vainly against 3,630 Americans enhanced his reputation for boldness and bravery. It was at the peak of this encounter that a second brother was lost. Lost also was the war. Mad Anthony Wayne, impetuous and egotistical but thoroughly competent, had undertaken the campaign in 1793, after a year of hostilities in which he far outnumbered his enemy, he thoroughly defeated the Ohio natives. In June 1795, 1,000 vanquished warriors and chiefs of 12 tribes met with Wayne at Greenville, Ohio, and after 2 months of argument and badgering by the moderate chiefs, ceded away almost 2/3 of Ohio and 16 strategic sites, such as Detroit, Chicago, Toledo, Peoria, Vincennes. In return the victor gave the Indians $20,000 in commodities and the promise of $9,500 a year. A defiant Tecumseh, already a fighter of some repute, refused to attend the Greenville Conference, and when its terms were announced became the focal point of opposition to Blue Jacket and other chiefs who had signed away their heritage. He was now 27 years old, slightly under 6 feet tall, a handsome man with expressive hazel eyes and a resonant voice, highly respected among his peers as a warrior and scout. It became his task to regroup his people for the next round of a long battle. Defeat, of course, bred dissension and dissolution among the vanquished during the decade after Greenville. The older village chiefs who lived near the white man's forts became pliant tools for the Americans and were easily debauched by alcohol. They and their people traded away their possessions for firewater and wasted away in a morass of self-pity, completely demoralized by the shattering of their world. The many disaffected warriors and the younger chiefs, on the other hand, moved west, determined on further resistance. It was these disgruntled elements who gave the outspoken Tecumseh their loyalty and chose him as their spokesman and primary chief. In the decade that followed, the Shawnee warrior could only bide his time, for in the backwash of failure the momentum was with the Americans. An uneasy truce prevailed in the Northwest as the federal government built a string of forts to augment its police power, and in 1800 established rudimentary administrative machinery for 54. Biting off another part of the red man's domain, Indiana. The following year, a young man of 27, William Henry Harrison, who had served as an aide to Wayne and had married the daughter of a land speculator, was designated as the first governor of Indiana Territory. Harrison soon began to force treaties on the Indians and extinguish their land titles. And as the Indians became further disillusioned, they united behind Tecumseh in the most significant of all Indian efforts to forge a nation. It was during this winter of defeat that Tecumseh's strategy became finalized. As a political rallying point, he promoted a concept of collectivism, which held that Indian lands were not owned either by individual people or individual tribes but in common by all the tribes. In a subsequent meeting with Harrison, he insisted that this collective ownership was the rule at first, and should be now for it. The land never was divided, but belongs to all. No tribe has a right to sell, even to each other, much less to strangers. Sell a country? Why not sell the air, the clouds, and the great sea, as well as the earth? Did not the Great Spirit make them all for the use of his children? Any treaty between an individual tribe and the United States was, in Tecumseh's view, null and void, since it flaunted the tradition of indivisible joint ownership. Oddly enough, the United States had taken the same position relative to the Northwest Territory in 1785–87, when it extinguished the claims of individual states and assigned the whole area as the domain of the central government. Tecumseh's means of defending the dogma of collectivism and independence were similar in many respects to those adopted by Samuel Adams in the 1770s, namely the development of a sense of national unity and the involvement of the populace through broad participation. Pontiac had been satisfied, 4 decades back, simply with a military campaign to drive the whites back east. In his Confederacy the social structure of the red man was untouched. But Tecumseh argued that military defense must be supplemented, and thereby strengthened, by popular rule. In Tecumseh's Confederacy, power would rest not with the chiefs but with a broadly based Congress of warriors. Those who were asked to fight should have a say in how their society was governed, a thesis very similar to that of no taxation without representation. To weld his people into a single union, Tecumseh faced a much more formidable job than Sam Adams. With the primitive state of communication in the back country and the vast number of tribes, the only way to win allegiance for the Confederacy scheme was through personal contact. Even Harrison marveled at the Shawnees' 55 tenacity in making those contacts. No difficulties, he reported, deter him. For 4 years he has been in constant motion. You see him today on the Wabash, and in a short time hear of him on the shores of Lake Erie or Michigan, or on the banks of the Mississippi, and wherever he goes he makes an impression. He traveled through the Northwest, went south to see the Creeks, Cherokees, and Choctaws, even crossed the Mississippi westward. With a couple of dozen warriors at his side he would dance for an assemblage of thousands of tribesmen, then address them on the subject at hand. Typically, as in one speech to the Osage, he would say, "Brothers, we all belong to one family, we are all children of the Master of Life. We must assist each other to bear our burdens." He pictured the white people as feeble ingrates who had come to the red man's land with little talent for helping themselves. "Our fathers," said Tecumseh, commiserated their distress and shared freely with them whatever the Master of Life had given his red children. They gave them food when hungry, medicine when sick, and gave them grounds that they might hunt and raise corn. But the whites were like poisonous serpents. At first, they've only asked for land sufficient for a wigwam, now nothing will satisfy them but the whole of our hunting grounds, from the rising to the setting sun. The white men despise and cheat the Indians, they abuse and insult them, they do not think the red men sufficient of good to live. Tecumseh served notice that my people are determined on vengeance, they have taken up the hatchet. If we all unite, we will cause the rivers to stain the waters with the white men's blood. And he concluded with the warning that if we do not unite with us, they will first destroy us, and then you will fall an ease previous to them. They have destroyed many nations of red men because they were not united, because they were not friends to each others. Concomitant with Tecumseh's efforts at political unity, another brother, Laluiseka the Emin with the loud voice gave the movement a religious and ethical tenor. In 1805 Laluiseka was designated medicine man by a council of 4 tribes, and like the man he succeeded assumed the title the prophet. He was then 36 years old, an indifferent hunter, but impetuous and a passionate speaker. His right eye had been lost in an accident, and over the socket he wore a handkerchief, which together with the white golden hoops hanging from his ears and the turban on his head, gave him a striking appearance. Much of the prophet's witchcraft and predictions were simple skullduggery. In June 1806, for instance, after learning from whites of an impending eclipse, he 56 claimed to his Indians that he would cast a dark shadow over the sun, and of course won their awe when the eclipse took place and he prevailed on the Master of Life to make the sun reappear a few minutes later. His teaching that whites would be paralyzed fighting Indians was another bit of nonsense, but the miracles and predictions, spread by the prophet's agents to tribes as far away as the Missouri River and central Canada, laid the ground for inculcating the Indian with a sense of pride. At Greenville, Ohio, where the 2 brothers erected a large frame meeting house and 5 dozen cabins for visiting warriors, and later in 1808 at Tippecanoe, Indiana, the prophet preached a simple message. Indians, he told his followers, must reject the white man and his works, and return to their ways. They must eschew whiskey, wear Indian dress only, and purge themselves of all alien habits. The Master of Life, he said, had ordered that they respect their elders, and treat with tenderness the weak and the helpless. When they had adopted this mode of living, the Master of Life would again fill the forests with game now being killed off by the whites and give the Indians the strength to oust the Americans from their territory. For a people that had suffered harsh defeat, these were magnetic words to rouse them from lethargy. Reinforcing his sermons on racial separatism, the prophet sometimes applied hard muscle to those who opposed his brother's plan for confederation. Not a few chiefs who were pliant to the Americans were denounced as witches' agents, put on trial in flimsy proceedings, and executed. Though Tecumseh himself sharply dissented from this practice, it went on anyway. The prophet's preachings and Tecumseh's trips attracted thousands to the banner, widening the schism between the races. The whites, meanwhile, continued to push the frontier westward, moving from Ohio into Indiana. Harrison, by arranging questionable treaties with the weak and older chiefs, had extinguished title to 48 million acres of Indian land by 1809. Even Jefferson was alarmed by his aggressive policies. That year the War Department ordered Harrison not to enter into treaties with the Indians unless the chiefs of all the nations who have or pretend a right to these lands should be present. But the frontier was a long way from Washington, and Harrison's own predilections coincided with those of the 20,000 settlers in southern Indiana and the steady stream augmenting their number. In September 1809, at Fort Wayne, the governor entered into still another pact with the chiefs. After plying them with large amounts of firewater, he divested them of 3 million acres in central Indiana for the bargain price of $7,000, plus annual payments of $1,750. Much of the area belonged to tribes that were not even represented at the conference. This new cession enraged Tecumseh, not only because some of the Shawnees' best hunting grounds were included, but as another example of weak chiefs traitorously giving way to greedy whites. He declared the cession void, and 1,000 warriors gathered at Prophetstown in the spring of 1810 ready to defend the ceded area from efforts of whites to settle it. In a historic meeting between Tecumseh and Harrison near Vincennes, the Shawnee chief reminded the governor that the states have set the example of forming a union among all the Fire states. Why should they censure the Indians for following it? You endeavor to prevent the Indians from doing what we, their leaders, wish them to do: unite and consider their land a common property. The governor replied that Tecumseh actually had no right to discuss the problem of Indiana since the Shawnee home was in Georgia. To the charge that the Americans were despoiling the red men of their land, Harrison blandly responded that the United States had always been fair in its dealings with the Indians. At one point Tecumseh shouted, "He lies," and Harrison grabbed for his sword. It was a prophecy of things to come. There is no question that Tecumseh expected and prepared for hostilities, but he sought to postpone the final accounting until his confederation was a reality. He had been warmly greeted on his tireless journeys by some tribes, but rebuffed by others, and there was still work to be done. Another factor affecting his strategy was the tense situation between the United States and Britain, engaged again in a serious dispute over shipping spoliations and impressment of sailors on the high seas. As Tecumseh's forefathers had accepted support from France against England in the 1760s, so the Shawnee leader was now willing to accept aid and an alliance with Britain against the Americans. "Brothers," he told his followers, "our great father over the waters Britain is angry with the white people, our enemies. He will send his great warriors against them, he will send us rifles, and whatever else we want. He is our friend, and we are his children." In his talks with friendly tribes, Tecumseh discussed specific logistical problems: how many guns were needed, how many warriors, where they would mobilize, how they would be supplied, where they would launch their attacks. The war began prematurely from Tecumseh's point of view. Operating on the thesis that the best defense is an offense, Harrison demanded that the leaders of Prophet's Town at Tippecanoe surrender a few Potawatomis accused of killing white men in Illinois, when 58. His request was turned down. He mobilized 1,000 troops at Vincennes to march on Tippecanoe. Tecumseh was on another trip south, seeking converts for Confederation. Had he been present, he later said, he would have avoided battle at any cost, for the one thing he deplored most was an isolated engagement that had no relation to a long-term plan. The prophet, however, smelled glory. Convinced that the enemy numbered only a few hundred men, he ordered a surprise night attack on Harrison's nearby camp but was unable to pierce the lines of a contingent that proved to be much larger. Harrison's casualties were 62 dead and 127 wounded, those of the prophet, though never verified, probably half as many. Nonetheless, failure of the attack left the initiative with the white governor, who promptly burned the town to the ground and emerged with a reputation as an Indian fighter that 3 decades later under the slogan Tippecanoe and Tyler too would place him in the White House. When Tecumseh returned home early in 1812, Indian bands, seeking to avenge Tippecanoe, were engaged in the kind of sporadic raids against white settlements and uncoordinated engagements that their leader shunned. The defeat, aside from forever eclipsing the prophet as a major Indian figure, set back the cause of Confederacy by discrediting its spiritual leader. Unity, if it was to be welded at all, now could come only as a result of a larger conflict, for in June that year the United States declared war against Britain and Tecumseh's cause became indissolubly associated with that of the British. The British pledged that should they win, the original Indian country north of the Ohio would become an independent nation. Armed with this promise, the Shawnee chief again sallied forth to recruit for his confederation, and was successful this time in winning the support of the powerful Sioux across the Mississippi, the influential Wyandots, the Potawatomis, and, after his initial military successes, many others. If the Indians were not the decisive factor in the War of 1812, they were quite important, especially in the early stages of hostilities. Each side tried to woo them. At a large council meeting called by the Americans at Fort Wayne, Tecumseh defied his hosts, twice breaking peace pipes offered him, and urged the Indians to form ourselves into one great combination and cast our lot with the British. This was, he said, a chance such as will never occur again, for if the British again get the mastery of all North America, our rights to at least a portion of the land of our fathers would be respected by the king. If they lost, the remnants of the different tribes will be driven toward the setting Sunday. Fired by these 59 words, young warriors joined Tecumseh's banner and marched off with him to Fort Maiden across the river from Detroit to give their allegiance to the British. His runners spread out far and wide to enroll thousands of others in the same cause, and though they fought under separate, instead of coordinated, leadership, they caused severe disruptions for the Americans from Canada to Georgia. Tecumseh himself, at the head of 1,000 to 3,000 braves, proved in the next year both his courage and his genius as a strategist. In July 1812, U.S. Major General William Hull, a hero of the Revolutionary War, crossed over from Fort Detroit into Canada with 2,500 men, expecting little opposition. But Tecumseh harried his communications south of Detroit and inflicted on 3 of Hull's companies, in the words of biographer John M. Oskison, the most disastrous defeat of American troops since St. Clair's fiasco of November 1791. Then in mid-August, the Indians and a few hundred men under Major General Sir Isaac Brock attacked Hull in Detroit. While Brock shelled the fort, Tecumseh and his men crossed the river in canoes for the main assault. After a short battle, Hull raised the white flag in one of the most humiliating defeats the American army was ever to suffer. It was a defeat for which Hull was subsequently court-martialed and sentenced to death, though the sentence was vacated by President Madison. Tecumseh's career was at its peak when he entered Detroit to reassure the Americans that they would not be massacred. A more sagacious man or a more gallant warrior, General Brock wrote of him, does not, I believe, exist. From Near and far now Indian chiefs rallied to the common banner with Britain. Fort Dearborn, Chicago, was captured by the Potawatomis, Fort Wayne was under siege, and Tecumseh's dream of Confederation was as close to fruition as it would ever be. In the fall he visited the South once more, and though there is no record of his conversations with the Creeks, it is obvious that his plea made an impact. The Creek Confederation was soon embroiled in a war in the South that cost the United States some millions of dollars and large numbers of casualties. The tide of victory continued to swell in the months that followed. In January 1813, a combined force of Indians and whites under British Brigadier Henry Proctor overwhelmed one of Harrison's generals, James Winchester, killing 400 and capturing 500, including the general himself. Only a couple of dozen managed to escape. 3 or 4 months later Tecumseh ambushed a force of 866 Kentucky troops near Fort Meigs on the Maumee River, killing about 500 and capturing 150 more. It is interesting that though he 60 furiously hated the Americans, when some of his men began to kill the captives 20 were slaughtered before he learned of the affair. Tecumseh hit one of his Indians with a sword, grabbed another, and stopped the massacre. At this point, Proctor might have struck a decisive blow at the Americans and perhaps modified the course of the war if he had continued the siege of Fort Meigs. But he was petulant, indecisive, and, unlike Brock, unable to get along with the Shawnee chief. He rejected the Indians' suggestion to continue the siege, even though the American force inside was seriously enervated. While the British command had changed for the worse, the American command was immeasurably improved as William Henry Harrison took the reins. The Americans had at least 100,000 men of military age to draw from in Kentucky and Ohio, the British had no more than 15,000 from the white population of Upper Canada. Tecumseh urged Proctor to attack before the Americans could be mobilized, but the general remained timid and hesitant. Meanwhile, in September 1813, Commodore Oliver Perry defeated the British fleet on Lake Erie, opening it for rapid communication and movement of troops by the Americans. Tecumseh again demanded that Proctor take a stand, but the British commander decided to retreat and fight only at a favorable position. He seemed to have little idea of what to do next. As his heavily laden wagons and boats moved into the interior at the excruciating pace of a few miles a day, Harrison's force of 2,500 men were landed by Perry's ships and moved forward at what was then an express speed. On October 3, with the Americans at his heels near McGregor's Creek on the River Thames, Proctor left his command to carry his wife and daughter to the safety of an Indian village 20 miles away. On his return he assigned Tecumseh's forces to the front lines while his own moved to the rear. Here, on October 5, 1813, in a fierce battle that lasted only 20 minutes, the brave Shawnee, already wounded in the arm the day before, fought his last battle. Outnumbered 3-1, he knew death was imminent. He removed his sword, symbol of his status as Brigadier General in the British Army, and instructed an aide, "When my son becomes a warrior, give this to him." Tecumseh's body was secretly buried, and with his death the dream of Indian Confederation faded. A year later, Andrew Jackson with 2,000 troops at his command, including such future luminaries as Ensign Sam Houston and hundreds of friendly Creeks and Cherokees, attacked a force of warriors under half-breed Chief Bill Weatherford, Red Eagle, at a place called Horseshoe Bend on the Tallapoosa River. He was determined, said Jackson, not only to defeat the Red Sticks but to exterminate them, and he was as good as his word. "The slaughter was greater than all we had done before," recorded Old Hickory's friend Brigadier General John Coffee. "We killed not less than 850 or 900 of them, and took about 500 squaws and children prisoners. Some 557 bodies were counted at the Bend alone." On August 9, 1814, Jackson forced an unhappy band of 35 Creek chiefs to append their names to a document which gave the Americans 23 million more acres, about 3/5 of Alabama and 1/5 of Georgia. 16 years later the hero of this war, Jackson, was ensconced in the President Bizzle, removing tens of thousands of Indians westward under the powers granted him by the Indian Removal Act. The Indian Wars, in which Tecumseh perished and the Creeks were shattered by Old Hickory Jackson, were part of a broader engagement which was variously called Mr. Madison's War, the Second War for Independence, or most often the War of 1812. It was a war fought under the slogan Free Trade and Sailors' Rights, signifying presumably that its goal was to affirm certain maritime freedoms denied Americans by Great Britain. Oddly enough, however, the states that had strong maritime interests not only opposed the war, but opposed it so fervidly that toward the end some of their leaders called for secession from the Union. Every member of Congress from Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Delaware voted against hostilities, as did 11 out of 13 in New York and 8 out of 14 in Massachusetts. On the other hand, western and southern states, with no shipping industries and no ships being seized by the British, favored the war. Every single congressman from Tennessee, Ohio, South Carolina, Kentucky, and Georgia voted for the war resolution, which passed by 79 to 49 in the House and 19 to 13 in the Senate in decisive majorities, considering how one-sided war votes usually have been. Clearly the motives for Mr. Madison's war were more complex than they appeared on the surface. If freedom of the seas were the single or even the primary reason for waging hostilities, there were as many, or nearly as many, good reasons for fighting France as Britain. Both powers were ravaging American ships, the British having seized 917, the French 558, and Madison himself evidently gave serious thought to fighting both. An amendment to add France to the war declaration failed in the Senate by a narrow 18 to 14 vote. 62. 63. The devil himself, said Nathaniel Macon of North Carolina, could not tell which government, England or France, is the most wicked. The opposition Federalists in Congress asked pointedly, if honor demands a war with England, what opiate lulls that honor to sleep over the wrongs done us by France? Charles Prentice, a Massachusetts poet, put the question in political rhyme. If England look askance, we boil with rage. And blood only, can the wound assuage, yet, whipped, robbed, kicked, and spit upon, by France, we treat her with greater complaisance. Whatever the immediate cause of Mr. Madison's war, there is no doubt that a large and influential faction sought territorial aggrandizement from it, and that if the United States had won a clear victory, it would have attached Canada and the Floridas to the Union. 10 days after the declaration of war in June 1812, former President Jefferson wrote, in obvious anticipation of imperial gain, "Upon the whole I have known no war entered into under more favorable auspices. Our present enemy will have the sea to herself while we strip her of all her possessions on this continent. The cession of Canada," he proposed, "must be a sine qua non at a treaty of peace." 5 weeks later, in a letter to Colonel William Duane, he was even more specific: "The acquisition of Canada this year, as far as the neighborhood of Quebec, will be a matter of mere marching, and will give us the experience for the attack of Halifax the next, and the final expulsion of England from the American continent." Another focus of expansionist attention was the two Floridas, East and West, both of which included a growing number of émigrés from the United States. At the time, they belonged to Spain, East Florida covering approximately what is now the state of Florida, and West Florida the strip along the Gulf of Mexico from Baton Rouge in the west to the Perdido River in the east. Americans had long considered that these two territorial morsels must eventually become part of the Union. Many years before, Jefferson had outlined a scenario for the acquisition of these and other parts of the Spanish Empire, in which the American population advance would do the work of an army. "Our Confederacy," he wrote, "must be viewed as the nest, from which all America, North and South, is to be peopled." For the time being it was well that such territories remained under Spanish rule, since the United States was not yet ready to absorb them. "Those countries," Jefferson observed, "cannot be in better hands. My fear is that they, the Spaniards, are too feeble to hold them till our population can be sufficiently advanced to gain it." 64 Ox to Canada. From them piece by piece. If Jefferson eschewed war more than most American leaders at first anyway, he did not eschew territorial expansion. He anticipated that when the trees were heavily laden with American fruit, Spain would be happy to sell them. West Florida, which had been traded back and forth between Britain, France, and Spain, was infiltrated by émigrés from the Carolinas and Georgia, greatly diluting its French and Spanish population. Baton Rouge was almost wholly Anglo-American. Under the vague terms of the Louisiana Purchase of 1803, it was assumed by Jefferson that West Florida had been included, and by France and Spain that it had not. For a time some members of Jefferson's cabinet except for Albert Gallatin considered using military force to seize not only West Florida but Texas, or if not both, Texas alone. Nearby garrisons were ordered to strengthen their forces and be on the alert. So matters stood until Napoleon's rampaging armies entered Spain and Bonaparte in 1808 installed his brother Joseph as monarch of the Iberian state. Since Spanish loyalists and Britain continued to challenge French rule, the indeterminate state of affairs was an opportunity for revolutionaries from the Spanish Empire in the Western Hemisphere to try and throw off the shackles. In Mexico, Father Miguel Hidalgo organized a popular revolt that ended with the rout of 100,000 Pueblo armed rebels and demonstrators at Guadalajara. The Anglo-Americans in West Florida, encouraged by friends across the border in the United States, did better. On July 1, 1810, American settlers and adventurers initiated a rebellion, which culminated in September with seizure of the Spanish fort at Baton Rouge and a declaration of independence by the Republic of West Florida. The Bourbon flag was torn down and a blue woolen one with a single silver star run up in its place. A very considerable force in the lower part of West Florida, which opposed independence, was dissuaded from taking action by the undisguised threat from Mississippi's militia. On October 27, while the rebels were discussing what terms to ask for in negotiations for statehood with the United States, Madison issued a proclamation extending U.S. authority over West Florida up to the Perdido. Troops took possession of a small area between the Mississippi and Pearl Rivers, waiting the next move in the drama. When the boundaries of the state of Louisiana were set in 1812, they included the occupied area of West Florida. The remaining portion, from the Pearl to the Perdido, was assigned as a county to the Mississippi Territory. Having gobbled up de facto though not yet de jure West Florida, Madison asked for and received authority to 05. Take East Florida on the theory that otherwise it might be seized bv Britain. Thus it was that the appetite for Canada in the north was balanced by an equal desire to acquire the Floridas in the south. That TFIA not underground notions whispered among friends in private but bellowing cries heard loud and often is attested to bv some of the writings and statements made in that period. Where is it written in the Book of Fate? Asked the Nashville Clarion on April 1/12. That the American Republic shall not stretch her limits. From the capes of the Chesapeake to Nootka Sound, from the Isthmus of Panama to Hudson Bay. Richard M. Johnson of Kentucky avowed that he would never die contented until Britain was expelled from North America, and her territories incorporated with the United States. The waters of the St. Lawrence and the Mississippi interlock in a number of places, and the great disposer of human events intended those two rivers should belong to the same people. That this beneficence from the disposer of human events might have favorable economic consequences as well was emphasis by Congressman Peter B. Porter of New York. Since exports from Quebec alone, he said, were nearly $6 million a year, we should be able in a short time to remunerate ourselves for all the spoliations she Britain has committed on our commerce. The conquest of Canada from England at a time when Canada I defended by only 4,500 regular troops, and of the Floridas from Spain at a time when Spain was reeling in disarray, seemed so effortless a task that it inevitably suggested itself to influential Americans. I trust one shall not be deemed presumptuous, said Henry Klobb, the nation's leading war hawk in February of 1s10. when I state that I verily believe that the militia of Kentucky are alone competent to place Montreal and Upper Canada at our feet. Major General Andrew Jackson of Tennessee offered the President a trained militia of 2,500 men and gave his solemn word that, if commissioned, he would have them at Quebec in 90 days. Brigadier General George Matthews had occupied a section of East Florida before the War of IS-12 began. It was a simple flight of fancy then to visualize the quick capture of these outposts and to consider their acquisition a valid purpose for making war. None of these stalwarts, it should be mentioned, suggested that Canada and the Floridas might determine for themselves whether to affiliate voluntarily with the United States, or to establish themselves as independent nations. According to a resolution passed by the Massachusetts Senate, the war was founded in falsehood, declared without necessity, and its real object was extent of territory by unjust conquests. 66. 2. Like the naval war with France, the War of 1812 was a spin-off of events in Europe. During the long period of hostilities in the Old World, a tenuous peace prevailed for 2 years, but it was shattered on May 18, 1803, when Napoleon Bonaparte declared war on Britain. In doing so he unleashed a storm that battered Europe for more than a decade until he himself was safely incarcerated on St. Helena. Only 33, and with an incredible string of victories already behind him, Napoleon dreamed of storming the last bastion, England, to make himself supreme master of the civilized world. Had he succeeded, events in America would have taken an entirely different course. He miscalculated, however. The island's stronghold was defended by almost 1,000 warships and 120,000 sailors. By 1805, after Lord Nelson's victory over the French and Spanish fleets at Cape Trafalgar, Britain was unchallenged master of the seas, safe from invasion. Simultaneously, as 180,000 of Napoleon's troops delivered a crushing blow against Austria and Prussia at Austerlitz, France became supreme on land. The war lapsed into a stalemate between a shark and a tiger, neither able to deliver the coup de grace. For the United States, the world's leading neutral shipper, the travail of Europe translated itself into an economic bonanza. The whole situation, observes economic historian Harold U. Faulkner, was remarkably similar to the early days of the First World War, 1914 to 1917, when the United States as the great neutral profited from supplying foodstuffs to the warring nations. Britain, unable to supply the West Indies during hostilities, was forced to suspend the Navigation Acts, which limited trade in the colonies to its own ships. This gave New Englanders access to a rich market. France, too, relaxed restrictions over its Caribbean empire. This was also true insofar as commerce with Europe was concerned, so that with relations suspended between the two enemies, American carriers filled the gap, supplying increased amounts of foodstuffs and other wares to both. The magnitude of American prosperity may be gauged from the fact that American tonnage engaged in foreign commerce grew from 124,000 in 1789 to 810,000 by 1807. The corollary statistic on exports was $21 million in 1792 to $108 million by 1807. Canny Yankee shippers found ways to avoid embargoes and restrictive decrees much as their forefathers had done before the Revolution. The British, for instance, had promulgated a rule back 67. In 1756 that trade prohibited in time of peace, such as that between the West Indies and Europe, would not be permitted in time of war. But the Americans designed a subterfuge called the Broken Voyage. Sugar, by way of example, was taken on in the French West Indies, brought to an American port, unloaded for a time, then reloaded and re-exported to a European harbor under French control. As Marshall Smelser records, the increase in tonnage and value of exports had no parallel in history. Grain and land prices rose similarly, sales to the West Indies built credits in Europe to pay for British manufactures, southern exports remained level, but the re-exporting maritime states almost quadrupled their shipments. There were, of course, humiliating byproducts to this prosperity. On the high seas His Majesty's Navy seized American vessels on charges of unneutral behavior, and took them before prize courts which decided whether to hold the ships and confiscate their wares. Even when the American carriers were adjudged guiltless they had to pay certain court costs and sometimes lost the services of their crews. Moreover, British warships contemptuously treated the port of New York as if it were a London suburb, entering its territorial waters, searching vessels, and impressing seamen. This last practice was particularly abasing since it amounted to nothing less than international kidnapping. With all that, prices were so high and profits so lush that, despite the loss of some ships, wounded feelings were easily assuaged. There was certainly no feeling of crisis in the United States. As of 1805, however, each of the stalemated opponents and their allies decided that the course of victory lay in trying to strangle the other economically. Since France could not defeat Britain at sea and Britain, as yet, could not defeat France on land, the way to win, each felt, was to choke off the other's trade. Britain blockaded ports under French rule, hoping thereby to starve its rival into submission, and the French responded by closing European ports to English wares, a sort of boycott to deny the enemy his markets. It was hoped this would force John Bull to close his factories, throw his workers on the streets, and succumb to depression and internal dissolution. The United States of course was a pivotal factor in this game, for if its ships delivered British goods to France or American foodstuffs to England unhindered, economic strangulation was impossible. It was necessary, therefore, to impose restrictions on the Yankees, and each side in the ensuing years did it with increasing severity. In July 1805 a British court, in the celebrated case of the Essex, ruled that a broken voyage trip would be considered a continuous voyage and the vessel subject to seizure unless the 68th ship owner could prove that he had imported the goods into the United States in good faith and paid a duty on them. In effect this cut the ground from an important source of evasion. In November 1807 England tightened the vice a little further by orders in council that henceforth neutral ships would have to stop in Britain and pay a fee before being permitted to go on to French or French-controlled ports. Napoleon retaliated with the Milan Decree, declaring that any neutral vessel that sailed to England or its colonies was prey to seizure by French privateers. It was in theory at least an impossible situation for Yankee shippers. If they stopped off in London or even permitted themselves to be searched by an English frigate, they were subject to seizure by the French, and if they sallied forth to French-controlled ports without first paying tribute to His Majesty, they were liable to be nabbed by the other side. Not unexpectedly, as in all such instances, neutral America cried out that freedom of the seas was sacrosanct and should not be abrogated in favor of the selfish interests of any single nation. When the Essex decision was handed down, protest demonstrations took place in the United States and the Salem Register, speaking what was on many minds, commented that never will neutrals be perfectly safe till free goods make free ships or till England loses 2 or 3 naval battles. James Madison presented a 70,000-word document to Congress of massive unreadability, according to Smelser, showing that the rule of 1756 was immoral. From the English and French points of view, the materialistic Yankees were thinking only of base profits. Both London and Paris considered themselves leaders of progressive coalitions against the other side's tyranny, and could not understand why the United States would not sacrifice a few million in trade to assure their particular victory. Didn't the Americans realize, asked a British lawyer, James Stephen, in an 1805 pamphlet, that the subjugation of England would be fatal to the last hope of liberty in Europe, and that the United States itself would be in jeopardy from France should England fall? The neutral powers, he wrote, can subsist without this newly acquired commerce, but Great Britain cannot long exist as a nation, if bereft of her ancient means of offensive maritime war. Moreover, there was something fraudulent in the Yankee pose of neutrality, since re-exports to France were in effect a war in disguise by the United States. London also had a rationale for the impressment of thousands of American sailors which conformed snugly to its own interests. Unable to secure enough volunteer sailors, England sent out press. 69. Gangs, on land and sea, to seize any Britisher with enough bone and muscle to work a ship. It was not a new practice, it is said in fact to have occurred sporadically over 400 years. British sailors worked for low wages, $7 a month, under abominable conditions and were therefore prone to jump ship, especially in American ports, where monthly wages were 3 or 4 times higher. According to Lord Nelson, in the first stage of the war with France before temporary peace in 1801, there had been no fewer than 42,000 maritime deserters. 12 British ships were unable to sail from Norfolk in 1804 because their seamen had taken off for better positions. A standard technique for a disaffected English sailor was to flee his ship while in port, buy fraudulent American naturalization certificates called protection papers and sign on with an American vessel at more favorable wages. If the U.S. government did not entirely encourage the system, it did nothing to stop it. One enterprising American lady was said to have in her home a cradle full of protection papers, for sale as low as $1 each. According to a British claim in 1809, 2/3 of the 60,000 men in the American merchant marine were deserters carrying these fraudulent certificates. With a navy that required 120,000 men and a commercial fleet that needed 120,000 more, the problem of deserters was obviously a serious one for His Majesty's government. It might have been solved by raising wages, but such an approach did not appear auspicious to Tory-minded English entrepreneurs. Instead, press gangs, like commissioned locusts, pounced on able-bodied subjects wherever they could be found, and impressed them. Off the American coast, as well as on the high seas, British frigates stopped American vessels to divest them of English sailors. HMS Leander in 1806 often held up a dozen or 2 dozen Yankee merchantmen at one time off the New York coast pending search. By far the largest portion of sailors impressed were Englishmen, but the Crown was not too squeamish about snatching an American here and there, especially if he had no papers and could not prove nationality, or more perniciously if he was a naturalized American citizen. The British did not recognize naturalization, insisting that once a Britisher, always a Britisher. An Irish American with a brogue, who pronounced P's as pays, might be unceremoniously hauled away as a British subject. All told, it is estimated that 6,000 to 10,000 U.S. citizens were impressed, many of whom died in service. According to Lord Castlereagh in 1811, only 1,600 Americans had been illegally seized. On June 22, 1807, a U.S. frigate, the Chesapeake, was hailed by the British frigate Leopard 10 miles out of Norfolk. The American captain, thinking he was being stopped to take aboard a packet of letters for Europe, sensed no problem. But when he was asked to submit to search and refused, the Leopard fired 3 broadsides at the hapless Chesapeake, killing 3 and wounding 18. English seamen thereupon boarded the American ship and hustled off 4 alleged deserters, the object of their search. Of the 4, it turned out, 3 were Americans who had previously been impressed, and only 1 a genuine British citizen who was eventually court-martialed in Halifax and hanged from the yardarm of his own ship. The reaction to this incident in the United States was furious. Elbridge Gerry reflected American sentiment when he said that a state of warfare was preferable to such a state of national insult and degradation. According to historian Thomas A. Bailey, not since the XYZ days had the American people been more united on an issue. Madison, in a letter to Monroe, noted that war is proclaimed at every meeting, or rather by every mouth, which is not British. Had Jefferson willed it, there would have been war then, instead of 5 years later. In 1807, however, the Republican president was still intent on peace, just as he had been in the crisis with France a decade before. He was not a pacifist, as was proven by the war with Tripoli, but he nurtured the hope that further territorial largesse would fall into American hands as Louisiana had done, through purchase or negotiations, not war. Moreover, he was still aware of the internal weaknesses of the adolescent republic, beset by sectional and class differences, troubles with the Indians, and separatist tendencies. The responsibility of knitting a United States weighed heavily upon him. The threat of separatism, though not often remembered today, was no idle one. For example, Brigadier General James Wilkinson of Kentucky served as a secret Spanish agent for 20 years after 1787, during which time he was paid $2,000 a year for spying on his country and plotting the detachment of Kentucky and Trans-Appalachia from the nation. As late as 1807, the Spanish minister in Washington, the Marquis de Urijo, reported to Madrid. Wilkinson detests his present government, and the separation of the western states has long been his favorite plan. He is entirely devoted to us. Senator William Blount of Tennessee intrigued with the British in 1797 to disjoin the Southwest, and, though expelled from the Senate by a vote of 25-1, was chosen by his fellow Tennesseans as president of their upper house. Extremists in the Federalist camp, such as William Smith and Uriah Tracy, talked of sex. Zion by the North in the hectic 1790s, and when Louisiana was added to the country in 1803 and Ohio admitted to statehood, Sep. 71. Oration again became a live issue in New England. Senator Timothy Pickering and other leaders of Massachusetts and Connecticut, fearing that the balance of power was running against their section of the country, talked of establishing a Northern Confederacy of New England and New York, divorced from the corrupt and corrupting influence and oppression of the aristocratic Democrats of the South. Vice President Aaron Burr, who decided to run for governor of New York after being dropped from the Republican ticket in 1804, offered to become the Confederacy's president if successful in his state campaign. A year later, the same Burr, after killing Alexander Hamilton in a duel at Weehawken, New Jersey, entered into new intrigues with the British minister to sever Louisiana and perhaps the Mississippi Territory from the United States. None of the plots succeeded, but they testify to the fragile character of the Union at the time, and explain to some extent why Jefferson was hesitant about making war. But if not war, what then? The President's initial response to the Chesapeake incident was to order all British ships from American ports. Months later, at his request, Congress passed the famous Embargo Act, which prohibited Americans from exporting any goods to a foreign nation either by sea or by land. U.S. shipping was limited exclusively, except under special permit, to American coasts, and then only if the shipowner gave bond he would not take his cargo overseas. Jefferson reckoned that since nearly half of England's imports and a third of its exports were destined to and from the United States, economic coercion would force His Majesty's government to mend its ways. Officially, exports fell from $108 million in 1807 to $22 million in 1808, and tens of thousands of seamen found themselves unemployed. In defending the policy, one of Jefferson's supporters, Senator William Branch Giles of Virginia, argued that if the embargo had not been instituted, the European belligerents would have seized $100 million worth of American merchandise and $20 million worth of its ships, as well as impressed thousands of its seamen. According to Giles, the embargo laws have saved this enormous amount of property, and this number of seamen, which, without them, would have forcibly gone into the hands of our enemies, to pamper their arrogance, stimulate their injustice, and increase their means of annoyance. Be that as it may, Britain did not yield to the pressure, for it found alternative supplies and markets in Latin America, Turkey, and elsewhere. Moreover, its 1,808 crops were so astonishingly good that its reliance on American foodstuffs diminished apace. Equally important perhaps, American shippers evaded the embargo whole. 72. Sail. Illicit trade moved into Canada either by land or on large rafts. Guarded by armed men in defiance of state militia and revenue officers, many of whom cheerfully accepted bribes to look the other way. Another device was to secure licenses from state governors to ship flour along the coast, then set the ship sailing toward Europe. The governors, wise in the ways of the world, issued these papers with abandon, and sometimes at unseemly profit. Every other technique, from forged papers to midnight sailings from obscure inlets, was employed to evade the law. Not a few entrepreneurs who engaged in foreign commerce fared as well as or better than before the embargo. Nevertheless, the embargo was immensely unpopular with the general public. Not only were the wharves and boatyards of New England reduced to minimal operations, but the farmers inland were badly hurt. In 12 hours after the news of the embargo, reported a Virginia planter, flour fell from $5.50 to $2.50 at this place, and tobacco. And everything in proportion, and God only knows the results. With curtailed exports, planters and merchants suffered severely. Many were forced into bankruptcy, even as their barns and warehouses filled with produce. By the end of 1808 the country was gripped with a self-imposed depression, and in New England, town meetings were calling for secession. In February 1809 there were serious plans afoot to call a New England Conference, in the spirit of the Kentucky and Virginia resolves of a decade back, to unilaterally nullify the embargo. By now all the state governments of New England were in Federalist hands. In 1807, only Connecticut had been, and many a Republican in that area was disaffected with Jefferson's policies. On March 1, 1809, therefore, just 3 days before the Sage of Monticello left office, Congress decided to repeal the ill-fated legislation in favor of a more moderate form of economic coercion, the Non-Intercourse Act. Under the new bill foreign trade was reinstated, with the single proviso that American ships take no wares to ports in Europe under British or French control. This was modified the following year by a strange law called Macon's Bill No. 2, which reopened intercourse with the two warring states, but of furred the carrot that if either repealed its hostile decrees against the United States, Washington would suspend trade with the other. Historians differ sharply as to whether economic coercion could have worked if the American people had been more patient. Samuel Eliot Morison concludes that it was Jefferson's greatest mistake. It altered the policy of Britain or of Napoleon not by one hair. It failed to protect the American merchant marine, and it convinced many good people that the Virginia dynasty was bound to be N.A. 73. Napoleonic. On the other hand, there were a number of occasions when it seemed that either Britain or France would come to terms with Washington, which leads Louis Martin Sears, in his book on the embargo, to conclude that it came near enough to success to vindicate its sponsor as a practical statesman. Diplomatic expert Thomas A. Bailey observes that the cumulative effect of economic coercion did contribute to the repeal of the orders in council. In the end Jefferson's policy triumphed, but America was not patient enough to reap the benefits. Jefferson himself was convinced that Congress had been driven by treason, the threat of civil war in the North, to retreat from the high and wise ground we had taken. In any case, as it turned out, war was much more costly than embargo, and quite as unsuccessful. Despite the embargo, the Democratic-Republican candidate, James Madison, was elected president in 1808, though by a much smaller electoral margin than Jefferson had received 4 years earlier. Madison, described by Washington Irving as "poor Jemmy, a withered little apple John," was in his late 50s, short in stature, 5 feet 6 inches, an old veteran of Revolutionary days, erudite and scholarly like his two predecessors, but lacking spark. He was indefatigable, he slept little, often waking to jot down an idea for a memorandum. He was unusually clear-eyed in private discussion, yet devoid of the ability to communicate with the public. He was a poor speaker, thin-voiced, and much too detached from gut-level politics to maintain effective control over his party or his nation. Among his assets was a pretty wife, the former Dolly Payne Todd, a Quaker, 18 years his junior, whom he had married at age 43. Dolph Madison achieved a certain popularity of her own with harvest suppers at the White House and her elegant clothes, but it was far from enough to make her husband a public hero. Poor Jemmy in many respects was cast for the same role as John Adams, caught between the war hawks on the one hand, and the Federalists and Quids Peace Republicans on the other. Madison, like Jefferson, was committed to the policy of economic coercion, and within 6 weeks after being inaugurated seemed to have found a formula for making it work. Eagerly entering into negotiations with David Erskine, the British minister to Washington, who was married to an American, Madison signed what he thought was a firm agreement for re-establishing normal relations. While the modus vivendi ignored the issue of impressment, it won a pledge that Britain would rescind its orders in council in return for America continuing non-intercourse with France. Great and glorious news, read an extra of the New Hampshire Patriot. Our differences with Great Britain amicably settled, and 600 Yankee vessels took off for London on the appointed day when the agreement was to go into effect, only to find it was a false alarm. Erskine, it seems, had exceeded his instructions and was repudiated by his superiors. A distraught Madison, chafing at what he later defined as a mixture of fraud and folly, could do naught else but reimpose the restrictions on trade with England. Having failed to come to terms with the British, the next suggested step was to make peace with Napoleon. The French emperor, like the British ministry, felt he had little to fear from the paper colossus overseas. In March 1810 he issued his Rambouillet decree confiscating $10 million worth of American ships and supplies in his ports. 5 months later, however, seeing an opening in Macon's Bill No. 2 to drive a wedge between London and Washington, he let it be known that His Majesty loves the Americans. As proof of his new affection, Napoleon had his foreign minister, the Duc de Cador, send an ambiguous missive to the American minister stating that after November 1 decrees against neutral shipping would be automatically revoked, it being understood that the English are to revoke their orders in council. Madison was so captivated by this prospect for resolving differences with the French that he issued a proclamation on November 2 giving Britain 3 months to repeal its orders in council or see the reintroduction of non-intercourse. Once again Madison was gulled by a foreign potentate, for while he kept his side of what he considered to be a bargain, Napoleon imposed new duties on U.S. trade and ordered all American ships that had arrived after an early date in 1809 seized and sold. In this indeterminate state of affairs, despite a significant improvement in exports, imports, and foreign trade, tonnage war fever in the United States continued to rise. If it was directed more against London than Paris, it may be because by now Napoleon was occupied with his campaign against Russia, finding little time to concentrate on Uncle Sam, while Britain loomed as a direct, tangible threat to American independence. It was arming Tecumseh's Indians in the West, and with its all-powerful navy seemed determined to reduce the United States to nothing more than a protectorate. On May 16, 1811, the American Navy, in a moment of glory, avenged the Chesapeake incident of 4 years earlier. The President, a 44-gun frigate, attacked His Majesty's 20-gun corvette. 75. Little Belt, killing and maiming 32 English sailors. But this did not calm the storm, for by now matters were drifting toward war without a single immediate incident such as Pearl Harbor or the sinking of the Maine to spark it. By now, too, the brash call was being heard more frequently, on to Canada. 4. In many minds, the invasion of Canada and the Floridas was simply a good strategy for countering Britain's control of the seas. These were the obvious places to strike for a nation which lacked a credible navy. The advantage of taking Canada, said a Richmond newspaper, will not accrue so much from the tenure of them as a conquest, but from the very important consequences which their loss will occasion to the British. Others, however, lusted for new domain, pure and simple. Either way, the Canada-Florida mood was fed by a new generation of Republicans mounting the stage, who were at once more egalitarian and more nationalist than their predecessors. Henry Claude of Kentucky, leader of the Hawks, was in his early 30s, John C. Calhoun of South Carolina, in his late 20s. Felix Grundy of Tennessee, Peter B. Porter of Buffalo, New York, and Richard M. Johnson of Kentucky were all relatively young men. 5 or 6 of the new Republicans, including Clay and Calhoun, roomed in the same boarding house, where they plotted together the steps by which America should be brought to battle. Hostile to Britain, generally pro-French, these men manifested the spirit of what was called Young America, independent, prideful, aggressive. And though they've shared a democratic philosophy 180 degrees removed from that of the late Alexander Hamilton, they exhibited an instinct for expansion that matched or exceeded his. Among these men, whom Josiah Quincy called young politicians with their pin feathers unshed, the guiding spirit was unquestionably the debonair lawyer from Kentucky, variously called Gallant Harry of the West, the Cock of Kentucky, the Judas of the West, the Western Star. Henry Clay, one of a large brood sired by a dignified but undistinguished Baptist minister, was born in April 1777 and brought up in a section of Hanover County, Virginia, picturesquely called the Slashes. His father died when Henry was 4, leaving the mother with a 464-acre farm and 18 slaves, not much by the standards of planter aristocracy, but enough for modest comfort. A few years later the widow married a kindly gentleman from Richmond who took a keen interest in his stepson. The Bob had only 3 years of formal education at the log school in the J6. Slashes run by a drunken Englishman, but this was not too unusual for the backwoods those days. At 14, the tall, thin youngster with a long neck, blue eyes, light hair, wide mouth, and awkward gait was apprenticed to a retail store in Richmond. With the help of his stepfather, he then moved into the clerk's office of the High Court of Chancery. A few years later, after joining the Attorney General's office to study, he emerged with a law degree. With little more than this license in his pocket, Clay, now 20, joined his mother and stepfather on the trek to Lexington, then the metropolis of Kentucky. With 2,000 residents, black and white, Lexington, apart from being an industrial center, was considered a cultural mecca, the Athens of the West. Here the Western Star quickly established his reputation as a great criminal lawyer, his fluent tongue and knack of finding rapport with a jury saving one accused murderer after another from the death penalty. Every now and then he filled in as prosecutor and on one such occasion argued for the execution of a slave who had killed his overseer under extreme duress. Had it been a white man, Clay admitted, he would have been freed on the theory of justifiable homicide, but since he was a slave whose duty it was to submit, he was properly charged with murder. Clay later regretted this decision to prosecute. He also defended Aaron Burr in November 1806 on the charge of organizing the planned invasion of Spanish territory, and secured his acquittal, another deed he lamented. But this was part of his nature. He was a relatively easygoing man, with supreme self-confidence. Not unnaturally he had married into the blue blood family of Colonel Thomas Hart, and what with his own practice and managing his father-in-law's legal affairs, was able to invest in land, business enterprises, and horses. He loved to gamble heavily, play the ponies, chase women, and drink wine. Friends called Clay flexible, enemies called him opportunist. On the whole, however, he was a fervent Jeffersonian Democrat. He championed the gradual emancipation of slaves and the democratization of state government. He castigated the Alien and Sedition Acts before a large audience and was carried off on the shoulders of enthusiastic listeners. He was, in other words, made to order for Western politics in the early days of the Republic. Elected to the Kentucky legislature in 1803, he was appointed to a short term in the United States Senate only 3 years later when he was 3 months under the legal age of 30. New Hampshire's Senator William Plummer described Clay at this time as a man of honor and integrity, but also a man of pleasure, fond of amusements. He is a great favorite with the ladies, is in all parties of pleasure, out almost JJ. Every evening, reads but little. He is a man of talents, is eloquent, but not nice or accurate in his distinctions. He declaims more than he reasons. In 1810 Clay was again appointed to an unexpired term in the Senate, distinguishing himself with an impassioned defense of President Madison's proclamation of October 27, 1810, claiming West Florida for the United States. If Spain's ally, Britain, were to declare war on the young republic as a result of the seizure, Clay hoped that all our hearts will unite in a bold and vigorous vindication of our rights. Not long thereafter, the Cock of Kentucky, elected to the livelier House of Representatives, was placed in a more favorable position for vindication of our rights. When the 12th Congress assembled in November 1811, almost half the members of the House, 61 of 142, were, like Clay, serving their first term. Of these new men, 9 were Federalists, a few peace Republicans quids they were called, but 30 were determined war advocates. With saucy impertinence the Hawks elevated Henry Clay to the speakership of the House, replacing an old Revolutionary War general, Joseph B. Varnum, who had moved up to the Senate. To bypass old and experienced hands for a young newcomer was unprecedented, but young America was expressing its misgivings of those who still sought diplomatic solutions. Some of its stalwarts favored seizure of the Floridas, others of Canada, and still others of both, but there was a general unanimity among them for rearmament, war, and conquest. Seldom has any political force been so frank about its war aims. As early as February 1810, Henry Clay, while protesting that no man wants peace more than I, noted the advantages of ousting Britain from Canada and extinguishing the torch that lights up savage warfare. Is it nothing, he asked, to acquire the entire fur trade connected with that country? This war, if carried on successfully, said Felix Grundy, will have its advantages. We shall drive the British from our continent. I therefore feel anxious not only to add the Floridas to the south, but the Canadas to the north of this empire. The seizure of West Florida, consummated in the fall of 1810, whetted the appetite for booty elsewhere. To me, sir, said an eager member of the House from New Hampshire, it appears that the author of nature has marked our limits in the south by the Gulf of Mexico, and on the north by the regions of eternal frost. The National Intelligencer of November 28, 1811, noted that the country around Lake Ontario is almost everywhere extremely fertile, particularly that part which lies at the west end and on the Niagara River. Perhaps this is excelled by no part of the world. Making its point stronger in February 1812, the /8 same paper commented drily, all agree that Canada must be ours. If incorporated into the Union it would soon hold a larger population than the present population of the United States. There were, to be sure, endless lands in the prairies across the Mississippi, but these were considered unhealthy and they lacked water for drinking, or timber for log cabins, fences, and firewood. Canada, on the other hand, though inhabited by a sparse 310,000 people, as against 7 million in the United States, was rich in these resources. A few ambitious souls even cast eyes beyond the Floridas and Canada. "Behold the Empire of Mexico," cried a Nashville writer. "Here it is that the statesman shall see an accession of territory sufficient to double the extent of the Republic." Charles and Mary Beard comment that if the whole program could be carried into effect, the new United States of which Clay spoke would include the continent of North America. This was the direction of affairs as the 12th Congress assembled. In the Speaker's chair Clay was dignified and composed, but he surrendered the chair frequently for florid presentations of his personal aggressive views, and he used his power to pack committees with hawks. The all-important 9-man Foreign Relations Committee, chaired by Peter B. Porter, included 5 war advocates. David R. Williams, Langdon Cheves, and Ezekiel Bacon, all on the Marshall side, were placed at the head of committees on military affairs, the Navy, and Ways and Means. Congress convened on November 4, 1811, just 3 days before William Henry Harrison pushed the prophet, Tecumseh's brother, into oblivion. Shortly thereafter Grundy announced that the Committee on Foreign Relations would soon recommend war, and Peter Porter issued a report on November 29 listing all the futile efforts to have Britain repeal its orders in council. Soon a bill was passed authorizing enlargement of the 7,000-man army to 35,000 regulars with bounties of $16 a head and a promise to each soldier of 160 acres of land on discharge, and the President was also given the power to recruit 50,000 volunteer militia. The Navy, so impossibly uncompetitive with the British, was voted only $300,000 to repair 3 frigates, but it was assumed that armed privateers would take up some of the slack by preying on English ships. In March, resolutions carried to tax the states $3 million and solicit loans of $11 million more. That same month, adding fuel to the fires, President Madison published the indiscreet correspondence between an American spy for the British, John Henry, and Sir James Craig, Governor-General of Canada. Among the 14 letters, for which the chief executive had paid $50,000, was one of February 6, 1809, which speculated that if the Federalists of J.Q. the Eastern States should be successful in obtaining that decided influence which may enable them to direct the public opinion, it is not improbable that they will exert that influence to bring about a separation from the general Union. In that likely event, said Craig, Britain wanted to be quickly informed as to how far they the Federalists would look up to England for assistance, or be disposed to enter in a connection with us. Even though the names of the Federalist leaders were deleted by Henry, the missives created a sensation, confirming for many that Britain would not rest content until she had dismembered the Union. Simultaneously there occurred a comic opera invasion. The Madison administration, having added West Florida to its laurels in 1810, secretly instructed Brigadier General George Matthews to take East Florida if the governor or other local authorities were so disposed. The people, however, were disinterested in becoming part of the United States, if only because as a Spanish colony their trade was booming. In the face of embargoes and non-intercourse, Amelia Island near the Georgia border had become a major shipping center from which and to which hundreds of vessels smuggled produce and lumber. Had there been a vote, it is unlikely that Floridians would have yielded their prosperity to the nebulous glories of union. But Matthews did not wait to ascertain the opinion of either officialdom or the populace. He forced the town of Fernandina to surrender on threat it would be bombarded by U.S. ships, then imposed a sympathetic Floridian, William Craig, as governor, and at the head of new volunteers from Georgia, he marched toward the capital, St. Augustine. Here, however, the campaign bogged down. Had the war with Britain begun by this time, it is possible that Congress would have authorized continuation of the effort. As it was, a bill offered by Grundy, empowering Madison to take the territory, passed the House but failed in the Senate, where the war fever was not yet at the same pitch. Under the circumstances Madison was embarrassed by Matthews' adventure, the 72-year-old and virtually illiterate general was repudiated, and the captured land relinquished. The Matthews mishap, however, was only a small setback for the Hawks. Each week the cry for war grew by a few decibels. In April Congress clapped a 90-day embargo on trade with England. On June 1, 1812, having waited for a last-minute word from London indicating a change in position, Madison sent his war message to Congress. In it the emphasis was placed on the impressment of sailors by His Majesty's government and the abridgment of neutral shipping rights, as well as the incitement of Indians. The vote, though carefully manipulated by Clay in the House, was, as already inch 80. Caped, not overwhelming. And had the President or Congress known of developments in London at the time, it might have been even narrower or it might have been defeated. For on June 23, Foreign Secretary Lord Castlereagh suspended the hated Orders in Council for a year, and optimistic British shippers immediately dispatched $20 million worth of cargo to the United States. Due to the communications lag, this news did not arrive in Washington until August. Whether earlier information of the suspension would have tipped the scales toward peace is speculative, for there was a welter of motives for going to war. The depressed price of farm commodities had conditioned those in the western and southern regions to see war as a panacea. Thus the Lexington Reporter of December 10, 1811, on learning of the plans of the war hawks, exulted that our government will at last make war, to produce a market for our tobacco, flour, and cotton. For others there was, as John Randolph of Roanoke, leader of the Quids, pointed out, that rich vein of Tennessee land, which is said to be even better on the other side of the lake than on this. It was, he said, agrarian cupidity, not maritime right that urges the war. Ever since the report of the Committee on Foreign Relations came into the House, we have heard but one word like the whippoorwill, but one eternal monotonous tone: Canada. 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 In the mythology that sustains the American ego, the United States has never lost a war. But if wars are fought to achieve specific political objectives, the War of 1812 was a total and monumental failure. The peace treaty concluded at Ghent, Belgium, on Christmas Eve 1814 contained no provisions prohibiting search and seizure of American ships or impressment of American sailors. Nor did the United States gain any new territory. Though Canada had only 4,500 regular troops originally, Henry Clay's optimism about how easy it would be for the Kentucky militia to take it proved foolhardy. So did the naive prediction by John C. Calhoun that in 4 weeks from the time a declaration of war is heard on our frontier, the whole of Upper Canada and a part of Lower Canada will be in our power. Canada remained British. And though the Floridas were partly overrun by American forces, some of the posts seized had to be given up after hostilities were over, and it was not until 1819 that an enervated Spain finally yielded this part of its empire. A case can be made that the Indian menace was checked, that manufacturing was stimulated by the British blockade, that the nation ate one greater economic independence from Britain, but these results were probably inevitable anyway, and in any case they were not the substance of the war aims. There were, of course, heroic moments in the war to fatten national pride. As the British fleet bombarded the defenders of Baltimore during the night of September 13 to 14. 1514. Francis Scott Cave, a prisoner on one of the British ships, seeing the flag still aloft over Fort McHenry by the dawn's early light, composed the Star-Spangled Banner. There was Captain Oliver H. Burns' victory in Lake Erie and the seizure of many NM ships, despite England's naval superiority bv the 526 American privateers. There were Harrison's exploits against Tecumseh and Jackson's against the Creeks, and there was Jackson's capture of Pensacola and his great success in the Battle of New Orleans. January 15. Some days after the peace treaty had been negotiated at Ghent. The dying words of Captain James Lawrence after a 9-minute duel between his Chesapeake and the English warship Shannon, "Don't give up the ship, blow her up," became a word for the American Navy. But to compensate, there were equal or greater moments of distress and humiliation. In the first land war since the Revolution, except for engagements with Indians, the Army on the whole acquitted itself very poorly. 5 attempts to gain a foothold in Canada during the last half of 1s12 were disastrous. Governor William Hull of Michigan Territorial retreated in disarray after crossing into Canada from Detroit, and in August is-12 surrendered his army. Shortly thereafter, Major General Samuel Hopkins confronted a mutiny in his 4,000-man Kentucky militia. When he asked for 500 volunteers to move on Canada, not a single man stepped forward. On the eastern side of Canada, Captain John E. Wool, after having beaten Tecumseh's friend General Brock, was himself surrounded and captured when a few thousand New York militia declined to come to his aid. In November, Brigadier General Alexander Smith carried his army across the Niagara on boats, encouraging them with such statements as "Tomorrow will be memorable in the annals of the United States." But losing his nerve as he surveyed the Canadians on the opposite bank, called off the battle and came back again. Major General Henry Dearborn, another aged chieftain, reached 20 miles above Plattsburgh on his trek toward Montreal, when his militia refused to budge another inch. A year later, General James Wilkinson's campaign fared only slightly better, and shortly thereafter the British burned Buffalo and Black Rock, and seized Fort Niagara, which they held until the end of the war. Even on sea, the successes on the American side were far out of perspective. The 82OXTOCAXADA United States might revel in the naval victories of Captain Isaac Hull and his Constitution, or Captain Stephen Decatur's capture of His Majesty's frigate Macedonian, but these were of trivial consequence for the British. The Royal /A was losing less than 1% of its effective fleet, while the midget US NAV was being reduced bv a fifth. Indeed, until Napoleon abdicated in April 1s14. The war in America was a small sideshow for the British. News of its declaration rated on a few obscure paragraphs in popular London magazines, and it was on when the threat to Canada became serious and after the first American triumphs at sea that it began to attract due attention. Henry Goulburn, later a British negotiator at Ghent, recorded in his diary that the declaration of war was unexpected. The Canadas, in common with other colonies, had been denuded of troops to supplement a large force in Spain, until it could pay more serious attention to the Western Hemisphere. Britain contented itself with defending Canada, clapping a blockade on American ports though exempting New England until April 1514. And small raids. Such measures could not win a war, but they did contain it temporarily. BV Earl vs 13 Chesapeake Bay became unsafe for shipping, and Decatur's vessels were locked in at New London for the duration. Foreign trade in IS-14 slumped to 11% of what it had been in 1811, though illegal commerce made the figure higher. With Britannia ruling the waves, its forces occupied 100 miles of coast in Maine without challenge from the thousands of men of military age in that district, and landed small parties of 100 or 150 men elsewhere to steal, burn, and create general havoc. All of this was distressing enough to a warhawk faction that had anticipated a cakewalk to conquest. It turned from distress to humiliation when Britain could finally concentrate on the American upstart. In August 1814, General Sir George Prevost, reinforced by 10,000 veterans from overseas, marched on Plattsburgh to relieve pressure on Canada. It was an unsuccessful effort, but, as a diversion, 4,000 English troops were sent into the Chesapeake Bay area to destroy a flotilla of gunboats and attack Washington and Baltimore. For the first and only time in America's history since the Revolution, its capital fell into the hands of a foreign power. Dolly Madison's dinner was still on the table at the Executive Mansion on August 24. 1s14 when the British occupied the city. 2 English generals ate the meal, while President Madison fled across the river, and the NM proceeded to burn down the White House, the Capitol, the department buildings, and the office of the National Inquiry. The Patent Office was saved by a plea from its chief, William Thornton, that it was the repository of information needed by the world at large as much as the United States. But Americans themselves set fire to the Navy Yard and its ships to keep them from the British. Next, a rainstorm doused some of the flames, and the British withdrew to their transports to prepare for the next assault, on Baltimore. Here they met stiffer resistance and were forced to withdraw, but the Washington raid had been enough to bolster their spirits for a long time. 6. On the home front, the War of 1812 created deep fissures that again approached the outer boundaries of national disintegration. The opposition centered in New England and the Middle States, and while the Federalists and Peace Republicans were by no means an overwhelming majority even there, they have left an imprint on every phase of the war. The regular army, for instance, was never built up to even half its authorized strength. 50,000 1-Ver volunteers were authorized, but only 10,000 were recruited. The militia, time and again, proved useless. Only 7,000 out of a potential 95,000 turned up for the defense of Washington. At a critical moment, when the capital was being razed, Massachusetts, with 70,000 well-trained militia, and Rhode Island and Connecticut, withdrew their forces from federal command and entered into a pact of mutual defense. The New Englanders made it clear repeatedly that while they would defend their own territory, they would not supply forces for an invasion beyond their borders. A proposal by Monroe in 1814, when it seemed as if the war would go on indefinitely, to conscript 100,000 regular troops, was watered down in the Senate to a draft of so .000 for 2-year terms in the militia, and further modified in the House to 1-Ver terms. An amendment by New England's Daniel Webster to reduce it to 6 months failed by a single vote. Where is it written in the Constitution? Webster demanded. That you may take children from their parents and compel them to fight the battles of any war in which the folly or the wickedness of government may engage it. The lower house in Massachusetts called on people to form a peace party throughout the country. If our sons, it said, must be torn from you by conscript irons, consign them to the care of God, but let there be no volunteers except for defensive war. Money, like men, was similarly withheld from the national government. Treasury Secretary Albert Gallatin, though empowered to raise $SLL million in loans, was able to lure out of hiding only $6 mil. 84. Lion, of which a mere $1 million came from rich New England. The war loan of $1,814, $10.9 million, had to be sold at a 20% discount. Even then only $377,000 was raised in Massachusetts. Despite the usual bleatings about heavy taxes, deposits of paper money in 33 Massachusetts banks skyrocketed threefold from June 1810 to January 1814, and gold even more, yet little of this largesse was loaned out to the federal government. Hezekiah Niles, of Niles Weekly Register, asserted that while the British people were willing to spend $25 per capita on their wars, it was contemptible that Americans were unwilling to put out $2 per capita. Even worse, Yankee merchants continued to do business with the enemy as if nothing were amiss. They delivered beef and flour to Canada, accepting British bills of exchange for their provisions, which in turn were sold openly in Boston at a 1/5 discount. Supplies of the most essential kinds, Madison complained in a special message to Congress on December 9, 1813, find their way not only to British ports and British armies at a distance, but the armies in our neighborhood with which our own are contending, derive from our ports and outlets a subsistence attainable with difficulty, if at all, from other sources. According to Henry Adams, who examined Canadian archives, New Englanders even provided some specie to pay British troops. The mood of the United States was understandably grim toward the end of 1814, with the war going poorly, bankruptcy facing the Treasury, a danger of British-sponsored secession in the Mississippi Valley, and a more significant threat of secession from New England. In the negotiations with American emissaries at Ghent, the British demanded that the United States give up a large area of the Northwest as a buffer state for the Indians. It would include 1/3 of Ohio, 2/3 of Indiana, and almost all of what is now Illinois, Wisconsin, and Michigan. In addition, the United States was asked to cede that portion of Massachusetts now in British hands, part of the future state of Maine, yield certain fishing prerogatives gained in the Peace Pact of 1783, and abandon military and naval stations on the Great Lakes. The toughness of the British stand, when it became known, exacerbated the defeatist mood in America. The Boston Repertory urged physical force to stop the war, a proposal that Henry Clay denounced as simple treason. Senator Timothy Pickering, of the extreme Federalist wing, wrote to John Lowell that if the British succeed in the expedition against New Orleans and if they have tolerable leaders, I see no reason to doubt of their success. I shall consider the Union as severed. This consequence is 5. Deem inevitable. I do not expect a single representative in the next Congress from the Western states. The climax of moves that might have led to secession or civil war came with the Hartford Convention, which assembled 9 days before a settlement was reached in far-off Ghent. The 26 men who gathered at the State House in Hartford, official representatives from Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, and from local groups in Vermont and New Hampshire, were older and more prudent than many whom they've represented, but their report implied a threat of civil war in the future if they did not get their / except in case of absolute necessity, they've said, it was wrong to plan for a severance of the Union, especially in time of war. They felt, however, that the time for change is at hand. The convention issued a document which in effect was a manifesto of autonomy for the commercial states. Without mincing words, it said that these states were in danger of being ruined bv the farming sectors of the South and West, and that drastic constitutional modifications were needed to repair the balance. The convention urged that the states rather than the federal government assume control over the armed forces from their own areas, and retain a reasonable portion of the taxes collected within the said states. To reduce the power of the planter states, it was urged that slaves be excluded from the computation of residence. Each slave was then counted as 3/5 of a person in determining how many congressmen and electoral votes a state was entitled to. Another demand called for a 2/3 vote instead of a majority for passing on the admission of new states, declaring an embargo, or entering into war except in cases of direct invasion. Finally, the convention insisted that the states separately or in concert should be empowered to assume upon themselves the defense of their territory. In other words, a New England Confederation would decide for itself when and how to engage in war. This arrangement, if it would not have severed the Union, certainly would have decentralized the nation to the point of impotence. In effect, what New England was now demanding was something similar to what the Republicans asked for in the 1790s in the Virginia and Kentucky resolves, the right of each individual state to interpose its authority against the federal government. Though the tone of the report was moderate, it left the impression that if nothing were done to assuage the resentments of New England, further steps of a more dire nature would be taken at a second meeting scheduled for Boston next June 15. Indicative of the 86 militancy as well as inaccuracy in some quarters was the comment of the Boston Sentinel while the convention was in progress. New England is unanimous. And we announce our irrevocable decree that the tyrannical oppression of those who at present usurp the powers of the Constitution is beyond endurance. And we will resist it. A small town in Massachusetts, anticipating Thoreau's thesis on non-payment of taxes, vowed not to remit any monies to the national treasury. At the time, says Henry Adams in his History of the War, the federal regime had not 500 effective troops in Massachusetts, and if the convention chose to recommend that the state should declare itself neutral and open its ports, no one pretended that any national power existed in Massachusetts capable of preventing it. Again, as in the 1790s, good fortune more than good sense intervened to save the United States from internecine conflict. Britain, it turned out, was bluffing. Enervated by a quarter of a century of war, it withdrew its offensive proposals step by step, though it did not yield to American demands on shipping and impressment, and a peace treaty was consummated on December 24, 1814. For all practical purposes the status quo ante bellum prevailed, with all outstanding differences to be negotiated further. In London, Hart Davis in the House of Commons congratulated the government for having achieved its objectives to resist aggression and to support our maritime rights. There were misgivings on the part of others, however, that Britain had yielded too much. In the United States, though the casualties were light, 2,260 dead, 4,505 wounded, there was a universal sense of relief. The vote for peace in the Senate was 35-0. The relief was so pervasive that the Republicans, who had been responsible for the war in the first place, gained most in popular esteem for having ended it, while the Federalists, who had opposed the war, fell into severe decline. Under the circumstances there was no follow-up to the Hartford Convention. The Republic survived, though the war was lost. Picking the Spanish bone. In the classic model of imperialism, old empires, like old generals, fade away and new ones are built around their tombstones. It was the decline of the Mughal Empire which made it possible for England to acquire India, and the decline of the Ottoman Empire which laid the basis for British domination of the Mideast. Similarly, for the United States it was the dissolution of the Spanish Empire that was the single most important spur to American expansion in the 19th century. At the dawn of that century, 70% of what is now the continental United States belonged to Spain. Had the Iberian Kingdom retained its vitality, it would have closed a ring around a fledgling republic stretching from the Oregon Territory in the northwest, south into California, New Mexico, and Texas, east into the Louisiana Territory, and south again into the Floridas. In other words, the United States would have been limited up to the Mississippi River in the west and to the Floridas in the south. but during and after the Napoleonic Wars the Iberian monarchy shook with palsy, and as the empire in the Western Hemisphere slipped from its hands, the foundation was laid for an American empire. Louisiana, by a circuitous route, came to the United States through purchase, West and East Florida through conquest and diplomacy, part of Oregon again by a circuitous route through negotiations, Texas, New Mexico, and California through war against Spain's former colony, Mexico. All this territory was incorporated directly into the Union, much as the Russian Tsars incorporated Siberia or the Ukraine into their nation-state, or the dynasties in China swallowed Tibet. Beyond that, however, there were 18 republics, carved out of the 87, 88 dismembered Spanish body, plus Brazil, originally Portuguese, and Haiti, originally French, which in due course and after a century of manipulation became an undisputed and highly lucrative North American bailiwick. Here the process of acquisition was more sub-tle, since the United States did not affiliate them to the Union or dispatch troops to permanently occupy them. But with the aid of the Monroe Doctrine, aggressive diplomacy, a war with Spain in 1898, economic penetration, and innumerable interventions and threats of intervention, the American Leviathan converted these countries into a vast sphere of influence controlled by the United States, much as the old British colonies were by Britain. All told, the decimation of the Spanish Empire resulted in the enlargement of the American Empire in this hemisphere from less than 900,000 square miles in 1790 to more than 10 million square miles, including spheres of influence today. 2. The Spanish holdings in the New World originally were incomparably larger and richer than England's 13 colonies. As the early bird of Western colonization, Spain ruled 4 kingdoms: New Granada, Plata, Peru, and New Spain, stretching from Buenos Aires to Vancouver, populated by 6 times as many people as the Anglo-American colonies on the eastern seaboard. The 4 kingdoms annually produced 64 million gold pesos of precious metals, and as Waldo Frank has observed, constituted the richest empire Western man had yet known. Spain's star began to fall, however, after its armada was defeated by Britain's navy in 1588, and the process of decline was exacerbated by the Napoleonic Wars. In 1808, Bonaparte deposed King Ferdinand VII and installed his own brother Joseph as monarch of the decaying kingdom. The Spanish monarchy fought back by establishing a council of regency and allying itself with England. But while a junta first at Seville, then on an island, tried its hand at resistance, the homeland could not be rescued from Napoleon for some years. This disarray in Iberia was the signal for 101 revolutionaries in the New World to raise the cry of independence. Sebastian Francisco de Miranda, the same radical conspirator who had sought to enlist Alexander Hamilton in his schemes a decade before and had recruited 600 men from New York's Bowery for an abortive raid on his native Venezuela in 1806, returned home to become generalissimo of the army in Caracas. By his side was the heroic Simon Bolivar, who would eventually fight 200 battles for Latin. 89. American freedom. Up north, in New Spain, vaguely from the top of Central America into northwestern Canada, Father Miguel Hidalgo led Indians and mestizos, of Indian and Spanish heritage, in an unsuccessful uprising that demanded not only independence but land for the landless. After his execution in 1811, another popular padre, José María Morelos, renewed the rebellion and was similarly captured and executed in 1815. The defeat of Napoleon of course freed Spain for a more systematic campaign against the revolutionaries, but faced with turmoil at home, including a short-lived military revolt, as well as continuing and enlarged opposition in the colonies, Spain finally relinquished all its major holdings in America, except Cuba, before 1825. This was the setting for U.S. expansion in the ensuing decades. While the ancient Goliath faltered, Uncle Sam might have intervened to help the Spanish-American insurgents hasten the pace of liberation. But, contrary to future claims that American intervention has always been in the cause of freedom, Washington's leaders neither aided the rebels to any substantial degree nor placed obstacles in the path of Spain. Instead, disregarding political sympathy or ideological identity, the United States took advantage of the weakness of Spain and then of its ex-colonies, to fatten its own hide. To be sure, there was a general fondness for the revolutionaries, who seemed to be following the American example of 1776. Henry Clay called the wave of uprisings a glorious spectacle of 18 million people, struggling to burst their chains. Nashville citizens, at a public dinner, toasted the patriots of South America, and damned anyone that would wrest from them the standard of liberty for which they have so nobly struggled. George Washington's family in Mount Vernon sent Simon Bolivar a picture of the late president and a lock of his hair as a memento of affection, and Washington's friend, the Marquis de Lafayette, stated on behalf of the family that of all men living, and even of all men in history, Bolivar is the very one to whom my paternal friend would have preferred to send this present. I am satisfied, wrote Secretary of State John Quincy Adams to President Monroe in August 1818, that the cause of the South Americans is just. But beyond sheltering a few rebel privateers, the United States did very little to help the revolution south of its border. When Clay in 1818 proposed that the United States tender diplomatic recognition to the regimes fighting for independence, Adams opposed it and the House defeated it by a vote of 115 to 45. Helping the colonial people, Adams feared, might offend imperialist Spain, and offending Spain might prejudice negotiations then underway for acquiring East Florida. Taking the 90 middle course, then, Adams, with an able assist from Old Hickory Jackson, used the hemispheric distress to take the first bite out of the Spanish Empire and add another 72,003 square miles to the U.S. domain. Secretary of State Adams, perhaps the most brilliant figure ever to hold that post, was the son of the second President of the United States and was destined himself to become its sixth President. Since he was so close to the center of events, his Weltanschauung was strongly conditioned by them. As a child, not yet 8, clutching the hand of his Calvinist mother, Abigail Adams, he had watched the Battle of Bunker Hill and seen the blood flowing in the cause of independence. 3 years later his father took him to France, on the diplomatic missions that helped crown the American victory. Such experiences created in young John Quincy a patriotic fervor of high intensity. This was united with a moralist approach gained from his mother. Adhere to those religious sentiments and principles, she had written him when he went abroad, and remember that you are accountable to your Maker for all your words and actions. Though Adams would later shed his Calvinism to become a free-swinging Unitarian, these strictures on moral rectitude were seared into his psyche at least where political issues were concerned. He was, of course, well educated, a graduate of Harvard, conversant in 6 languages, a keen student of mathematics and withal a young man attracted to actresses and wine. George Washington appointed him minister to the Netherlands in 1794, and 3 years later, at 30, he filled a similar post in Prussia for his father. At 35 he was in the U.S. Senate, the only Federalist in that body who approved of Jefferson's purchase of Louisiana. This indeed was strikingly in character, for no man was ever so determined to drive European colonialism from this hemisphere, or to extend U.S. influence over the 2 western continents. He believed with a passion that God had selected the United States as the leader and civilizing agent for the New World. The whole continent of North America, he said in 1811, appears to be destined by divine providence to be peopled by one nation, speaking one language, professing one general system of religious and political principles. During Jefferson's second term, Adams again broke ranks with the Federalists by voting for the embargo, an act which cost him his seat in the Senate. By this time, however, he had become a close CJL friend of James Madison, who selected him as minister to Russia and then later as one of the commissioners in the negotiations at Ghent, which ended the War of 1812. When Monroe, last of this Virginia line, became president in 1817, he chose the tenacious but often irascible Adams as his Secretary of State. One of the secretary's first tasks was to initiate discussions with the Spanish minister in Washington, Luis de Onís, for the acquisition of East Florida. Both Spain and the United States had just emerged from the torments of unsuccessful wars. But while the United States recovered its poise, wafting on a wave of self-confidence and nationalism, the Iberian monarchy was enervated by the revolution from within and without. Its three-century hold over Spanish America finally loosened by Bernardo O'Higgins, José de San Martin, Simón Bolívar, and other patriots. De Onís and his government were engaged in a rearguard action to save whatever pieces they could, while Adams, flaming with a new North American nationalism, was trying to chip away at whatever was available: the Floridas, Texas, Oregon, what have you. Fortunately for Adams, the Spaniards still nurtured hopes of subduing the South American insurgents and were therefore willing to pay a price to secure their rear. Having withdrawn troops from East Florida to battle the rebels, and having lost effective control over West Florida in the American raids of 1810 and 1813, the Iberians could make a virtue out of necessity by trading off these pieces of real estate for peace with Uncle Sam. De Onís put forth on two conditions: that Washington relinquish its claim to Texas and that it withhold recognition from the Latin American revolutionaries. Adams argued that the future Lone Star State had in fact been included as part of the Louisiana Purchase, but the thesis was so tenuous that the Monroe cabinet ordered him to retreat. Texas, he thereupon conceded, belonged to Spain. The question of recognition, however, proved more troublesome. Apart from the fact that Americans, including Adams, generally favored the rebels, it was important for the United States to come to terms with them as soon as possible if it intended to challenge England for South American trade. There were now only two independent countries in the Western Hemisphere, Haiti and the United States, but there would soon be 15 or 20, to alienate the others in advance might prove embarrassing as well as costly. Adams refused to prejudice lucrative possibilities in the future for quick annexation of East Florida, which he felt must fall into Washington's lap under any circumstances. Moreover, he was so certain an enervated Spain would have to wield substantial ground that he kept the diplomatic pot boiling. 92. By injecting a new issue, Spain must surrender its title to the Pacific Northwest as well as the Floridas. This, too, de Onís was ready to accept, for the Northwest, like Texas, was still of nebulous value. He refused to trade, however, unless he could receive assurances that Washington would not recognize and aid the South Americans. At this point in the protracted proceedings, diplomacy blended with military force, some of it in the comic opera fashion typical of those days of buccaneers and filibusterers. In June 1817, an adventurer named Gregor MacGregor, with the support of businessmen from Baltimore, liberated Amelia Island near the Georgia border from Spanish control, then left to recruit reinforcements. While he was gone, the island outpost and its port, Fernandina, were seized by another adventurer, Louis Ory, once an associate of the pirate Jean Lafitte, and incorporated into the Mexican Republic. President Monroe, unwilling to see any part of East Florida go to anyone else, and seeing an opportunity to exert pressure on the Spanish monarch, thereupon ordered the American Navy to seize the island and hold it in trust. Simultaneously, there was some trouble with the Seminole Indians, which served as a pretext for going further. The Seminoles, who lived on both sides of the Florida-Georgia border, refused to vacate lands that American authorities said had been ceded by the Creeks in 1814, after their defeat by Andrew Jackson. Even more, they flaunted American power by offering their Florida sanctuary as a haven for runaway Negro slaves and disaffected Indians. To force the Seminoles into submission, Major General Edmund P. Gaines was instructed by Washington to attack them north of the border and if necessary pursue them into Florida. In the inevitable brawls that followed, some white settlers were scalped, and 40 U.S. troops ambushed and killed on the Apalachicola River. Finally, Secretary of War John C. Calhoun ordered Old Hickory Jackson to adopt the necessary measures to put an end to the disorders. Though his instructions were vague, they included limits placed on general gains, namely that there was to be no molestation of the fortified posts at St. Augustine, Pensacola, and St. Mark's. For the hero of New Orleans, however, pursuit of the Indians was merely an opening salvo for seizing East Florida. Let it be signified to me through any channel that the possession of the Floridas would be desirable, he wrote, and in 60 days it will be accomplished. Moreover, it would be done without involving the government, in other words by pretending that Jackson was acting on his own. Subsequently there was a heated dispute as to whether the Tennessee general had received such a signal, but in the mean. Pickixgthe Spanish Boxe. 93. While he had gone his merry way. In April 1818 he overran the fort at St. Mark's, one of the 3 military posts still available to the Spaniards, replaced its flag with the stars and stripes, and carried off 2 Englishmen, Alexander Arbuthnot and Robert Ambrister, whom he executed on the charge of aiding the Indians. Arbuthnot was a 70-year-old merchant from Nassau, well known for generous and fair treatment of the Indians. Ambrister was a young lieutenant of the Royal Colonial Marines whose girlfriend was waiting in London to marry him. To hang 2 foreigners on someone else's soil, especially when there was no declaration of war, was of course high-handed to an extreme, and doubly so in the case of Ambrister. Since a court-martial had reversed itself and ordered him imprisoned for 1 year and given 50 lashes. But Jackson, not known for his sense of tolerance to Indian lovers, refused to accept the court's second verdict, and had the young man put to death anyway. "I hope the execution of these 2 unprincipled villains," he wrote, "will prove an awful example to the world and to Great Britain that they must not excite an Indian tribe to all the horrid deeds of savage war." Far from being penitent, even while the British were speaking of reprisals, old Hicker von Leld lamented, as he later stated, that he had not hanged the Spanish governor as well. Within a few weeks even important post in Florida, except St. Augustine, was under Jackson's thumb, and late in May, after a march through the jungle, the general seized Pensacola, took over the Roval archives, removed the Spanish governor, and installed one of his own colonels to rule the province. Henceforth, he announced, the revenue laws of the United States obtained in Florida. The Jacksonian foray, as might be expected, caused anger and anguish in manned places, including London, where the newspapers universally denounced the United States and damned Jackson as nothing less than a murderer and tyrant. Back in Washington, Secretary of War Calhoun called for a court-martial, or at least a reprimand, for the aggressive general, who had exceeded his authority and exhibited an embarrassing strain of brutality. A Senate committee began an investigation, and Henry Clay in the House reminded all and sundry that ambitious projects of this kind had overturned the liberties of Rome. At a 4-day meeting of the cabinet only Adams defended Jackson's activities, with the strange rationale that since Spain had failed to effectively police its colony, Jackson was entitled to take whatever measures he saw fit. But if the general was unpopular with cabinet officers and such, his stock with the popular mass, especially in the West and South, again pyramided upward. Old and Vaughn speak of him with rapture, reported Mies. 94. Weekly Register. Resolutions in Congress condemning Jackson's execution of the 2 Englishmen, the slaughter of Indians, and the unconstitutional seizure of Pensacola, were voted down by healthy majorities after a 27-day debate. Another resolution also designed as a prick at the Tennessee militarist prohibiting the invasion of foreign soil, without authorization of Congress, except in fresh pursuit of an enemy, was defeated 112 to 42. Adams and Jackson had correctly calculated that in the eyes of America, victory was its own justification. An illegal raid in defiance of the U.S. Constitution itself, tainted as well by brutal excesses, was applauded only because it gave Americans a sense of national power. Be that as it may, Jackson's venture achieved its purpose. Minister D'Aunus hurried back to Washington from a brief vacation in Pennsylvania, to demand prompt restitution of St. Mark's, Pensacola, Barrancas, and all other places wrested by General Jackson from the Crown of Spain. For good measure he asked for indemnities and punishment of Old Hickory. In response, President Monroe, implic. Italy affirming the illegal character of the raids, did order all the Spanish forts evacuated. But Adams was now able to speed the diplomatic process. With characteristic audacity he demanded that Spain either place adequate police forces in Florida to hobble the Seminoles or cede to the United States a province, of which she retains nothing but the nominal possession. In February 1819 D'Aunès agreed to give up title to the Floridas, as well as Spanish claims to the large and unknown territory of Oregon. Previous demands that Washington withhold recognition from the South American revolutionaries were dropped, and all that Adams was required to pledge in return was surrender of a questionable title to Texas. The history books say that the United States paid $5 million for these areas, but in fact the payment was made to American citizens in justification of their claims against Spain. The Senate ratified the conquest unanimously, and the public acclaimed Adams' diplomacy with unabashed enthusiasm. Concurring in that estimate many years later, a recent biographer, Walter Lafever, concludes that Adams' shrewdness in dealing with D'Aunès, his audacity in supporting Jackson, and his foresight in demanding the claims on the Northwest coast, are unsurpassed in American diplomatic annals. Minister D'Aunès had a different and more biting evaluation of both Adams and the Americans. Ruminating on his career in the United States some years later, he observed that the Americans believe that their dominion is destined to extend, now to the Isthmus of Panama, and hereafter over all the regions of the new 95 world. They consider themselves superior to the rest of mankind, and look upon their republic as the only establishment upon earth founded upon a grand and solid basis, embellished by wisdom, and destined one day to become the most sublime colossus of human power, and the wonder of the universe. 4. More important than even the Transcontinental Treaty of 1819 in laying the foundations for the American Empire was the proclamation of the Monroe Doctrine in December 1823, as a result of the vigorous efforts of John Quincy Adams. The demise of the Spanish Empire, virtually completed by then, posed certain problems for the hemisphere. The liberated nations were not likely, in the beginning at least, to stand on their own feet, independent in fact as in name. They could be, under certain circumstances, subjugated by another power or powers and returned to the status of colonies. The Monroe Doctrine was aimed at preventing this alternative. The United States, at this stage in its history, could not possibly have converted the vast expanses of Latin America into a sphere of influence for itself. The best that it could hope for, and then only with England's help, was to prevent others from doing so. If the United States could exclude further European penetration as Spain's authority collapsed, writes historian William Appleman Williams, then it would remain as the predominant power in the hemisphere. In placing limits on what other powers might do, Uncle Sam was laying claims on the future of Latin America. By 1822 Spanish hopes for reconquering its empire in the New World had diminished to the vanishing point. 5 years earlier San Martin had marched from the province of La Plata across the Andes to defeat the Royal Army at Chacabuco near the Pacific. O'Higgins had established an independent Chile, Bolívar was fomenting revolution in the Orinoco Valley and forging the Republic of Great Colombia, which included the present states of Venezuela, Colombia, Panama, and Ecuador. A revolt in Spain itself in 1820 accelerated the pace of Spanish disintegration and gave the insurgents a second wind. In 1821 the liberated states of Argentina and Chile came to the aid of Peru. A year later, when the forces of San Martin and Bolívar converged at Guayaquil, there was only one Spanish military contingent in the field and it surrendered soon thereafter. At approximately the same time a mutiny of Spanish troops at Veracruz forced the Spanish viceroy to grant independence to Mexico and Central America. Surveying the situation in March 1822, there. 96. 4. Monroe could state that the 5 new nations of Latin America, La Plata, Argentina, Chile, Peru, Colombia, and Mexico, were in the full enjoyment of their independence. The only important colonies remaining in the hemisphere, apart from Canada, were Cuba and Brazil. Having gained their independence, however, the new nations were now in danger not only of internal disintegration, which would soon become endemic for most of them, but of being reconquered or overrun by other European forces. After the defeat of Napoleon, the great monarchical states of Europe had formed themselves into a loose, reactionary coalition, under the guiding hand of Prince Clemens von Metternich of Austria, whose major purpose was to sustain the status quo. They had already shown their claws during the wave of revolutions that broke out in Naples, Greece, Portugal, and Spain during 1820–21. The Austrians suppressed the Italian uprisings quickly and vigorously. France invaded Spain in the spring of 1823 to unshackle it from a liberal constitution and to restore the acerbic Ferdinand VII as absolute monarch. The Holy Alliance, operating on a 19th-century version of the domino theory, was determined to smash at revolution wherever it reared its head. By the summer of that year, therefore, there was talk of a meeting in Paris, at which, according to high rumor, the powers would underwrite an expedition by Franco-Spanish forces to recolonize Latin America. President Monroe, Adams recorded in his diary in November 1823, was alarmed far beyond anything that I could have conceived possible, with the fear that the Holy Alliance are about to restore immediately all South America to Spain. Adams himself considered the threat a fearful question, first because an alliance victory would create in its wake a great military ring by European powers around the United States, thereby inhibiting expansion to Texas, Cuba, and other points, and second because it would cut off a potential for enlarged commerce. In one of his state papers, Adams noted that trade with the Colombian Republic, most of which originated with the War for Liberation, could be considerably expanded because as navigators and manufacturers, we are already so far advanced in a career upon which they are yet to enter, that we may, for many years after the conclusion of the war, maintain with them a commercial intercourse, highly beneficial to both parties, as carriers to and for them of numerous articles of manufacture and foreign produce. Henry Clay was certain that within 50 years American traders would occupy the same position in relation to South America, as the people of New England do to the rest of the 97 United States. He foresaw large mercantile profits in that area, as well as an outlet for Western agriculture. All of this depended, however, on restraining the Holy Alliance, a task for which the United States was unequipped. Fortunately for Monroe, Adams, and the other American leaders, a nation that was capable of checking the alliance, Great Britain, had common interests with them at least up to a point. The British had withdrawn from Metternich's bloc because it threatened to upset the traditional European balance of power. They also saw in the Holy Alliance a menace to vested interests they were rapidly accumulating in Latin America trade, mining concessions, contracts to float loans for the new republics. Should the area be recolonized, Britain's substantial economic lead would go by the boards. In August 1823, therefore, Foreign Secretary George Canning asked the American minister in London, Richard Rush, to query his government about joining with London to bar a Franco-Spanish expedition to South America. The message was relayed to Monroe, who immediately consulted his predecessors, Madison and Jefferson, both of whom strongly advised acceptance. The question of cooperation with England, wrote Jefferson, was the most momentous which has ever been offered to my contemplation since that of independence. With her then, we should most sedulously cherish a cordial friendship. Had it not been for John Quincy Adams, there might not have been a declaration known as the Monroe Doctrine. Nationalist from head to toe, suspicious of England, he wanted no arrangement in which the United States seemed to be subservient to its former mother country. It would be more candid, he told a cabinet meeting, as well as more dignified, to avow our principles explicitly to Great Britain and France, than to come in as a cockboat in the wake of the British man of war. He, of course, favored a declaration denying to European powers the right to further colonize in the Western Hemisphere, but he objected strenuously to Canning's proviso that Washington, and London, also be bound by that prohibition. Had Washington accepted London's suggestion for a joint statement, it could not in the future have taken Texas or California or Cuba without violating that understanding and currying war with the British. Adams was convinced that for the time being at least the United States did not have to rely on the British Navy since the Holy Alliance was only making noises. "I no more believe," he said, "that the Holy Allies will restore the Spanish dominion upon the American continent than that the Chimborazo will sink beneath the ocean." 98. The Secretary's persistence carried the day. America disregarded Britain's offer of a joint declaration and went ahead on its own. On December 2, 1823, President Monroe, in a message to Congress, unilaterally proclaimed the doctrine that had been outlined by Adams. It stated that the American continents, by the free and independent condition which they have assumed and maintain, are henceforth not to be considered as subjects for future colonization by any European powers. Europeans might hold those colonies in the New World already in their possession, but seize no others without incurring American wrath. The United States in turn pledged, in a sentence long forgotten, not to interfere in the internal concerns of Europe. It was a bold step, for as everyone knew, Monroe had no navy capable of enforcing the proclamation. Only the British fleet could do so, and while Americans congratulated themselves that they had placed a barricade against colonialist ambitions, Latin Americans generally understood that it was Britannia's navy that stood between them and the Holy Alliance. The Monroe Doctrine was neither a domestic law nor an international treaty. It was simply a self-serving declaration by a single nation, enforceable in no court, that it would not tolerate certain actions in this hemisphere by European states. What was important about it, therefore, was not its original strictures but the uses to which it was put later on. It had been proclaimed in 1823 in order to foreclose intervention in Latin America by Europe. It subsequently became a justification for intervention by the United States. It was assumed, somehow, that the self-proclaimed doctrine gave the United States a legal right to police the whole hemisphere. Perhaps anticipating this development, the Boston Advertiser asked, "Is there anything in the Constitution which makes our government the guarantors of the liberties of the world? Of the Wahhabis? The Peruvians? The Chils? The Mexicans or Colombians?" The same question, rephrased, would be asked many times by pacifists and anti-expansionists, not the least by opponents of the Vietnam War 142 years later. 6. Mexico for Americans. A major catalytic agent in America's territorial imperialism during the 19th century was the pioneer who wended his way south and west, beyond the nation's boundaries. In the vast, relatively unpeopled area of northern Mexico and the Pacific Northwest, the settler was followed by the flag, much as in later days the flag would follow commerce. Anglo-American communities, living under foreign rule, became pockets of resistance to their host governments, and instruments for secession, to join the United States as in the Floridas. True, this was not the central purpose for which most settlers originally emigrated into the Floridas, Texas, and Oregon. What they wanted was free or cheap land. But circumstances and culture conspired to make them vehicles for Uncle Sam's territorial aggrandizement. The early leaders of the Republic did not anticipate this development, indeed they did not foresee that Americans would emigrate to any large extent. Even before the Louisiana Purchase, which doubled the American domain, Jefferson was of the opinion that the existing territory provided room enough for our descendants to the thousandth generation. He was wrong. Hardy pioneers moved beyond the national frontier, especially during economic depressions, and established communities far outside Washington's jurisdiction. How to relate to those Anglo-American communities in foreign lands was bound to be a problem. Should the United States try to absorb them through purchase of their provinces or through military conquest? Should it permit them, even help them to be assimilated into the culture of their hosts? Should it encourage them to become independent sister republics? The 99. Lu. Jeffersonians, at least in theory, lean toward this third solution. When the nation laid claim to the Pacific Northwest, for instance, Jefferson expressed the hope that this territory would become the germ of a great, free, and independent empire on that side of the continent. President Monroe, in similar vein, considered that his government was simple trustee for the area, preserving it from the British until such time as it became strong enough to be an independent, sovereign nation. In the interim, he expected the Oregonians to grant commercial and naval privileges to Washington, but he hoped, as he said in a draft of a message he read to his cabinet in 1824, that Oregon would necessarily soon separate from this union. The Jeffersonians succumbed to the passions of expansion insofar as Canada and the Floridas were concerned, but elsewhere they visualized the formation of parallel and independent republics. They placed limits on the march of empire. Even Senator Thomas H. Benton of Missouri, a close friend of Jackson, believed in 1825 that the Rock Mountains were adequate as the everlasting boundary for the United States. Almost no one at the time would have gone to war for such paltry items as Oregon, California, or New Mexico. But the steamship and soon the iron horse were making the world smaller, and bad times, especially after the Depression of 1837, were drawing new pioneers into areas considered barren or inaccessible before. As one congressman from Indiana put it, there was an American multiplication table at work. In the Oregon country, for instance, there were barely 500 American trappers, tradesmen, and farmers in 1841, but 4 years later there were 5,000. Thousands followed the 2,020 miles of the Oregon Trail from Independence, Missouri, through the newly discovered South Pass in the Rockies, thence to the northwest. And with the flow of immigrants, eyes widened and ambitions fattened. By a treaty with Britain in 1818 renewed in 1827, the Oregon country was jointly occupied by the two countries, though most of the 700 Englishmen lived above the 49th parallel and almost all the Americans lived below it. By 1843, ignoring the Jeffersonian prescription to form a sister republic, the American immigrants designed for themselves at Champoeg a compact of government, as a prelude to incorporation into the United States. The following year the Democratic Party in the states proper carried a plank in its platform stating that our title to the whole of the territory of Oregon is clear and unquestionable, that no portion of the same ought to be ceded to England or any other power. With a fair number of settlers in the area, the Jacksonian Democrats, successors to the Jeffersonian Republicans as clarions of the lower classes, widened their sights. Senator Benton, who 2 decades 101 earlier would have settled for the Rockies as an everlasting boundary, now urged the emigrants to go on and carry their rifles. 30,000 American rifles in Oregon, he said, will annihilate the British Hudson's Bay Company, drive them off our continent, quiet their Indians, and protect the American interests. A popular speaker, quoted by a New Orleans newspaper, warned the British that Americans had licked them twice and could do it again. Nothing would please the people of the entire West half so well, said the Illinois State Register of May 9, 1845, as a war with England. In words reminiscent of Henry Clay and the War Hawks of 1812, John S. Chipman told Congress on January 14, 1846, that Michigan alone would take Canada in 90 days, and if that would not do, they would give it up, and take it in 90 days again. A feeling of power permeated the air, reflected in such statements as the one by Congressman Robert Winthrop that the Rockies are mere molehills. Our destiny is onward. Or the one by Senator David R. Atchison of Missouri, the march of empire is westward, nothing can check it. The doctrine of imperialism that emerged in the era of Jacksonian democracy followed a simple logic: wherever there was an American pioneer, or likely to be one, it was the manifest destiny of the United States to incorporate that territory into its own. John L. O'Sullivan, co-founder of the Democratic Review and of the New York Morning News, made the term famous when he wrote of our manifest destiny to overspread the continent allotted by Providence for the free development of our yearly multiplying millions. Yes, he wrote in the Morning News of February 7, 1845, more, more, more. Till our national destiny is fulfilled and the whole boundless continent is ours. American settlers would fan out far and wide, and with the aid of the U.S. government, replace the Spanish-speaking people of Mexico and other nations just as it had replaced the Indians. According to O'Sullivan's Democratic Review, the process which has been gone through at the North, of driving back the Indians, or annihilating them as a race, has yet to be gone through at the South. The American Review, another expansionist sheet, visualized the Spanish Indian people and cultures wasting away in the wake of an American advance. Oddly enough, among the most sanguine exponents of endless expansion were such writers as William Cullen Bryant, Walt Whitman, Ralph Waldo Emerson, and historian George Bancroft. Whitman, then in his mid-twenties, considered such expansion not as an intrinsic evil but as a reform. It was a measure to ease the pain of depression by offering haven to defeated farmers. It would result not 102 in misery or bondage but in the increase of human happiness and liberty. O'Sullivan's sheet had no patience with those who raised cobweb tissues, such as the rights of Spanish Americans due to prior discovery and settlement of their lands. The United States, it claimed, had the superior right that Providence had consigned it to develop the great experiment of liberty and federative self-government. This is a right such as that of the tree to the space of air and earth suitable for the full expansion of its principle and destiny of growth. The Hartford Times, July 24, 1845, put it somewhat more mundanely when it argued that the United States was entitled to California because the Mexicans were too inept and slothful to develop it, whereas the Americans would make it a paradise. There was no rebutting these arguments unless one could talk with Providence directly. Americans had a right to settle beyond their borders because they were a chosen people. The United States had a right to take territory from other nations because it was its destiny, by the will of God, to spread happiness far and wide. 2. One of the fulfillments of Uncle Sam's manifest destiny was in northern Mexico, where it began, as in East Florida and Oregon, with transborder migration. Spanish law excluded Anglo-Americans from Spanish colonies, but starting in 1800, sturdy Yankees, disregarding the law, planned a number of filibustering expeditions. Philip Nolan that year assembled 21 armed men at Natchez and stormed into Texas. Former Vice President Aaron Burr was far more ambitious. He laid plans to detach Louisiana, conquer all of Mexico, and proclaim himself emperor. Fortunately or unfortunately, the plans never bore fruit. In 1812 a former lieutenant in the American Army, Augustus McGee, teamed up with a liberal Mexican who had fought with Father Hidalgo, to lead 3,000 filibusteros, 850 of them gringos, into New Spain, and succeeded temporarily in capturing Béjar, San Antonio. In 1819 James Long, aided by a Mexican refugee, massed a force of 300 men, seized the town of Nacogdoches, and proclaimed the Republic of Texas. All these efforts, and others, failed to gain permanent footholds. But the filibusteros were a common breed in the early 19th century, the hardy, restless, and lawless pioneers, as O'Sullivan called them, who tried to establish private empires of their own in relatively unoccupied areas. On the heels of the filibusteros came a mixed breed of contractors and farmers, determined to establish stable communities, as well as IO3. Unconscionable adventurers who in many cases were just one step ahead of the sheriff. They were able to emigrate because in 1821 the Spaniards finally relaxed their rules limiting immigration to Spanish Catholics, and opened the doors of Texas to North Americans. The Viceroy of New Spain issued a grant to Moses Austin, a beguiling Connecticut Yankee who had made and lost fortunes in dry goods and mining, to settle 300 Anglo-American families. The members of the colony, by the conditions of the grant, were to convert to Catholicism, if they were not already Catholics, and pledge allegiance to the Spanish monarchy. Before the agreement could be implemented, unfortunately, the elder Austin died, but his son, Stephen F. Austin, went ahead with the task and in December 1821 founded the town of San Felipe de Austin. It was a fateful event in U.S. history. Meanwhile, the suspended revolution of Father Hidalgo erupted anew, and what was formerly New Spain, a colony of the Iberian monarchy, became independent Mexico. At its birth, Mexico was as large as the United States, comprising not only its present borders but California, Nevada, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, and sections of Wyoming and Colorado. There was certainly room for more inhabitants, and fortunately for Austin and other empresarios who followed, Mexico decided to continue the policy of its former mother country. Just before his regime was overthrown in 1823, General Agustin de Iturbide decreed a colonization law that was extremely generous. In return for bringing in 200 settler families, each of which was to receive 177 acres of farmland or 4,428 acres of grazing land, the impresario himself was granted 354 acres for agriculture and 66,000 for grazing. Within the next few years, some 20,000 Yankees crossed the border to acquire a homestead in northern Mexico, more people in fact than had settled there in the 3 previous centuries. Most were simple folk with no ultimate purpose beyond earning a better living. But there were among them some soon to play a major role in secession who swept across the Sabina, as Marquis James records, with schemes in their heads and guns in their hands, fleeing justice, fleecing Indians, gambling in land and promoting shooting. Scrapes called revolutions. In this group, largely clustered in the Redlands, as East Texas was called, were such figures as the Bowie brothers, Louisiana slave smugglers for whom an 18-inch hunting knife was named, David G. Burnett of Ohio, an associate of Miranda, Davy Crockett, the famous backwoodsman, and many other unruly men who hoped to duplicate Jackson's feat in East Florida. Some had come with Aaron Burr and Long. A few had been associated with the pirate Jean Lafitte. For such men Mexican law 104 was inoperative. When the governor, for instance, cancelled the agreement with an impresario named Hayden Edwards because he refused to recognize the land titles of absentee Mexicans, Edwards recruited 200 men in December 1826, seized Nacogdoches, and proclaimed the short-lived independent Republic of Fredonia. This, then, would have been a difficult lot for any government to assimilate, but doubly so for a new nation whose governments were toppling like 10 pins. The 13 English colonies and later the United States had been able to absorb motley contingents of Swedes, Germans, and other non-English speaking Europeans because they created a moderately strong government and some sense of cohesion. Mexico, however, had neither an adequate army nor police, or priesthood, for that matter, to produce loyalty in the hinterlands. As a consequence, Texas became nothing more than a transplanted community clinging to its previous mores, resisting assimilation. Instead of waiting for a priest to marry them, for instance, young Texans entered into provisional marriages, and when a priest did finally arrive they refused to be remarried or accept baptism for their children. They often drove the padre out of town. Instead of Spanish, the Texas children were taught English in their elementary schools, and those who went on to higher education usually were sent to the States. A Mexican commissioner, Don Manuel de Meyer y Terán, who toured Texas in 1827, reported that as he moved north from Bahar he noted that Mexican influence is proportionately diminished until on arriving at this place Nacogdoches, it is almost nothing. Ironically, the most combustible issue between the freedom-loving North Americans and the government of Mexico was that of slavery. The 1827 Constitution of Coahuila and Texas united by Mexico into one state emancipated all future children of slaves and forbade immigrants from bringing in any more black servants. The Anglo-Americans, however, with an assist from officials willing to wink an eye at the practice, circumvented the law by signing contracts with their slaves perpetuating their bondage before bringing them across the borders. When President Vicente Guerrero issued a decree in September 1829 to make the abolition of slavery effective everywhere in the nation, Texas had to be exempted because, as the commander on the frontier explained, he could not hope to see such a decree obeyed unless it should be enforced by a larger military force than he then had. By 1829 it was clear to the Mexicans that their experiment was a failure and that unless they took stringent measures, the province of Texas would slip from their grasp. They were convinced that the I-05 North American settlers were being encouraged and abetted both by kindred spirits above the border, who applauded such ventures as the Fredonia Revolt, and by the federal government in Washington, whose persistence in trying to acquire Texas raised alarming suspicions. John Quincy Adams had reluctantly renounced claims to the future Lone Star State in the 1819 treaty with Spain, but Senator Benton, whom Charles and Mary Beard call the agricultural imperialist of Missouri, cried out that I will never accept the renunciation. Henry Clay similarly denounced this provision of the agreement, and Andrew Jackson called for action to get the Texas country back with peace and honor. When Adams became president, he offered Mexico the grand sum of $1 million for the province, the biggest bargain, had it been approved, since the Dutch bought Manhattan for $24. For the Mexican nationalists this was a gratuitous insult. Jackson, who succeeded Adams, was equally clumsy and transparent. He dispatched to Mexico City a swashbuckling land speculator, Anthony Butler, whom he later confessed was a scamp and a liar. Sam Houston, a Jackson protege, referred to Butler as a swindler and gambler. But Butler was authorized to pay $5 million for Texas, another effrontery that raised hackles on Mexican skin, and when ordinary purchase seemed impossible, asked Jackson for $500,000 to hand around in bribes to induce Mexican officials to sell. Though Old Hickory did not accede to this proposal, he sent Butler back to Mexico City, after a visit home, to put in a bid not only for Texas but for California as well. When this mission also failed, Butler impudently suggested that the president apply force to seize some of the desired territory. This was too much even for Jackson, who for internal political reasons dared not to be too forward about his territorial ambitions. He promptly had the scamp recalled. The effect of such continuing machinations, however, was not lost on either the sensitive Mexican governments or their people. They were certain that Washington would not rest until it had dispossessed them of their land, either through a shadowy purchase or a secretly supported revolution. Alarmed, then, by events inside and outside, the Mexicans decided on stern measures to save their domain. Meyer asked his government to enforce anti-slavery measures, send inadequate military forces, and colonize Texas with communities of Mexicans. A decree of April 1830, attacking the source of the problem, forbade further immigration from the United States. It prohibited emigrants from nations bordering on this republic from settling in territory adjacent to their own nation. Squatters were expelled, and contracts 106 with American promoters who had not fulfilled their obligations cancelled. An especially controversial action involved customs duties. By a law of 1823, the naturalized Yankee colonists had been exempted for 7 years from paying tariffs on the imports that came by sea from New Orleans and other points in the United States. When the law expired, the Mexican government refused to renew it, thus forcing the Anglo-Americans either to pay duties like other Mexicans or to do their trading at inconvenient Mexican centers hundreds of miles away. With each measure, resistance mounted. Adventurers in the Redlands, in the time-honored fashion of Americans since John Hancock, conducted a sizable smuggling business to evade the customs taxes, and when challenged by the authorities engaged them in small skirmishes. In October 1832 and again in April 1833, Texans held conventions and made demands on Mexico City to lift the ban on immigration, reform the import laws, separate Texas from Coahuila, and grant a constitution for Texas modeled on that of the United States. Before long there was a committee of safety in operation, reminiscent of a similar body during the American Revolution, as well as a volunteer militia ready to ward off the Mexican army. Before long too, there were the inevitable instances propelling two incompatible forces toward total rupture, such as the capture in 1835 of a young Mexican officer by 40 Anglo-Americans, while trying to put back into operation a custom house at Anahuac, or the refusal of citizens at Behar to give up a 6-pound brass cannon. When General Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna scrapped the prevailing constitution in favor of a centralized system which abolished states' rights, the Yankee settlers responded by forming a government of their own and an army under the command of the one-time governor of Tennessee, Sam Houston. Definitive as all this appears, it would be wrong to assume that the Anglo-Americans were involved in a giant conspiracy to divorce Texas from Mexico. On the contrary, a good majority, even at the 11th hour, still hoped for an accommodation. A motion to secede, made at the November 1835 consultation, was voted down by a lopsided margin. The range of Anglo-American opinion covered a spectrum from Stephen Austin, leader of the Peace Party, to Sam Houston, one of the guiding forces in the War Party. Indeed, the attitudes of these two leaders reflect the undercurrents pulling Texas in opposite directions. Austin, a resolute and patient man, I-07, had never wavered in his loyalty to Mexico. He was convinced that the two peoples could find a common ground. When Hayden Edwards formed the Republic of Fredonia, Austin mobilized a sizable force to help the Mexican army put down the rebellion. Whatever his differences with Mexico on the advisability of abolition, on joining Texas with Coahuila, on trying to enforce the Catholic religion, Austin felt an overriding obligation to his adopted country. He was a good friend of Meyer and worked closely with him in trying to iron out differences. The Conference of Texans held in 1833 sent him to Mexico City to negotiate with Santa Anna, and for a brief interlude it seemed that he might achieve a modus vivendi on all points except separation of Texas from Coahuila. On the way home he was arrested, ostensibly because he had previously written a letter urging his friends to declare Texas a separate state. But it is noteworthy that even from prison he advised conciliation. He was evidently convinced that the liberal elements in Mexico would eventually prevail and make a fair arrangement with the Anglo-American. When he returned home after 18 months in the dungeon, he still nursed the hope that war could be averted and union sustained. Houston was a man of another stripe. He had come to Texas with the specific idea of detaching it. He was certainly a more dynamic figure than Austin, with a far more colorful career. Washington Irving described Houston as a tall, large, well-formed, fascinating man, 6'2" in height, with brown hair and light complexion, who usually wore Indian clothes and was given to grandiloquence and a military mode of expressing himself. He had been brought up in Tennessee, and had run away from the tedium of a clerk's job at age 15 to live among the Cherokees in the eastern part of the state for almost 3 years. Though he developed an affection for Indians in general and the Cherokees specifically, he fought with Jackson against the Creeks during the War of 1812, and later served as a subagent to supervise the removal of Cherokees to Barron, Arkansas. He quit in 1818 because Secretary of War John C. Calhoun questioned his integrity and rebuked him for wearing Indian clothes. Then he turned to the practice of law in Nashville, and rode this hobby horse into the political arena. After 4 years in Congress, representing the 9th District, and a term as governor of Tennessee elected with the aid of Jackson's machine, he left again for Cherokee country, determined to do something sensational for himself, his mentor, Jackson, and his country. What Houston had in mind was nothing less than to conquer an empire for his old chief. He would seize Texas, the new Esther. 108. Madura, as he called it, perhaps all of Mexico, and while expanding the frontiers of the United States earn a fortune of $2 million for himself. Presumably he would enlist the Cherokees in his venture. He also intended to recruit several thousand men on the Atlantic seaboard, each to pay $30 as seed money to a common fund. These plans were never put into practice, perhaps because Jackson himself discouraged them, but after a trip to Washington in which he spent night and day discussing a Florida coup in Texas with some of Old Hickory's associates, Houston borrowed $500 from the president personally, and in December 1832, after riding 1,000 miles on a horse, arrived at the scene of operations. At Behar he told the Indians about his plans, implying that he had a confidential understanding with the American president, At Nacogdoches his fame was already so well established he was unanimously elected a delegate to the April 1833 convention. From then until he led his forces to the grand military victory that won independence for the Lone Star Republic, he never flagged in his intention to accouple the new Extremadura to the United States. The wand of history seems to have rested on Houston's shoulders, carrying even Austin onto the magic carpet of independence. For in late February and early March 1836 there occurred one of those events which sometimes galvanize a whole people. Determined to rout the gringos and establish firm military control over the province, Santa Anna, at the head of 3,000 troops, marched toward the San Antonio River where he surrounded a force of 188 men under Lieutenant Colonel William Barrett Travis, holed up in a fortified mission building called the Alamo. The uneven battle raged for 12 days, ending on March 6 with the massacre of every single man under arms, including the remarkable Davy Crockett, who entertained his fellow soldiers with his violin as the enemy crept nearer. Only the wounded wife and daughter of a lieutenant, who had taken refuge in the church, were spared to tell the tale. 3 weeks later Santa Anna, who had vowed not to take any prisoners, wreaked his wrath on a force of 400 men, most of them recent volunteers from the United States. 300 were slaughtered at Goliad after they had surrendered. With the Mexicans shouting "Exterminate to the Sabina," with scores of terrified Yankee families racing for the border, with many towns burned or abandoned, including San Felipe, and with the Texas government in flight, it seemed as if the issue would be settled in favor of Mexico once and for all. But Santa Anna was overconfident, and on Thursday, April 21, Sam Houston with a force of 780 men attacked the Mexican contingent of 1,200 at San Jacinto while they were enjoying afternoon siesta. Shouting "Remember the Alamo," the Texans killed 600 and captured all but 40 of the rest. Next day Santa Anna himself was taken in the tall grass near the battlefield and was saved from lynching only by Houston's personal intervention. A month later the cagey Mexican dictator, who had an inordinate knack of convincing others of his sincerity, signed 2 treaties ending the fighting, withdrawing the troops, and promising recognition of Texan independence. When freed, however, Santa Anna promptly repudiated his understanding, leaving the issue hanging for a dozen years. Legally, it didn't really matter, because under the Mexican Constitution only Congress had the right to approve treaties, and it vehemently rejected this one. Though a state of war continued, Texas operated in fact as an independent nation, the Lone Star Republic. At its first regular election in September 1836, Houston, the hero of San Jacinto, was elected president. A concurrent plebiscite showed 6,000 Texan voters in favor of annexation to the United States, only 93 against. The revolution in Texas undoubtedly reflected the sentiments of the majority. There were 30,000 Americans in the state, as against 3,500 native Mexicans, 14,000 Indians, and 5,000 slaves, just as the secession of the southern states in 1861 reflected the sentiments of that area. But in the United States the North was able to reconquer the South. In Mexico the central government, apart from being inept, always had to consider the possibility of intervention by its northern neighbor. President Jackson resolutely wanted the territory, though, as will be seen, he was prevented from annexing it because of the slavery issue. His aides hoped for a Florida coup. In Texas, and rank-and-file Americans, even some who opposed annexation, felt warm kinship for their brothers across the Sabina. When the fighting erupted in 1835–36, mass meetings were held throughout the United States, and companies of volunteers such as the one slaughtered at Goliad were recruited from as far away as New York and Pittsburgh, to fight or die for Texas, as 2 sympathizers from Maine put it. "Americans to the rescue," cried the New Orleans Bee, in urging citizens of that city to respond to Houston's call for help. Not all the volunteers came to Texas out of high idealism. They were lured by bounties of land offered by the Texas government to those who would take up arms in its behalf. A wagon, Alabama, through which one of the volunteer companies passed, told a crowd that the slogan Texas and Liberty ought to be changed to Texas, Liberty, and Land. In addition to many hundreds of recruits, sums of money were subscribed and weapons were sent. 110. To General Houston, including the only 2 pieces of artillery he used at San Jacinto made and paid for by the citizens of Cincinnati. Clearly a Texas defeat or a massacre of Texans might inflame public opinion in the United States to the point where troops would be sent across the Sabina to rescue the Texans. Jackson did, in fact, order General E.P. Gaines to the Mexican border, ostensibly to protect fleeing North Americans from hostile Indians. Gaines was on the eastern bank of the Sabina, not too far from San Jacinto, when Houston was demolishing Santa Anna's army. Whether he would have intervened if Houston had lost the engagement is one of those hypothetical questions for which there is no definitive answer. But that summer Gaines did occupy Nacogdoches, across the border, on the pretext of defending American lives? And at least one historian, Nathaniel W. Stevenson, has concluded that had the Battle of the San Jacinto proved the route for the Texans, it is as nearly certain as anything unproven ever can be that Jackson would have stalked in between Santa Anna and his prey. American support was obviously important for the Texan cause. Whether it was decisive, however, is almost irrelevant, for there would have been no Texas problem in Mexico to begin with without the spillover of population from the United States. Nor would the ultimate solution, annexation, have taken place without the surge of expansionism under Tyler and Polk. 7. Transcontinental conquest. Few men in American history had had so strong an instinct for imperialist expansion as Andrew Jackson. It is ironic, therefore, that much as he wanted to incorporate Texas into the Union in 1836, he was unable to do so. The Lone Star Republic was all wrapped up on a silver platter, its people clamoring for admittance into the United States, yet Old Hickory was forced to tread warily. This must have been all the more galling for him because Texan independence hung by a thread. Sam Houston's victory at San Jacinto was sensational, and for the time being the Mexican army was quiescent, but it was not reasonable to assume that a new nation with only 30,000 Anglo-American citizens could hold out indefinitely against Mexico, which had 7 million citizens to draw from. Henry M. Morfitt, assigned by Jackson to survey the situation, concluded that if the Lone Star Republic were to survive it would not be because of its own strength but because of the weakness and imbecility of her enemy. Texan leaders, in Texan style, might talk grandiloquently about conquering New Mexico and all the land to the Pacific, but for the moment their cupboard was bare, their army weak and disorganized, and their general situation, according to Houston himself, desperate. Once the fervor of identification with the rebels had worn off, therefore, American leaders became coyly hesitant. To absorb Texas meant to inherit its war with Mexico, and since Jackson had only barely extricated himself a few months before from a possible war with France over a trivial issue of spoliation payments, this was no glowing prospect. Moreover, while an incursion into Texas would pose no insuperable military problems, pursuing the Mexicans to ill. 112. Ward their capital would be no cakewalk such as Jackson's invasion of East Florida a couple of decades back had been. The thin American army of a few thousand troops could be expanded by large numbers of volunteers, still it would have to cross rugged mountains and arid deserts to find its quarry, and would be engaged over an expanse dozens of times bigger than East Florida. When war did break out finally a decade later, the job proved easier than expected, but for the moment it loomed large in many minds, especially since the Mexican army was almost 5 times as numerous as the American, and even more because there was the possibility of intervention by Britain or France, both of whom were anxious to place barriers against Uncle Sam's march westward. Should either one of them join with Mexico, the United States would have a much bigger task on its hands than it bargained for. None of this might have inhibited Jackson but for the fact that the issue of annexation became hopelessly intertwined with that of slavery. The southern states were just then beginning to realize that the 1820 Missouri Compromise was working against them. There was only one slave territory left, Florida, waiting to be admitted as a state, whereas there were 3 free territories, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa, whose applications would soon be on the agenda. For the South, annexation of Texas would be a boon, since almost as its first act it had adopted a constitution legalizing slavery. On the other hand, the North, just beginning to seethe with abolitionist agitation, and also concerned about the national balance of power, was also aware that annexation would tilt the scales against the free states. Senator Thomas Morris of Ohio, originally a fervid supporter of Texas, lost his ardor for including it in the Union because of the slavery issue. John Quincy Adams, now a congressman after having lost his bid for a second term as president, castigated Jackson for trying to introduce slavery in a region where Mexico had abolished it. Annexation was simply a scheme, he said, to plunge the nation into war, on behalf of the slave owners. Benjamin Lundy, the redoubtable Quaker abolitionist who at one time hoped to plant free colonies in Texas, published a brochure entitled The War in Texas, a crusade against the government set on foot by slaveholders. Even the unofficial minister from the Republic of Texas, William F. Wharton, could see that the issue was bound to agitate this union more than did the attempt to restrict Missouri, nullification, and abolitionism, all combined. The division within the country and within the Democratic Party that already existed would be greatly exacerbated by a debate on the subject, and Jackson's hope of promoting the little magician, Martin Van Buren, to the precinctcy might collapse. If Jackson had been able to pull an incident out of his sleeve, such as an attack by Mexico against Gaines's troops on the border or an Indian massacre below the Sabina, he might have united the nation for war. But in the absence of such an overt act, the best Jackson could do was to secure recognition of the Lone Star Republican Act he postponed until his very last day in office, March 3, 1837. After San Jacinto he subscribed personal funds for Texas, and he quietly encouraged Wharton to lay claim to all of northern Mexico as far as the Pacific, yet beyond that he dared not. His successor, Van Buren, was even more cautious, coldly rejecting the formal request to negotiate a treaty of annexation. The Democratic majority had, in the meantime, been whittled to the point where Speaker James K. Polk was re-elected in the House by a scant 13 votes. Furthermore, the terrible economic panic of 1837 had overtaken the United States, and many a businessman who might have been willing to pay higher taxes for an expansionist war in other circumstances now looked at the prospect with dire foreboding. In December that year, after a prominent abolitionist, Elijah Lovejoy, had been lynched by a mob in Illinois, the anti-slavery forces took the initiative by introducing a resolution condemning plans to annex Texas. For 6 months during 1838 the members of both houses raged in polemics, pro and con, until Adams talked the subject to death in a memorable filibuster lasting over 3 weeks. The Texas regime, thoroughly disenchanted by now, withdrew its request for admission to the Union in October 1838, and for the next 5 or 6 years drifted on an alarmingly erratic course, boldly aggressive at times, at others running to the British for succor. In 1841 Texan President Mirabeau B. Lamar sent a force of 270 men across 600 miles of desert to seize Santa Fe, New Mexico. The half-starved contingent arrived on the scene, was captured without firing a shot, and was ignominiously clapped into jail. The following March, it was Mexico's turn for an offensive. Its army suddenly swept into San Antonio and other towns, seized some booty, and returned home. A similar foray in September by 1,200 troops yielded prisoners and more booty. None of this, of course, was decisive, but it left the issue hanging and forced the Texans to seek protection. In the absence of U.S. support, one alternative was to climb under the umbrella of Great Britain. London, naturally, needed little encouragement since an independent Texas would act as a buffer to Washington's territorial ambitions. Moreover, it would relieve England of its total reliance on the United States for cotton. Unfortunately, Britain was impaled on the same spike as Washington. It 114 had freed its West Indies slaves in 1833 at a cost of $100 million paid to the slaveholders, and its public, though anxious to see Texas' position fortified, would not support a slave state that had torn loose from a free one. The best that England could do for its potential ward, then, was to recognize the Lone Star Republic in 1842 and effectuate a temporary ceasefire between Texas and Mexico in 1843. What followed this small effort at mediation sheds little credit on Washington's motives. In the White House at the time was John Tyler of Virginia, a nondescript Whig who had run for vice president in 1840 on the ticket with William Henry Harrison, the military hero who had subdued Tecumseh and the Prophet. In the wake of Depression, Tippecanoe and Tyler too were able to overwhelm the dapper Van Buren. But Harrison died of pneumonia only a month after the inauguration, and soon thereafter Tyler, in a patent political mistake, vetoed a favorite piece of Whig legislation, calling for a second U.S. bank. He promptly became a president without a party certain to be bypassed at the next nominating convention. In these circumstances the Texas annexation issue seemed to the man from Virginia a made-to-order ladder for climbing back into public esteem. Southerners just then were distraught at the cozy relations between Britain and the Lone Star Republic, mostly because they feared that the schemers in London would convince Texas to give up slavery. A carefully planted report by one of John Calhoun's friends, Duff Green, that Britain would indemnify Texan slaveholders if slavery were abolished, caused consternation on the banks of the Potomac. According to Tyler's Secretary of State, Abel P. Upshur, this was the opening gambit of a dark plot by the Londoners to disestablish slavery throughout the continent, thereby strengthening the competitive hand of England's sugar and cotton industries in Asia and the Caribbean. Wily old Albion would also build a wall against Washington's expansionism, running from Canada and Oregon in the north to a Texas republic in the south that was simply a British satellite. The result, according to Upshur and Ultras Lavocrat, would be severe pressure on the southern states also to abolish human bondage. There was never definitive proof of Britain's plot to disrupt the United States, but it gave Upshur a handle with which to renew talks of annexation. There was now an enemy at the gates, Great Britain, threatening to destroy America's economy, re-establish colonies and protectorates, and in Upshur's lurid picture of events 7 seize Cuba in payment for Spanish debts. Sam Houston, once again ensconced as president of the tenuous Lone Star Republic. 115. Had already withdrawn a second offer to be annexed earlier that year, but at Upshur's request cautiously agreed to talks. Negotiations began in October 1843, were quickly concluded, and a tentative treaty, subject to ratification, signed in April 1844. Unfortunately for Upshur, the treaty ran into Henry Clay's steamroller in the Senate. Of the 29 Whigs, the majority party all but one voted against the pact, and of the 23 Democrats, 8 spurned the agreement despite a letter from retired Andrew Jackson urging annexation. The issue carried over to the 1844 presidential elections and some strange maneuvers in the post-election period. 2. When the news was flashed to Washington by telegraph that James Knox Polk had been nominated for president by the May 1844 Democratic Convention in Baltimore, cynical Whigs demanded, "Who is James K. Polk?" Polk was not as unknown as the question implied. He had served in the House of Representatives for 7 terms, from 1825 to 1839, had been its Speaker for 2 years, and had been Governor of Tennessee for 1 term. Both in and out of Congress he had been a chief spokesman for Old Hickory Jackson, his views meshing so closely with those of his mentor that he was nicknamed Young Hickory. But Polk, it is true, was no front-runner. He lacked the magnetism of a Henry Clay or the color and charisma of a Jackson. As Allan Nevins describes him, he was an honest, conscientious, and limited man, who was incapable perhaps of the highest moral elevation, but was certainly also incapable of deceit and double-dealing. He was a man to command respect, but neither liking nor awe. In other circumstances he would have made a good cabinet member or chief presidential aide, perhaps a vice president. His own sights did not go beyond that. On the masthead of his newspaper, the Nashville Union, was a slogan urging the nomination of Martin Van Buren for president, and James K. Polk for vice president. But Polk was propelled to a loftier pedestal, and he became one of those accidents of history who leave a greater imprint on events than was intended for them. Young Hickory, oldest of 10 children, was born in Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, in November 1795. His grandfather Isaac Eel, a colonel in the Revolutionary War, had received a land grant in the western section of the state soon to become Tennessee and later had purchased additional holdings. Had it been up to him he would have migrated to his land in 1795, but it took a full decade to convince the rest of the family including Polk's father, Samuel Il. that this was the land of promise to which they ought to betake themselves. Finally, in 1806, they acceded to his wish, and though conditions in Tennessee were still rustic, were soon able to carve for themselves a stable and prosperous niche, so that young James never knew the economic adversity that plagued so many of his contemporaries. James was almost 11 when his family settled in the valley of the Duck River. He was handsome, with gray eyes, dark hair, and clear features, but small in stature, frail, and evidently neither suited for nor interested in becoming a farmer. His parents taught him the 3 R's and indoctrinated him with the Jeffersonian principles they themselves believed in as religiously as the 10 Commandments. But his formal education after a brief and unhappy stint as a store clerk did not begin until he was 17. After 3 years at the University of North Carolina, where as one magazine later put it he never missed a recitation, nor omitted the punctilious performance of any duty, he came home to read law in the office of one of Jackson's close friends, Felix Grundy. By the time he had hung up his lawyer's shingle in 1820, his family was in solid circumstances, having built a sumptuous brick home in Columbia, and though it remained Jeffersonian in philosophy was already part of the Tennessee establishment. 3 years later, prodded by the girl he would soon marry, Sarah Childress Polk entered politics, winning a seat in the state legislature, where he voted to send his hero, Jackson, to the U.S. Senate. After a single term, he moved on to the House of Representatives in Washington, and at the age of 30 began a new career noteworthy for its populism. He plunked for a bill turning over federal lands to Tennessee, the sale of which would be used for a free public school system, a radical idea at the time. He advocated an amendment abolishing the Electoral College in favor of direct balloting for the presidency. And when, in 1828, Old Hickory, having been denied the presidency 4 years before by a deal between Clay and John Quincy Adams, was finally chosen chief executive, Polk became his chief spokesman in the war against the United States Bank. He served in the all-important post of chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, became Speaker of the House, after an initial defeat, then in 1839 yielded to Jackson's plea to run for governor of Tennessee and retake the state from the Whigs. It was on this occasion that Felix Grundy attached the sobriquet Young Hickory to Polk, in order to emphasize his kinship with Jackson. Polk did win the governorship, by 2,600 votes, but lost to the Whigs next time around. As the 1,844 party conventions opened in 1,843-44, 11J. Therefore, he was in virtual oblivion politically. President Tyler, the Democrat who had turned Whig to run with Harrison in 1840, offered him the secretaryship of the Navy, but he rejected this because it would take him out of the running for vice president. Instead, he endorsed Van Buren, as did Jackson, and waited hopefully for the little magician to call on him to accept the second spot on the ticket. The long shadow of Texas and the related issue of slavery, however, changed the pre-convention outlook decisively. There was a hint of trouble for the established politicians when a new party, the Liberty Party, met in August 1843 to nominate James Gillespie Birney on an anti-slavery platform. But the steamrollers of Whig Henry Clay and Democrat Martin Van Buren seemed to be meeting little opposition. Both men were opposed to immediate annexation of Texas, and both evidently had agreed to remove the issue from the campaign by sidestepping it. Annexation and war with Mexico are identical, Clay wrote in his famous Raleigh letter published in the National Intelligencer of April 27, 1844. I certainly am not willing to involve this country in a foreign war for the object of acquiring Texas. Van Buren, much to the discomfiture of Southerners in his party, came out with an identical position that annexation might lead to war, that it would be costly to assume Texan debts estimated at $3 to $13 million, and that the matter might best be postponed to a more propitious occasion. Polk, on the other hand, came out with a firm declaration for immediate reannexation of Texas, presumably because it had already been ceded in the Louisiana Purchase, as well as for taking all of Oregon. Both were justified, he said, because the United States must never permit Great Britain or any other foreign power to plant a colony or hold dominion over any portion of the people or territory of either. It was this forthrightness on annexation that won him the nomination. Clay's statement helped to cement his position with the Whigs, who on May 1 nominated him by acclamation. But for Van Buren, opposition to annexation was a catastrophe, losing for him the support of his old friend Andrew Jackson. Old Hickory, manipulating events from the Hermitage back home, urged fellow Democrats to choose James Knox Polk, and in due course, after Van Buren was unable to win the necessary two-thirds vote, Polk was nominated unanimously on the 9th ballot. It was the first time a dark horse had been chosen as candidate for the presidency, but if it healed disunity in the Democratic Party, it intensified disunity in the country. A South Carolina newspaper called for an immediate meeting of Congress to either admit Texas into the Union, or to proceed peaceably and calmly to arrange the dissolution of the Union. A mass meeting in New Orleans threatened to incorporate the Lone Star Republic into Louisiana if it were not done by the United States. And on the other side, in Vermont, the legislature resolved that annexation, if effected, will be a virtual dissolution of the Union. There were other issues in the campaign, of course, including the tariff, fiscal policy, and Oregon, but Texas and slavery held the spotlight. The Democratic platform called for the reannexation of Texas and the reoccupation of all of Oregon up to 5440. Public sentiment had so crystallized in favor of expansion by this time that 5440 or fight and reannexation of Texas carried Polk into the White House. If Clay was by far the more popular figure, Polk had on his side the more popular cause. Even so, it was the minute vote for the Liberty Party and Bernie that torpedoed Clay's ambitions. The abolitionist polled a scant 62,300 ballots, as against 1,337,243 for Polk and 1,299,062 for Clay, but they were enough to deprive Clay of New York and Michigan, without which Polk would have lost by 146 to 129 electoral votes. Polk, at 49, was one of the youngest and strangest figures ever to become chief executive. He made few friends, he considered social occasions a waste of time, he lacked a sense of humor, and was so calm and courteous that he seemed to have no feelings. He was neither brilliant nor bold, but on the other hand he did not resort to circuitousness or machination. He believed that presidents should serve a single term in office, and whether he could or could not have been elected a second time, he made himself unavailable. Prim and stiff, he approached the issue of expansion with a remarkable steadfastness that rallied the nation to its manifest destiny. Historians differ as to whether Polk intended to plunge his nation into the thicket of war at the very outset, or whether events simply pushed him in that direction. Those most charitable to Polk point out that he sent John Slidell on a mission to Mexico to iron out differences peaceably, and that he retreated completely from 5440 or fight in relation to Oregon. But the argument is more rhetorical than real, for Polk was intent on acquiring an enormous parcel of land for the United States: Texas, Oregon, New Mexico, California, if possible Mexico itself, and it was all but inevitable that somewhere along the way a spark would ignite. Like any other rational head of government, Polk preferred to gain his objectives through diplomacy, but he understood full well that the next step after diplomatic failure was war. Leg. 3. The urgent territorial issues before Polk as he took office revolved around Texas and Oregon. Insofar as the latter was concerned, the British were decidedly unreceptive to tedious demands such as 5440, showing no inclination to clear out of the upper part of Oregon country just because it had been proclaimed in a Democratic Party platform. The influential London Times commented that the territory of Oregon will never be wrested from the British Crown, to which it belongs, but by war. Lord Aberdeen, British Foreign Secretary, seconded these sentiments, though in proper diplomatic phraseology. Winning Oregon up to the Alaska border obviously would take a little doing. As for Texas, the prospects looked better since part of the problem had already been resolved by President Tyler in the interim period between election and inauguration. Tyler had been unable, it will be recalled, to secure ratification of a treaty of annexation, which required a two-thirds vote of the Senate. Asserting now that the elections had been a mandate for incorporating Texas, he took the circuitous and constitutionally dubious route of putting before Congress a joint resolution which required only a simple majority of the two legislative bodies. In vain did opponents point out that there was no popular mandate, that the combined anti-annexation ballots for Clay and Birney were greater than for Polk. But in the end, after much casuistry and a barrage of amendments and amendments to amendments, Texas became the 28th state of the Union. Tyler signed the joint resolution on March 1, 1845, 3 days before he turned over the reins to Polk. There remained now only two problems: to make the annexation palatable to Mexico through negotiations if possible, through war if necessary, and to fix the final boundaries of the 28th state. Historically, the Nueces River, 130 miles north and east of the Rio Grande, had been considered the border of Texas. It had been so set by Spain in 1816 and reaffirmed in all official maps of the ensuing period. Austin, Jackson, Senator Benton, Van Buren, and Calhoun at one time or another had also accepted this as the outer limit of the province. After independence, however, the wide-eyed Texans, when they weren't wildly laying claim to more than half of Mexico, as their Congress did in 1842, or talking of an unlimited territory to the Pacific, officially set their boundary at the Rio Grande. Polk was only too happy to endorse this ukase. According to President Anson Jones of Texas, Polk secretly proposed a military campaign not only 120 to the Rio Grande, but beyond into Matamoros. The American chief executive desired, he said, that when Texas was finally brought into the Union, she might bring a war with her, and this was the object of the expedition to Matamoros, as now proposed. The tragedy in all this is that Mexico, despite her formal position against annexation, would probably have accepted the loss of Texas as a fait accompli, provided she did not have to suffer the additional humiliation of losing the territory beyond the Nueces. For Polk, however, the frontier issue was linked to a broader concept of expansion that included California and New Mexico as well. Quite early in the game he confided to Secretary of the Navy George Bancroft that California ranked high on his order of priorities, and the Secretary, taking the hint, ordered Commodore John D. Slow to occupy the Pacific province should hostilities break out over Texas. Polk, of course, was ready to purchase California, as Jackson had been years back when he ordered Butler to put in a bid for it. But if purchase was impossible, intrigue and revolution were the second line of aggression. Special instructions went out to the American consul in Monterey, California, in October 1845, advising that while the President will make no effort and use no influence to induce California to become one of the free and independent states of the Union, yet if the people should desire to unite their destiny with ours, they would be received as brethren. That Washington was not averse to helping the process along is evident by the expeditions undertaken by a young Army lieutenant, John C. Fremont, husband of Senator Benton's daughter, Jessie, who by strange happenstance was on the scene a year later when a small group of Americans raised the Bear flag and proclaimed an independent Republic of California. Though ostensibly involved in scientific exploration, Fremont in fact was engaged in activity similar to that of Jackson in East Florida and Houston in Texas. Admittedly, Upper California was no great boon to Mexico. Settled by the intrepid Franciscan Junipero Serra in 1769, its population in 1845 was a mere 10,000 whites, of whom 800 were Americans, plus 15,000 Indians. Communication was abysmal. It was 1,500 miles from the Mexican capital and nearly impossible to reach by land. Occasionally a ship arrived with instructions from the central government, but contact was minimal and political rule little more than a farce. The income from duties collected at Monterey, one of the 4 tiny towns in its confines, was less than $100,000, most of which disappeared before it reached Mexico City. There were virtually no police or courts, no schools, newspapers, or regular postal services. In 1836 some of the citizens, abetted by Americans and 121 other foreigners, had raised the cry of independence, expelled the few Mexican troops, and established a native government under 3 local and feuding leaders. 7 years later Santa Anna sent a force to straighten out matters, but these troops too were driven out by February 1845. If California was a liability to Mexico, it offered stirring economic prospects for Ventura's Americans. As early as 1796 a New England merchantman made the 200-day trip around the Horn, up along the Pacific coast, and into the small harbor of Monterey. By Spanish law, foreigners were forbidden to trade in the area, but scant attention was paid to such technicalities, as numerous ships followed in the wake of the pioneer. They sold beads, gunpowder, cotton, and rum in exchange for furs, then went on to China, where they sold the furs, returning home with Oriental wares. The profits were alluring. One Yankee shipmaster realized $22,400 in Canton for otter skins, which cost $1,100 in California. Another exchanged a few hundred yards of cheap textiles for pelt rice that brought $7,000 in China. Yankee shippers, typically, dropped anchor and rode inland on horseback to buy hides at approximately $2 apiece. Often it took them a year or 18 months to fill their ship, but it was a prosperous business with great potential. So too was the American whaling industry, composed of 650 vessels in Pacific waters, valued at $20 million and employing 17,000 men. There was as yet no easy overland route by which American farmers could settle and exploit the lush lands of the Sacramento Valley, but in 1841 John Bidwell opened a path westward by leading a small party on a harrowing 6-month trip that began in Missouri and ended in the Promised Land with participants at the edge of starvation. Another group, 5 years later, trying to duplicate the original feat, endured even worse hardship and many deaths, yet in due time a path was chiseled across the mountains to the Pacific El Dorado. Long before this trek would become commonplace, an American representative in Mexico City, Waddy Thompson, described California as the richest, the most beautiful, the healthiest country in the world. The harbor of St. San Francisco is capacious enough to receive the navies of all the world, and the neighborhood furnishes live oak enough to build all the ships of those navies. To permit such a rich land to remain in the limp hands of chaotic Mexico or, worse still, to fall to Britain or France, seemed immoral to Polk. Jackson had tried to buy San Francisco Bay for $500,000 in 1835. Daniel Webster had offered to compromise with Britain on the Oregon issue in 1842 if London would apply pressure. 122. On Mexico to sell California. And that same year a zealous naval of Officer, Commodore Thomas A. P. Catesby Jones, hearing what he thought was solid information about war between the United States and Mexico, set sail for California, captured Monterey, and boldly proclaimed the province's annexation to the Union, only to give it up the next day when he learned of his mistake. It was now Polk's turn at bat. The interests of our commerce and our whale fisheries on the Pacific Ocean, Secretary of State James Buchanan wrote to the American consul at Monterey, demand that you should exert the greatest vigilance in discovering and defeating any attempts which may be made by foreign governments to acquire a control over that country. The prospect of a British takeover was not entirely fantasy. In fact, Mexico offered it to London a month after the Mexican War began, but whether this or America's economic desires constituted a legitimate license for Polk seizing California is another matter. The bogey of foreign lust always seemed to extenuate American lust in the minds of American expansionists. At any rate, a potpourri of issues: California, New Mexico, Texas, the boundary, Oregon country, and a small matter of $2 million in claims owed by Mexico to U.S. citizens, all were linked into a single drama, with the results in one place affecting those elsewhere. Mexicans, for instance, nursed vain hopes that Britain would go to war over Oregon and then join them in the defense of Texas, New Mexico, and California against a common enemy. Polk's diplomacy therefore was aimed at keeping the potential allies separate. In the spring of 1845 he dispatched a special agent to Mexico City in the hopes that diplomatic relations could be restored and the interrelated disputes over Texas, its boundary, and the old claims, settled. The agent, William Parrott, reported that the government of José Herrera was receptive, and in September the president assigned to the delicate task former Louisiana Congressman John Slidell, who was fluent in Spanish. The plenipotentiary was authorized to pay $25 million and if necessary $40 million, as well as the few million in American claims, if the penniless Mexican government would agree to a boundary at the Rio Grande and to cession of California and New Mexico. Slidell arrived in Mexico City in December 1845, but, contrary to expectations, was never able to enter into negotiations with either Herrera or the military group under General Mariano Paredes, which overthrew him. The citizens of Mexico were so bitter against the United States that it was political suicide for any regime even to contemplate an arrangement with Uncle Sam. Be assured, Slidell wrote Polk, that Noth. 123. Ing is to be done with these people until they have been chastised. Meanwhile a concurrent game was being played out relative to Oregon. Back in 1818 the United States had rejected an offer to divide the territory with Britain, and had instead agreed to a 10-year treaty for joint occupation. The treaty was renewed in 1827 and was to remain in force indefinitely until one or the other party gave a year's notice to cancel it. On 3 occasions Britain indicated a willingness to split the country in two, but differences over a stretch of territory between the 49th parallel and the Columbia River, 2/3 of the present state of Washington, prevented agreement. Oregon per se was of only secondary importance to the expanding British Empire. Only 700 Englishmen lived above the 49th parallel, and the Hudson's Bay Company's earnings of $500,000 a year from buffalo skins and other furs were of small significance compared to what John Bull might lose in a war with Uncle Sam. It could hardly offset the loss of the American market in manufactures or the cut-off of cotton imports needed for Birmingham's textile mills. Furthermore, this was a time when the government in London was beset by agitation over the Corn Laws and harried by a potato crisis in Ireland which would soon reach famine proportions. Britain, then, was realistic enough to recognize the need for compromise, especially since Americans were flocking to the northwest in droves 3,000 in 1845 alone. But while she was ready to talk about a modus vivendi, she would not be humiliated by ultimatums. The Democratic Party platform of 1844, calling for reoccupation of Oregon and 5440 or fight, seemed precisely like an ultimatum to the British. Polk, in his inaugural address, speaking in a heavy downpour with few people able to hear his 30-minute address, re-emphasized America's clear and unquestionable title to all of Oregon, unleashing jingoistic sentiments in many parts of the country. "Oregon is ours," cried the Washington Madisonian, "and we will keep it, at the price, if need be, of every drop of the nation's blood." But despite all the bombast, Polk was a realist too. It is a cardinal rule of politics to avoid fighting 2 wars at one time. Thus, it was that after protracted negotiations, in which Polk spoke alternately soft and hard, an agreement was worked out in June 1846 very much along the lines suggested by John Quincy Adams many years before and repeated by John Calhoun in 1844. Oregon country was divided along the 49th parallel, the northern part going to Britain, the southern to the United States. Despite the fiery pledge of 54-40 or fight, the prospect of one war at a time was evidently enough. 124. 4. The war that young Hickory concentrated on was with the weaker of the two adversaries, Mexico. Step by step he manipulated that nation into hostilities with an adroitness worth the envy of most of his predecessors. It is impossible to conceive of an administration less warlike, or more intriguing, than that of Mr. Polk, wrote Senator Thomas Hart Benton a decade later. These were men of peace, with objects to be accomplished by means of war. They wanted a small war, just large enough to require a treaty of peace, and not large enough to make military reputations. Under the classic concept that aggression must be camouflaged in defensive rhetoric, Polk painted the United States as the aggrieved party, its offers for negotiations spurned, its hope for peace rejected. In fact, however, the president had long been prepared for a military solution. General Zachary Taylor, who commanded the 1st Division at New Orleans, had been ordered into Texas in the summer of 1845, and had established camp at Corpus Christi to await developments. On January 13, 1846, the day after Polk learned that Slidell's mission had aborted, Taylor was given the fateful instruction to take the left bank of the Rio Grande, what is now the American side, occupying it on March 23, and pointing his cannon ominously across the river at the Mexican settlement of Matamoros. Before long Taylor was building a fort, later to be known as Fort Brown, to emphasize American determination to hold the region. Viewed in the best light, these were provocations; viewed realistically, they were acts of war, since the disputed land is conceded by the vast majority of historians today to have been part of the Mexican state of Tamaulipas. For Polk, however, the shoe was on the other foot. There was nothing precipitate in this action. After hearing a report by Slidell, he told his cabinet and recorded in his diary that we had ample cause of war, and that it was impossible we could stand in status quo, or that I could remain silent much longer. So far the only affront to the United States had been the refusal of Mexico to receive an emissary, Slidell. Yet it raised hackles with the Hawks, who cried out against the insult to American dignity. Every grievance that could be dug up about insults to the flag, mistreatment of American citizens, seizures of American property, was used to inflame sentiments, and for good measure the jingoists warned that the United States could tarry no longer, lest Britain or France take steps that would endanger American security. 125. On May 9, 1846, Polk held a crucial session with his cabinet and suggested that Congress be polled for a declaration of war. The only pretext at hand was that Mexico had refused to negotiate, an obviously thin pretext that could satisfy only those with inflamed passions. One cabinet member, Secretary of the Navy, and historian, George Bancroft, had misgivings. He would be happier, he said, if the government would wait for Mexico to commit the first act of hostility. This would reinforce the stance of defensiveness and patience, and of course weld the American people behind their government. As luck would have it, such an incident had already occurred and would be reported to Polk that evening. In distant Texas, General Taylor and his 3,900 men had been asked by General Pedro de Ampudia to retire from the Rio Grande to the Nueces and had refused. Instead, a week later Taylor blockaded the river to prevent 2 Mexican ships from supplying Matamoros, threatening the town with starvation. On April 24 the Mexicans, now led by General Mariano Arista, responded by dispatching a force across the river, killing and wounding 16 Americans, and capturing the rest of a contingent of 63 dragoons. This minor skirmish proved a windfall for Polk. Instead of a flimsy pretext, he could arouse American patriotism with a story of a brazen attack against innocents. The message he sent Congress claimed that after reiterated menaces, Mexico has passed the boundary of the United States, has invaded our territory and shed American blood upon American soil. As war exists, by the act of Mexico herself, we are called upon by every consideration of duty and patriotism to vindicate with decision the honor, the rights, and interests of our country. By any standard, this was a masterpiece of historical distortion. It glossed over the fact that the boundary issue was at best a subject of controversy, and it implied, contrary to intelligence reports by Taylor himself, that the Mexicans were preparing a general offensive, when in reality they were in a defensive stance trying to lift a small but irritating blockade. Nevertheless, a veritable Niagara of patriotism engulfed the country. If the division before had been intense, the House now voted for war by the overwhelming margin of 174 to 14, and the Senate by 42 to 2. Many an oppositionist, who would later regain his courage, feared to be counted on the side of peace, lest he be charged with treason. Senator John A. Dix of New York wrote Van Buren that he would have liked to vote against the Texas fraud, which violated every just consideration of national dignity, duty, and policy, but he knew it would be labeled high treason and he was forced therefore to desist. Garrett Davis of Kentucky charged that it is 126. Our own president who began this war, but amid taunts and outcries he voted for the war declaration anyway. John C. Calhoun was willing to vote men and munitions for the invasion but could not bring himself to approve the preamble of the resolution, which laid the blame on Mexico. It would be, he said, like plunging a dagger into his own heart, and more so. His motion to strike the preamble lost in the Senate by 28 to 18. When Congressman Columbus Delano of Ohio, an abolitionist who stood against Polk, denounced the war as unholy, unrighteous, and damnable, Stephen A. Douglas of Illinois demanded, "Is there not treason in the heart that can feel, and poison in the breath that can utter, such sentiments against their own country, when forced to take up arms in self-defense, to repel the invasion of a brutal and perfidious foe?" 4 months previously the New York Herald, sensing a new temper in the land, had written that approval for the doctrine of annexation was astounding. People were puzzling their brains to find out new countries to annex. It was the stepping stone to popularity, to invent some new annexation scheme. By May the expansionist fury was irrepressible. "Mexico or death," read placards in New York. "For Mexico, fall in," was the slogan on a recruiting banner in Indianapolis. Congress authorized a call for 50,000 volunteers, 300,000 men responded. In Illinois the quota of 3 regiments of 1,000 each was instantly met, while thousands more pleaded to be enrolled. If enthusiasm in the older states was subdued, only 13,000 volunteered in the original 13 states. It was uproarious in the Mississippi Valley, where 49,000 rallied to the colors, all hoping to revel in the halls of the Montezumas. A few courageous souls resisted jingo pressures. Senator Thomas Corwin of Ohio shouted that if I were a Mexican I would tell you, "Have you not room in your own country? If you come into mine, we will greet you with bloody hands and welcome you to hospitable graves." Congressman Joshua R. Giddings, of the same state, called the venture a war against an unoffending people, without adequate or just cause, for the purpose of conquest, with the design of extending slavery, in violation of the Constitution, against the dictates of justice, humanity, the sentiments of the age in which we live, and the precepts of religion which we profess. I will lend it no aid, no support whatever. I will not bathe my hands in the blood of the people of Mexico. But these were men spitting against the wind. America was consumed with inverted idealism and a mystic justification for aggrandizement. 12. V. That Uncle Sam was neither defending his honor nor his territory, but attacking that of someone else, became evident immediately. Secretary Buchanan proposed to Polk that he insert a sentence in his war message disavowing any intent to acquire either California or New Mexico or any other portion of the Mexican territory. But the president coldly spurned such suggestions. Though we had not gone to war for conquest, he told his cabinet, Yet it was clear that in making peace we would if practicable obtain California and such other portion of the Mexican territory as would be sufficient to indemnify our claimants on Mexico, and to defray the expense of the war which that power by her long-continued wrongs and injuries had forced us to wage. The victim was to pay the victimizer a territorial fee for the privilege of being conquered. The pragmatic Polk matched words with actions. Within a few days orders went forth to Colonel Stephen W. Kearny to invade New Mexico, seize Santa Fe, and move on to California. The doughty colonel quickly outfitted an army of 1,500 men at Fort Leavenworth and was on his way to Santa Fe. The town fell without a shot being fired, giving Kearny control over an area inhabited by 80,000 Mexicans, and releasing him after a governor had been installed for duty westward. Meanwhile things were also going well on the Pacific coast, where Commodore Sloat and Robert F. Stockton and the scientific explorer, Captain Fremont, teamed up for a more eventful campaign. In June and July Fremont's forces fought a few engagements and lent a hand with the absurd Bear Flag Revolt, appropriately declaring California independent on July 4. Simultaneously Commodore Sloat seized Monterey and occupied the San Francisco area and Los Angeles. Again, the whole province fell under the American yoke with hardly a shot being fired. Subsequently, however, both in New Mexico and in California the Yankee officers were in for some surprises. In both places the natives broke out in rebellions that had to be suppressed with bloodshed. Near the end of September, Stockton in San Francisco was brought the sensational news that all of Southern California had rebelled. Unbeknown to the Commodore, the American garrison, after a week of fighting, had surrendered to the rebels. The natives held most of the interior towns and were ready to move on the disorganized American forces on the coast. Had Kearny not arrived to the rescue in December and defeated the popular forces at San Pascual and 128th San Diego, the situation might have been dire. These two victories, in which Kearny lost a third of his effectives and was himself wounded, paved the way for the final American advance. Stockton with a motley group of 500 men, and Fremont, from another direction, moved on Los Angeles, putting down riots against American rule. On January 12, 1847, Fremont negotiated the Treaty of Cahuenga, which ended resistance and gave Polk his great prize, California. In New Mexico a state of placidity endured until December, when a Mexican plot to rise up and kill all Americans in the region was discovered. Colonel Sterling Price, the military commander who had relieved Kearny, immediately instituted stern repressive measures but was unable to find the ringleaders of the projected revolt. In January 1847 the rebels struck, killing Governor Charles Bent and other government leaders, and mutilating their bodies. It took Price 2 weeks of whirlwind operations to smash the rebels and level their stronghold at Taos. The action, however, was decisive so that for the duration of the Mexican War there was no further resistance in New Mexico. Thus, within 8 months, Polk's legions had completed the thrust to the Pacific and the United States was now richer by more than 500,000 square miles. The main theater of war, of course, was along the Rio Grande and in Mexico proper. Early in June, with Matamoros safely in his hands, General Taylor began the trek toward Monterey, a city of 15,000 that was considered the strategic strongpoint of northern Mexico. In his mind, as in others, the defense of Texas' alleged borders was to be accomplished by conquering Mexico, or at least large portions of it, and forcing a humbled nation to accept a dictated peace. After a 3-day battle in late September, Old Rough and Ready Taylor gained the first major leg of this goal, as General Pedro Ampudia surrendered at Monterey. The Rinconada Pass across the mountains was now open for an American advance, and before the end of the year almost all of northeastern Mexico was under U.S. rule. Polk could, at this point, have ordered an overland campaign toward Mexico City, but he was unhappy with Taylor's growing popularity and decided therefore to change both strategy and commanders. He wanted to give the job to 64-year-old Senator Benton of Missouri, but was forced to give it to Winfield Scott of the regular army, whose arrogance was likely to keep him from gaining a large following. Scott's plan was to seize Veracruz by sea, then march to Mexico City. Early in March, then, the Navy landed Scott and his army of 12,000 men 3 miles from the port city. From here, with the aid of men who would leave their mark on 120. History 15 years later Robert E. Lee, George B. McClellan, and Ulysses S. Grant Scott's forces moved on to Churubusco, where in August they won a resounding though costly victory. A month later, on September 17, the conquerors finally reached the halls of the Montezumas, and as Mexicans watched from the treetops, Scott and his doughboys marched through the city toward the central plaza. Unless the Mexicans decided to wage guerrilla war from the hinterlands, the fighting was now all but over, the arena of action shifting from the military to the diplomatic front. The United States had paid a price of 1,721 killed in battle or from wounds, plus 11,550 from disease and other causes, a modest cost, as wars go, for so great a victory. 6. But back home in the meantime, despite the military success, Polk's opposition was as fervidly on the march as Scott's soldiers in distant Mexico. After the first wave of jingoism had spent itself, the Whigs, North and South, caught second wind and took to the offensive. The group was not homogeneous, being divided into the conservatives, who castigated Polk because he had deceived the country and manipulated it into an aggressive war, and the radicals, who feared that conquest in the South would advance slavery. Among the former were men like Daniel Webster and businessmen such as Nathan Appleton, who were known as the Cotton Whigs because they had ties with the cotton community in the South. The radicals were led by inspired abolitionists such as John Quincy Adams, Charles Francis Adams, Charles Sumner, and were referred to as the Conscience Whigs. The Democrats too embraced a significant minority of abolitionist radicals, such as Preston King of New York and David Wilmot of Pennsylvania, as well as old Jeffersonians like Albert Gallatin and some of Calhoun's followers. Once the hysteria began to abate, the voices of opposition became more persistent. In terms that were to be heard 120 years later during another unpopular war, Whigs castigated Polk for exceeding his authority. "This war is a nondescript," cried Congressman Robert Toombs of Georgia during the 1846-47 session. "We charge the President with usurping the war-making power, with seizing a country which had been for centuries, and was then in the possession of the Mexicans." Caleb B. Smith of Indiana insisted that Polk had invaded land to which we had no manner of claim whatsoever, since Texas never had owned 1 inch of territory beyond the Nueces. The opponents who feared being dubbed treasonous 130. In May 1846 were less than a year later charging their president with war crimes. Some were proposing that Congress refuse to authorize monies for continuing hostilities. Joshua R. Giddings of Ohio accused the army of planting itself in the midst of Mexican cornfields and killing unarmed peasants as well as raping Mexican virgins. Charles Hudson of Massachusetts claimed that the war had been pursued solely in order to give the South a perpetual preponderance in the councils of the nation. Columbus Delano called upon Congress to vote down requests for war materiel even though this would buttress Polk's charge of aid and comfort to the enemy. Delano conceded that Congress should exercise the right of refusing supplies with wisdom and candor and not in a spirit of factious opposition. But he felt it must be done nonetheless for the country's welfare, and because to do so is truly to sustain the honor and glory of the nation. The center of opposition was New England, where the Massachusetts legislature passed a resolution branding the United States as an aggressor and conqueror, and called on all good citizens to join in efforts to arrest this war. Daniel Webster, leader of the conservative Whigs, asserted that the president, by giving instructions to General Taylor to proceed to the Rio Grande, had in fact wheedled the nation into war in violation of the Constitution. "What," he asked, "is the value of this constitutional provision, if the president of his own authority may make such military movements as must bring on war?" New England newspapers, as well as the New York Evening Post and the Washington National Intelligencer, decried the invasion of Mexico because, they said, it would inevitably set up a permanent military aristocracy. 67 Whigs in the House voted against the first appropriations bill, and Calhoun asserted that the war was destroying America's reputation for justice, moderation, or wisdom. In the early stages of our government, Calhoun said, the great anxiety was how to preserve liberty, the great anxiety now is the attainment of mere military glory. Had Polk attempted to impose a draft in order to recruit soldiers, there is no doubt that the crescendo of opposition would have been much greater. It reached, in fact, far beyond Congress, reflecting the bitterness of intellectuals, pacifists, reformers, abolitionists, and average citizens. Charles E. Sumner spoke for the pacifist and anti-slavery opposition, which endured throughout the war, when he told Bostoners in an 1845 oration that in our age there can be no peace that is not honorable, there can be no war that is not dishonorable. And pacifist Elihu Burritt organized meetings of workingmen in New England to denounce the annexation of Texas because it 131 would be giving men that live upon the blood of others, an opportunity of dipping their hands still deeper in the sin of slavery. Workingmen's groups in New York, Boston, and Lowell, Massachusetts, held meetings to urge withdrawal of American troops to some undisputed land belonging to the United States. The war was also condemned by poet James Russell Lowell in his famous Biglow Papers. They just want this Californy so's to lug new slave states in. To abuse ye, and to scorn ye, and to plunder ye like sin. Henry David Thoreau wrote in his classic essay on civil disobedience that when a sixth of the population of a nation which has undertaken to be the refuge of liberty are slaves, and a whole country is unjustly overrun and conquered by a foreign army, and subjected to military law, I think that it is not too soon for honest men to rebel and revolutionize. Thoreau urged his fellow citizens to withhold war taxes from the government, and spent a night in Concord prison for his own refusal. The babble of protest did not end even after Scott's amazing victory. On December 22, 1847, a young congressman from Illinois, Abraham Lincoln, introduced a resolution demanding that the President inform the House whether the spot on which the blood of our citizens was shed was not in fact the territory of Spain until the Mexican Revolution. And, since then, Mexican. A month or two later, Representative Hudson went further with a resolution that the American army be withdrawn to the east bank of the Rio Grande, that no indemnities be assessed against Mexico, and that the boundary be placed somewhere between the Rio Grande and the Nueces. The measure was defeated 3-1, but 41 Whigs voted for it. In January 1848, when the peace treaty was already being negotiated, Congressman George Ashmun tacked an amendment to a bill voting thanks to General Taylor, which said that the war had been unnecessarily and unconstitutionally begun by the President of the United States. Though it was not included in the final bill, it momentarily carried by 82-81, with a future president, Lincoln, voting aye. A couple of weeks later, Lincoln again denounced Polk's arguments as being from beginning to end the sheerest deception. The president's mind, he said, taxed beyond its power, is running hither and thither, like some tortured creature on a burning surface, finding no position on which it can settle down and be at ease. The war was now 20 months old. When would it end, he wanted to know. 132. There was sound reason for opposition fears, because in the interim the appetite for conquest, once whetted, had grown remorselessly. Until the fall of 1847, most expansionist sentiment rested on acquiring, in addition to Texas, only Upper California and New Mexico. Beginning in October 1847, after Scott's military victories, however, responsible newspapers, political figures, generals, and members of Polk's cabinet began to set their sights much higher. "It is a gorgeous prospect," wrote the New York Herald on October 8. 1847, "this annexation of all Mexico. It were more desirable that she should come to us voluntarily, but as we shall have no peace until she be annexed, let it come, even though force be necessary at first to bring her. Like the Sabina virgins, she will soon learn to love her ravishers." Even the National Whig, an opposition sheet, spoke of annexation of all Mexico to assure peace and quiet. General Taylor did not go so far but for a time suggested incorporation of all the enemy's territory east of the Sierra Madre Mountains, a sentiment shared by Secretary of State Buchanan, who said that the better elements in Mexico dread nothing so much as the withdrawal of our army. The New Orleans Picayune trotted out the old chestnut about Mexico's being likely to fall into the arms of a European dynasty if American troops withdrew. Secretary of the Treasury, Robert J. Walker, perhaps the most sanguine expansionist in the cabinet, urged seizure of the whole Mexican nation. Sentiment seemed to be crystallizing for Senator Daniel S. Dickinson's resolution that true policy requires the government of the United States to strengthen its political and commercial relations upon this continent by the annexation of such contiguous territory as may conduce to that end, and can be justly obtained. Senator Lewis Cass of Michigan, soon to be a candidate for the presidency, noted that to attempt to prevent the American people from taking possession of Mexico, if they demand it, would be as futile in effect, as to undertake to stop the rushing of the cataract of Niagara. A diplomatic accident, however, conspired against the All-Mexico movement and sent its aspirations plummeting. Polk, as already noted, had not wanted a big war, among other reasons because it might make a hero out of Taylor or some other general. He still hoped that some Mexican leader would sell the coveted territories before it was too late. Accordingly he issued instructions on the very day war was declared, May 13, 1846, to let the peripatetic Santa Anna, then in exile, filter through the American blockade to his homeland on the promise that he would accede to American terms once he again assumed power. As usual, Santa Anna betrayed his benefactor, and instead of urging settlement, aroused his countrymen to resist the invader. 133. Undaunted, after Scott had landed in Veracruz, Polk tried another ploy. He was much concerned at the time over opposition within his own party by Calhoun against large-scale conquests in Mexico. The idea occurred to him then of trying to end hostilities in the shortest possible time by sending along with Scott's army an emissary empowered to negotiate a settlement on the spot, whenever it was propitious. Polk would have preferred Buchanan for the job, but he could not spare the Secretary of State for the months needed at the front. The choice fell therefore to the chief clerk at the department, a capable but unknown figure named Nicholas P. Trist, who had served at varying times as Jackson's secretary and consul to Havana, and was related by marriage to Jefferson. What followed was one of the most curious affairs in American diplomacy. During the first few months Trist and Scott, the latter feeling that the mission undermined his own authority, did little more than exchange insulting letters with each other. Eventually there was a reconciliation during which secret contact was made with Santa Anna, who demanded $1 million bribe, $10,000 of it immediately. Though the $10,000 was paid out, nothing came of the preliminary talks, and in October 1847, Trist's efforts obviously having misfired, he was called home. Despite the official recall, however, the plenipotentiary decided to stay on. He sent a 65-page letter to Polk giving the reasons for his defiance, then set about trying to find someone to negotiate with. When Santa Anna abdicated, such an opportunity presented itself. After protracted talks with the government that succeeded Santa Anna, Trist signed a treaty at Guadalupe Hidalgo on February 2, 1848, along the lines of Polk's original demands. For $15 million and assumption of the few million in claims by American citizens, title was confirmed to California and New Mexico, and the boundary of Texas set at the Rio Grande. Nothing was mentioned of annexing all Mexico, or that region up to the mountains. Confronted with a fait accompli, Polk was in an unhappy dilemma. Many of his closest followers urged him to reject the treaty, and Buchanan insisted that he hold out for all of Mexico east of the mountains. Polk noted in his diary that if the treaty was now to be made, I should demand more territory, perhaps to make the Sierra Madre the line. On the other hand, he was mindful of the fact that Mexico in that circumstance might continue to resist, and if he turned down the Trist Treaty, Congress might refuse him money and manpower to continue the war. Thus the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo was submitted by Polk to Congress and duly approved, adding to the United States an area greater than France and Germany combined. 5 years later, when the United States was contemplating building a transcontinental railroad, James Gadsden, a Southern 134 railroad man, was selected as minister to Mexico and was able to purchase for $10 million additional sections of Arizona and New Mexico. By now there was little fight left in the Mexicans. From a territorial point of view, then, the Mexican War of 1846–48 was a mammoth success. But it sped the onrush of the war between the states 13 years later. Had there been no Mexican War, writes Samuel Eliot Morison, there would have been no Civil War, at least not in 1861. The addition of new lands inevitably reopened the subject of slavery expansion. 3 months after the war started, Congressman David Wilmot tacked an amendment to a bill providing $2 million to bribe Santa Anna, back in power, stating that in any new territory neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall ever exist. The Wilmot proviso failed in the Senate, but 2 years later the issue came up as to whether slavery should be permitted in Oregon, where it was already forbidden, as well as in California and New Mexico. A compromise was worked out setting up territorial governments in all three but granting only to Oregon the right to determine whether it would tolerate slavery or not. The other two were expressly forbidden to act on the subject. Early in 1848, however, the famous California gold rush began, and the following year as tens of thousands converged on the region to make their fortunes, Californians held a convention, drafted a constitution unanimously outlawing slavery and declared themselves a legitimate state of the Union. Southerners reacted by calling a Southern Convention, which like the Hartford Convention of 1814 was potentially a first step toward secession. In 1850 Henry Clay appeased battered feelings on all sides by his patch-up compromise, which admitted California as a free state, set up territorial regimes in New Mexico and Utah without resolving the slavery issue and introduced a harsh new fugitive slave law to appease the South. The compromise was adopted, but as Calhoun pointed out in the debate, the cords that bind the states together were snapping rapidly. The issue of slavery having been fiercely reopened by the acquisitions from Mexico, it was only a matter of time before the balance of power would change and the United States drift to civil war. 8. The Braves. On June 26, 1876, Lieutenant Colonel George A. Custer and 264 hardy troops of the 7th Cavalry rode into a trap at the Little Bighorn River in Montana from which none was to escape alive. The incident, memorialized in history and cinema as Custer's last stand, is symptomatic both of the fury with which the Indians resisted their final subjugation from 1849 to 1892, and of the bold adventurism of Americans, who meant to dominate the continent at whatever the cost. Custer, then 37, is believed by many historians to have nursed presidential ambitions not unlike those of William Henry Harrison of Tippecanoe fame. Called Long Hair by the Indians, he had acquitted himself with such distinction as a cavalry officer in the Civil War that he was hailed as the boy general and awarded a gift of the table on which General Grant drafted the terms of surrender. Lean, 6 feet tall, with heavy shoulders that belied his 165 pounds, a magnificent horseman, brilliant marksman, second in his class at West Point, and daringly self-confident, he earned his spurs after the war as an unmatched Indian fighter. In November 1868, when certain chiefs repudiated a treaty removing them south of the Kansas Territory, Custer attacked a village near the Washita River and killed 103 Indians within an hour, including their chief, Black Kettle. After setting fire to the homes, Custer was informed that the people he had attacked were not the malcontents but friendly Cheyenne Indians. Nevertheless, he called his foray a great and gallant victory for our beloved country. In a sense, of course, it was, for the clearing of the red man from the Great Plains and the mountains. B. 35. I-36. Beyond the Mississippi to make way for gold prospectors, settlers, and the railroads had become national policy. It would be wrong to imply that no one in Washington or on the frontier, for that matter, cared about the plight of the Indian, or that expansionism proceeded entirely in a mood of venality punctuated by deliberate massacre. There was in fact a benign and paternalistic aspect to American imperialism, as there was to French, British, and other imperialisms. Just as President Polk would have preferred peaceful purchase of California to war, so most of his successors would have preferred a resolution of the differences with Indians through treaties, annuities, and training of the red man for agriculture. An Indian fighter like General Philip H. Sheridan might cry that there are no good Indians but dead Indians, yet President Rutherford B. Hayes could admit to Congress in 1877 that many, if not most, of our Indian wars have had their origin in broken promises and acts of injustice on our part. To atone for the broken promises, he recommended conscientious fulfillment of all engagements entered into with the natives, as well as the opening of schools, supply of cattle and agricultural implements, and whatever other aid was necessary to bring them under the control of civilized influences. Behind this paternalism, however, was an implicit faith that the victim would accept his victimization gracefully, that having been shown the virtues of the white man's culture he would embrace it enthusiastically and give up the hunting lands and other rights he had been promised in some 360-odd treaties. But paternalism was at best a leaky dike, for it did not deal with the true problem, namely that Americans were just too impatient to respect another people's rights. The white men, often recent immigrants, intoxicated with dreams of land or gold, and the railroads, cutting across the continent in search of a lush profit, would not wait. They occupied land allotted to the Indian by sacred treaty, despoiled his hunting grounds, killed off his food supply. 15 million buffaloes which roamed the plains and were the main source of food, clothing, and other necessities. Ties for various tribes were systematically destroyed by white hunters, some of whom killed more for sport than for food, and by railroad scouts who shot the ungainly animals to supply meat for the laborers. William F. Cody earned the sobriquet Buffalo Bill for killing 4,280 animals in a 17-month period as a $500 a month contractor for the Kansas Pacific Railroad. The workers toasted him with a song. 137. Buffalo Bill, Buffalo Bill. Never missed and never will. And the company pays his bill. Buffalo Bill. Francis Haynes estimates in the Buffalo that during the peak years of the Great Slaughter, 1872-74, more than 6.3 million of the animals were killed, 5.1 million by whites. This was an unparalleled disaster for the Plains Indians, whose lives and culture depended on the wild herds. There were, it is believed, 225,000 Indians in the new western country. Since 700 miles of it was desert and the plains were believed to be inhospitable to agriculture, it was generally assumed that white Americans would infiltrate the area at a slow pace, leaving the red man undisturbed. The West, however, exploded with a series of discoveries which offered many a road to quick riches. Late in 1848, gold was found near Sacramento, California, and soon the 49ers were descending on the former Mexican province in the greatest gold rush ever known. Overnight San Francisco mushroomed from a few buildings to a metropolis of 20,000, and the population of California itself, formerly known for its sleepy Spanish missions and a few thousand citizens, grew to nearly 100,000 by 1850. 8 years later, shortly after the economic depression of 1857, gold was also found in Colorado and 100,000 people crossed the plains determined to reach Pikes Peak or bust. Around the same time the Comstock lode in Nevada began to yield what would amount to $145 million worth of gold and silver ore in the ensuing decade. This was followed periodically by other strikes. Each led to boom towns, such as Virginia City, Montana, which grew to 10,000 within 90 days, wild and lawless, with every third or fourth hut a saloon. Another force conspiring to squeeze the Indians out of their hunting grounds, into controlled and curtailed reservations, was the railroad. To the 35,000 miles of track in existence in 1865 was added another 122,000 by 1887. 4 years after the Civil War, the construction crews that had begun the Union Pacific westward from Omaha, and the Central Pacific eastward from Sacramento, met 50 miles west of Ogden, Utah, and sent word over the telegraph that the United States was now joined transcontinental carried by the Great Iron Horse. Other lines followed, heavily subsidized by the federal government through land grants, such as the 130 million acres given free to 4 western railroads 3 times the size of New England. I-38. And causing friction with the Indians through whose territory some of the tracks had to be laid. Concurrent with the railroad came the cattle merchants, who, in the year 1871 alone, drove more than 600,000 head northward from Texas to the Canadian border, each herd with picturesque cowboys taking it to a stockyard or railway depot. The receding frontier filled with the clouds of dust made by tens of thousands of hooves, as well as the battle cries of Indians whose land was being invaded. Finally, after 1870, when T.C. Henry of Abilene successfully sowed winter wheat in the plains, the so-called desert began to bloom and, as James Truslow Adams observes, the Indian and the cowboy were both doomed. The cowboy, of course, found other employment. The Indians, with no country on earth to which they can migrate and in the midst of a people with whom they cannot assimilate, as a Congressional Committee on Indian Affairs reported, fared horribly. Incessant removal from one area to another, as the white man decided he needed them, resulted in pressures of many kinds. Formerly distant tribes, now closer together, quarreled over hunting grounds or women, and engaged in battles against each other which might have been avoided, such as those between Crow and Sioux. Some despairing tribes or bands gave up the fight and lived on government reservations supervised by government agencies. They were regarded by Washington as friendlies. Finally there were the hostiles, determined to defend their way of life at any price, the wild Indians who would not succumb, who retaliated against abuse and were the spark that ignited a spate of painful military conflicts. From the Mexican War to 1892, there were, by official War Department compilation, 34 wars with Indian tribes. The list of single engagements with various bands from 1868 to 1882 alone comprises no fewer than 100 well-filled pages. In 5 years during the 1870s, a single regiment under General George Crook participated in 97 skirmishes with the Apache. If Custer was making his last stand at the Little Bighorn River, it was only an episodic set back for Americans on the road to total victory, whereas the single successes of the Indian warriors were simply the final gasp of a defeated people. 2. The Sioux chiefs who inflicted the ultimate penalty on Custer, most notably Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse, reflect the tragedy of a beleaguered race. They were patriots in the tradition of Tecumseh. 139. Though less adroit politically, trying in vain to defend their country from men they considered invaders. The Sioux, who next to the Algonquins were the most numerous stock north of Mexico, were hunters and corn growers who settled originally in Minnesota near the headwaters of the Mississippi River. According to one version, their name derives from the French word Nadouassio, enemies, though by all accounts they were quite hospitable to whites during the 17th and 18th centuries. They were not a cohesive people, being divided into 3 great families: the Yanktons, the Tetons, and the Santees, with many bands and groupings below that. They've called themselves Dakotas, pronounced Lakotas by the Tetons and Nakotas by the Yanktons, to signify that they were allies, or many in one. In the late 17th century the Tetons began to move west toward the Missouri River, where they made the acquaintance of the horse and became excellent riders. Around the time that Jefferson was writing the Declaration of Independence, one band, the Oglala, arrived at the beautiful Black Hills of South Dakota, which were to figure prominently in Custer's last stand. A half-century later, at the behest of the Rock Mountain Fur Company, which engaged them in trade, many Sioux emigrated to eastern Wyoming along the North Platte River, so that at the time of the Mexican and Civil Wars the tribe stretched out over a vast area from Minnesota to Montana. At First, the United States government was content to leave their bears undisturbed, since white migration was still concentrated east of the Mississippi. In 1815 and 1816, 3 treaties were signed with Sioux bands pledging perpetual peace and promising there would be no request for land cessions beyond what had already been granted England, France, and Spain in the past. 4 more pacts were negotiated in 1825, again assuring that the Sioux domain would remain intact. The difficulties began in 1830, when a treaty signed at Prairie du Chien gave Uncle Sam millions of acres between the Mississippi and Des Moines rivers for next to nothing, followed by another in 1837, which extinguished the Indian title between the state of Missouri and the Missouri River. Even so, if the first few treaties, with their promise of annuities, agricultural instruments, education, and supplies of iron and steel, had been carried out to the letter, there would have been living today among the citizens of Minnesota, writes Helen Hunt Jackson in her classic A Century of Dishonor, thousands of Sioux families, good and prosperous farmers and mechanics. Instead, however, the government kept extinguishing 140 Indian titles for the purpose of making room for our emigrating citizens. Treaties entered into in 1841 divested Sioux bands of another 500,000 acres, and another treaty in 1851, under which the federal government agreed to pay 8 or 9 cents per acre for an area in Minnesota larger than New York State. 35 million acres pushed the Sioux out of that part of the country forever. In fact, by a complicated financial arrangement, Washington paid less than 2 cents per acre for this rich land, while 8,000 Indians had to remove themselves to a reservation lacking timber and being much less desirable in every respect. The famous Sioux leader Sitting Bull was born in South Dakota during the early 1830s, just as this process of land preemption was beginning. The only son of a Hunkpapa Sioux chieftain, he was called Slow until he was 14, when he defeated an Indian enemy in a fight with coup sticks and thereupon won from his father the more prestigious name Sitting Bull. He was well built but not handsome, careless of dress, good-humored, and popular with women. A white missionary lady described him as having some indefinable power which could not be resisted by his people, or even others who came into contact with him. Frank Gruard, a white mailman whose life was saved by Sitting Bull after he was captured by 2 Indians in November 1869, says that during the 3 years he lived with the chief his name was a teepee word for all that was generous and great. The bucks admired him, the squaws respected him highly, and the children loved him. He would have proved a mighty power among our politicians, a great vote-getter with the people. It was for these human qualities as much as for his bravery as a warrior that Sitting Bull was elevated to chief, then head chief of the Northern Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho. It says something about the tenor of the times that most of Sitting Bull's early military exploits were not against Americans, but against other Indians such as the Crows who had killed his father. In fact, the chief's first real skirmish with American troops did not occur until 1864. He was not one of the peace party chiefs friendly to the whites, but neither was he phobic about them. In the summer of 1872, while he was engaged in another fight with the Crows, for instance, an American commission surveying land for the Northern Pacific traveled 6,000 miles back and forth in Sitting Bull's planes without being bothered once. Later in the year, when U.S. troops trespassed along the south bank of the Yellowstone River, 141. Clearly Indian territory, Sitting Bull rode out to meet them, and while episodic shooting was still going on calmly dropped his gun, walked toward the soldiers, sat on the grass, and smoked a pipe, in an effort to allay tempers and end the fracas. If, then, as the political leader and medicine man of his people, he turned his camp in the Buffalo country into a rallying ground for the hostiles, it was not out of ingrained hatred for the Americans, but because of the foreign advance. The background of Sitting Bull's trusted Lieutenant Crazy Horse was much different. Born a decade later in the same Black Hills of South Dakota, he saw much more action against the whites, if only because there were more of them in his part of the country. His father, also called Crazy Horse, was an Oglala medicine man, the advisor and confidant of his band. His mother, who died when he was a youngster, leaving the family to be brought up by an aunt, was sister of the renowned Brule chief Spotted Tail. Slender, of medium height, and so light in complexion that Americans at Fort Laramie considered him a captive white boy, Crazy Horse was a quiet and exceptionally serious man. When he went into battle, he painted white spots on his face, let his hair hang loose without traditional feathers, and dressed in a white buckskin shirt and leggings. Crazy Horse's anti-white feelings were molded in part by his father's biases and in part by his own experiences on the frontier. At Fort Laramie, the elder Crazy Horse watched friendly Indians trading with whites, buying liquor and debauching themselves in drink, knifing quarrels, and shootings. He dreamed of a great leader who would unite the Sioux against these denigrating influences and strike back against the whites, who grew more arrogant as their numbers along the Oregon Trail increased. Occasionally he was heartened by the small warrior bands who threatened to stop the cavalcade of covered wagons moving westward and seize the horses. But almost invariably the pliant trade chiefs, the friendlies such as Conquering Bear, restrained these bands. The younger Crazy Horse gained a graphic insight into these complicated relationships long before he had become an active warrior. When he was 9, in 1851, he attended a meeting of 10,000 Indians at Fort Laramie, where the American Superintendent of Indian Affairs offered the red men annuities for 55 years if they would grant safe passage on the Oregon Trail to white migrants. It was an acceptable deal and worked well for 3 years. But in 1854, while the natives were anxiously waiting for blankets, food, and other provisions due them as part of the annuities, a dispute over a cow shattered the peace. The cow either wandered away 142 from a Mormon wagon train or was spirited away by an Indian, who promptly shot and skinned it. When the commander at Fort Laramie summoned Conquering Bear for an explanation, the chief offered to pay $10 for the animal. The owner demanded $25. Thereupon Second Lieutenant J. L. Grattan, a West Point graduate, took 30 men and 2 howitzers to the Brule village to seize the offending warrior. After a brief parley through a drunken interpreter, Grattan and his men began shooting into the teepees, killing the friendly chief, Conquering Bear, as well as some women and children. The warriors responded in kind, and before long, Grattan and every one of his men were dead, except for one mortally wounded soldier who crawled back to the fort. The incident caused all the Sioux, including the Brule, with whom young Crazy Horse was traveling, to desert camp, head north, and vow vengeance for their dead. Simultaneously, in Washington, the federal government vowed to teach the Red Devils decent manners, and in September of the following year Colonel William S. Harney, an old Indian fighter with experience against the Seminoles in Florida, descended on the Brule camp where Crazy Horse was living and demanded that the Indians surrender those who had killed Grattan. When they denied knowledge of the affair, Harney ordered his men to shoot, and within minutes 86 Indians were dead and a considerable number of women and children taken prisoner. Crazy Horse fortunately was off on the plains that day chasing a stray horse, but the sight of dead and wounded when he returned filled him with a hatred of the white man that he never relinquished. The Civil War, occupying so much of Washington's energies, should have muted the conflict between the federal government and the Sioux. In fact, however, the invasion of Colorado and Minnesota by miners and settlers caused new and ever fiercer outbreaks, continuing on and off for a quarter of a century. During 1862, another delay in annuity payments brought latent feelings to the surface and resulted in what is known as the Sioux Uprising, or the Minnesota War. 5,000 hungry Indians gathered at Yellow Medicine, Minnesota, to pick up $72,000 in annuities needed to buy food. As the weeks passed, with the gold shipment still held up, the Indians were forced to eat roots to stay alive. A white trader taunted them with such remarks as "let them eat grass." They subsequently murdered him. Finally the younger braves forced Chief Little Crow, who at first argued against fighting the whites, to attack the 40,000 settlers who had encroached on their lands. On August 17, 1862, the Upper Sioux killed 800 settlers, many recent German and Scandinavian immigrants, and destroyed millions in property. It was a horror. 143. Rebel act of retribution that ended when General Henry Sibbald defeated the Indians and a military court condemned 306 of them to death. President Lincoln commuted 268 of these sentences to prison terms, but the day after Christmas the other 38 were hanged at Mankato, Minnesota. In due course, small incidents or minor misunderstandings led to a wave of Indian wars and massacres unparalleled in American history. In August 1864, violence broke out along the Oregon and Santa Fe trails as Indians harried the greatly increased white traffic. The territorial governor of Colorado issued a call for citizens to kill and destroy the unconquered natives wherever they found them, and 2 volunteer regiments of cavalry were pressed into service for that purpose. The Cheyenne Indians sent word to an officer named Colonel J. M. Chivington, a former Methodist minister, that they wanted peace, but the colonel told the intermediary he was on the warpath. Again, more attacks, B.V. Chevennet, Sioux, Apache, Arapaho, Kiowa, with hundreds of miles of land devastated. When 700 Cheyenne, under Chiefs Black Kettle and White Antelope, came to Fort Lavoon to give up half their weapons keeping the other half for hunting, Chivington responded with a surprise foray against their village at Sand Creek in which 300 women, children, and men were slaughtered. The incident repelled even so notorious an Indian fighter as Kit Carson, who called Chivington a dog and a coward for killing squaws and papooses. "When we white men do such awful things," he said, "these poor critters don't know better than to follow suit." 4 years later a congressional committee, after listening for 72 days to 30 witnesses, concluded that the event scarcely has its parallel in the records of Indian barbarity. Men, fleeing women, and infants were tortured in a way which would put to shame the savages of interior Africa. The Sand Creek Massacre naturally sparked another assault on white settlements along the South Platte River, one in which Crazy Horse and his northern Oglalas led the way. 6,000 Indians devastated ranches and government stockades in western Nebraska and Wyoming. With the Civil War about to end, federal troops were diverted to Fort Laramie to retaliate against the Indians, but their expedition was a failure. Crazy Horse distinguished himself during these battles, BV decoying the enemy into traps and by hit-and-run fighting. He was awarded a leather shirt and put in charge of his band. Having failed to subdue the Indians, the federal government sent out peace commissioners to find some way of protecting the railroad and opening new trails to the gold mines of western Montana. In 144, the ensuing years, this was to be the pattern. Wars alternated with peace commissions, treaties, misunderstandings, and more wars. The clash of white and Indian interests is expressed in its most naked form by the events leading to Custer's last stand. At Fort Laramie in 1868, the Sioux signed a treaty accepting transfer to reservations, in return for which they were guaranteed, in perpetuity, half of South Dakota and Wyoming and a fourth of Montana. But the Northern Pacific Railroad, now completed through Bismarck, again initiated surveys through Sioux lands without bothering to purchase the right-of-way or have the government buy it. In 1872 Sitting Bull's and Crazy Horse's followers held a great sun dance, went on the warpath, and forced the railroad to abandon its efforts. A year later Crazy Horse and Custer fought a number of bitter battles in the Yellowstone Valley in which the Indians were forced to retreat, enabling the railroad to complete its surveys. In 1874 Custer led another expedition, 1,200 men, into the Black Hills of South Dakota for the purpose of protecting the railroad construction crews. While advancing, Custer let it be known that there was gold in the hills and urged prospectors to form parties to move into the area behind his troops. The region was soon deluged with 15,000 mining hopefuls, including characters such as Wild Bill Hickok of Deadwood fame, and the United States demanded that the Pahasepa, as the Indians called it, be promptly ceded. Even Custer recognized that the Indians had little choice. "If I were an Indian," he wrote, "I would certainly prefer to cast my lot to the free open plains rather than submit to the confined limits of a reservation, there to be the recipient of the blessed benefits of civilization with its vices thrown in." At a meeting of 20,000 natives in September 1875, some chiefs demanded $70 million for the hills. One chief proposed that it be paid for with enough Texas steers to sustain his people for 7 generations. The peace commissioners offered $5 million. In December, as tensions grew, the Interior Department advised Indians that those who did not move to the reservations by January 31, 1876, would be deemed hostile and dealt with accordingly. General George Crook, who had conducted a campaign to drive the Apache into reservations in the Southwest, was assigned the same task in the North. A band of Northern Cheyenne and some Oglala announced they would move to the reservations in March that year, but the zealous Crook attacked their village anyway, turning the mood of compliance into one of resistance. Instead of leaving for the reservations, young braves joined Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull in the North. In June the Great Sioux Medicine Man held another sun dance, I-45. Cutting 100 tiny pieces of skin from his arms and looking into the sun until he fell to the ground. This was interpreted as an omen of American troops invading Indian land, and so it turned out to be. Toward the middle of that month Crazy Horse and 1,000 Oglalas moved to the Rosebud River to halt the invasion, and there fought a furious preliminary battle that preceded the one on the Little Big Horn. On July 26, 2,500 braves under Crazy Horse, Gall, and other lieutenants of Sitting Bull finally surrounded Custer and destroyed his forces to the last man. Thus ended the first phase of the punitive expedition by Uncle Sam's troops. The Americans, however, could lose a skirmish but muster enough forces to win the war. In the fall they returned, this time pushing the Sioux steadily backward. The army occupied all the agencies, promising not only to continue the campaign against the hostiles, but threatening to deny food to the friendlies unless they agreed on behalf of the whole Sioux nation that the Black Hills, as well as unceded areas in Wyoming and Montana, be turned over to the national government. This clearly violated the Treaty of 1868, which required a 3/4 vote of all male Indian adults before any changes could be made, but the provision was blithely disregarded. Washington had enough soldiers in the field by now to impose its will, and though Sitting Bull held out until February 1877, he was defeated and forced into exile in Canada. He remained there until 1881, returned to the States, was confined a couple of years at Fort Randall, traveled with Buffalo Bill Cody's Wild West show in 1885 as a curiosity for ogling crowds, was arrested late in 1890 for allegedly dancing the forbidden ghost dance, and killed by an Indian policeman while being taken into custody. Crazy Horse met his death more quickly. In December 1876 he took his weary braves to the Tongue River in eastern Montana, where he sent 9 emissaries with a white cloth to discuss surrender with Colonel Nelson A. Miles. 5 of the 9 were promptly killed by the Americans. A few weeks later Miles discovered Crazy Horse's hiding place, but despite a 5-hour attack during which the Indians ran out of ammunition, he was unable to capture his quarry. Fighting, however, was now out of the question. In May Crazy Horse accepted the promise of General Crook of a separate reservation for the Oglala and turned himself in along with 800 of his warriors. A few months later, after a number of misunderstandings which led Crook to believe that Crazy Horse was again plotting war, the Sioux chief was surrounded by 8 companies of cavalry and 400 Indian auxiliaries. As he realized he was being imprisoned, he tried to wrench loose, and was killed by a guard with a bayonet. He died 146 at the age of 35 at Fort Robinson, Nebraska, eulogized even by his enemies as one of the bravest of the brave and one of the subtlest and most capable of captains. 4. The resistance of the Indians, as Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull proved so graphically, was fierce but uncoordinated. They were excellent rifle shots and highly mobile, able to attack or fade away at will, and relatively unhampered by problems of transport and supply. As fighting men they were easily equal to their adversaries. Had they been able to unite, writes Samuel Morrison, they might have tired out the United States, as white resistance to Reconstruction was doing in the South. but no Tecumseh arose after the Civil War to guide them toward unity or imbue them with a central purpose. Each Indian chief who fought back was heroic in his own way. Chief Joseph of the Nez Perce in the northwest engaged 5,000 American troops and led them on a chase over 1,300 miles of mountains and plain, killing and wounding 300 in 11 isolated battles. Though outwitting his far better equipped adversary, Joseph's original band of 200 braves shrank to 87, half of them wounded. He gave himself up on October 7, 1877, along with his warriors and 330 women and children, though he was only a small distance from safe asylum in Canada. Chief Cochise of the bellicose Apache in the southwest, and his successor, Geronimo, fought the Americans intermittently for 20 years. But each chief and each tribe fought by itself, falling eventually to superior numbers and firing power. Thus the Indian removal policy that had begun a half-century before in the East was continued by the federal government in the West. Each discovery of gold or rich land added an incentive for the white man to squeeze the red man out of his designated area. The Crows and the Blackfeet were driven out of their reservations in Montana, the Utes out of Colorado. With the discovery of gold in California, the 100,000 natives were reduced in the next dozen years to 35,000. The Nez Perce were forced to clear Wallowa Valley in Oregon and move to the Lapwai Reservation in Idaho, when gold was discovered near the Salmon River. All of this was justified on the theory that it was a law of nature progress for an inferior culture to give way to a superior one. There were men and women in the federal government and among the citizenry who deplored the removal policy, but their best efforts resulted only in a policy of paternalism which in the end did. 147. Prived the Indian of still more of his land. As a result of the recommendation of the Indian Peace Commission, established by Congress in 1867, the absurdity of making treaties with the tribes was abandoned in 1871. Pacts were still concluded, but thereafter they were called agreements, and they required approval by a simple majority in both houses of Congress, rather than two-thirds in the Senate. Individual men like General Francis A. Walker, whom President Grant appointed Commissioner of Indian Affairs, tried valiantly to lighten the burden of their wards. Walker built schools, opened new reservations for defeated tribes, and provided rations where the game was exhausted. But even he recognized, as he stated in his report of 1872, that all this was unavailing. Every year's advance of our frontier takes in a territory as large as some of the kingdoms of Europe. We are richer by hundreds of millions, the Indian is poorer by a large part of the little that he has. This growth is bringing imperial greatness to the nation, to the Indian it brings wretchedness, destitution, beggary. A surge of conscience stirred the intellectual community in the late 1870s and the 1880s. In 1879 Indian Commissioner G. W. Manypenny published Our Indian Wards, an erudite analysis of the need for reform in the Department of the Interior. More shocking to the public was Helen Hunt Jackson's A Century of Dishonor in 1881. Mrs. Jackson, a friend of Horace Greeley and Nathaniel Hawthorne, and married to a wealthy banker, sent a copy of her work to every member of Congress with Benjamin Franklin's words inscribed in red on the cover, "Look upon your hands. They are stained with the blood of your relations." Such exposes of the treatment of the Indians produced some changes, but they didn't work out as Mrs. Jackson, Manypenny, or other friends of the Red Man had anticipated. The federal legislature in 1887 passed the Dawes Act, which was supposed to lift the Indian up the ladder of civilization by dividing his reservations into individually owned homesteads. Lobbying for the bill were such organizations as Indian Rights, and religious groups which felt that private ownership would transform the Indian into a self-respecting citizen capable of defending himself. Under the act, the President of the United States was empowered to break up a reservation when he felt that was the native's wish. Each family would be given 160 acres, the unallotted remainder to be bought by the government, sold to whites, and the money placed in trust for the whole tribe. In a single year after allotment began in 1891, Indian acreage shrank by an eighth. Congress then passed another law permitting the red men to lease their homesteads, the Re. 148. Suits were a disaster. The Indians, without knowledge of such intricacies as private property and rent, were easy prey for the whites. They expected to live on the rents, but in one instance after another they leased their holdings for a dime an acre to white real estate syndicates, which in turn rented the land to individual white farmers for $1 or $2 an acre. Out of the allotments of 140,000 acres taken by the Omaha and Winnebago in Nebraska by 1898, for instance, 112,000 were leased out, much of it illegally. It was impossible to live anything approaching a decent life on the remainder. Indian holdings, in the 50 years after the allotment system was introduced, fell from 138 million to 48 million acres. An Indian commissioner, quoted by Samuel Morrison, justified the loss of timber lands by the red man on the theory that as the Indian tribes were being liquidated anyway, it was only sensible to liquidate their forest holdings as well. Some of the tribes were spared the tribulations afforded by the Dawes Act. The 5 civilized tribes, for instance, were punished for having supported the Confederacy during the Civil War. But many who were transferred to Oklahoma Territory were cajoled into selling millions of their new acres. By the turn of the century there was no fight left in the red man. Crazy Horse, Gall, Sitting Bull, Chief Joseph, Cochise, Geronimo, and many others were from the Indians' point of view great patriots defending their ancient cultures and prerogatives. With their defeat the United States finally had forced into acquiescence an internal enemy small in numbers but proud and defiant. Imperial America now stretched from the Atlantic to the Pacific without opposition from either European powers or the Indian hostiles who had resisted their incursion for more than a century. 9. Commerce follows. The flag. On the evening of February 15, 1898, the Maine, a second-class battleship dispatched to Havana 3 weeks before, blew up in the harbor, killing 260 American seamen and sparking a war from which the United States would emerge as a modest colonial power. The Philippines, Guam, and Puerto Rico, wrested from Spain and from native rebels, amounted to less than 120,000 square miles and fewer than 10 million people, and if Cuba, which became a protectorate by virtue of the war, is added to the list the respective figures are 165,000 square miles and 13 million population. Nevertheless the Spanish-American War was a historical dividing marker of great significance. It was a climactic moment, both for the Cuban insurrectos, who had unfurled the banner of revolution against Spain 3 years before, and the Northern Colossus, which now passed from old to new forms of imperialism. This was the first war for the conquest of non-contiguous territory, the first one in which Uncle Sam was both imperialist and colonialist, the first one in which concerns for trade and foreign investment outranked concern for land. It is axiomatic that the foreign affairs of a nation reflect the thrust of its domestic affairs, more particularly the wishes of its domestic elites. The man on the street, the average citizen, admittedly is mobilized behind the elites, who cater to his sense of national pride, manifest destiny, and the like, but it is the men of power above all economic power who give a society its internal direction, and as a consequence, its external one. This is not, needless to say, a simple phenomenon to describe since the nation is a crucible of innumerable and conflicting interests, even among its elites. It is understandable, for instance, why a Louisiana land speculator with small hold 149, 150 ings but ready cash might lobby for a war with Mexico to annex nearby Texas, while a land speculator in New York with large holdings and little cash might oppose such annexation on the ground that it offers other outlets to land-hungry New Yorkers, thereby depressing his prices. A manufacturer of munitions might welcome a war, whereas a manufacturer of consumer goods might see it only as an additional tax burden. Nonetheless, overall, America's expansionism has been oriented by the specific wants of its dominant elites or coalition of elites at specific times. When the nation was launched, its main industry was agriculture, a pursuit which occupied 9 out of 10 of its citizens, most of the rest being involved in commerce. Wealth was to be made in land or in shipping, and the men of power pushed for both domestic and foreign policies that favored those interests. Given its proximity to enormous bodies of land, the United States embarked in its first century of existence on a program of territorial imperialism. While Britain, France, Spain, Portugal, and Holland, each confined to close quarters in Europe, were forced to express imperialist drives by hedge-hopping to Asia, the Americas, and later Africa, the United States, like Russia, could expand contiguously. It bought Louisiana, seized the Floridas, conquered the Indian country, took more than half of Mexico and a section of Oregon, and tried, though in vain, to capture Canada. In all this, the primary economic objective was land, for the speculator, the plantation owner, the farmer, the miner, the railroad, and indirectly for the benefit of banker and merchant. The agrarian interest was then the predominant one, and while not all presidents agreed with Jefferson that farmers were America's most valuable citizens, tied to their country by the most lasting bonds, they nonetheless saw the destiny of the nation in terms of agricultural and related development. An interesting feature of this first phase of American imperialism was its anti-colonialism. The territory north of the Ohio River and west to the Mississippi, which was deeded to the United States by the Treaty of 1783, could have been converted into a dependent colony by the Founding Fathers, but they chose to give it the same status as the original 13 states. Under the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, the territory was to be divided into 3 to 5 potential states, and once any of these had attained a population of 60,000, it would be admitted to the Union on an equal footing with the original states in all respects whatsoever. The same type of disposition was made for the states carved out of the Louisiana Territory, the former Spanish and Mexican possessions, and the Oregon Territory. 151. None were reduced to the level of colony. Indeed, had the United States tried to make them into dependencies, the result would have been catastrophic, for there was no way of policing such great areas against secession and revolution. They could be held together only by the fervidity of nationalism, which the United States generated in remarkable abundance. England could hold India together with the aid of Rajas, Maharajas, Zamindars, and other native elites, and Egypt with the aid of the Pashas, all armed by the British to uphold law and order. But there were no feudal lords west of the Alleghenies that the United States could align, even if it wanted to its governmental machine. Had Uncle Sam tried to make a colony out of Texas, the Republic would never have adhered to the Union. Even nationalism was a loose cement to hold the nation together, as first one section then another threatened to secede, from 1790 on, and actual secession, in 1861, brought in its wake the worst bloodshed America has ever suffered. In any event, by tradition, by necessity, and by choice, the United States abjured colonialism while pursuing imperialism. This was a formula suited for an agricultural nation which needed few raw materials from abroad to stoke its factories and, as yet, was under no great pressure to find markets for surpluses of manufactured goods. The cotton, tobacco, wheat, minerals, animals, and other crude products sent overseas were shipped to the advanced countries of Western Europe, and U.S. imports, 50% of which were manufactures, came essentially from the same place. The United States as yet needed no colonialist mechanism such as an occupation army to pry open the doors of other nations to sell its products. Moreover, though it manufactured almost $2 billion worth of goods as of 1860, it was still weak and uncompetitive in this field, and required relatively few raw materials from abroad to feed into its industrial plant. It had yet to feel the glut of surplus products and surplus capital that propelled other nations to imperialist ventures. In fact, its balance of trade was usually adverse, imports exceeding exports, and it was only the fact that the U.S. had become the world's largest gold producer after 1849 that this adversity did not lead to economic difficulties. The flow of capital was to the United States, with foreign holdings here rising from $222 million in 1853 to $1.5 billion by 1869. The Civil War laid the basis for a drastic alteration in America's economic structure. It liberated industrial capitalism from restrictions imposed by the slavocratic South and gave it an incredible momentum. The 140,000 factories in 1860 had grown to 355,000 by 1890, and where domestic manufacture was less than $2 billion in the 152 earlier period, it skyrocketed 500% to $9.5 billion by 1890. Another set of statistics is even more revealing of the trend. From 1850 to 1900 the population of the United States tripled, from 23 to 76 million, the value of agricultural commodities went up apace, from $1.60 to $4.7 billion, but products of the manufacturing industry zoomed from a mere billion to 11.5 billion. Previously fourth or fifth in the scale of world manufacturing, America had moved to first, already fabricating twice as much goods in its plants as Great Britain and about half as much as all of Europe. Of utmost significance by this time was the change in composition of exports, away from agriculture toward manufactures. Of $445 million in products shipped abroad in 1870, about 80% was agricultural commodities and only 15% came from factories. By 1900, with exports nearing $1.4 billion, the agricultural percentage had fallen to 61 and that of manufactures had risen to 32. By 1900, writes economic historian Harold U. Faulkner, industrial development in the United States had advanced to the stage where there was an excess of manufactured products and minerals for export, and this, furthered by the impetus of the Spanish-American War, drove American capital and products into foreign markets. For a decade or two after the Civil War the growing internal market was sufficient to absorb the mountains of products coming out of grim factories. But in the final 2 decades of the century this was no longer adequate, and the preconditions were at hand for a new imperialism seeking commercial markets and sources for raw materials, rather than land. Commenting on this circumstance years later, the Bankers Trust Company of New York observed that in the first century of our national existence, our producers were primarily concerned with meeting the local demand which steadily increased with our enormous growth in population, and were content to leave the foreign markets to the producers of other countries accepting only those raw materials of which we have always had a surplus. The tremendous development of our manufactures in recent years, however, totally changes the aspect of our trade. The exigencies of foreign trade force us to seek the best methods of stimulating the demand for American products in the markets of South America, Russia, and the Orient. Our prosperity will be permanent only when a market can be found for all the goods we produce. The touchstone of policy changed from land to markets. 2. From the onset of the Civil War to the end of the century, therefore, one notes a certain ambivalence in the expansionist goals expressed I-53 by key American figures. Territorial acquisition in the old style was still a prime objective of both sides in the war between the states. The Confederacy, restricted by a porous but nevertheless disturbing blockade of Union war vessels, looked to Mexico as the only neutral country from which it could import lead, tin, sulfur, blankets, tents, coffee, and sugar and receive contraband products from Europe and the West Indies. Its envoy, John T. Pickett, a blunt and inept diplomat, at first assured the liberal Mexican government of Pablo Benito Juárez that the South no longer had need to expand into Mexican territory and might even entertain ideas for retrocession to Mexico of a large portion of the territory hitherto acquired from her by the late United States. But when this ploy failed to win the friendship of a regime that had come to power after a 3-year civil war, Pickett urged the Confederate government in Richmond to seize northern Mexico, starting with the provinces of Monterrey and Nuevo León, in order to prevent them from falling into Washington's hands. The Confederacy eventually did set up good relations with the governor of Nuevo León and Coahuila, Santiago Vidari, and through those border provinces was able to sell cotton to Europe and buy goods from Europe. Seizing them militarily, however, was deemed unfeasible. On the other side, the American Secretary of State, William Henry Seward, entertained plans as devious as those of the late James K. Polk. In a memorandum to President Lincoln of April 1, 1861, entitled Some Thoughts for the President's Consideration, Seward warned that France and Spain had designs on Mexico and suggested that if they did not repudiate those designs, the United States immediately declare war against them. Seward evidently nurtured the hope that a foreign war would bind the splintered nation together again, but Lincoln refused to consider the plan. With the outbreak of hostilities at Fort Sumter, Seward dispatched Thomas Corwin as minister to the Juarez government, with instructions to purchase Lower California or any part of it in preference to seeing it inevitably fall into the hands of the insurrectionary party of this country by purchase or by conquest. Playing on Juarez's fear that the Confederacy would invade his land and seek to impose slavery on its 22 states, and by dangling a $9 to $11 million loan before him, Corwin was able to win Mexico to a pro-Northern policy. But the loan itself was seen by both Corwin and Seward as a prelude to more annexation, for in the proposed treaty, Mexico would pledge all her public lands and mineral rights in Lower California and 3 other provinces as a guarantee for the loan. This would probably end in the cession of the sovereignty to us, if the money were not promptly paid as agreed on, Corwin wrote in 154. July 1861, and would make up for the loss of the secessionist states. The Senate, after debating this issue a few months, rejected the suggested pact, writing Finis to still another plan for gobbling up Mexican territory. With 900,000 men under arms at the close of the Civil War, the United States excited fears in both London and Paris that it might try again to seize Mexico and Canada. But America was tired, and though its leaders sometimes spoke militantly, they settled for lesser gains. "Give me 50, 40, 30 more years of life," Seward told a Boston audience in June 1867, "and I will engage to give you the possession of the American continent and the control of the world." That year Alaska fell into the American lap when the Russian Tsar decided it was cheaper to sell it to Uncle Sam for $7.2 million, he would have accepted $5 million, it was later learned, than to take over the obligations of the Russian-American Company, which administered the region. This was the first non-contiguous area added to the empire, but the purchase, Seward's folly, it was called, was made with the expectation that Canada would unite with the United States, thereby attaching a distant limb to the main body. If the advocates of contiguous territorial expansion were the main strain among those who espoused imperialist adventure, however, there was another strain which opted for a strong navy and island bases in the Atlantic, later the Pacific, to encourage American commerce. To an active external commerce, George Washington said in 1796, the protection of a naval force is indispensable. In the decades that followed, the Navy fought against Tripoli and Algeria to remove restrictions against American shipping, as well as against hundreds of pirate ships in the Caribbean. Naval units landed in Cuba 4 times between 1822 and 1825 in pursuit of pirates, and in the town of Fajardo, Spanish Puerto Rico, in 1824 to punish pirates who had insulted American naval officers. Few years went by without the Navy setting anchor unsolicited on foreign shores to effectuate some commercial purpose in Greece in 1827 to hunt pirates, in the Falkland Islands in 1831-32 to look into the seizure of 3 American sealing vessels, in Sumatra in 1832 to punish the people of Quilabata for depredations on American shipping, in Argentina in 1833, and in Peru in 1835-36 to protect American life and property during revolutions, in Sumatra and the Fiji Islands a couple of years later to punish natives for hostile acts against American shippers, in Drummond Island and Samoa in 1841. 155. To avenge the murder of American sailors, and in Africa in 1843 for a variety of reasons including reprisal for attacks on U.S. ships and sailors. Whether these actions were just or unjust, implicit in them was the notion that strong powers have the right to violate the sovereignty of weak powers when they feel that the interests of their nationals are affected. It was a principle that the United States, or Britain or France, would not accept against itself that an English warship, for instance, had the right to chase an American privateer into an American port, or to punish an American town because the American Navy had imprisoned some English sailors. If the tenets of international law were applied dispassionately, one might expect that if Cuba harbored pirates or if Samoa failed to prosecute the murderer of an American seaman, the United States would make diplomatic representations urging a change in attitude, or payment of reparations. It might even suggest arbitration by a third party. But with superior force available, the United States lacked restraint, it took matters into its own hands. Nonetheless, the double standard of sovereignty prevailed not only where defensive interests were alleged protection of American ships and citizens, for instance, but also where clear aggression was concerned. During Mr. Madison's war in 1813, for instance, a naval captain named David Porter occupied one of the islands in the Marquesas group while chasing a British merchantman in the Pacific, and promptly annexed it to the United States. On returning home, he justified his actions to Madison on the unique theory that the islands in the Pacific bear the same relation to the northwest coast as those of the West Indies bear to the Atlantic states. They were needed as way stations for shipping and bases of operations. The annexation, of course, was disavowed, since the United States could not possibly have defended a tiny colony deep in the Pacific in 1813. A couple of decades later, the Navy took a different kind of action, a prototype of things to come, by prying open the doors of China to American commerce. Following the Anglo-Chinese War of 1839–42, in which the British pierced the walls of Chinese exclusion and gained the rights of trade and residence at 5 major Chinese cities, the United States sent Caleb Cushing to the land of the man, just to win the same kind of concessions. Cushing wrote back to Secretary of State John C. Calhoun that since Christians are utterly excluded from the greater part of Asia and Africa, it was necessary to use fleets and armies to break the barriers. As a consequence, 4 warships were sent to the Celestial Empire in 1844 and 156. Under the shadow of their guns and Cushing's threats of a second war, the Manchus yielded similar though lesser rights to the Americans. The Chinese had followed a policy of keeping their ports closed to foreign trade except during certain months of the year, but Britain, the United States and others in their own interest decided to force a change in this policy, and succeeded in doing so through military intervention. Many years later, Senator Everett Dirksen of Illinois entered into the congressional record a list of hundreds of incursions by the U.S. military into foreign lands. Included were such items as 1854 China April 4 to June 15 or 17 to protect American interests in and near Shanghai during the Chinese civil strife. 1855 China May 19 to 21 to protect American interests in Shanghai. August 3 to 5 to fight pirates near Hong Kong. 1856 China October 22 to December 6 to protect American interests at Canton during hostilities between the British and the Chinese, and to avenge an unprovoked assault upon an unarmed boat displaying the United States flag. As testament to the role of the Navy in furthering U.S. trade, the Secretary of the Navy boasted in 1922 that without the protection of our Navy, the hundreds of millions in commerce handled via the Yangtze River would be practically non-existent. The Chinese government did not want such trade, but the Navy battered down the doors. The same technique was used against Japan. In 1846, the Land of the Rising Sun had rejected an American offer for commercial privileges. Like China, it considered its policy of exclusion suited to its purposes. But for Commander James Glynn of the Preble, an old hand in eastern waters, the need for a port in Japan loomed so large that he advised President Fillmore to secure it, if not peaceably, then by force. Fillmore obliged in 1852 by sending Commodore Matthew C. Perry, an exponent of empire as well as an able seaman, to open Japan. The Commodore's arguments for occupying the principal ports of these islands sounded much like those of the territorial expansionists who urged seizure of California lest it fall to Britain. The honor of our nation, he said, calls for it and the interest of our commerce demands it. When we look at the possessions in the east of our great maritime rival, England, we should be admonished of the necessity of prompt action on our part. Fortunately, he pointed out, Japan and many other islands had not yet been annexed by this annexing government of Britain. There was still an opportunity for Uncle Sam to make hay. Japan was an ideal spot for a coaling station between San Francisco and Shanghai, and 157. An excellent trading prospect in its own right. Debau's review predicted in 1852 that it would accommodate $200 million in trade each year. To secure this plum Perry arrived with 4 warships in forbidden Yedo Bay on July 8, 1853, delivered a letter from the American president to the emperor calling for the establishment of commercial relations and departed. In the meantime he took the Bonin Islands 500 miles southeast, which he renamed Coffin Islands, setting up coaling stations at Okinawa and the Ryukyus. He also pressed Washington to establish a protectorate over Formosa, where 2 Americans in the camphor industry were having difficulties with the native population. The following February, this time with 7 ships belching black smoke, Perry returned to Yedo Bay and landed a few hundred men. The Japanese, sorely torn by internal strife between the feudal elements and a rising urban class, got the message and signed a limited treaty opening 2 minor ports, Shimoda and Hakodate, to American commerce. The use of military force to gain economic advantage in foreign lands obviously was no alien principle to American statesmen. It was applied as well as threatened repeatedly, to impose Washington's will on weaker peoples. The United States still drew a line, however, at stationing a permanent army to rule other nations, in other words, establishing colonies or protectorates. Naval commanders might periodically annex a territory and strategically minded men like Perry might urge a policy of annexation, but the American leadership was not yet united on this approach. Somewhere in the mechanism of government, either Congress or the executive, or both the proposals bogged down. In turning down the plan to take Formosa, the Democratic administration in Washington asserted that the extension of our commercial intercourse must be the work of individual enterprise rather than the government. This remained official doctrine despite imperialism-minded men like Perry and William H. Seward, and was only to be changed after much travail and inner conflict. Had the Secretary of State under Lincoln had his way, the United States not only would have established naval bases in the Caribbean and the Pacific, but would have added Canada, much of Latin America, and even part of the Arctic region to the empire. Our population is destined to roll its resistless waves to the icy barriers of the north, and to encounter Oriental civilization on the shores of the Pacific, Seward had written in 1846. His acquisition of Alaska in 1867 was part of this grand design. Additionally, Seward sought naval bases in the Dominican Republic's Bay of Samana and tried to purr. 158. Chase the Virgin Islands from Denmark for $7.5 million, but in both instances was rebuffed by a hostile Congress and a lukewarm public. The nation commented that if the national future be in peril at all, it is not for want of territory but from excess of it, and Bret Harte poked fun at Seward after the Virgin Islands had been hit by earthquake and hurricane. There was not an inch of dry land left to mark his recent island. Apart from purchased Alaska, the only real estate Seward was permitted to keep during his term as secretary was the Midway Islands, 1,000 miles west of Hawaii. The unpopularity of the Andrew Johnson regime and the tortures of Reconstruction put notions of expansion in limbo. President Ulysses S. Grant, who replaced Johnson, was presented with a grand opportunity to seize Cuba. A long rebellion against Spain, beginning in October 1868, excited American sympathies and activated Cuban exiles in the United States to undertake filibustering expeditions. Not only did American citizens on the island lose property, but some were executed or jailed. American newspapers in New York beat the drums loudly for military action. Yet such was the mood of the nation that a resolution recognizing Cuban belligerency was turned down in June 1870 by a vote of 101 to 88. 3 years later, the Virginius, a munitions ship owned by Cubans but flying the American flag, was captured by a Spanish warship and 53 of its crew and passengers hastily shot as pirates. Here was an instance more flagrant than the future explosion of the Maine, directly attributable to Spain, but Grant and his Secretary of State, Hamilton Fish, managed to resolve the problem through diplomatic channels rather than war. The economic panic of 1873 no doubt was a strong dissuading factor, but there was also a matter of habit and tradition that was expressed by Secretary of State Frederick T. Frelinghuysen in the 1880s when he rejected 2 naval harbors from Haiti. The policy of this government, he said, has tended toward avoidance of possessions disconnected from the main continent. 4. The realities of a spiraling industrialism, however, were a more potent factor in determining policy than the abstract rhetoric of isolationists like Frelinghuysen. In the quarter of a century from 1850 through 1875, the United States enjoyed a surplus of trade with 159 nations on only 3 occasions, and then very small ones. In the 25 years that followed, on the other hand, there were hefty surpluses in 22 years and deficits meager ones in only 3. This turnabout was the result, in the first place, as already indicated, of a highly impressive growth of manufacture. A great free market from the Atlantic to the Pacific offered enormous opportunities for expansion. But it was also the result of artificial measures which gave American manufacturers advantage over foreign capital in the internal market, such as the protective tariff, as well as military and political measures to gain foreign markets. The first protective tariff, introduced by William Lowndes of South Carolina, provided for duties on foreign cottons, iron, woolen, and other finished goods of 7.5 to 30% of their value, thus giving American infant industries, still highly inefficient compared to British and European competitors, a great boon. In one form or another, this principle of protection has survived to the present. On the other side, the United States sought to break down barriers imposed by other nations, such as limitation of trade, quota systems, and tariffs, either through diplomatic means, through naval action, or in some instances by outright occupation. It is this joining of economic, diplomatic, and military action to gain new markets which was to be the essence of the new imperialism. The most spirited advocate for this form of expansion in the 15 years after Grant left office was a remarkable man with the morals of a robber baron and the charm of an ancient prince, James G. Jingo Jim Blaine, or, as he was otherwise known, the Plumed Knight. Had he not been so blatant an ally of the railroads and profited so handsomely from their favors, he would have been president. Even after a number of scandals had rocked his boat and independent Republicans, known as mugwumps, deserted him, he came within an eyelash. 1,149 votes in New York would have done it of winning the presidency in 1884. Blaine of Maine was a fifth-generation American whose Irish-Scotch forebears had migrated to Pennsylvania in 1745. His father, a staunch admirer of Henry Clay, had failed in various business ventures but succeeded moderately in politics. James Gillespie Blaine, born in January 1830, was to be a grand success in both. When he entered Washington and Jefferson College at the age of 13, he was tall and gawky, with a prominent nose that gave rise to the nickname Nosy Blaine and a speech impediment that marred his oratory. But he made friends easily, was kind, and had the politician's knack for remembering names and details. Unable because of scarce family funds to attend Yale Law School, he migrated to Lex. L60. Inkton, Kentucky, home territory of his idol Clay, where he taught school for a few years and married a New England teacher who played a predominant role in his life. Returning to her home, Augusta, Maine, Blaine read law on the side, then borrowed some money from his brother-in-law to acquire, at the age of 24, half ownership in the Kennebec Journal. Journalism was his stepping stone to politics and wealth. It was said of Blaine of Maine that he had the courage of his investments, not his convictions. In the South he had been a secessionist, in the North an abolitionist, in the South an advocate of low tariffs to aid the farmer and frontiersman, in the North of high tariffs to aid the manufacturer and businessman. In one place he was a greenbacker, urging soft money, in the other a hard money advocate. As a Whig he joined the Republican Party when it was born, was elected to the Maine legislature, then to the National House of Representatives, where he served for 12 years. He was by now a man of great poise, his speech impediment virtually licked, tall and broad in figure, with a beard that offset the prominence of his nose, bright brown eyes, and a full head of black and gray hair. Magnetic Blaine, an opponent called him. By 1876 the charismatic Republican, having spent 6 years as Speaker of the House, was the party's leading spokesman, a natural for the presidential nomination. He had not only endeared himself to the moneyed classes by advocating hard money and protection, but to the masses of Republicans by opposing the repatriation of Confederate President Jefferson Davis, the author, knowingly, deliberately, guiltily and willfully, of the gigantic murders and crimes against Northern prisoners at Andersonville. But a month later the first of a number of questionable deals with railroads came to light, and Blaine's chances for the nomination dwindled apace. After denying he had ever received any money from the Union Pacific, he was forced to admit that he had deposited $32,000 in worthless first mortgage bonds of a bankrupt road, and been given in return $64,000 cash by Union Pacific. It was all he could do to prevent himself from being expelled from the House, let alone gain the presidential nomination. Subsequently it was learned that Blaine had received stock and money from almost every railroad that sought government land grants or other help in the 12 years he was in the House. Nonetheless, despite these revelations, the plumed knight was chosen by the state of Maine for a 6-year Senate term and served 2 stints as Secretary of State, for 10 months in 1881 under his close friend James A. Garfield, and for 3 years, from 1889 to 1892, under Benjamin Harrison. He remained with all the leading Fig. L6L. You're in his party, and had he sought the nomination for president in one SSS he probably would have had it. Like a musical composer whose opus begins in low kev and builds toward a crescendo, Blaine outlined the initial steps for a new expansionism, leaving the final and less savory ones for future discussions. He did not unsheath the sword, he did not wave the big stick. He spoke only in terms of diplomacy and economic collaboration. We desire, he wrote, to extend our commerce, and in an especial decree with our friends and neighbors on this continent. No field promises so much. No field has been cultivated so little. The Big Sister policy, as it became known, contemplated using the Monroe Doctrine not merely as a defensive weapon to keep European powers from establishing colonies in the Americas, but as an active instrument to make the United States dominant over the hemisphere. He would tolerate no treaty bv European states, he said in 1881, which impeaches our RI-HT and long-established claim to priority on the American continent. Emphasis added. He reaffirmed President Hayes's position that any Isthmian canal, such as the one projected by the French engineer Ferdinand de Lesseps, must be U.S.-owned and U.S.-run. The spirit of the United States, as Blaine expressed it in a confidential memo to the American minister in Hawaii, was one which seeks its outlet in the mines of South America and the railroads of Mexico. A spirit which would not be slow to avail itself of openings of assured and profitable enterprise even in mid-ocean. It was the government's duty to help this spirit find fruition. At the Pan American Conference of 1889, which was convoked at his suggestion and over which he presided, Blaine tried to establish a customs union which would lower tariffs between Latin America and the United States, thus increasing Uncle Sam's sale of finished goods below the Rio Grande and at the expense of Europe. Another proposal called for arbitration of inter-American disputes such as the war recently concluded between Chile on the one hand and Peru and Bolivia on the other. If Washington was to be paramount on this hemisphere, it would be useful to have an orderly machinery for effectuating peace between its satellites. Ultimately, though it might take years, even generations, the United States would have to annex Cuba, Hawaii, and yes, Canada, but for the time being the goal was to lave the routes for commercial expansion. Blaine included under the protective shield of the Monroe Doctrine the far-off Hawaiian Islands, 2,100 miles from San Francisco, which he said must also be considered part of the American system. As a formula for imperialism, Blaine's precepts were innate. L62. Quaid, in fact they achieved few results. The Latin Americans refused to give up their freedom of maneuver for North American domination. Senator Roque Sáenz Pena, delegate from Argentina, explained, the consumption of the nations of Latin America represented in this conference amounts to $560 million, but the United States shares in these importations to the amount only of $52 million, not being 10% of our purchases from Europe. In other words, the southern republics were not so dependent on American commerce that they had to yield to Blaine's nostrums. So that with only a ragtail navy to impose Washington's will and a lukewarm public opinion in the states, Jingo Jim's big sister plan failed of fruition. America was not yet ready to wage pitched battle for what was called inevitable destiny, successor to manifest destiny. Similar difficulties were evident at first in efforts to acquire Hawaii and Samoa, but were overcome before the end of the century. When a group of Congregational missionaries from New England arrived in Hawaii in 1821, its native population was approximately 200,000. Diseases introduced by the English and others, after Captain James Cook had discovered the specific real estate in 1778, however, were rapidly decimating the citizens of the 20 islands. Venereal disease, measles, whooping cough, influenza, and smallpox eventually reduced the native strain to 58,000 by 1893, and 22,000 by the 1920s. The slack was taken up by Chinese, Japanese, and later Filipinos, tens of thousands of whom were imported as contract laborers for as little as $3 a month, in 1853, for instance. The New England missionaries who had come to proselytize for the Lord quickly discovered that there were better prospects in other endeavors. Exchanging clerical robes for business garb, they became large landowners, sugar planters, speculators, and, along with the Honolulu merchants, the political power behind the Hawaiian throne. Like the Austins of Texas, they were loyal to their new homeland and would have been content to live under an independent flag indefinitely. There were, however, disturbing facts of life that could not be shunted aside. One was that the great powers might overrun Hawaii. In 1842 France established a protectorate over Tahiti, sending shivers down Hawaiian spines that a similar fate was in store for them. To defend their status they sought treaties of friendship and commerce from Washington, London, and Paris. The ex-missionaries were further alarmed the next year when 163. Britain occupied parts of the islands for 5 months before returning the reins to King Kamehameha. By this time 5 out of every 6 ships setting anchor in the Pacific Shangri-La 2,100 miles from San Francisco flew the American flag. Secretary of State Webster, obviously interested in so fruitful a commercial haven, declared in no uncertain terms, therefore, that while the United States had no intention of annexing Hawaii, it would permit no one else to do so either. When France, evidently unimpressed by Webster's words, temporarily seized Honolulu in 1849, there was a shift in mood in the United States. The cry for annexation became so intense that in 1854 President Franklin Pierce actually negotiated a treaty of acquisition only to backtrack on it because a provision for immediate statehood stirred so much opposition. A year later Secretary of State William L. Marcy negotiated a pact abolishing duties on goods each country sold the other. But the Senate rejected it because of pressures by Louisiana sugar planters who feared competition from Hawaii. Another such treaty in 1867 also failed to win approval. By 1875, however, sentiments had changed, and Hawaii and the United States signed a 7-year reciprocity agreement which, in addition to economic benefits, provided that Hawaii would not alienate any port or territory to any foreign power except the United States. If it were to be annexed by anyone, it would be by Uncle Sam. The treaty was renegotiated in 1884, this time giving Uncle Sam exclusive control of a harbor on the Pearl River in Oahu for a naval station. Under the spur of these reciprocity arrangements, Hawaiian sugar production quintupled from 1877 to 1887, then doubled again in the next 10 years, with 99% of Hawaii's exports going to the United States and 3/4 of its imports coming from there. From 1877 to 1890, foreign trade quadrupled, the main beneficiaries being the Hawaiians of American descent, who owned most of the $33 million investment, as of 1893, in the sugar industry. From economic dominance and establishment of a naval base, it was only a small step to political annexation, though it still had to run the gauntlet of congressional opposition in the United States. The geopolitical logic, as expressed by expansionists, was simple. Acquisition, an American admiral said in 1851, was intimately connected with our commercial and naval supremacy in the Pacific. For Blaine, the gradual and seemingly inevitable decadence and extinction of the native race posed the danger of colonization by other powers, and hence made it urgent for the United States to impose an avowedly American solution. When Hawaii seemed disposed. 164. In 1881, to give Britain the same reciprocal trade advantages as those contained in the 1875 treaty with Washington, Blaine warned that those islands cannot be joined to the Asiatic system. If they drift from their independent station, it must be toward assimilation and identification with the American system, to which they belong by the operation of natural laws and must belong by the operation of political necessity. There was no nonsense about this hallowed principle. Twice, when there were internal troubles in Hawaii, American troops were landed at Honolulu to protect life and property. Many of the American Hawaiians had misgivings about the prospect of annexation because their contract labor laws, virtually a form of peonage, would run afoul of American legislation on the subject, but in the end they had no alternative if they expected the benefits of trade with America. Congress, in 1890, made the import of sugar duty-free to all nations, and decided to pay a bonus of 2 cents a pound to American sugar producers, thus abolishing the Hawaiian advantage. Then, in 1891, Queen Liliuokalani ascended the throne and attempted to impose an autocratic constitution under which the sugar planters would lose political preponderance. The result was an American-inspired revolution, abetted by one of Blaine's friends, John L. Stevens. U.S. troops were landed from the warship Boston to help the rebels. Without this intervention, according to Nicole Ludlow, commander of another naval ship, the revolution would not have occurred in the way it did, and at the time it did. Neither would the American Hawaiians have undertaken it without assurance of the protection and assistance of the United States forces there. At any rate, within a month after the Queen's fall, annexation papers were signed and Americans were debating for the first time the virtues and vices of modern imperialism. Unfortunately for the expansionists, the issue coincided with a turnover in administration from Republican Harrison to Democrat Grover Cleveland, who promptly removed the troops, withdrew the Treaty of Annexation from the Senate, and prevailed on Congress to pass 2 resolutions on non-interference. The actual annexation would have to wait 4 more years, to 1898, by which time the imperialist fever had reached the upper tip of the thermometer. The acquisition of Samoa was similarly protracted, and for much the same reasons. This archipelago, athrust a number of major ocean lanes in the Pacific, had been the object of American attention since 1838, when whaling interests prevailed on the administration to send a scientific expedition there. Nothing much was heard of Samoa until after the Civil War, when it occurred to some people. 165. That this might be an excellent stopover for a steamship line on the way from San Francisco to Australia. Commander Richard W. Meade thereupon signed a treaty with the Samoan chief turning over the harbor of Pago Pago, the most perfectly landlocked harbor that exists in the Pacific Ocean, to the United States as a naval base and coaling station. Thus began a comic opera that lasted a quarter of a century. In the meantime, Germany and Britain had laid claims to other portions of the archipelago, and Germany, the dominant commercial force there at the time, attacked the Polynesian monarch and bombarded some of his villages. In 1889, 3 American and 3 German warships, as well as 1 British, squared a web at each other outside the port of Apia, and a military confrontation between 3 great powers seemed like LV chance. However, a hurricane descended on the area in March, wrecking all the American and German vessels and causing a considerable loss of life. Both Bismarck of Germany and Blaine of the United States decided under the circumstances to be conciliatory with each other, agreeing to a 3-power protectorate over Samoa. It was not until 1899, a full decade later, that the island paradise, not far from New Zealand, was finally partitioned between Germany and the United States, with the 2 largest islands going to the former, and the rest, including Tutwila with the Pago Pago harbor, to Uncle Sam. 6. If Blaine failed in his specific objectives for creating a U.S. sphere of influence extending throughout the Western Hemisphere and into the Pacific, it was only a temporary setback along a path whose markings were decisively clear. Henceforth the United States would pay little heed to the principle of contiguity by the end of the century. It had acquired 50 or more specks in the Pacific Ocean, including Wake, Guam, Midway, Howland, Baker. More important, Washington was unceremoniously jettisoning a number of hallowed traditions about government by consent of the governed. It was now permissible, as in Hawaii, to invade a foreign country without the consent of its people, on the pretext of protecting American life and property. The native people, it was assumed, did not have to be consulted about the transfer of sovereignty, or given the right to rule themselves afterward. The justification for all this was that Anglo-Saxons generally and Americans specifically were a superior people chosen by the Almighty to spread their civilization everywhere. The Anglo-Saxon. L66. Wrote Congregational Minister Josiah Strong in his immensely popular 1885 book, Our Country, is the representative of 2 great ideas, civil liberty and pure spiritual Christianity, the greatest of all human contributions. It follows, then, that the Anglo-Saxon is divinely commissioned to be, in a peculiar sense, his brother's keeper. For the United States that divine commission was, according to Strong, a mandate to move down upon Mexico, down upon Central and South America, out upon the islands of the sea, over upon Africa and beyond. The 1880s and 1890s were a period in which conservative intellectuals invariably used the Darwinian theory of natural selection as justification for their political goals. Nothing should be done for the poor, Herbert Spencer and other social Darwinists proclaimed, because they had been destined for the scrap heap by the immutable laws of nature. On the other hand, the preeminent Anglo-Saxons were clearly selected for world domination and should accept their assignment with dignity. Such were the views of the historian and philosopher John Fiske, the Boston Brahmins Brooks Adams and Henry Cabot Lodge, the senator from Indiana Albert Beveridge, the blustery New Yorker Theodore Roosevelt, and innumerable others. The mentor of the new imperialism, more thorough than Blaine, was a naval officer undistinguished as a seaman but brilliant and penetrating as a historian and strategist, Alfred T. Mahan. A shy, good-looking man, more than 6 feet tall, with sandy hair, bright complexion and gray-blue eyes, Mahan was the son of a professor of engineering at the Military Academy in West Point. Until the appearance of his second book, The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, 1660 to 1783, his life had been routine and unacclaimed. He had been educated at a private school in Hagerstown, Maryland, attended Columbia University for 2 years, then entered the Naval Academy at the age of 16. He graduated in 1859 with second honors, was made lieutenant during the first months of the Civil War, married a Philadelphia girl when he was almost 32, and rose slowly but steadily to captain in 1885. His only writing to this point was a brief opus on the naval history of the Civil War, published in 1883, that made little impact on the outside world. But in 1885 he was called on to lecture at the New War College in Newport, and after a year of preparation gave the lectures, which were later expanded into a classic work hailed by conservatives in Europe even more than in America. It made an enormous impact on two men who would play major roles in the history of the United States, Senator Henry Cabot Lodge and Theodore Roosevelt. Mahon's theme, illustrated by prolific historical allusion, was Re. 167. Markably simple. A nation that aspires to be great, he said, must have not only land power but sea power. The reason is that home trade is only a portion of the trade of a country bordering on the sea. It is required to import necessities and luxuries to its harbors, and to ship out across the water a commensurate amount of goods. Such shipping must have secure ports to which to return and must, as far as possible, be followed by the protection of their country throughout the voyage. In time of war this protection must be extended by armed shipping. Thus the key to much of the history, as well as of the policy, of nations bordering upon the sea is to be found in three links of a single chain production, with the necessity of exchanging products, shipping, whereby the exchange is car, ride-on, and colonies, which facilitate and enlarge the operations of shipping and tend to protect it by multiplying points of safety. The United States, he argued, had directed its talents since the Civil War only to the first of these three links, production, and had done little to build a merchant marine and strong navy, or to acquire colonies. Mahon's prose, didactic but persuasive, emphasized a single theme: America must turn its eyes outward and affirm the importance of distant markets. More than anything else it needed a sizable merchant marine of its own, a powerful navy, coaling stations, safe ports, bases around the world, and colonies. In Mahon's lexicon the word defense no longer meant safeguarding one's shores from a foreign attack, but has its application at points far away from our own coast. In the nationalist view, foreign commerce was the country's lifeblood, and to acquire islands and bases for expanding that commerce was in fact a defensive stance. An economist who followed Mahon's line, Charles A. Conant, put it this way: the United States have actually reached, or are approaching, the economic state where outlets are required outside their own boundaries, in order to prevent business depression, idleness, and suffering at home. If all nations practiced commercial freedom, there would be no need for the exercise of political and military power to win outlets, but since they didn't, the United States is compelled by the instinct of self-preservation defense to engage in this game. Once an opponent of Blaine's imperialism, Mahan now became its most fervid exponent and won disciples in the highest circles. The aristocratic Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, historian turned politician, put the captain's views pithily in his famous phrase, "Commerce follows the flag." Young Teddy Roosevelt, a brash assistant secretary of the Navy who had misgivings about McKinley's moderateness, wrote in May 1897, "My dear Captain Mahan, this letter must, of L68 course, be considered as entirely confidential, because in my position I am merely carrying out the policy of the Secretary and the President. I suppose I need not tell you that as regards Hawaii I take your views absolutely, as indeed I do on foreign policy generally. Specifically, these men plunked for a canal through the Central American Isthmus to ease commerce into the Pacific, a large navy. We should build a dozen new battleships, half of them on the Pacific coast," wrote Roosevelt. Annexation of Hawaii, Samoa, Cuba, and whatever else was available. Roosevelt, the man of action, suggested that we send 2 battleships and a coaling ship to Hawaii, hoist our flag over the island, and leave all details for after action. Mahan, the theoretician, warned that the great benefits of imperialism might be frustrated by those who clung to the maxims framed in the infancy of the Republic, in other words by those who still believed in the principles of non-intervention, self-rule, and self Determination. Mahan need not have worried, however. The propitious rekindling of a revolution a stone's throw from the Florida shores gave the imperialists their grand opportunity. 10. The flag follows. Commerce. In 1895, after an interval of only 17 years, rebellion broke out again on the island of Cuba. The worldwide depression that began in 1893, and the restoration of duties on Cuban sugar by the United States the following year, caused economic havoc on the Caribbean island. This rich piece of land about the size of Virginia was, with Puerto Rico, the last vestige of the enormous empire Spain once owned in the Western Hemisphere, its people having failed to win independence either in the Latin American eruptions of the 1820s or their own uprising of 1868–78. The new revolution, like the old, sputtered along, with the rebels fighting only small harassing actions and the Spaniards, true to form, trying to isolate the insurrectos with a massive reign of terror against their rural base. Scores of thousands of peasants and agricultural workers were unceremoniously herded into concentration camps reconcentrados and considerable numbers left to die of starvation and disease. In the province of Havana alone, it is claimed, 50,000 expired. Such outrages naturally won the sympathy of the American people for the Cuban cause, especially since the flames were fanned by such sensational yellow journals as Pulitzer's New York World and Hearst's New York Journal. Blood on the roadsides, cried the world, blood in the fields, blood on the doorsteps, blood, blood, blood. Such lurid reportage helped galvanize not only Republicans but Democrats and populists to the side of Cuban liberty. In 1896 Congress voted by a large majority to recognize Cuban belligerency, but the anti-jingo, muscular 250-pound president, Grover Cleveland, refused to be stampeded into war. At one point he stated that even if the legislature should vote for hostilities, I will not mobilize the 169, 170 Army. His position shifted somewhat as he prepared to leave office. Should Spain be unable to exercise its authority in Cuba, he said in his last message to Congress, in December 1896, the United States might be forced to intervene in the interest of its higher obligations. President William McKinley, the handsome former congressman from Ohio who had been selected by Mark Hanna and his big business coterie, ran on a platform calling for, among other things, annexation of Hawaii, purchase of the Danish West Indies, building of a canal in Nicaragua to link the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, and support for the Cuban revolutionaries. At the urging of his young Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Theodore Roosevelt, he did enter into negotiations to secure Hawaii, but he was no more willing to wage war over Cuba, at first, than his predecessor had been. The corporate trusts whom Senator Mark Hanna represented and who were becoming predominant at this time eschewed war for fear it would cut the ground from economic revival. The severe depression of 1893 had jolted them, and recovery had been inhibited, they believed, first by the war scare over the boundary dispute between Venezuela and British Guyana, in which even Cleveland was prepared to take action if Britain refused to arbitrate, and then by the free silver candidacy of William Jennings Bryan in 1896. By 1897 the economy was definitely on the upswing, and though big business would eventually profit mammothly from the Spanish-American War, many financial interests feared that such a war would impede the tenuous recovery. The stock market, reflecting those interests, tended to plunge downward every time war seemed probable. The misgivings of Hanna, McKinley, and a large segment of business, however, were overwhelmed by popular revulsion against Spain, carefully exploited by the Roosevelt-Mahan Lodge beverage faction and the yellow journals. The situation in Cuba was bad enough, but it was exacerbated by some of the wildest and most dishonest reporting ever known. A correspondent for Hearst's New York Journal reported on April 4, 1896, the sensational but entirely mythical capture of Pina del Rio by a group of American volunteers using a battery of Gatling guns. A female reporter for the same paper, hearing noises from what she thought was the Cabanas fortress, wrote a gaudy tale of the execution of native prisoners by Rifle volleys. It raised the Hearst circulation considerably, but it was all fiction. So, typically, was the tale of two women allegedly stripped to the skin by Spanish inspectors on the American ship Olivet, and then manhandled. Fairy tales, intermixed with true facts of the bestialities committed under General Valeriano. 1J1. Butcher, Webler, evoked enormous sympathy for the Cuban cause and were utilized by Roosevelt and his friends for their own purposes. In a Western society, this is the perfect formula for imperialist intervention, to ride the tide of idealistic popular concern in order to advance the cause of special interests. President Cleveland had stated it with utmost clarity when he pointed out that while Americans sympathized with the victimized Cubans who were trying to establish a better and freer government, the United States had an interest in the island which is by no means of a wholly sentimental or philanthropic character. Apart from the strategic setting of this Spanish colony, its pecuniary interest for Uncle Sam was second only to that of Spanish businessmen and the Spanish crown. It is reasonably estimated, said Cleveland, that at least from $30 to $50 millions of American capital are invested in the plantations and in railroad, mining, and other business enterprises on the island. Trade between the United States and Cuba, prior to the insurrection, was running at approximately $100 million a year. While Cleveland did not feel that the pecuniary and strategic factors were sufficient cause to impose American rule over foreign territory, Roosevelt, Mahan, and Lodge saw it as a step on the broad path of empire, and they effectively converted a humanistic demand for liberty into the realistic advance of empire. The Spaniards in fact were willing to appease the American public's humanitarian sensitivities. In October 1897 a new Spanish premier recalled General Weyler, offered to modify the concentration camp policy, free Americans imprisoned on the island, and grant a certain amount of home rule. This was not enough to win over the insurrectos, but it did seem to meet at least some American criticisms. Emotions, however, did not abate. At approximately this time Hearst's journal effected the escape of a Cuban girl, Evangelina Cisneros, from a Havana prison where she was under sentence for treason. It headlined the story, "An American newspaper accomplishes at a single stroke what the red tape of diplomacy failed utterly to bring about in many months." The following January, as rebels turned down the Spanish offer of limited autonomy, and loyalists, on the other side, rioted in the streets of Havana on behalf of Spain, the journal stridently demanded war. Each gaudy headline raised circulation figures so that by 1898 the competitive World and Journal were each selling 800,000 papers daily. Other journals around the country were buying their copy and using the same techniques to win circulation. Teddy Roosevelt had been trying persistently but unsuccessfully to get McKinley to act. "The President," he confided to intimates, "has 172. No more backbone than a chocolate eclair." But the sustained interventionist mood could not be bypassed indefinitely, and eventually McKinley was caught up in it. In January 1898, against the advice of the American consul in Cuba, the creaky battleship Maine was dispatched to the Havana harbor to protect American life and property. A few weeks later the Hearst press published a sensational letter by the Spanish minister in Washington, Dupuy de Lomé, derogating McKinley as weak, a bidder for the admiration of the crowd, a would-be politician who tries to leave a door open behind himself while keeping on good terms with the jingoes of his party. The embarrassed minister resigned his post, while an inflamed American populace refused to forgive his indiscretion. And while the minister's disgrace was still in the headlines, another event occurred that raised passions beyond the breaking point. The Maine exploded on February 15, killing 258 sailors and 2 officers. Inquiries many years later indicated that the tragedy probably resulted from an external mine, but it has never entirely been ruled out that it may have been due to an internal explosion in the ship's own magazine. 4 hours after the event, U.S. Captain C.D. Sigsbee wired details to the Secretary of the Navy, John D. Long, urging that public opinion should be suspended until further report. He also related that a Spanish man of war was picking up survivors and that many Spanish officers, including representatives of General Ramon Blanco, now with me to express sympathy. Both Sigsbee and the Consul General, Fitzhugh, refused to lay the blame on the Spaniards, and many Americans were convinced that it was illogical for the Madrid government, which was desperately trying to contain hostilities, to engage in an act that curried war with a great power. Nobody, said the Nation of March 3, 1898, really thinks that the Spanish government or its military or naval officers caused that disaster or intended that it should take place. The mine, if that is what caused the explosion, might also have been set by a Cuban patriot anxious to embroil the United States, a Cuban loyalist anxious to punish the United States for its sympathies, or even, as the nation speculated at the time, an insane person. Rational assessment, however, was the furthest thing from the minds of the Jingoes, as the drumbeat for reprisal against Spain became deafening. Before the Navy had completed its inquiry, Congress voted $50 million for national defense and the armed services began a furious preparation for war. The yellow journals cried for immediate retribution. "The whole country thrills with war fever," said Hearst's journal. If that wasn't exactly true, the slogan "Remember the Maine, to hell with Spain," was on enough lips to raise 173. The nation's fever chart by many degrees. Teddy Roosevelt bellowed at Senator Mark Hanna that we will have this war for the freedom of Cuba in spite of the timidity of the commercial interests. Henry Cabot Lodge shouted that this gigantic murder, the last spasm of a corrupt and dying society, cries aloud for justice. Mass meetings were held in a number of cities calling for war, and students held drills and carried placards reading "To hell with Spain." Much of this was genuine revulsion against Spanish rule, but much was camouflage for ulterior motives, especially on the part of Roosevelt and his clique. The Assistant Secretary of the Navy wanted war whatever the excuse. 10 days after the Maine was sunk, while he was temporarily in charge of the department, Roosevelt ordered Commodore George Dewey to prepare for an attack on Manila in the Philippines if war should break out. Another cabinet official, it may be recalled, secretly ordered Commodore Sloat, B. for the Mexican War, to seize California if war should ensue over Texas. Presumably the issue was Cuba, and President McKinley was still most anxious to arrive at a diplomatic rather than a military settlement, yet Roosevelt was already widening a war that was not to begin until 2 months later. In those 2 months there were many indications that Spain would accede to whatever the United States demanded. Stuart L. Woodford, U.S. Minister in Madrid, informed McKinley at the end of March that in his opinion the Spanish ministry are ready to go as far and as fast as they can and still save the dynasty here in Spain. They know that Cuba is lost. A few days later he cabled, "I know that the Queen and her present ministry sincerely desire peace and that the Spanish people desire peace, and if you can still give me time and reasonable liberty of action I will get for you the peace you desire so much and for which you have labored so hard." There was fear in Madrid that if the government granted McKinley's request for an armistice with the insurgents it would be toppled by a revolution at home. Nevertheless, by April 9, with the Pope prodding Spain, and 6 European powers appealing to the American president, Madrid had accepted all the demands of Washington. On that day she agreed to an immediate suspension of hostilities with the insurgents. She had already revoked the hated Conc policy, freed all American citizens held in prison, offered to arbitrate the dispute over the Maine explosion, granted amnesty to rebels, and permitted American relief to enter the island. If humanitarian sympathy for the Cuban people were the basis for intervention, there was no longer any reason for war. Joseph Pulitzer admitted 9 years later that Spain had granted to Cuba all 174 that we had demanded, but passion in Spain and here forced the hands of the government. The clamor for what John Hay would soon call a splendid little war was now irrepressible. 2 days after Spain had capitulated, on April 11, McKinley, evidently swayed by the argument that his party would lose the fall elections if he didn't yield to the Jingoes, sent a message to Congress proposing the forcible intervention of the United States as a neutral to stop the war. Among the reasons offered for this step, apart from ending the barbarities, bloodshed, starvation, and horrible miseries in Cuba, were protection and indemnity for American life and property on the island, and the need to prevent very serious injury to the commerce, trade, and business of our people there. 8 days later, in a resolution recognizing Cuban independence and demanding Spanish withdrawal, McKinley was authorized to take the proper military steps. A demurrer, tacked on by Senator H. M. Teller, assured the world that the United States had no intention of acquiring Cuba and would leave the government and control of that island to its people. After a century of agitation for annexation of Cuba, it was difficult to understand why it was being repudiated, except perhaps that the United States did not want to assume the country's debt of $400 million. Another factor suggested by historian Thomas A. Bailey was that American sugar interests wanted Cuba to remain outside the tariff wall. In any event, despite the high-flown rhetoric about Cuba Libre, Cuba would soon become a U.S. colony in all but name. 2. The Little War, or what the New York Journal called the Journal's War, was a grand, disorganized coup that lasted only 100 days, not counting the sequel in the Philippines, and cost the United States 385 dead in battle and 2,061 from other causes, mostly yellow fever. The Navy, well nurtured in the previous 15 years, took only 57 casualties, 10 dead and 47 wounded, while acquitting itself with great distinction both at Manila and Santiago de Cuba. It was a war made for heroes, since the opposition, formidable on paper, with 155,000 troops, was in fact poorly led and inept in practice. Teddy Roosevelt, commander of the volunteer Rough Riders, astride his horse, Little Texas, slowly ascended San Juan's hills in the charge at San Juan Hill to become an American Idol drafted for the vice presidency shortly thereafter. A lieutenant named John Pershing made his mark leading a regiment of dismounted Negro 175 cavalrymen, and another lieutenant, Douglas MacArthur, son of General Arthur MacArthur, won his spurs fighting Filipino insurrectos, one of whom shot his hat from his head. The first surprise of the war, a few days after it was declared, was news that Commodore Dewey, pursuing orders given him by Roosevelt, had swept into Manila Bay with 6 vessels and annihilated a fleet of 7 warships commanded by Rear Admiral Patricio Montojo y Pasaran. The country went wild with joy, but almost no one in Washington knew what Dewey was doing there or what was the political objective of his foray. McKinley's message of April 11, 1898, had mentioned 4 reasons for war, all of them having to do with conditions in Cuba, none with the Philippines. Nor did he have any prior plans for disposing of them after hostilities. The truth is, he later confessed to a meeting of Methodists, "I didn't want the Philippines, and when they came to us as a gift from the gods, I did not know what to do about them." As it happened, here, as in Cuba, a revolt against Spanish rule had broken out in 1896. Dewey evidently intended to fan its flames, for he transported the exiled insurgent leader, Emilio Aguinaldo, from Hong Kong to Manila in May. According to Aguinaldo, who busied himself immediately forming a Filipino resistance army, Dewey advised him that the United States had come to the Philippines to free the Filipinos from the yoke of Spain. He said furthermore that America was exceedingly well off as regards territory, revenue, and resources, and needed no colonies. He assured me finally that there was no reason for me to entertain any doubts whatever about the recognition of the independence of the Philippines by the United States. Whether this version is true and Dewey was guilty of a mammoth act of duplicity, or whether Aguinaldo's account is exaggerated, the fact is that with 15,000 loyal Spanish and Filipino troops in Manila and with the arrival of American troops still many weeks off, Dewey could use native allies. Whatever the Commodore's on-the-spot promises, however, back in Washington other thoughts were crystallizing. Secretary of the Navy John D. Long cabled the order not to enter into political alliances with the insurgents. That would incur liability to maintain their cause in the future. There was to be no loose talk about helping the Filipinos win independence. If President McKinley wasn't entirely sure either of the geography or the value of the Philippines, there were more determined men in the United States with a clearer vision. Indiana Senator Albert Beveridge, a friend of Lodge's and a member in good standing of the Roosevelt-Mahan clan, explained it in a speech delivered at Boston. I-76. April 21, 1898, American factories are making more than the American people can use, American soil is producing more than they can consume. Fate has written our policy for us, the trade of the world must and shall be ours. We will cover the ocean with our merchant marine. We will build a navy to the measure of our greatness. He concluded that the Philippines are logically our first target. A little later he was even more specific. Where, he asked, shall we turn for consumers of our surplus? Geography answers the question. China is our natural customer. The Philippines give us a base at the door of all the East. The power that rules the Pacific, is the power that rules the world. And, with the Philippines, that power is and will forever be the American Republic. The American Minister to China, E. H. Conger, wrote to Secretary of State William R. Day on August 26, 1898, that the seizure of this island complex in the Pacific would give a convenient and essential base of supplies, where American trade, capital, and brains could and would be massed ready for the commercial conquests, which Americans ought to accomplish in China. Uncle Sam was a Johnny-come-lately to this vast semi-continental market, enjoying only 2% of its trade. The Philippines and a strong navy, it was felt, would open the door to expansion in China. What began, then, as a war to liberate Cuba so as to put an end to the barbarities, bloodshed, starvation, and horrible miseries now existing there, suddenly disclosed motives of conquest in faraway places not mentioned before. A new enthusiasm for imperialism flared even among those who had had misgivings that the war would upset economic recovery. Many years before, John Quincy Adams had observed that all wars, including those fought for liberty, excite imperialist lusts. The point was re-emphasized by the short but sweet Spanish-American War. A new consciousness seems to have come upon us, commented the Washington Post, a consciousness of strength and with it a new appetite. The taste of empire is in the mouth of the people even as the taste of blood in the jungle. It means an imperial policy, the Republic, renascent, taking her place with the armed nations. Brooks Adams, bicycling with Oliver Wendell Holmes, Jr., expressed the jubilant notion that this war is the first gun in the battle for the ownership of the world, a view that turned out to be not far off the mark. Businessmen who had been lukewarm to the war suddenly realized that new commercial vistas had been opened for them in the Far East. Financier Frank Vanderlip wrote in the Century magazine that half the world could be reached for American trade from the Philippines. Mark Hanna waxed lyrical about possessing a 1 J.J. strategic point in the Pacific which gave the American people an opportunity to maintain a foothold in the markets of China. President McKinley, who had entertained doubts about annexing the Philippines, was now firmly convinced that the march of events rules and overrules human action. The march of events McKinley referred to was, of course, the quick and decisive military success of the armed forces. It gave wings to the jingo spirit, causing many an American to shed inhibitions against naked imperialism and abandon a long-held tradition against colonies and non-contiguous expansion. This shift in sentiment was made apparent less than 2 months after hostilities began, when on July 7, 1898, Hawaii, at long last, was annexed to the United States. The year before, McKinley, honoring a campaign pledge, had signed still another treaty of annexation with the pro-American government of the islands, only to have it lapse in the Senate, where it failed to secure the necessary 2/3 for ratification. The nation commented, with some exultation, that the issue was now dead beyond the hope of resurrection. But the notice of death was premature because a year later, when Dewey fired the shot heard round the world, the expansionists latched their argument onto Dewey's coattails. Hawaii, they said, was needed as a way station to supply the Commodore. It was a bastion of defense for the Philippines, a bridge to the Pacific, as well as a fortress to check would-be invaders who might creep up to the west coast. It was also, of course, necessary for the protection and promotion of our commercial interests. In vain did the Democratic opposition argue that American speculators were pushing annexation because they had bought $5 million of Hawaiian bonds at 30 cents to the dollar and were waiting for Uncle Sam to redeem them at 100 cents. We have gotten along splendidly for 109 years without these volcanic rocks, said a Democratic leader. If we did not need them when we were only 3 million strong, why are we likely to perish for the want of them now that we are 75 million souls? Again, however, as in 1845, when the United States annexed Texas, the government put the matter to a joint resolution of Congress requiring a mere majority instead of 2/3, and perseverance was finally rewarded. Public opinion clearly was being modified in cadence with the easy successes on the battlefields. The Republican conventions, Senator Lodge reported to McKinley, are all declaring that we're 178. The flag once goes up it must never come down. Senator Beveridge's impassioned March of the Flag speech, given at Indianapolis in mid-September 1898, was reprinted by the Republican National Committee in an edition of 300,000. Hawaii, said the senator, is ours, Puerto Rico is to be ours, at the prayer of her people Cuba finally will be ours, in the islands of the East, even to the gates of Asia, coaling stations are to be ours at the very least. The flag of a liberal government is to float over the Philippines, and may it be the banner that Taylor unfurled in Texas and Fremont carried to the coast. Having presented this glowing prospect, Beveridge next disparaged the notion of the opposition that we ought not to govern a people without their consent. The rule of liberty that all just government derives its authority from the consent of the governed, he taunted the other side, applies only to those who are capable of self-government. We govern the Indians without their consent, we govern our territories without their consent, we govern our children without their consent. Why not the Philippines? Beveridge was remarkably candid about the materialist purposes of the new imperialism. If any man tells you that trade depends on cheapness of price and not on government influence, ask him why England does not abandon South Africa, Egypt, India. The conflicts of the future are to be conflicts of trade struggles for markets, commercial wars for existence. And the golden rule of peace is impregnability of position and invincibility of preparedness. By the time the Paris negotiations got underway in October, many top officials who had had reservations about taking the nation on the path of imperialism had become lively enthusiasts. That included those businessmen and their spokesmen, such as Hanna, who had no misgivings about imperialism per se but were concerned that war might undermine a tenuous prosperity. It became clear as the months passed that just the opposite was true. President McKinley himself had abjured forcible annexation of Cuba in 1897. By our code of morality, he said, that would be criminal aggression. But criminal aggression became acceptable a year later at the peace table as the United States directly annexed Puerto Rico, Guam, captured in June by the same convoy which brought General Wesley Merritt's troops to Manila, and the 7,100 islands situated only 200 miles from Formosa and less than 400 miles from the China coast, the strategically vital Philippines. The Spaniards resisted this latter cession but were helpless to prevent it. On the other hand, they tried to transfer Cuba to American sovereignty but failed because the United States, among other things, did not want to assume the $400 million debt. 179. The story is told, perhaps apocryphally, how McKinley agonized over making the Philippines an American colony. At first he had thought only of acquiring a coaling station, then of incorporating the largest island, Luzon, into the American Empire. Finally, I went down on my knees and prayed to Almighty God for light and guidance, night after night, until one night it became clear that of the four alternatives annexation was the only sensible one. To give the islands back to Spain would be cowardly and dishonorable, to give them to our commercial rivals in the Orient, France or Germany, would be bad business and discreditable, to let the Filipinos have their own rule would soon result in anarchy and misrule. So there was nothing left but to take them all, and to educate the Filipinos, and uplift, and civilize and Christianize them. After this sagacious insight McKinley went to bed, and went to sleep and slept soundly. This was a moment of great consequence for the American future, one of those turning points that served to redefine national purpose and consecrate new tradition. Hitherto, except for Alaska, the United States had always granted self-rule in areas it acquired. It had been imperialist but not colonialist. Its leaders, for the most part, sternly eschewed colonialism as contrary to the principles of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. Senator George C. Vest of Missouri defined this doctrine aptly in a December 1898 resolution. The colonial system of European nations, it said, cannot be established under our present Constitution, but all the territory acquired by the government must be acquired and governed with the purpose or intent of organizing such territory into states suitable for admission into the Union. Senator William E. Mason of Illinois, in another resolution a month later, put the theorem in these terms, that the government of the United States of America will not attempt to govern the people of any other country in the world without the consent of the people themselves. The fundamental issue of self-rule was so deeply emplaced in the national psyche that despite the heartwarming military victories, an anti-imperialist opposition as bitter and widespread as that against the Vietnam War 7 decades later began to form at the very time Dewey was sweeping into Manila Bay. If the basic doctrine of American democracy, government by consent of the governed, could be shredded to pieces in Cuba, the Philippines, or Puerto Rico, it might need stronger bracing at home. The opposition included such prestigious figures as former President Cleveland and 8 members of his cabinet, William Jennings Bryan, Democratic standard-bearer, Senator George F. Hoar, Speaker of the House Thomas B. L. Reed, industrialist Andrew Carnegie, AFL President Samuel Gompers. There were also educators such as Charles W. Eliot, President of Harvard, and David Starr Jordan, President of Stanford, writers like Mark Twain, William James, and William Graham Sumner, Carl Schurz, a cabinet member under President Hayes, mugwumps, Republican reformers, like Charles Francis Adams and Moorfield Story, social workers like Jane Addams, and a shining list of reformers, single taxers, pacifists, prohibitionists, free traders, and supporters of the Indian cause. In June 1898 members of the liberal community in Boston came together at Faneuil Hall to protest the adoption of a so-called imperial policy by the United States. Moorfield Story, once the president of the American Bar Association, told the audience that we are not here to oppose the war against Spain. We are here, to insist that a war begun in the cause of humanity should not be turned into a war for empire. The meeting established a committee of correspondence reminiscent of pre-revolutionary days to communicate with like-minded people elsewhere. In November, while Spain and the United States were hammering out a treaty in Paris, an anti-imperialist league was formed to oppose, by every legitimate means, the acquisition of the Philippine Islands, or of any colonies away from our shores. By May 1899 the league had 30,000 members. In October, after a convention attended by 10,000 delegates from 30 states, it formally became the American Anti-Imperialist League with headquarters in Chicago. 80-year-old George S. Boutwell, one of the founders of the Republican Party, was its president. Among its endorsers were former President Benjamin Harrison and former President Grover Cleveland, who became one of its 41 vice presidents. Annexation of the Philippines or Cuba, said David Starr Jordan, meant a 180-degree departure from America's best principles and tradition. We would be descending, said Senator Hoar, from the ancient path of Republican liberty which the Founding Father trod, down into the modern swamp and cesspool of imperialism. Cleveland and Bryan, though at loggerheads within the Democratic Party, both denounced the exotic notion that overseas expansion was America's inevitable destiny, and warned that the country could not endure half republic and half colony. The war, said venerable Professor Charles Eliot Norton, was a turning back from the path of civilization to that of barbarism. He advised students not to enlist in the army, because these were hostilities in which we jettison all that was most precious in our national cargo. The platform of the American Anti-Imperialist League, which L8L eventually recruited scores of thousands of members, was as scathing a denunciation of an existing government as the nation had ever read. Written by Carl Schurz and approved in October 1899, it began with the observation that the policy known as imperialism is hostile to liberty and tends toward militarism, an evil from which it has been our glory to be free. The subjugation of the Philippines was criminal aggression and open disloyalty to the distinctive principles of our government. The destruction of self-government in the Pacific was a betrayal of American institutions at home, sparking a contest that must go on until the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States are rescued from the hands of their betrayers, obviously McKinley, Roosevelt, Mahan, Lodge, et al. The platform ended with a quotation from Lincoln that those who deny freedom to others deserve it not for themselves, and under a just God cannot long retain it. 4. While this shower of rhetoric, for and against imperialism, fell on the home front, the United States became embroiled in the corollary to modern imperialism, counter-revolution. Senator Beveridge, the nation's most exuberant expansionist, might speak of America's ultimate purpose as the redemption of the world and the Christianization of mankind, but the backward Filipinos showed little enthusiasm for a Christianization that robbed them of independence. To acquire the Philippines as a colony, then, the United States had to suppress the revolution of its people. Philippine nationalism was a relatively new phenomenon, hardly a quarter of a century old, but like American nationalism in 1776 was vibrant and dynamic. It began to manifest itself in 1872 when 200 native troops at the arsenal in Cavite killed their officers and demanded national independence. They intended to spread this revolt to Manila, but the plan went awry and the Spaniards were able to quell the uprising after executing and imprisoning some of its leaders. 2 decades later, under the inspiration of a brilliant Chinese mestizo, José Rizal y Mercado, and young associates like Apolinario Mabini, a broad-based organization was formed called Katipunan, highest and most respectable society of the Sons of the People, not much different from the Sons of Liberty during the American Revolution. Its membership was estimated at between 100,000 and 400,000. In August 1896, with the same rhythm of history that was pulsing in Cuba, this movement broke out in a revolt for independence that sputtered along for more than a year until the L82. Nationalist leaders accepted 400,000 pesos, with 1.3 million more due them, to terminate the fight and go into exile. In the meantime, Rizal had been seized in Barcelona, repatriated to Manila, and executed on December 30, 1896, and Andrés Bonifacio, the artisan chief of Katipunan, had been assassinated. The mantle of leadership fell on Emilio Aguinaldo. Aguinaldo, a remarkable little man, barely 115 pounds, was born near Cavite, Luzon, of Chinese and Tagalog parents, and was educated at the University of St. Thomas. At the time of the insurrection he was a modest landowner and mayor of Cavite. 27 years old, sharp-eyed, intelligent, he went into exile 6 or 7 weeks before the Maine exploded, and was quick to realize that war between the United States and Spain might further Filipino purpose. The idea of a confluence of interests also occurred to some American officials. "At your first gun," cabled Consul Oscar Williams in Manila, "there will be 30,000 Filipinos arise." U.S. Consul Spencer Pratt, who contacted Aguinaldo at Singapore, assured him, according to Secretary of State William R. Day, that the ultimate object of our action is independence of the Philippines, an assurance which caused considerable dismay in Washington. Commodore Dewey wrote his sister from Hong Kong that the insurgents are ready to rise. And long before this reaches you we may be masters of Manila and Philippine cities. Insurrection was still afoot on the islands, despite the pact between the rebel leaders and Spain, so that the notion of parallel action between the insurrectos and the Americans must have seemed a natural course for taking the archipelago. Nonetheless, there were deep suspicions on the Filipino side, even as a measure of collaboration was effected between Aguinaldo and Dewey. Apolinario Mabini, the precocious lawyer who represented the left wing of the revolution, urged his countrymen to give no aid either to the Spaniards or to the Americans, but to concentrate on capturing as much of the islands as possible so that the Americans who were sure to be the victors would become convinced that here we have a strong and organized people that know how to defend their honor. The rebel committee in exile in Hong Kong sought weapons from Uncle Sam's forces, but sent a communique to their followers back home, warning that they are trying to make colonies of us, although they said they would give us independence. The committee decided to simulate belief at the same time equipping ourselves with arms. Thus, against a background of distrust, began a tenuous, unofficial, and most temporary partnership. In mid-May, after Dewey had 183 seized control of Manila Bay, General Aguinaldo and 17 of his officers were taken aboard an American ship at Hong Kong and returned to the Philippines. Dewey himself greeted the Filipino leader at Cavite, gave him weapons and ammunition, and watched approvingly as the rebels without American ground forces to help them conquered town after town from the Spaniards. In my opinion, Dewey reported to Washington, these people are far superior in their intelligence and more capable of self-government than the natives of Cuba, and I am familiar with both races. The rebels had already cleaned up all of Cavite province and were converging on Manila within weeks after Aguinaldo had landed. In mid-June, the Filipino leader issued a declaration of independence and set up a provisional regime with himself as president again without a single word from the Americans that he was trampling forbidden territory. In Boston, Moorfield's Story, the anti-imperialist, was thundering at Faneuil Hall, "Why should Cuba with its 1,600,000 people have a right to freedom and self-government and the 8 million of people who dwell in the Philippines be denied the same right?" As yet no one of importance was saying they shouldn't, though the idea was forming in some minds. A month later, as more Americans were put ashore, against Aguinaldo's wishes, General T. M. Anderson was explaining to the Filipino that your fine intellect must perceive that I cannot recognize your civil authority. By now Dewey had changed his estimate of Aguinaldo. He was a big head, said Dewey, and was warning that the insurrectos would be General Merritt's most difficult problem. Merritt himself was poignantly aware of this problem, for he had written to McKinley before shipping out with his troops that it seems more than probable that we will have the so-called insurgents to fight as well as the Spaniards. He asked for more troops to conquer a people the majority of whom will regard us with the intense hatred born of race and religion. From week to week the situation became more tense, with Aguinaldo taking the bit in his teeth, setting up a capital at Malolos, and seeking recognition from the world's powers, and Washington sending troop reinforcements to give itself leverage not only against the Spanish army on Philippine soil but against the insurgents as well. By August, Aguinaldo's revolutionary government and 10,000 troops were well on the way toward victory. They controlled 15 provinces in the key island of Luzon and were prepared to lay siege to Manila. At this point, however, General Merritt arrived with 8,500 American soldiers, and entered into a secret arrangement with the enemy whereby Manila was surrendered to the United States. 184. Rather than let it fall into the hands of the insurgents. The plan called for a mock battle in which no one would get hurt and Spain could claim it had preserved its honor. In fact, the enraged Filipino forces entered the city from the east, prepared to jointly occupy it, but Merritt and Dewey forced them to withdraw. It was a humiliating moment for the Philippine Revolution, as its major target was placed by the terms of the capitulation exclusively under the special safeguard of the faith and honor of the American army. The insurrectos were frozen out. What happened after this is, in a sense, classic. The scenario would be repeated by imperialist powers in French Indochina, the Dutch East Indies, and elsewhere after World War II. The Filipinos tried with might and main to be conciliatory, the Americans brought in more troops, and became bolder and tougher as each contingent arrived. The Declaration of Independence issued by Aguinaldo on June 12, 1898, contained a clause under the protection of the mighty and humanitarian North American nation. To appease the money-lenders and landowners, who feared the revolutionaries more than the Americans, Aguinaldo dissolved the nationalist Katipunan. From January 9, 1899, to January 29, 1899, the Filipino government entered into negotiations with General Lwel S. Otis, the military governor, and were ready to accept independence with limitations. All this while, however, Otis was merely waiting for 6 regiments of the U.S. Army to arrive to supplement his forces against the Filipino Army Center of Revolutionary Resistance. When they did come, in late January, the 7th negotiation session was forthwith called off. Otis was now ready, or so he thought, to carry out the McKinley Mandate to move on from Manila to occupy all of the archipelago. If there was a glimmer of hope that a Filipino-American war could be avoided, it was in that short period after the Treaty of Paris was signed, December 10, 1898, and prior to its ratification by the Senate, February 6, 1899. The outcome was by no means assured. The imperialists, sorely pressed, justified annexation on the grounds that the Filipinos had no capacity for self-government, to which a young congressman from Mississippi, John Sharp Williams, replied, "Who made us God's globe-trotting vice-regents to forestall misgovernment everywhere?" The charge was rebutted too by a number of observers who had had an opportunity to see Aguinaldo's regime in operation. One such man, quoted by Walter Millis, reported that Aguinaldo had assembled at Malolos a congress of 100 men who would compare in behavior, manner, dress, and education with the better classes of other Asiatic nations, possibly 185, including the Japanese. The rebel leader's army, he said, was the marvel of his achievements. He had over 20 regiments of comparatively well-organized, well-drilled, and well-dressed soldiers carrying modern rifles and ammunition. The people in all the different towns took pride in this army. Nearly every family had a father, son, or cousin in it. That the army and the government both acted adroitly was confirmed by an incident on December 27, a couple of weeks after McKinley had ordered General Lwel S. Otis to extend his military authority over the whole archipelago. After the Spaniards had evacuated the city of Iloilo, Otis' troops were sent to occupy it, only to find that the natives had taken the town 39 hours earlier. Otis informed his government on December 30 that the insurgents had seized all military stations, outside Luzon, with the exception of Zamboanga, and had large numbers throughout Luzon as well. As the debate in Congress rambled on mostly in executive session, Senator Lodge realized he was in the hardest fight I have ever known. To win the support of senators on the fence, he shifted ground from a bellicose defense of imperialism per se to a plea that the legislators not humiliate their president by rejecting his treaty. "I want to get this country out of war," he said, "and back to peace. I want to enter upon a policy which shall enable us to give peace and self-government to the natives of those islands. The rejection of the treaty makes all these things impossible." The expansionists of 1898 might have been dealt a mortal blow at this point if it were not for the bumbling intervention of the 1896 Democratic and Populist standard-bearer, William Jennings Bryan. He was, of course, opposed to annexation on principle, but he arrived in Washington with a devious plan for using annexation as a stepping stone to the presidency in the elections of 1900. The silver plank alone, he was convinced, would not be enough to carry the Democrats through. But, he reasoned, if the treaty were ratified and independence withheld from the Philippines, the ensuing troubles on the islands would keep the issue of imperialism alive and propel the anti-imperialists into the White House. Once in power, they would liberate the Philippines and all would be well with the world again. This wild and unprincipled strategy infuriated some of Bryan's supporters. A few suggested that he betake himself back to Omaha. Outside the Senate, Andrew Carnegie, who was in the Capitol lobbying against the treaty, was so incensed that I could not be cordial to him for years afterwards. One word from Bryan, he felt, would have saved the country from disaster. Bryan, however, did not backtrack, and though his mission had been no sweeping coup. L86 says, it swayed enough votes to get the treaty approved. On February 6 it squeaked through the Senate by 57 to 27, just 2 votes over the necessary 2/3. McKinley now had his cherished treaty, all he lacked was the Philippines. In the distant land across the international date line, the Americans were still hemmed into Manila and the Aguinaldists showed no disposition to let them occupy the 7,100 islands without bloodshed. In Cuba, Spanish troops had been successfully replaced by Yankees, with only a few riots and skirmishes, presumably because the Cubans believed they would shortly win their independence. The Filipino nationalists shared no such illusions. On the previous December 21, even before he had submitted the Treaty of Acquisition to the Senate, McKinley had issued a proclamation, made known to the islanders, that the future control, disposition, and government of the Philippine Islands was to be in American hands, and that the military government is to be extended with all possible dispatch to the whole ceded territory. He sweetened the bitter pill with an assurance that Filipinos would enjoy individual rights and liberties, which is the heritage of free peoples. Washington's policy, he said, was one of benevolent assimilation. But Aguinaldo put little faith in such music. The reality of the situation was that the Americans were slowly advancing beyond the Manila perimeter, forcing a Filipino retreat. 2 days before the decisive vote in Congress, the issue was sealed. The Philippine-American War broke out, oddly enough, on the very day that the Englishman Rudyard Kipling published his famous poem urging the United States to take up the white man's burden. Take up the white man's burden. Ye dare not stoop to less. Nor call too loud on freedom. To cloak your weariness. At 8:30 on the evening of February 4, an American sentry, a young volunteer from Nebraska, challenged a patrol of 4 Filipinos in the Manila perimeter. When the first one did not halt, he shot him. According to his later report, 2 others sprang out of the gateway. Miller fired and dropped one. We retreated to where our 6 other fellows were, and I said, "Line up, fellows, the niggers are in here and all through these yards." Thus began an American 187 war to extinguish the Filipino Revolution that was far more costly than the Spanish-American War itself. It lasted almost 3.5 years, cost the United States $170 million in cash, plus $1 billion in soldiers' pensions, committed somewhere between 70,000 and 120,000 American troops in 2,800 actions, and resulted in the death of more than 4,000 Yankees plus hundreds of thousands of Filipinos. Before it was over, the United States was using the same methods as Spanish butcher Whaler had in Cuba, and was perpetrating atrocities that sometimes made Whaler seem like an innocent. In the initial fighting on February 4, 175 Americans and 500 Filipinos were killed or maimed. Next day, Aguinaldo sent an emissary to General Otis, under a flag of truce, to advise him that the shooting had been against his orders and asking for a ceasefire. Otis replied that the fighting had begun and must now go on to the grim end. He followed his rhetoric with an attack on Filipino positions, which resulted, according to a later congressional hearing, in 3,000 natives being killed or wounded in a single day. 6 months later, McKinley, in the style of James K. Polk, was still insisting that the first blow was struck by the inhabitants. They assailed our sovereignty. As a reinforced American army advanced, the Filipinos fell back to guerrilla warfare, much like the Minutemen in the American Revolution and the National Liberation Front in Vietnam after 1959. It was the kind of warfare that required popular support, and the Americans found to their dismay that Aguinaldo had that support totally. General Arthur MacArthur reported that when hostilities were initiated, he was of the opinion that Aguinaldo represented only a fraction of the people, but I have been reluctantly compelled to believe that the Filipino masses are loyal to Aguinaldo and the government which he leads. The success of guerrilla activity, he observed in a War Department report of 1900, depends upon almost complete unity of action of the entire population. That such unity is a fact is too obvious to admit of discussion. American generals soon learned, as General J. M. Bell put it in his Circular Order 22, that the only way to combat such a population was to make the state of war as insupportable as possible, to keep the people in such a state of anxiety and apprehension that living under such conditions would soon become unbearable. Little should be said. Let acts, not words, convey the intentions. The kind of war he anticipated was one in which columns of 50 Americans would search every ravine, valley, and mountain peak for insurgents and for food, expecting to destroy everything I find. All able-bodied men will be killed or captured. L88. Before many months were over, it was obvious that American troops were killing wounded enemy soldiers as well as unarmed civilians. Among the first descriptions of what was going on was this report of a returned soldier about what had taken place in the battle near Manila of February 5, 1899, in the path of the Washington Regiment and Battery D of the 6th Artillery. There were 1,008 dead niggers and a great many wounded. We burned all their houses. I don't know how many men, women, and children the Tennessee boys did kill. They would not take any prisoners. Official records themselves revealed the extent of the atrocities. Ordinarily there are 2 to 5 times as many wounded as killed, but in northern Luzon the records showed, for a given period, 1,013 Filipinos killed, and only 95 wounded, and for southern Luzon, from November 1, 1899, to September 1, 1900, 3,227 killed, 694 wounded. When someone asked MacArthur why there were so many fatalities, he replied that his soldiers are trained in what we call fire discipline, that is, target practice. On the island of Samar, General Hell Roaring Jake Smith issued oral orders, "I want no prisoners. I wish you to kill and burn, the more you kill and burn the better you will please me." Hell Roaring Jake is generally given the credit for having introduced to the Philippines the reconcentration system to isolate the populace from the revolutionaries. A prescribed zone was established where people were herded together under guard. All persons outside the zone were then automatically treated as enemies and shot on sight. The crops beyond the zone were left to decay, the homes left deserted. When the Spaniards had used this technique in Cuba, the amiable McKinley bellowed that it was a new and inhuman phase happily unprecedented in the modern history of civilized Christian people. It was extermination. The only peace it could beget was that of the wilderness and the grave. In the Philippines, under McKinley's tutelage, reconcentration became a widespread fact of life. How many people died in these concentration camps and outside them is unknown, but by General Bell's estimate, reported in the New York Times of May 3, 1901, 1/6 the population of Luzon, about 600,000, was wiped out on that island alone. A Republican congressman called the process pacification. The Secretary of War reported on February 17, 1902, that the war has been conducted by the American Army with scrupulous regard for the rules of civilized warfare. But innumerable correspondents noted the widespread use of a water cure to elicit information from prisoners. A reporter for the New York Evening Post, April 8, 1902, gave some harrowing details. "The native," he said, "is 189. Thrown on the ground, his arms and legs pinned down, and head partially raised so as to make pouring in the water an easier matter. If the prisoner tries to keep his mouth closed, his nose is pinched to cut off the air and force him to open his mouth, or a bamboo stick is put in the opening. In this way water is steadily poured in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gallons, until the body becomes an object frightful to contemplate. In this condition, of course, speech is impossible, so the water is squeezed out of the victim, sometimes naturally, and sometimes as a young soldier with a smile told the correspondent, we jump on them to get it out quick. 1 or 2 such treatments and the prisoner either talks or dies." Another indelicate method used on Filipino prisoners was the rope treatment, whereby a man was hanged by the neck for a period of about 10 seconds, more or less. It was not enough to kill him, but it inflicted wounds and caused great bodily pain. Cruel as were these techniques, Americans who were Christianizing the natives rationalized them as necessary. The Reverend Homer Stuntz, a Protestant missionary, argued that the water cure was given only to spies and such captured Filipinos as could give important information as to military movements, and since the life of the spy is for fight to his captors in all countries and all times, there was nothing particularly evil about this practice. Colonel George S. Anderson explained that many men were shot as they fled, but they probably all deserved it. The word nigger, he said, was very often used as applied to the natives, probably correctly. Commenting on the horrors of Philippine suppression, Mark Twain suggested that the American flag should have the white stripes painted black and the stars replaced by the skull and crossbones. 6. All wars, it has been said, finally end at the diplomatic table. So it was that while American troops were brutalizing the Filipino countryside, an American commission was trying to appease the Filipino nationalists with promises of limited concessions. In January 1899, Admiral Dewey had wired McKinley urging that he send a civilian commission to the islands, made up of men skilled in diplomacy and statesmanship. To placate the anti-imperialists, the president selected as the chairman of such a commission Jacob Sherman, president of Cornell University, who originally opposed annexation of the Philippines. The other 4 members, however, General Otis Igo, Admiral Dewey, Dean C. Worcester, and Charles Denby were outspoken advocates of imperialism. The Commission's powers were limited, it was not to interfere in military policy, and its proposals were purely advisory. By the time the Commission landed in the Philippines on March 4, 1899, its role was further restricted by the fact that the war had broken out and the only Filipinos available with whom to hold discussions were the rich money lenders in Manila who opposed the insurgents. Sherman, the civilian, and Otis, the military governor, were of different molds. The Cornell president described the general as a man who repels strangers by the brusqueness of his manner and concluded that he was definitely not the man to conquer the Filipinos. Yet both began with the assumption that the Philippines were to remain an American colony. Neither the American government nor the American people, read the first draft of a proclamation written by Sherman, desire anything from the Philippine Islands for themselves. They were holding the archipelago, said the draft, only as a trust, in the sole interest of the Philippine people. The final version of this draft promised an enlightened system of government but made it clear that this enlightened system would have to be compatible with those obligations which the United States has assumed. What this meant specifically, as outlined in a report issued by the Philippine Commission on January 31, 1900, was a territorial government in which the high offices would be held by Americans, and only the lesser ones by faithful Filipinos. The United States, the report continued, cannot withdraw from the Philippines. The Filipinos are wholly unprepared for independence, and if independence were given to them they could not maintain it. This conclusion was not much different from that of General Otis, who considered that the Filipino people are not fitted for self-government. In May 1900, Otis was replaced by General Arthur MacArthur, an egotistical figure who, in the opinion of historian Foster Rea Dulles, was firmly convinced that the Filipinos needed bayonet treatment for at least a decade. By this time the war had escalated to the point where the general needed 75,000 troops to contain the enemy fighting in the tropical jungle, and would soon be using 126,000 in 639 military posts. Meanwhile a second, civilian, commission was dispatched, with William Howard Taft, an obese judge from Ohio, as its chairman. Taft, like Sherman, was anxious to moderate the excesses of military rule. He called the Filipino little brown brother, a reference which raised hackles on the Chauvin istic skins of American soldiers at the front, who sang a popular song. He may be a brother of Big Bill Taft, but he ain't no brother of mine. The future president was determined, however, to calm the storm, if only as his November 1900 report stated to afford opportunity to American capital to make investment here. At present, the report said, the only corporations here are of Spanish or English origin. And American capital finds itself completely obstructed. This obstruction would be removed if the Taft Commission could be given authority to pass laws. That authority was not granted until 1902, but the bill to authorize transfer of power from the military to civilians was passed on March 2, 1901, and under it Taft became Governor General 4 months later with wide powers of administration. How effective Taft's policies might have been if Aguinaldo had not been captured in March 1901 is a matter of speculation. The Filipino people were certainly tired, but it is worth noting that fighting continued formally until July 1902 and sporadically until October 1911, when the last guerrilla leader was seized and executed. Nonetheless, the ruse by which Aguinaldo was taken prisoner was a dispiriting and decisive blow to the nationalists. A short, red-headed brigadier general named Frederick Funston executed a grand coup with the aid of a renegade insurgent and a band of mercenaries. Playing the role of prisoners, Funston and 4 other Americans allowed themselves to be dragged along from village to village as presumed prisoners, until 5 weeks and 100 miles later they were brought to Aguinaldo's hiding place at Palanan. Here on March 28 the mercenaries attacked the chief's bodyguard and overpowered him. The Filipino leader was brought to Manila and on April 19, convinced that further resistance was futile, took an oath of allegiance to the United States. The war continued for many months, especially among the ferocious Moros on the southern islands, but the insurgent cause was now doomed. The Philippine Organic Act of 1902 passed under Teddy Roosevelt, after McKinley had been assassinated, promised independence, which was not granted, however, for a half-century, and provided for a bicameral legislature and amnesty for insurgents. It limited land ownership by corporations to 1,024 hectares and by individuals to 16 hectares, and placed some restrictions on investment. In the ensuing decades American rule was modified further to involve 1q2. More Filipinos and extend the area of autonomy. That American business gained its objectives through imposition of colonial status on the Philippines, however, is evident from the fact that as of 1920 some 135 U.S. corporations owned $433 million in property on the archipelago. 7. While the Filipinos were being cut to the American mold, the Cubans were in suspended animation waiting to be showered with the gift of independence promised by the Teller Amendment to the resolution authorizing McKinley to wage war against Spain. Some Americans had second thoughts about this promise, but the Philippine events persuaded them to tread warily. Nonetheless, when independence was granted, it had stout strings attached to it. In December 1899, McKinley stated that the new Cuba must needs be bound to us by ties of singular intimacy. The man designated to develop this singular intimacy was a vigorous, 39-year-old Army doctor who had graduated from Harvard, served in the Indian Territory, and, later, acted as the personal physician to Mrs. McKinley. An admirer of Teddy Roosevelt and a dynamo of a man with autocratic tendencies, General Leonard Wood inherited a fiefdom in which the island had been partitioned into military districts, each ruled by an American officer and a contingent of American troops. Among Wood's achievements were the improvement of sanitation, education, health, and efforts to control yellow fever. Wood and Secretary of State Elihu Root, a brilliant lawyer who had initially opposed imperialism, had no intention, however, of withdrawing U.S. troops from Cuba until some mechanism could be forged for tying the island inescapably into the American orbit. That mechanism proved to be a piece of legislation, formulated by Root, which became known as the Piatt Amendment after Senator Orville Piatt of Connecticut. On November 5, 1900, Wood called together a number of Cubans to draw up a constitution and define relations with the United States. There was little difficulty with the first part. A document was written providing for a president, 2 legislative houses, and a Supreme Court, much like the North American model. The second part, however, posed serious problems since Wood demanded, as a condition of withdrawing U.S. troops, that the Piatt Amendment be incorporated directly into the Constitution. The amendment stipulated that the new Cuba would not enter into treaty with any other foreign power that gave such power any 193. Control of the island, that it would not assume too large a burden of debt, and that it would lease to the United States naval and coaling stations, eventually Guantanamo. The Cubans objected to the latter two proposals on the ground that they were offensive to their sovereign rights, but their greatest fury was vented on Section 3, which said, that the government of Cuba consents that the United States may exercise the right to intervene for the preservation of Cuban independence, and the maintenance of a government adequate for the protection of life, property, and individual liberty. Cuban sovereignty, in other words, was to be so restricted as to be meaningless. Whenever the United States, on its own motion, without Cuban consent, concluded that something was awry, it was empowered by the Piatt Amendment to intervene with military force, and to take over the administration of Cuba. This was a far cry from the resolution of April 1898 asserting that it was America's intention to leave the government and control of that island to its people. The Cubans protested to root that the United States had obligated itself to make Cuba independent of every other nation, the great and noble American nation included, but it was a vain plea. On June 12, 1901, the tired nationalists gave up the battle and incorporated the offensive amendment into their constitution. By 1902 most of the American forces had been withdrawn, but as the Paris Temps observed, of the independence of Cuba nothing remains. The Cubans, it said, had simply exchanged the yoke of Spain for the tutelage of the United States. The first American intervention under the Piatt Amendment occurred in 1906, when a revolt broke out over the fraudulent re-election of the presidential incumbent. At the urging of Frank Steinhardt, the American consul general who had come to Cuba as a sergeant in the war and eventually became head of the $36 million utility company on the island, President Roosevelt sent in warships and troops to clean up the situation. Secretary of War William Howard Taft and Assistant Secretary of State Robert Bacon arrived in Havana to set up a provisional government under General Charles E. Magoon that lasted until 1909. According to Cubans, these years were the most disastrous in the island's history. Magoon succeeded in turning a $13 million surplus in the national treasury into a $12 million deficit. But many an American feathered his nest in this period, including Consul General Steinhardt, who was given the concession for extending the lines of the Havana Electric Railway, Light and Power Company, of which he was president. Steinhardt also arranged for an American financial company which he represented to put through a $16.5 million loan to Cuba. 194. In due course elections were held and a new president installed, and the military occupation ended in 1909. 3 years later, when race riots occurred on the island, the troops were back again. Secretary of State P.C. Knox's note to the American minister on this occasion was a classic in understatement. The minister was told to advise Havana that if it failed to protect the lives or property of American citizens in Cuba, the government of the United States will land forces to accord necessary protection. This, the note concluded, is not intervention. The Cubans protested that they could handle matters on their own, and in fact the rebellion ended in quick order when its leader was killed. The troops were back again, this time to seize Santiago from a Cuban faction that was contesting election results in 1917. The singular intimacy of Cuban-American relations was so pronounced that an American minister, William E. Gonzalez, took it upon himself to issue a proclamation warning the revolutionaries of severe reprisals against them by the United States, not Cuban, government unless they laid down their weapons. Subsequently 2,000 Marines were dispatched to the island. Washington explained that they were being prepared for service in Europe. By this time the Cubans, of course, had gotten the message. When General Enoch H. Crowder, one of Magoon's assistants, arrived in 1919, the Cuban government was ready to accept his continuous suggestions as gospel. American companies received favored concessions, American banks made lucrative and guaranteed loans. When J.P. Morgan & Co. issued a $50 million loan in 1923, it was stated quite frankly that it was with the acquiescence of the United States government under the provisions of the treaty dated May 22, 1903, the treaty which ratified the Piatt Amendment. In 1898, American investments in Cuba were somewhere between $30 and $50 million, and by the mid-1920s somewhere between $1 billion and $1.25 billion. As of 1923, more than 4/5 of all of Cuba's exports went to the United States and 3/4 of her imports came from there. Cuba was the sixth largest export partner of Uncle Sam, quite a role for an island with a few million people. 11. Subduing the banana republics. Woodrow Wilson, who opposed extracontinental expansion prior to the Spanish-American War, later explained why it was necessary. Since trade ignores national boundaries, he wrote in 1907, and the manufacturer insists on having the world as a market, the flag of his nation must follow him, and the doors of the nations which are closed against him must be battered down. Concessions obtained by financiers must be safeguarded by ministers of state, even if the sovereignty of unwilling nations be outraged in the process. Colonies must be obtained or planted, in order that no useful corner of the world may be overlooked or left unused. The rationale for modern imperialism has seldom been stated better. Manufacturers and investors need world outlets, the flag the United States government must help secure and protect those outlets. If foreign nations close their doors, the doors must be battered down, and if that means outraging the sovereignty of such nations, so be it. With the victory against Spain and the subjugation of the Philippines, the United States was soon swept up in this pursuit. Having just experienced an unprecedented growth in manufacture and finance, it was ready to batter down as many doors as necessary to find outlets for its surplus goods and capital, as well as sources for raw materials to stoke its factories. Clearly, if commerce follows the flag, the more the potential of commerce, the more places the flag should go. Uncle Sam learned quickly, however, that this was no simple or automatic process. Other great powers had a long head start in outraging the sovereignty of unwilling nations. By the time America joined in the international rivalry, the colonial standard had 195 IG6 been planted through almost all of Africa and most of Asia. As of 1900, for instance, Britain was master of an empire of 11.5 million square miles, 125 times its own size, and 305 million subjects, in addition to its spheres of influence in China and Latin America. From 1871 to 1900, France added 3.5 million square miles to her possessions, and Germany a million. The newly won American domain, by contrast, totaled with Cuba included less than 200,000 square miles. Even in its backyard, Latin America, the U.S. position was not a formidable one. For while the Monroe Doctrine had stopped the European powers from military occupation planting colonies, as Wilson put it, it did not prevent them from economic penetration. As late as 1914, after much headway by Uncle Sam, British investments were still more than twice those of the Colossus of the North, $3.7 billion against $1.7 billion. The United States, as Walter E. Whale was to write years later, could not resist the ubiquitous economic tendency toward expansion, but given the state of affairs in 1910 it could not do it in the same way as the Europeans. There were not too many colonies to be had in the Old World, and to militarily occupy Argentina, Brazil, Chile, or Peru in the face of British or German economic hegemony was out of the question. The European states would not permit it, and to risk war with them was not a prospect to be taken lightly. Apart from the military inferiority of the United States vis-a-vis Britain, the destructiveness of warfare was escalating in a frightening fashion. In the 1904 fighting between Japan and Russia, battle lines were sometimes 40 miles long, single engagements lasted as long as 10 days or more, field guns shot 4 miles distant, and more ammunition was often expended in one day than in the whole Spanish-American War combined. With few new colonies to conquer, the United States outraged the sovereignty of unwilling nations by means other than annexation. Even the team of Mahan, Roosevelt, and Lodge lost its zeal for occupying any more islands, a circumstance which led some scholars to conclude that explosive imperialism had run its course. But Washington found that weaker nations could be made to serve the American purpose, without the necessity of occupying them through commercial and financial agreements, through loans with stern conditions attached to them, through training of satellite armies, through the threat of military intervention, and, only when other means proved inadequate, by sending in the Marines. The end result of this process was a sphere of influence which in many respects was a firmer foundation for empire and cheaper to administer than a colony. I-97. 2. In the 2 decades from the Spanish-American War to America's entry into World War I, the United States consolidated a sphere of influence near home in Mexico and the Caribbean and began a modest penetration outward that would eventually make it a world empire. The policy remained constant under 4 presidents. Each of these presidents had his own style, but each pursued the same general goals of expansion. McKinley, an exceptionally handsome man, with high forehead, gray eyes, and Roman nose, who dressed for public occasions in a Prince Albert, seemed to be carried with the tide. Teddy Roosevelt, the Rough Rider, defined his approach in vigorous terms. "I have always been fond," he said, "of the West African proverb, 'Speak softly and carry a big stick, you will go far.'" William Howard Taft, amiable and direct, called for dollar diplomacy, substituting dollars for bullets. "It is an effort," he pointed out, "frankly directed to the increase of American trade upon the axiomatic principle that the government of the United States shall extend all proper support to every legitimate and beneficial American enterprise abroad." Woodrow Wilson, professorial and complex, sheathed imperial purpose in the verbiage of virtue, morality and not expediency is the thing that must guide us. But there was little to choose between the intervention of McKinley in the Philippines, Roosevelt in Colombia, Taft in Nicaragua, and Wilson in Mexico. Carl Schurz correctly predicted that the government would seek new conquests to protect that which we already possess, and it didn't matter much which president was in the saddle. Early in September 1901, McKinley arrived in Buffalo with his wife and 2 nieces to attend the Pan American Exposition. While greeting the public a few days later, he was shot by a boyish-looking man who carried a hidden pistol in a sling around his arm, a self-proclaimed anarchist named Leon Cholgas. Despite a wound in the abdomen, McKinley seemed to be on his way to recovery, at least that is what the world was told, when on September 14 he took a turn for the worse and died. He was succeeded by the youngest man ever to be president, Teddy Roosevelt. The hero of San Juan Hill was a complicated man who was sometimes all things to all men. Scion of a New York family which had been prominent in Empire State affairs for 6 generations, he had been an unvarnished conservative from the time he had taken his place as a state representative at the age of 23. As Preci. 198. Dent, however, he gained the reputation of being a progressive, even a friend of labor, when he settled the anthracite miners' strike of 1902. He was the kind of man who could invite a Booker T. Washington to dinner at the White House, then explain privately to friends who questioned such familiarity with the Negro president of Tuskegee that he had done it on impulse. If he spoke repeatedly of righteousness and justice, his contempt for Latin Americans was evident in statements such as the one that he would show those Dagos that they will have to behave decently. He might tell the American Peace Society in 1904 that he agreed generally with their objectives to bring nearer the day when the peace of justice shall obtain throughout the world, but he was always the proponent of the big stick, and his greatest boast on leaving office was that he had increased the number of battleships in the American Navy from 9 to 25. His ambivalent rhetoric was so striking that Finley Peter Dunn's Mr. Dooley denied to his friend Mr. Hennessy Th infamous report that Th President was Ivor at San June Hill. At Th time for this glorious and lamentable performance, Th Goodman was down with measles contracted at Th International Peace Convention. Mark Hanna called Roosevelt a madman in 1900, and detractors of his presidency referred to him as his accidency, but he was neither mad nor accidental. He was the spokesman of a nation which had decisively fallen under the sway of the corporate trust and the financial Goliath, and for whom commercial and strategic expansion at the expense of weaker powers was to become the way of life. Roosevelt's first international project was the Isthmian Canal that would connect the Atlantic with the Pacific and cut the sea distance between the two U.S. coasts by 2/3. It was an idea that had been attracting men for hundreds of years. In the 19th century, Colombia and Nicaragua had granted concession after concession for the project, and one company after another had been formed to build it, but without exception had been unable to carry it through. The most noteworthy of these efforts had been undertaken at the initiative of Ferdinand de Lesseps and a multinational group of 135 mostly French but some Americans, Germans, and Britons who met in Paris in May 1879. Their Panama Canal Company had actually started construction of a sea-level canal at Panama, but the work had to be halted in 1887 when it became obvious that a sea-level waterway could not be built in the allotted time and at a cost the de Lesseps Group could afford. A hastily reorganized effort to build a canal with locks foundered when the firm went bankrupt. Meanwhile, parallel efforts were going ahead in Nicaragua. 199. Where the canal would be longer 156 miles, though the inclusion of Lake Nicaragua in the canal would cut construction by more than a third. And 1884 treat, with the Central American Republic calling for the United States to undertake the project at no cost to Nicaragua. The waterway, to be jointly owned by the two nations, failed to win ratification in the Senate. Subsequent attempts by private citizens and a company incorporated by Congress also failed to get the plan underway. The sudden emergence of the United States as both a Caribbean and a Pacific power, however, gave the whole business a new sense of urgency, at least for Americans. In his message to Congress on December 1898, McKinley stated that the annexation of Hawaii and the expected further expansion into the Far East made it indispensable to build the maritime highway with all due dispatch. There were just two impediments in the way. One was choice of a location, whether to use a route through Nicaragua or through the Colombian province of Panama. The other was an old understanding with Britain, the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty of 1850. Under this pact, the parties agreed that neither would exclusively own or control such a waterway when it was built, or try to fortify it. It was to be neutral, a truly international waterway. The treaty was one of the least popular the United States ever concluded, since one of its provisions prohibited colonization of Central America. It passed because the project did not loom so large in mid-century as after the Spanish-American War. With victory assured, sentiment took a volte-face, and many Americans insisted that not only should the canal be owned and operated by this country, it should be fortified and under full American domination. If in the process Washington were forced to dishonor its signed word, then, as some senators put it, dishonor be damned. Fortunately, when Secretary Hay approached the British to revise the treaty, he found a receptive mood. Britain was then preoccupied with the Boer War in South Africa, and was feeling the ill will of rivals on the European continent. An initial agreement arrived at with Lord Pauncefote in February 1900 satisfactory to Hay granted the United States the exclusive right to own, build, and neutralize the maritime highway, but balked at giving Washington the right to fortify it. Roosevelt pointed out to his friend Hay that failure to win this right strengthens against us every nation whose fleet is larger than ours, and Senator Lodge wrote defiantly, "The American people mean to have the canal and they mean to control it." As a result of such pressures, the Senate tacked on 3 amendments to the treaty which in effect torpedoed it, or at least so the 200 British felt. A year later, with the British still involved in the Boer War and relations with Germany deteriorating, London retreated from its adamant stand. It accepted the American terms, including the right of fortification, and signed a treaty which breezed through the Senate by 72-6. With the Clayton-Bulwer obstacle hurdled and Teddy Roosevelt at the tiller in Washington, all that remained was to choose between the Nicaraguan and Colombian, Panamanian, routes and start building. Each route had its advocates, with Nicaragua seemingly on the inside track because a canal there could be built at sea level, obviating the necessity of locks. The leading figure promoting this pathway was a senator from Alabama, John T. Morgan, who felt that the site would be closer to southern ports. His adversaries, favoring Panama, were two top-notch salesmen, a wily Frenchman with a full mustache who had been chief engineer for the new Panama Canal Company, Philippe Buenavarilla, and a Wall Street lawyer, William N. Cromwell, of the firm of Sullivan and Cromwell, who was the company's attorney. Cromwell's chief asset was the friendship of Mark Hanna and other Republican chieftains, no small advantage as matters turned out. All other things being equal, the Panama route was superior, part of it had already been dug, passage through it would be only 12 hours as against 33 for the Nicaraguan waterway, and construction and maintenance costs considerably smaller. But to counterbalance these advantages, the French company wanted $109 million for its concession, and there were tricky problems in negotiating arrangements with Colombia, a nation that had been racked by civil war for the previous 3 years. The impediments seemed so strong that in January 1902 the House of Representatives voted for Nicaragua, with only 2 congressmen dissenting. Congress did not reckon, however, on the resourcefulness of Buenavarilla and Cromwell, ably assisted by Senator Hanna. To make the project palatable, the two men reduced their selling price from $109 million to $40 million. Next they began a campaign to discredit the Nicaraguan venture, alleging that the little country was prone to volcanoes and earthquakes that might make the canal unsafe. As luck would have it, Nicaragua had issued a postage stamp showing a smoking volcano in the lake through which the canal would pass, and Buenavarilla, quick to use an advantage, saw to it that the stamp was placed on the desk of every American senator. Nature itself was even more obliging, for in the midst of the deliberations Mount Momotombo in Nicaragua erupted and an earthquake. 201. Destroyed a number of wharves nearby. Duly alarmed by now, the Senate, on June 19, 1902, approved the Panamanian route by 42 to 34. The House reversed itself a few days later, and Secretary Hay began negotiations with the Colombian ambassador to Washington, Tomas Herron. What ensued was a mixture of confusion, high-handedness, and brigandage. Under the Hay-Herron Treaty, the United States agreed to pay Colombia $10 million outright plus $250,000 a year rental, beginning 9 years later, in return for a lease on the canal site and an Isthmian zone 6 miles wide. The treaty included a clause by which Colombia was precluded from negotiating with the private canal company to get any part of its $40 million, a strange gesture of solicitousness by American officials for the private fortunes of Buenavarilla and Cromwell. When these terms were transmitted to Bogotá, where peace had finally broken out, they were greeted by a blast of acrimony in the Colombian Senate, followed by a vote of 24-2 against the treaty. Presumably matters should have ended there. Colombia, after all, was a sovereign nation, with the right to dispose of its territory as it saw fit. But Secretary Hay had no patience for such niceties. He warned the Latin Americans that if they did not accept the original treaty, North America would take action which every friend of Colombia would regret. An infuriated Roosevelt castigated the contemptible little creatures in Bogotá who were holding up progress. Outlook magazine, edited by a close friend of the president's, suggested that Panama might secede, and the Indianapolis Sentinel, echoing the views of many newspapers, suggested, the simplest plan of coercing Colombia would be inciting a revolution in Panama and supporting the insurrectionary government. Senator Lodge, in Paris, expressed strong hopes that by the secession of the province of Panama we can get control of what undoubtedly is the best route. Indeed, Roosevelt was so determined to divorce Panama from Colombia that in the first draft of his message to Congress that year, 1903, he included a passage recommending seizure of the isthmus without any further parley with Colombia. Though it was struck from the final draft, it represented, as he later admitted, his true views, unembroidered with the typical vagueness of presidential messages. As it happened, the Rough Rider did not have to take this precipitous action, for on November 3, 1903, the province of Panama declared its independence. The plot had been hatched in the offices of the Panama Railroad, a subsidiary of the new Panama Canal. 202 Company, back in May, and the plotters had received the encouragement of Cromwell and a $100,000 check from Buenavarilla. Of even greater importance, the French engineer, in talks with Roosevelt and Hay, had sounded them out as to whether they would prevent Colombia from suppressing a revolution in Panama. And while Roosevelt later denied that any American official had any part in preparing, inciting, or encouraging the revolution, it is known that Hay wrote the president 2 months before, urging intervention if an insurrection should break out, and that the day before it took place, orders had been sent the American Navy to proceed to both sides of the isthmus. American ships arrived too late to intercept 400 Colombian soldiers who disembarked at Colon on November 3. They were bought off instead by bribes to their officers, judiciously supplied from Buenavarilla's $100,000 fund, but thereafter the U.S. Navy effectively stopped Colombia from dealing with its rebels. As a legal fig leaf for such brazen interference, the State Department quixotically alluded to an 1846 treaty signed with New Granada, Colombia, that guaranteed the United States the right of way or transit across the Isthmus of Panama. It stretched matters beyond credibility to claim that a right of transit gave Roosevelt legal sanction to prevent Colombia from using its forces to suppress an internal revolt. But the USS Nashville and other American ships effectively convinced the troops at Colon to re-embark for home, and stopped another ship with more Colombian soldiers from landing at Panama. On November 4 the timid revolutionaries, consisting of some 500 mercenaries bought by Buenavarilla's money, plus 441 members of the fire department, declared their province an independent republic. Within an hour after receiving this heartwarming news, Roosevelt ordered that the state of Panama be officially recognized. At the 12th hour, the government at Bogota offered to accept the American treaty in toto if only the American president would permit it to send troops against the Panamanian rebels. The offer, however, was understandably rejected. Instead, on November 13 Roosevelt formally received the Minister of Panama, who turned out to be, by odd happenstance, a Frenchman named Philippe Buenavarilla, and within a few days the minister negotiated a treaty with Secretary Hay even more generous than the one rejected by Colombia. The money provisions were identical, but the canal zone conveyed to the United States was 10 miles wide instead of 6, and deeded in perpetuity. As in the case of the treaty with Hawaii in 1893, there was much opposition in the press to the cooked-up republic whose independence. 203. The United States pledged to guarantee and maintain. The New York Times criticized the heady wine of territorial adventure that now fires the blood of the administration and plunges the nation in the path of scandal, disgrace, and dishonor. Others spoke of piracy and called the incident one of the most discreditable in our history. The Nation editorialized that even the buccaneers who sailed the Spanish Main would have found it too much for them. But a considerable majority of the press and the public endorsed the coup. As Public Opinion magazine put it, no one can deny that the majority opinion of the country approves the course of the administration, little as this course can be justified on moral grounds. The Detroit News, with the utmost candor, said, "Let us not be mealy-mouthed about this. We want Panama." That was all there was to it. Roosevelt himself advised all and sundry that his every act had been carried out in accordance with the highest, finest, and nicest standards of public and governmental ethics. The recognition of Panama, he told Congress, was an act justified by the interests of collective civilization. If ever a government could be said to have received a mandate from civilization, the United States holds that position with regard to the interoceanic canal. The cowboy diplomat never explained why he did not accept Colombia's belated offer, or why he did not come to terms with Nicaragua, which granted more acceptable terms. Foster Ria Dulles tells the story, perhaps apocryphal, of a cabinet meeting in which Roosevelt asks the cabinet members whether he had defended himself well. "You certainly have, Mr. President," replied Elihu Root. You have shown that you were accused of seduction and you have conclusively proved that you were guilty of rape. Work began on the canal almost immediately, and it was completed in 1914 at a cost of $400 million. That same year Secretary of State William Jennings Bryan negotiated a treaty with Colombia expressing regret for all that had happened and offering to assuage its damaged feelings with a payment of $25 million. Roosevelt's friends in the Senate were so outraged they blocked the treaty, but 7 years later, 2 years after the Rough Rider died, the Senate did approve such a treaty, but with no apology, and no interest. By now, however, it was only a pittance of money that was involved. The United States had its exclusively owned canal, its exclusively controlled canal zone, and its protectorate over another little country, Panama. As the pragmatic Teddy observed in a 1911 speech, I took the canal zone and let the Congress debate, and while the debate goes on, the canal does also. 204. 3. The terms colony and protectorate have never been part of the official American lexicon, for the understandable reason that they clash with the tradition of a nation born in a fight against colonialism. But while the words have been eschewed, the United States did in fact begin its new phase of empire building from 1901 to 1917 by transforming small countries in the Caribbean and Central America into protectorates, their sovereignty effectively curtailed in the interests of the mother country. The Piatt Amendment, giving Washington the unilateral right to occupy Cuba at will, and the leases granted the United States in perpetuity in Panama, as well as guarantees of maintaining the independence of that republic, reduced both to protectorate status without using the word. In due course, by treaty, by threat of intervention, and by actual intervention, the United States made of the whole area an American lake, no more independent, as one historian put it, than Long Island or the state of New York. What began as episodic intervention to expand America's strategic and commercial position was refined by Roosevelt and his successors into broad principle. Under the Monroe Doctrine, the United States proclaimed that European powers could not occupy any additional territory in the Western Hemisphere. During a dispute between Germany and Britain against Venezuela in 1901, Roosevelt, then still Vice President, magnanimously conceded to the foreign powers the right to punish small nations that played fast and loose with their investments. If any South American country misbehaves against any European country, he wrote, let the European country spank it. Spanking in this instance took the form in 1902-03 of a blockade by Germany, Britain, and later Italy, the seizure and sinking of some Venezuelan gunboats, and the naval shelling of Fort San Carlos. But before anyone decided to land occupation troops, Roosevelt, now president, put an end to the dispute by forcing all parties to accept arbitration. Spanking was one thing, landing troops another, and even on the subject of spanking, the imperious Roosevelt evidently had second thoughts. In the course of resolving a crisis in Santo Domingo, the Dominican Republic, shortly thereafter, the president decided to modify the Monroe Doctrine by tacking onto it what became known as the Roosevelt Corollary. The Monroe Doctrine had been fashioned against the ambitions of Europe, the corollary refashioned it against. 205. The sovereignty of Latin America. In essence, it reaffirmed that the United States would not tolerate direct European intervention in Latin America, but added the new feature that since intervention was sometimes necessary, this right was reserved exclusively to the United States of America. As historian Julius W. Pratt defines it, Uncle Sam now assumed the role of international policeman, kindly to the law-abiding, but apt to lay a stern hand upon little nations that fell into disorder or defaulted on their obligations, since disorder and default might invite intervention from outside the hemisphere. The events that led to the proclamation of the corollary are as instructive as the corollary itself. The government of Santo Domingo had undergone the usual political tempest since it had secured independence from Haiti in 1844, and by 1902-03 found itself saddled with a debt of $32 million and a bankrupt treasury. The money was owed to capitalists of half a dozen nations, the largest single amount to an American corporation with offices in New York, the San Domingo Improvement Company. In response to intelligence from the company that its holdings were in jeopardy, the State Department arranged for the Dominican regime to purchase its obligations for $4.5 million, and a board of arbitrators was chosen to decide how the payments were to be made. Meanwhile, rival factions in the small republic began fighting, and the United States landed some Marines in Santo Domingo, Puerto Plata, and Sojua from January 2 to February 11, 1904, ostensibly to protect American life and property but actually to put pressure on the faltering regime to place its custom houses in North American hands. In July, the arbitrators, as expected, authorized the United States, in case of default by Santo Domingo of its debt to the San Domingo Improvement Company, to install itself as financial agent over the custom houses at Puerto Plata, and if necessary 3 others. 2 months later the inevitable happened, and the United States, by odd quirk, chose as collector in Puerto Plata a representative of the very improvement company for whom the monies were to be sequestered. Since the move threatened to drain away sums from southern ports, whose customs were pledged to French, Belgian, and Italian bondholders, France and Italy ordered vessels to the island with the same objective in mind as the United States, to do their own collecting. It was in the wake of these events that Teddy Roosevelt, in his annual message to Congress delivered on December 6, 1904, restated the corollary already stated in May, but in more unambiguous language. 206. Any country whose people conduct themselves well can count upon our hearty friendship. If a nation shows that it knows how to act with reasonable efficiency and decency in social and political matters, if it keeps order and pays its obligations, it need fear no interference from the United States. Chronic wrongdoing, or an impotence which results in a general loosening of the ties of civilized society, may in America, as elsewhere, ultimately require intervention by some civilized nation, and in the Western Hemisphere, the adherence of the United States to the Monroe Doctrine may force the United States, however reluctantly, in flagrant cases of such wrongdoing or impotence, to the exercise of an international police power. The idea that the United States had the right to exercise police power against uncivilized or impotent people had of course been expressed throughout the 19th century with respect to Indians, Spaniards, Mexicans. But that right was now being claimed on a broader front. And though the corollary was partly repudiated in 1930, it remained the rationale for dozens of interventions in the Western Hemisphere and throughout the world. Early in 1905, then, after a show of military force, the American minister to Santo Domingo, Thomas C. Dawson, was able to persuade the Dominican authorities to invite the United States to collect customs at all its ports. 45% of the payments would be turned over to the Dominican government, and the other 55% used to service debts to both the San Domingo Improvement Company and the Europeans. The American Navy, of course, would stand by and see that everything ran smoothly. When Dawson's arrangement was transmitted to Washington, the outcry was so shrill that the State Department instructed its minister to put the agreement into a formal treaty so it might be debated at home. That treaty was submitted to the Senate in mid-February with a strong statement by Roosevelt that it is incompatible with international equity for the United States to refuse to allow other powers to take the only means at their disposal of satisfying the claims of their creditors, and yet to refuse, itself, to take any such steps. In other words, if Uncle Sam wanted to prevent Europeans from intervening, it had to do the intervening itself. The Senate, as it had so often in the past, refused to ratify the treaty, whereupon Roosevelt simply put it into effect by executive agreement, or what is called modus vivendi. Simultaneously, with American warships patrolling the area, Roosevelt sent a revealing letter to his Secretary of the Navy, as to the Santo Domingo matter, tell Admiral Bradford to stop any Revolu 2.0 j. To collect a debt for an American company, it was necessary to take over the custom houses lest others take them. To take over the custom houses, it was necessary to stop any revolution. There was an inexorable logic to this process, which would be repeated over and over again in the ensuing decades. Moreover, intervention also brought with it further economic penetration. On Wall Street, the firm of Kuhn, Loeb and Company floated a $20 million bond issue to satisfy Dominican creditors, and to undertake long-delayed public works. That loan too was guaranteed by the customs collectors and the American warships. Both at home and in Latin America there were great misgivings about the expansion of Monroeism. Not only the anti-imperialist sheets but such fervid Republican papers as the Boston Transcript pointed out that the new policy places us in the unenviable attitude of coercing our southern neighbors at the behest of Europe. It would be a strange, untoward outcome of 80 years of Monroeism if a secret combination of Latin American countries should be formed in opposition to the overlordship of the United States. But after the modus vivendi had been in effect for more than 2 years, the Senate in 1907 finally approved a new treaty which was very much like the one rejected, except that it omitted the brash preamble under which the United States could interfere in domestic matters of the Dominican Republic other than the collection of customs. In practice it did not make much difference. In 1911, for instance, the president of Santo Domingo was shot and a provisional government formed to take over the reins. President Taft sent 2 commissioners to look into the situation, along with a gunboat and 750 Marines. At their suggestion the provisional president decided to resign. The United States had become an international policeman and would retain that stance wherever and whenever it was disposed to act in that role and strong enough to fill it. 4. Teddy Roosevelt was an aggressive figure, the master of fire and brimstone phrases. In 1904, when a man of doubtful American citizenship named Perdicaris, he may have been a Greek subject, was seized by a Moroccan chieftain named Rajula, Roosevelt had Secretary Hay send a cable to the U.S. Consul General at Tangier demanding Perdicaris alive or Rajula dead. He talked of using a big stick in international relations, but in truth the cowboy diplomat was a less fierce imperialist than many of his successors. He could 208. Have annexed Santo Domingo, as Grant had unsuccessfully tried in 1869 when the Senate rejected a treaty to do so, but the ex-Rough Rider said that if it is absolutely necessary to do something, then I want to do as little as possible. He wanted to leave the impression that while he himself would have preferred more pleasant alternatives, events had forced him into supporting Panamanian secession and Dominican intervention. Moreover, domestic affairs loomed larger in his purview than foreign issues during his 2 terms in office, and he worked assiduously, despite a long conservative background, to earn the reputation of being a progressive. William Howard Taft, Teddy's corpulent successor and one of the truly reluctant nominees for the presidency, was less blatant and less colorful, but he placed a higher priority on international relations and he propelled the imperialist credo a major step forward. Where Roosevelt was ready to use the Navy to defend private American investments already made, such as those of the San Domingo Improvement Company, Taft, and the corporation lawyer he chose as Secretary of State, Philander C. Knox, actively sought outlets for American banking and industrial firms in foreign lands. They came to office at a time when exports were booming and the Panama Canal was nearing completion, and they deemed it the duty of government to grease the way for American dollars and American commerce to penetrate new markets. Their dollar diplomacy was tailored not merely to protect but to encourage foreign investments and foreign trade. That they succeeded mightily is attested to by statistics. As of 1900, private citizens of the United States owned less than $500 million in foreign securities, $150 million in Canada, $185 million in Mexico, $50 million in Cuba, $55 million in other Latin American states, and only $15 million in Europe and the Far East. By 1909, however, the figure had reached $2 billion and by 1913, $2.5 billion, with half of it in Latin America and about a quarter in Canada. Thus investments south of the Rio Grande more than quadrupled in just 13 years. Jim Blaine's Pan-American dream came true 2 decades after his death, but not without further and more severe outraging of the sovereignty of Latin America. Big Bill Taft, the architect of dollar diplomacy, was one of the most pleasant and good-natured men to hold the exalted office of president. He was 5 feet 10.5 inches tall, weighed somewhere between 300 and 350 pounds, and was lethargic and easygoing to a fault. Left to his own devices, he would have passed over the presidency, as well as his assignments in the Philippines and Cuba. What he wanted most was to be a justice of the Supreme Court, a position that eluded him until he was appointed by THIRD-WORLDISM 8 years after leaving the White House. But Taft came from a heavy political background, and like a good soldier permitted himself to be driven by an exceptionally capable and ambitious wife, a wealthy brother, and the insistent Roosevelt, into the presidency. For all that, he was a man of some ability, lazy perhaps, but also highly intelligent and deliberate. At Yale he had been second in the graduating class, and at the law school in his hometown, Cincinnati, he had shared first prize for scholarly attainments with another young man. Everybody liked Big Bill Taft, probably because he did not seem to be competing with them, or rubbing them the wrong way. If he was a maverick, it was only in religion, where he was a member of the Unitarian Church and an actor in its amateur theatricals. For the rest he trod a well-worn path. His father, Alphonso Taft, was an established political figure in Cincinnati, not only in local politics but as the Secretary of War in Grant's cabinet and as U.S. Minister to Austria and Russia. Even while at law school Young worked a ward, hustling around among good people to help his father in an unsuccessful effort to win the Republican gubernatorial nomination. On graduation in 1880 he passed the bar but took a job as law reporter for a local newspaper, then moved on easily and naturally to the profession of politician. With his connections it was relatively simple to get appointments as assistant prosecutor, collector of internal revenue, superior court judge, then with the aid of a reactionary and not too savory political figure, Joseph Foraker, Solicitor General of the United States. 2 years later, with backing from the same wing of the party, he tried for a Supreme Court appointment but was consoled by President Harrison with a spot in the Federal Circuit Court. In 1900, when McKinley called him to Washington, he nurtured hopes that he would be offered the first vacancy on the Supreme Court. Instead, McKinley asked him to head the Philippine Commission, a job that he took on despite misgivings about the whole policy of occupying the islands, and only when the president assured him he would always have a judicial job. Whereas Roosevelt took his first big step to the White House by riding a horse to battle, Taft took it as Governor General in Manila, trying to moderate some of the military's harshness. After McKinley's death and the tapering off of the guerrilla war in the Philippines, Taft could have had his Supreme Court appointment, but he was now consumed with the problems of the islands. There was unemployment, as well as terrible epidemics, food shortages, and deep-rooted corruption. He felt he had to stay on for at least a period to mitigate these difficulties, and in so doing detoured. 210. His career from the judiciary to the presidency. In 1904, finally, he accepted an offer to come home, as Secretary of War, a post which was more nominal than real since he took on one special assignment after another for Roosevelt. In 1906, on the last of these missions, he went to Cuba to seek a solution for the disorders that broke out after the election of Tomás Estrada Palma. Under the Piatt Amendment, Roosevelt was convinced he had to maintain order, but he was painfully aware that the American people were in no frame of mind for further interventions. He asked Taft to resolve the issue in as gentle a way as possible. It was Taft, however, who insisted that there was no other solution but immediate occupation, and though he considered the day he made this recommendation the most unpleasant of my life, temporarily accepted the job as provisional governor of Cuba. He expected to suffer a great fall as a result of his role but came off surprisingly well in the public mind back home. For the next 2 years, then, Taft was in fact if not in name a candidate for president and Roosevelt was in effect his campaign manager. Though a poor speaker and lacking the charisma of his predecessor, he easily defeated the peripatetic William Jennings Bryan, who was making his third and last appearance in a presidential election. Having won the plaudits of the great corporations by promising to interfere with legitimate business as little as possible, the corpulent new president espoused an active diplomacy to help financiers and industrialists make their mark in other countries. The United States, Taft insisted, rejected the outworn dogmas of the past that diplomacy was a mere assertion of the right to international existence. It was to be used now as an active force for commercial expansion. The diplomacy of the present administration, he would say on December 3, 1912, has sought to respond to modern ideas of commercial intercourse. This policy has been characterized as substituting dollars for bullets. It is one that appeals alike to idealistic humanitarian sentiments, to the dictates of sound policy and strategy, and to legitimate commercial aims. As historian Thomas A. Bailey summarizes it, the dollar became a diplomat. Typically, when the State Department learned that a consortium of British, French, and German bankers were preparing to build the Huaquang Railway in central and southern China, it formed American bankers into a committee, headed by J.P. Morgan, and succeeded in elbowing them into the project. "I have an intense personal interest," Taft wrote the Chinese Prince Regent, "in making the use of American capital in the development of China an instrument for the promotion of the welfare of China." 211. Henceforth the diplomatic saga of the United States was to be replete with State Department efforts to promote J.P. Morgan, Kuhn, Loeb and Company, Edward H. Harriman, the First National Bank, the National City Bank, and other financiers in their quest for foreign investments. It was not entirely a new phenomenon. The American Asiatic Association, a group of textile firms with a stake in the cotton goods market of the Orient, and the American China Development Company, which owned a concession for building a small part of the Peking to Canton Railroad, had prodded the government to proclaim the open door policy in 1899 and expected to profit handsomely from it. But Taft regularized the procedures for aiding American business abroad, and established this objective as clear-cut official policy. Diplomats did the bidding of the corporations, and ex-diplomats, such as Willard Straight, Consul General at Moncton from 1906-08, became their agents on retirement. With State Department sponsorship, the trend to insinuate American dollars wherever possible expanded not only in the backyard of Latin America, but in such places as Turkey, where in 1909 Rear Admiral Colby M. Chester secured a preliminary agreement from the government for American capital to operate certain mines and build a port and railways. Subsequently, especially after oil fields became a prime objective of American companies, the State Department's role as an advance agent for big business abroad enlarged immeasurably. Properly speaking, it was not the dollar that was the diplomat, but diplomacy that pried doors open for the penetration of dollars. And since modern diplomacy is ultimately backed by military might, it was not surprising that the policy which Taft said appealed to idealist humanitarian sentiments graduated to military intervention. The first to enjoy this treatment under Taft was Nicaragua, the little republic whose bid for a canal route had been bypassed. From 1893 to 1909 it was ruled by José Santos Zelaya, a dictator no better and no worse than the traditional dictators of Latin America, except that he seems to have manifested little friendship for the United States. He refused its requests for a base at Fonseca Bay and a concession for a second canal route. He turned down proposals for new business opportunities for American firms, threatening to cancel some of the old ones. Zelaya remained a thorn in Washington's side, so much so that in his annual message to Congress, in December 1909, Taft complained that Zelaya has kept Central America in constant tension and turmoil. This was the setting for a so-called revolution which broke out against the Nicaraguan chieftain in 1909. It was financed, though this was not known at the time, by Adolfo Diaz, the secretary of an 212 American firm at Bluefields, Nicaragua, La Luz y Los Angeles Mining Company. Though he earned only $1,000 a year and seemed to have no other wealth to draw on, Diaz somehow scraped together $600,000 for the rebels. He also prevailed on the United Fruit Company and others to use their steamers for transporting troops and supplies to the revolutionaries, all with the assent of the State Department. Washington gave its support to the rebels through thick and thin. It broke relations with Zelaya, refused to recognize his successor, Dr. José Madriles, chosen legally by the Nicaraguan Congress, and paid its customs duties to the rump regime established by Diaz and General Juan J. Estrada at Bluefields. Then, when the official government defeated the insurgents, American Marines were landed to protect them and permit them to reorganize. Spurred by such aid, the rebels finally defeated Madriles, and Estrada entered the capital, Managua, at the end of August 1910. In October 1910, the State Department sent Thomas G. Dawson, the man who had negotiated control of customs in the Dominican Republic, to Managua, to work his magic there. And 16 days later, aboard an American battleship, appropriately, the leaders of the Diaz-Estrada rebellion signed one of the most interesting agreements ever negotiated between two sovereign states. The first point of the pact provided that a constituent assembly be selected and that it choose Estrada as president and Diaz as vice president for terms of 2 years. Why an assembly was needed if the main items on its agenda were already decided was not made clear. The second point called for a mixed commission, satisfactory to the State Department, to settle outstanding financial claims. The third provided that Nicaragua would accept a loan from American bankers, to be secured by part of its customs receipts, which, as in the Santo Domingo Convention, would be collected by a U.S. agent. The terms, kept secret at first, were so onerous that when they became known they caused a furor. According to the American minister in Managua in February 1911, the natural sentiments of an overwhelming majority of Nicaraguans is antagonistic to the United States, and even with some members of Estrada's cabinet I find a decided suspicion, if not distrust, of our motives. Ramming a loan down the throat of a small nation proved more difficult in this instance than Washington had expected. In a show of independence, the National Assembly of Nicaragua decided in April to formulate a constitution that would prevent foreign domination through the mechanism of bank loans. The State Department, of course, opposed this measure, and Estrada committed bag and baggage to Washington, dissolved the assembly rather than permit. 213. The anti-loan provisions of the Constitution to stand. Again there was turmoil in the Latin Republic and Estrada was forced to resign. The American minister wired the State Department that if it wanted Diaz, the vice president, confirmed as president by the National Assembly, a war vessel is necessary for the moral effect. The Liberal Party, he reported, was so incensed that it was planning an uprising, and since it constituted such a majority over the conservatives, it would be wise to station a war vessel at Corinto at least until the loan has been put through. Dollar diplomacy, it seems, was no more considerate of popular sentiment in the countries it was helping to civilize than the Big Stick. With its puppet, Diaz, in power, and a warship standing by, the United States finally had its way. The agreement of June 6, 1911, between Secretary of State Philander C. Knox and a Nicaraguan representative, called for floating a $15 million loan by American financiers, and operation of the custom houses of Nicaragua under American supervision. Simultaneously, the State Department worked out the details of the loan with two banking houses, Brown Brothers and J&W Seligman. Properly speaking, it was not a loan to Nicaragua, for the government of that country would never see a dime of the money. The two banking firms would simply set up a special account in their own banks for $15 million, out of which they would liquidate claims by Europeans and Americans against Nicaragua, and would allocate monies to improve the national railway, as well as build a new one, both of which would be controlled by them. The arrangement was so blatant that despite President Taft's solemn urging, the United States Senate 3 times refused to ratify it. In these circumstances, both state and the bankers trimmed their sails and came forth with a bizarre loan convention, called the Treasury Bills Agreement. Only $1.5 million would be provided this time, but it would be used to reorganize the Nacional Bank, so that the two American firms would have a 51% interest, and Nicaragua was generously permitted to keep 49%. Among the other provisions, a mere $100,000 would be used as initial capital in the new bank, while $1.4 million would be deposited in the United States Mortgage and Trust Company and be available for reforming the currency of Nicaragua. The loan would be secured this time both by a lien on customs and by the liquor tax. This plan was not put before the U.S. Senate, it was instituted by simple executive fiat. An American, Colonel Clifford D. Ham, recommended by the bankers, was placed in charge of customs and remained in that post for 17 years. 214. As more loans were pumped into the Central American Republic and the straitjacket tightened, resistance to the Marionette Diaz increased. His liberal opponents demanded an election but were sternly advised by the American minister that elections could come only after organization of the National Bank had been completed, not before. Refusing to accept this order of priorities, the liberals on July 29, 1912, seized a large stock of weapons and several custom houses and ships, occupied part of the railroad, and went over to revolution. Had the United States not intervened, they would certainly have won. But when the American manager of the Bank of Nicaragua wired Brown Brothers in New York that he needed protection, Taft and Knox sent 412 Marines immediately, and, later, almost 3,000 troops as well as 8 warships to suppress the rebels. They bombarded Managua, assaulted Cayetep, and took a host of other actions which finally forced the revolutionary leader to surrender aboard the American ship USS Cleveland. After the revolution was defeated, the Marines finished their job by standing watch over the election booths, to assure Diaz's victory for a new 4-year term. Subsequently, at Diaz's request, the United States stationed a contingent of Marines as a legation guard at Managua. They remained there for 13 years, from 1912 to 1925. Among the strategical benefits that the United States extorted from Nicaragua in that period, and oddly enough under the pacifist Secretary of State William Jennings Bryan and the apostle of the New Freedom, Woodrow Wilson, were the right to a naval base at the Gulf of Fonseca and a lease for a second canal route in perpetuity and for all time, free from all taxation or other public charge, by way of any route over Nicaraguan territory. The concession was undoubtedly worth much more, but with an American legation guard at hand it went dirt cheap, for $3 million. Reviewing this venture in imperialism, it would be wrong to attribute Washington's interest exclusively to the private American investments in Nicaragua or to the profitable banking loans. Secretary Knox, it is true, had represented Pittsburgh corporations with interests in Nicaragua when he was in private law practice. No doubt this preconditioned him toward the course he and Taft followed, but it is virtually certain that a similar path would have been charted by a secretary less intimately associated with American corporations in the invaded country. Safeguarding Wall Street's capital was obviously not the only concern, since, as Professor Julius Pratt points out, U.S. investments amounted to only $2.5 million in 1912 and $17 million by 1928. There were at least 2 other reasons for the intervention. One was that in the process of domesticating Nicaragua, 215. Knox and Taft were sending messages to the other states of Latin America, in effect warning them not to tamper with Uncle Sam's financial and military position in the whole area. There was to be no Zelaya accepting sizable loans from Europe, or contemplating the grant of canal rights to Britain or Japan. When there was trouble in Ecuador subsequently, the Taft administration also interfered in its affairs to the end that American interests in Ecuador might be saved from complete extinction. That same year, 1912, the Marines landed again in Cuba, and no one in Latin America could have missed the point expressed so poignantly by President Taft: while our foreign policy should not be turned a hair's breadth from the straight path of justice, it may well be made to include active intervention to secure for our merchandise and our capitalists opportunity for profitable investment. When the State Department learned in 1913 that Cuba was on the verge of granting a concession to British capitalists to build a railroad from Nuevitas to Cabarine, the legation in Havana was instructed to urge the Cuban president to postpone action on this bill, emphasizing the burden it would impose on the Cuban treasury in favor of capital which is neither American nor Cuban. In other words, The Monroe Doctrine, which was originally designed simply to keep Europeans from acquiring new territory in Latin America, was by now interpreted to inhibit their efforts to acquire economic concessions as well. And interventions in places like Nicaragua, Cuba, Honduras, Haiti, etc., made this clear. Another factor, however, was of a broader strategic nature. The foreign policy of an expansionist nation cannot be gauged by immediate commercial and investment benefits. There is also the matter of strategic security, a factor which may open the door to economic opportunities in other places and other times. Secretary Knox put it crisply when he said that the logic of political geography and of strategy, and now our tremendous national interest, increased trade, etc., created by the Panama Canal, make the safety, the peace, and the prosperity of Central America and the zone of the Caribbean of paramount interest to the government of the United States. If the canal was a maritime highway to the enormous trade potential in the Far East and elsewhere, the United States would have to assert its dominance in all the countries nearby. Starting from this one pivotal area, the American empire would soon expand throughout the Western Hemisphere and finally, especially after World War II, throughout the world. Secretary Knox may have been technically accurate in 1912 when he said on a goodwill tour of the Caribbean nations that I beg to assure you. 2L6. That my government does not covet an inch of territory south of the Rio Grande. But he failed to emphasize that it was no longer necessary to annex an inch of territory to enjoy the profits of imperialism. 12. The fine art of vandalism. The first three presidents to adopt the modern imperialist outlook were Republicans who, by party tradition, were close to big business. But Woodrow Wilson, who defeated Taft and Teddy Roosevelt in the three-way race of 1912, was not only a Democrat but an avowed progressive who meant to tame big business. In his first administration, the tariff was substantially cut for the first time in a half-century. The currency and banking system was altered to offer a wider dispersal of financial power. A complex antitrust law, the Clayton Act, was put on the books to slow down the march of the trusts. AFL President Samuel Gompers called it Labor's Charter of Freedom because it contained a passage that exempted unions from prosecution as trusts, and the Federal Trade Commission was created to abolish unfair practices by businessmen. Progressives hailed the La Follette-Siemens Act, the Farm Loan Act, and other bills passed during Wilson's first few years in office as great steps forward for the little man, and by implication great curbs on the power of the rich. It is a fact nonetheless that the Princeton historian contributed more to America's imperialistic tendencies than both of his predecessors combined, and that he intervened in more places and for longer periods than they did to curb the sovereignty of unfortunate neighbors. Thomas Woodrow Wilson, the Thomas was permitted to atrophy through disuse, has been described by Robert Leckie as an iceberg needing to be warmed by contrast with Roosevelt, who was a volcano needing to be cooled. He was driven by an inner sense of commitment which by his own admission he could communicate to masses of people collectively but not to a single person directly. 217. 2L8. He was the only true scholar to be president in this century worthy of comparison in that respect to Jefferson or John Quincy Adams, but he often decided issues by intuition, and he was grossly inconsistent. He was not the stuff out of which either heroes or saints are made, an old hickory, for instance, or a log cabin Abe Lincoln, though he was capable of grandeur in planning and idealism in rhetoric. Wilson was born in Stanton, Virginia, just a few days after Christmas 1856. His incomparable father, as he called him, was a Presbyterian minister who was reared in Scotland and whose passion was theology. Both the Christian tone and the ability to deal in abstractions were transmitted to young Woodrow and remained a salient characteristic throughout his days. The boy was not a particularly good student. In Augusta, Georgia, where the family migrated, he was usually at the lower end of the scholarship spectrum. When he was 14, his family moved again, to Columbia, South Carolina, where he developed strong sympathies for the Southern sufferings during Reconstruction. He graduated from Princeton in 1879, an average student with an aptitude for debating and an intense interest in politics. An article he wrote in his senior year on the vicissitudes of the congressional system, he preferred British parliamentarism, he said, was later expanded into a book, Congressional Government, published in 1885, it went through 25 editions. After a stint at the University of Virginia Law School, he opened a law office in Atlanta together with a colleague, but clients were few and far between, so after a year the project had to be abandoned in favor of a career in academia. Considering the low pay of professors, it was a step backward, but Wilson persevered to teach history at Bryn Mawr College, take a PhD at Johns Hopkins, and instruct at Wesleyan. Having published a second book, The State, before he was 30, he received many invitations to lecture, and with added status in the profession he was finally offered the job he coveted as professor of jurisprudence and political economy at his alma mater, Princeton. He taught and wrote for 12 years, his best-known work being a 5-volume history of the American people, which was not particularly outstanding and was so conservative it was called by some a Tory document. By now, however, he had become an academic luminary and had been offered the presidency of 6 universities. When a similar bid was tendered him by the trustees of Princeton in 1902, he accepted gratefully, and filled the job for 8 years, until a new itch drove him into the political arena. Wilson at that time was having trouble with the governing board.